How outrageous! It is already 3/4 past the hour, and that ungrateful child is still asleep. Is it truly so difficult to seek a moment's peace? It is merely a minor injury. Does he not recognize me as his father? Such a wretched character he possesses. In the dilapidated room, Ye Qian suddenly awoke with a start, his body still bearing the ache of his wounds. As he sat up, he gazed around in bewilderment, and after a prolonged moment, he realized that he had been reborn. Listening to his father, Ye Xing, deliberately provoking him, a sense of tranquility unexpectedly arose within him. Snow Yao. In his previous life, due to the large-scale invasion of the demon race upon the great Zhou dynasty, his father, as a captain of the Demon Extermination Division, bore the responsibility of taking action. However, due to the reoccurrence of an old injury and his reluctance to part with the authority of his position, it fell to him, the eldest son, to defend the border. And thus, he stood guard for a decade. During those 10 years, he did not know how many demon soldiers he had slain or how many demon kings he had vanquished. He achieved remarkable military exploits. As a result, his father, Ye Qing, received promotions and accolades, rising to the esteemed position of the chief captain of the Demon Extermination Division. In Chang'an, who did not know of the valiant youth from the Yi family, whose very name struck terror into the hearts of the demon race. Even King Wu of Zhou bestowed his most cherished daughter, the Princess Zhou Huanling, upon this heroic figure of the Yi family as a reward. Not long before the events of his previous life, his father came here bearing this news, and he believed that his sacrifices would finally be recognized, filling him with exhilaration. After 10 years of guarding the frontier, he felt an overwhelming sense of loneliness and an intense yearning for familial affection. He even dared to dream of marrying someone as extraordinary as Princess Zhou Huanling. The blood-soaked battles of a decade seemed worth it, but unexpectedly, his father did not come to escort him back to wed the princess. Instead, he demanded that he relinquish all his hard-earned merits to his younger brother, Ye Xing. This was so that Ye Xing could marry the princess. Naturally, he vehemently refused, for his achievements were the result of relentless effort. How could he easily give them away? Yet, he could never have foreseen the unending cold violence that would follow. His parents not only subjected him to daily harsh words, but also fabricated baseless accusations against him. Nevertheless, in the name of familial bonds, he gritted his teeth and endured, believing that once he married the princess, his parents would come to understand. The most shocking revelation came when the governor of Jiangnan arrived to escort him back from the border. His father had actually bribed all the villagers near the demon suppression pass. They testified that Ye Xing was the true hero who had guarded the pass for a decade. It was the very populace he had fought to protect for 10 long years. He argued, he raged, he contorted in fury. Yet in the end, he was branded as a villain who had usurped his brother's achievements. Ultimately, Ye Xing fulfilled his desires and wed Princess Zhou Huanling. While he was bestowed in marriage to the obscure and notoriously unattractive princess, Zhou Xiuyao. For over a decade, he remained indifferent to Zhou Xiuyao, silently guarding the border. During this time, he discovered that he possessed the essence of Tao. He had hoped that his selfless dedication and efforts, coupled with his Tao essence, would once again earn him his parents' regard. But unexpectedly, when he conveyed this news to his parents, not only did he fail to rekindle familial affection, but his mother even resorted to threats of death, demanding that he extract his own essence to give to his younger brother. In his previous life, having endured solitude for far too long, he placed immense value on familial bonds. Despite his parents' repeated assurances of goodwill, he ultimately acquiesced. Burdened with the essence, he soared through the night, solidifying his reputation as a heroic youth and becoming the youngest national master of the great Zhou dynasty, with an immeasurable future ahead. Yet, his parents' promises were never fulfilled, leaving him to struggle in the whirlpool of death. In the final moments before closing his eyes, Zhou Xiuyao, his wife whom he had not seen for over a decade, lay in his arms, her body on the brink of death. "My lord, I am powerless and have failed to avenge you. If there's a next life, I will still marry you." Ye Qiansheng slowly opened his eyes, and for the first time, the one who had always shed blood without tears felt moisture at the corners of his eyes. "Xiuyao, what I owe you, I shall repay in this life," he declared, wiping away his tears. Some matters, too, must come to a conclusion. Before long, he entered the finest room of the dilapidated courtyard. There his father, Ye Xing, sat in the main seat, while his mother, Jiang Suqing, occupied a nearby chair. His nominal brother, Ye Xing, donned a robe of brocade and jade, dutifully serving tea, coaxing nods of approval from both parents. "You sought me?" Ye Qiansheng asked coldly. "Humph. After 10 years, you've developed a host of bad habits. Have you forgotten everything I taught you? Is this how you address your father?" Ye Qing shot an irritated glance at the tattered garments adorning Ye Qiansheng. Jiang Suqing also frowned at his attire, adding, "Qiansheng, I understand your grievances, but after all, Xing'er is your biological brother. As the elder, can't you show him a bit of leniency?" Ye Xing, arms crossed, scoffed, "Isn't it just guarding the demon suppression pass? What's the big deal? If denied, so be it. I can guard it myself for 10 years. Who cares? He dares." Ye Qing shattered the tea set in his hand, glaring furiously at Ye Qiansheng. "Look at what you've become. Such a disgrace. I wonder who you learned this from. If you truly enter the imperial palace, won't you bring shame upon the Yi family?" Calm down, calm down. Qiansheng didn't mean it that way." Ye Qiansheng yawned. He had witnessed this kind of farce far too often in his past life, and had long since developed immunity. The three were taken aback, not expecting Ye Qiansheng to react in such a manner, especially since just days ago he had argued fervently with them. What had changed? As they pondered this, Ye Qiansheng, unwilling to waste any more time, stated plainly, "Is it not my achievements you desire? I will provide them for you." Ye Qing stood frozen, sensing that his son seemed markedly different today. Just days prior, Ye Qiansheng had stubbornly withheld his achievements, but now he was so readily agreeable. It was indeed unusual. Although the tone was rather unpleasant, Knight Qing chose not to voice any further objections, considering that Knight Qiansheng had relinquished his decade of hard work. "How splendid! I can finally wed the spirit summoner," Knight Qing exclaimed with great excitement. "Hee, with this connection, it is only a matter of time before I become the governor of the 8 prefectures," Knight Qing replied, equally elated. From now on, his son would be the royal consort of the princess, with a status surpassing that of his parents. Jiang Suqing elevated the joyous atmosphere to its zenith, while Knight Qiansheng, who had sacrificed everything, was left in a state of neglect, feeling like an outsider. However, Knight Qiansheng was unperturbed. He stated, "If you wish to claim my achievements, there is one condition. You must agree." Knight Qing regarded Knight Qiansheng with disdain. Evidently, he had inherited his father's tendency to haggle. "Considering that your brother is about to marry the princess, your request is not overly excessive. I can acquiesce," Knight Qing responded condescendingly. Jiang Suqing cast a look of distaste at Knight Qiansheng, disheartened by how her son had transformed into such a self-serving individual after merely a decade apart. Nonetheless, as today was Knight Xing's joyous occasion, she refrained from voicing her discontent, resolving instead to ensure that Knight Qiansheng would not receive her kindness in the future and to rectify his unpleasant habits. "It is quite simple. From this day forward, I shall sever all ties with you," Knight Qiansheng stated calmly. Boom! The cheerful atmosphere was abruptly engulfed by a suffocating silence. The three present gaped in horror at Knight Qiansheng, questioning whether they were hearing things. Knight Qiansheng intended to leave the Knight family. How dare he? Knight Qing, filled with shock and fury, demanded, "Rebellious son, what did you say? Dare you repeat that?" Knight Qiansheng reiterated, "I wish to depart from the Knight family and sever our relationship." The trio quickly regained their composure. Had he resorted to such childish antics, believing himself to still be a mere child? Knight Qing and Jiang Suqing exchanged glances, both perceiving contempt in each other's eyes, convinced that Knight Qiansheng was merely throwing a tantrum. How utterly immature! Knight Qiansheng, however, paid little heed to their judgment, feeling a considerable weight lift from his heart. In his previous life, he had repeatedly compromised for the sake of familial bonds, only to receive unrelenting demands and harm in return, emotional neglect and constant criticism. This time, he had come to a clear realization. Zhou Huanling was his everything. Since Knight Xing admired the princess and valued his achievements, what difference did it make to offer them? It is essential to recognize that his accomplishments were not easily obtained. Once he became the so-called youthful hero, he would bear significant responsibilities along with the accolades. The demon sealing pass was fraught with peril and was no simple task to defend, were it not for his Taoist essence, maintaining its suppression over the years. The demon sealing pass would have long since succumbed to the demon race, resulting in countless casualties and rivers of blood within the human realm. He was eager to witness how Ye Xing intended to uphold such a burden and how he would shoulder this responsibility. In this lifetime, he would no longer assist. When the demon suppression pass encounters a problem, it is far more than a mere matter of securing one's official cap. The preservation of one's head is a far graver concern. Moreover, the Grand Princess possesses an insatiable admiration for strength, should she discover that she is wed to a feeble individual. At the head of the table, Ye Qing's expression was rigid, exuding profound displeasure. How could he have spawned such a son? Has he not made enough trouble? Just look at your current state. Where is the resemblance to me, Ye Qing? You are unruly and lack an understanding of hierarchy. When will you ever learn to reflect on your actions? Chapter 2. Yet to swear allegiance to the heavens, Ye Qing was truly enraged. He could not fathom why Ye Qiansheng, despite being his son, could be so starkly inferior to Ye Xing. Ye Qiansheng's innate talent paled in comparison to Ye Xing's, compounded by nearly a decade of squandered potential. How could he possibly compete? Ye Qing had made his choices solely from the perspective of the Knight family's future. Why could Ye Qiansheng not comprehend this? Were it Ye Xing in his stead, Ye Qing was certain that he would have complied without hesitation. To dare threaten his father with severance of ties, how utterly audacious. Ye Qing felt profound disappointment in Ye Qiansheng, and with a sweeping gesture, he proclaimed, "Your father speaks the truth. You truly need to amend your impulsive nature. We are all family. How can one casually utter words of severing ties?" Jiang Suqing frowned in agreement. Ye Xing scoffed, having hoped that this opportunity would finally rid the Knight family of Ye Qiansheng, leaving him as the sole heir. Such treachery would forever remain undetected. Alas, in the face of his parents' reproaches, Ye Qiansheng merely chuckled, mocking his own past naivety, believing that sufficient sacrifice would earn him the familial affection he craved. Yet, bias loomed over him like a colossal mountain. His parents remained oblivious to their blatant favoritism and double standards. Perhaps it was for the best. Once severed cleanly, he would bear no burden. "Are you finished?" Ye Qiansheng calmly inquired again. "What is your answer?" At last, Ye Qing could no longer restrain himself. Rising with a formidable presence, his fierce gaze fixed upon Ye Qiansheng. "Do you not think you've gone too far?" "Too far? I do not believe so at all. Or do you think I ought to sacrifice everything while receiving nothing in return?" Ye Qiansheng retorted. "Such unreasonable behavior. As a member of the Knight family, contribution is a given. Look at the common demeanor you have developed over the years, consumed by self-interest and devoid of familial affection." In response to Ye Qing's moral coercion, Ye Qiansheng leisurely replied, "When it came to discussing benefits, you were the first to cast me aside. Yet when it is about sacrifice, you suddenly think of me first." Jiang Suqing could no longer bear to remain silent and lamented. "Your mother bore you for 10 months. Is that not a sacrifice? Your father supports the entire family, and your brother diligently cultivates for the future of the Knight family, whose sacrifice has been lesser than yours. To be born and not nurtured is a crime, and your father only attained his position thanks to you. As for Ye Xing, his cultivation is solely for his own benefit. Is it also called sacrifice?" Ye Qiansheng truly gained insight, his perspective on human shamelessness forever altered. "I see now. So, who among you would be willing to exchange with me? After all, it is all about sacrifice." He smiled at the gathered individuals. The three were rendered speechless. Ye Qiansheng shrugged. "You all know that Zhou Huanling is my childhood sweetheart, do you not? Just because Ye Xing has affection for her, you disregard my feelings and force me to relinquish my accomplishments? That is for the Ye family. Do not speak to me about the Ye family. I, Ye Qiansheng, have never enjoyed even the slightest benefit from my association with the Ye family. What reason do I have to be responsible for their development?" Ye Xing, subjected to a barrage of questioning from Ye Qiansheng, was seething with anger, merely having experienced a minor grievance, and now daring to question his parents? What audacity! lacking any real capability, yet possessing a sharp tongue. Is it merely the reluctance to part with that meager achievement? Why all this fuss? In the next moment, Ye Qing retrieved a small green bottle, no larger than his thumb, from his sleeve and tossed it dismissively onto the ground. The breaking realm pill, will this suffice? Take it and leave at once. I do not wish to see you. His tone was steeped in disappointment. He firmly believed that Ye Qiansheng's presence here, tallying accounts and severing ties, was solely for the purpose of securing greater personal gain. Although the breaking realm pill was indeed precious, it seemed that only such a token could satisfy Ye Qiansheng's insatiable greed. Beside him, Ye Xing watched the breaking realm pill lie on the ground, his brow furrowing in distress. That precious pill was meant for his own ascension to the second realm. Now it was given to Ye Qiansheng. How could he not be incensed? As an elder brother, should he not selflessly bestow his merits upon him? Yet, now he had sacrificed a breaking realm pill, deepening his resentment towards Ye Qiansheng. However, to maintain his obedient faade, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. Initially, the three believed that Ye Qiansheng would pick up the breaking realm pill and leave in disgrace. However, to their astonishment, Ye Qiansheng didn't even glance at the precious elixir on the ground. What? Are you still unsatisfied? Do you wish for me to hand over the entire Ye family to you? Ye Xing exclaimed in fury. He could not comprehend why Ye Qiansheng had become so avaricious. Was not a singularly invaluable breaking realm pill sufficient? Surely he sought more. Qiansheng, you must learn to know when to stop. Greed can lead to one's downfall, and in the end, you will have nothing. Jiang Suqing also expressed her anger, warning him. Yet, Ye Xing felt a sense of delight, anticipating that once Ye Qiansheng provoked their father, he would likely end up with nothing, leaving the breaking realm pill still his. Ye Qiansheng found himself at a loss for words. He had never realized that these so-called family members possessed such vivid imaginations. He reiterated, with exasperation, I shall say this once more. If you wish to claim my merits, then sever our ties. Beyond that, I desire nothing. The three were once again taken aback. They had expected Ye Qiansheng to back down, but he intended to employ the same tactic to threaten them into offering more. Ye Qing was incensed by Ye Qiansheng's greed, veins throbbing on his forehead. Gritting his teeth, he said, Very well, since you wish to leave the Ye family, I shall grant your wish. Depart. Jiang Suqing said nothing, but her disappointment in Ye Qiansheng was evident, as she shook her head repeatedly. The one most pleased of all was Ye Xing, for now he could rightfully assume the title of the heroic youth in the eyes of others. After a long pause, Ye Qing discovered that Ye Qiansheng remained inside the room, showing no inclination to depart, and could not help but let out a cold laugh. Now you regret it, do you? It is too late. Unless you rectify your abhorrent habits, you shall never hope to return to the Ye family. Jiang Su also admonished, stating, recognizing one's mistakes and striving for improvement is of utmost significance. Henceforth, you shall reflect deeply at the demon suppression pass, and your brother will frequently visit you. Upon hearing this, the three exchanged knowing glances. Under such circumstances, Ye Qiansheng would undoubtedly not dare to refuse their demands. This was precisely their intention, to have Ye Qiansheng continue to guard the demon suppression pass while Ye Xing cultivated in the imperial palace, occasionally visiting the pass to claim his merits. Unaware of the trio's silent plotting, Ye Qiansheng remained indifferent and remarked, I have yet to swear an oath to the heavenly Tao, so why the urgency? Chapter 3. A complete severance. As soon as Ye Qiansheng spoke, both Ye Qing and Jiang Suqing, as well as Ye Xing, were struck with disbelief. One must understand that swearing an oath to the heavenly Tao leaves no room for retreat. It signifies a total severance of blood ties and familial affection, rendering them unable to refer to one another as parent and child henceforth, but merely by name. Those who defy this would face the wrath of the heavenly Tao. The implications were truly terrifying. In that moment, Ye Qing and Jiang Suqing began to grasp that Ye Qiansheng might not be jesting, but rather was intent on following through. Qiansheng, you must not blaspheme the heavenly Tao. Retract your words. Jiang Suqing exclaimed anxiously. Indeed, while she had a tendency to favor her younger son, Ye Qiansheng was also her flesh and blood. How could she bear to sever their relationship? With a heavy sigh, Ye Qiansheng remarked, I have already wasted enough time. Are you truly intent on this severance? Can you provide a definitive answer? Qiansheng, Jiang Suqing, her eyes brimming with tears, gazed at Ye Qiansheng in disbelief. What a cunning maneuver. It was indeed a clever stratagem. Ye Qing, mocking, clapped his hands. So you wish to exploit the heavenly Tao for your own gain? I must admit, you have learned a thing or two over the years. Mother, do not believe him. He is but a waste. Once he leaves the Yi family, there will be no place for him in this world. He wouldn't dare. Ye Xing stated confidently. Jiang Suqing slowly began to realize the truth in Ye Xing's words. If Ye Qiansheng genuinely intended to leave, why would he waste words with them? He would have departed long ago. His current demeanor clearly indicated an intention to leverage familial bonds for his own benefit. Qiansheng, after your mother endured 10 months of pregnancy to bring you into this world, is this how you choose to repay her? Jiang Suqing lamented, feeling that her tears were undeserved. Seeing Ye Qiansheng remain silent only reinforced Ye Qing's conviction that he was not mistaken. He stood tall, his eyes ablaze with fury, and raised his hand to solemnly swear. From this day forth, I, Ye Qing, sever all father-son ties with my eldest son Ye Qiansheng. Henceforth, Ye Qiansheng shall have no further connection to the Yi family. Should there be a violation, let the heavens strike. After taking his oath, Ye Qing fixed a haughty gaze upon Ye Qiansheng, challenging him. Isn't this what you wanted? Come on, let us see how you will extricate yourself from this predicament. It was undeniable that Ye Qiansheng could not leave the Yi family, for only within its confines could he enjoy supreme status, prestige, and resources. However, once he departed, he would lose everything and become naught. Jiang Suqing, initially bewildered by Ye Qing's oath, soon comprehended her husband's intentions. The oath required 2 parties. Thus, if Ye Qiansheng dared not swear, the vow would be rendered void. Although this might embarrass Ye Qiansheng, Jiang Suqing perceived it as an invaluable lesson for him. If he did not recognize the gravity of casually severing familial ties now, would he not be subject to threats in the future? She had resolutely decided that she would take the opportunity to teach Ye Qiansheng a proper lesson. Meanwhile, Ye Xing was eagerly anticipating the spectacle of Ye Qiansheng's folly. From this day forth, I, Ye Qiansheng, voluntarily sever ties with my father, Ye Qing, and my mother, Jiang Suqing, and depart from the Yi family. May heaven bear witness. Those who oppose this shall face divine retribution. Without allowing anyone a moment to react, Ye Qiansheng raised his sword and swore an oath. Scoundrel! Ye Qing's eyes blazed crimson with fury. Under the wrath of thunder, the stone slabs beneath began to crack, and the overwhelming aura of a third-tier expert shattered the already dilapidated furniture surrounding them. At the eye of the storm, Ye Qiansheng was knocked to the ground, a mouthful of blood spilling forth. Just days prior, he had fought valiantly against the demonic forces besieging the Demon Suppression Pass for 3 days and nights, sustaining injuries in the process, all while Ye Qing had watched from the loft without intervening. Naturally, he could not withstand the onslaught now. You unfilial son, do you comprehend the magnitude of your actions? Ye Qing was on the verge of madness. He could not fathom that his eldest son had the audacity to truly sever their relationship. How could this be? He had provided Ye Qiansheng with everything he needed, opportunities for training and guidance. What more could Ye Qiansheng possibly desire? Jiang Suqing finally grasped the gravity of the situation. She reached out, intending to stop Ye Qiansheng from swearing his oath, but her hand froze in place as she watched her son collapse, bloodied, on the ground. Her heart ached with profound sorrow. Sheng, are you all right? Jiang Suqing sought to help Ye Qiansheng, but he deftly evaded her grasp, slowly rising to his feet. My apologies, Madam Yi, but we are not well acquainted, Ye Qiansheng staunchly replied, brushing off the dust from his attire. The utterance of Madam Yi severed their bond of over 20 years, leaving Ye Qiansheng feeling an unprecedented sense of liberation. But the expressions on Ye Qing and Jiang Suqing's faces darkened dramatically. How dare you refer to your mother in such a manner? Ye Qing roared with rage. With a tremendous force, he launched an attack towards Ye Qiansheng. Stop! That is my son. Jiang Suqing immediately intervened. Witnessing his wife step forward, Ye Qing halted a strike just a moment before it could reach Ye Qiansheng. However, the immense force still tore apart Ye Qiansheng's garments, exposing his scarred torso. Tears streamed down Jiang Suqing's flawlessly maintained cheek, her uncalloused hand covering her mouth in an effort to stifle her sobs. Ye Qing gritted his teeth, turning away in refusal to look. He had sensed something amiss before, but now, with the fabric torn away, the reality was starkly evident. Ye Qiansheng's emaciated frame could only be described as skeletal. Not only was he gaunt, but his body bore an abundance of wounds, each one a grotesque, dark red mark, vivid reminders of his battles with the demonic forces. Unable to contain herself, Jiang Suqing wept openly. This was her son, the child she had carried for 10 months. How could this have happened? What had her son endured over the years? What sacrifices had been made for the achievements of the past decade? Why had no one ever spoken of these tribulations? How laughable, Ye Qiansheng mused. Now that matters are settled, as agreed, the accolades belong to Ye Xing. From this moment on, he shall be the heroic youth guarding the demon suppression pass for the next decade. Without a hint of hesitation, Ye Qiansheng gathered his tattered clothing and strode purposefully toward the door. Jiang Suqing could never acquiesce to such a notion. After all, he was her son. She had never envisioned that circumstances would escalate to this point, and now she could only strive desperately to retain him. However, before her hand could grasp Ye Qiansheng, it was ruthlessly cast aside, leaving her suspended in midair. Subsequently, Ye Qiansheng's frail silhouette faded into the distance. Ye Qing, Jiang Suqing turned in fury. Ye Qing, however, remained composed, seated leisurely as he sipped his tea. There was no need for concern. It would not be long before he witnessed the harsh realities of the outside world and returned on his own accord. But the heavenly path, Ye Qing disdainfully elucidated. Just moments ago, when I swore an oath to the heavenly path, I raised 3 fingers. It holds no weight. Do you truly believe Ye Qiansheng would dare to sever ties with the Ye family? It is merely a fade. In other words, Ye Qiansheng only felt emboldened to act as he did because he understood that the oath to the heavenly path was inconsequential. Jiang Suqing felt as though everything suddenly made sense. Of course, without that courage, he would never dare to part from the Ye family. Ye Qing asserted with confidence. Chapter 4. The beginning of indulgence. Admiral Li Minghong's confusion, Ye Qiansheng returned to the dilapidated room he had inhabited for the past decade and exhaled deeply. Although his body still ached, the burdens weighing on his heart had been lifted, leaving him with an overwhelming sense of relief. In this moment, he was truly himself, no longer a mere puppet used by others to ascend to lofty heights. Suddenly, a mechanical notification echoed in his ears. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully activating the indulgence system. With this system, the host simply needs to indulge daily, such as sipping tea, fishing, or flirting with women. To earn rewards, would you like to open the novice gift package? Stunned, Ye Qiansheng stood frozen. As an orphan prior to his journey through time, he understood all too well what a system entailed. It was an undeniable asset for a comeback, an unshakable golden finger. Moreover, how considerate was this system? Rewards for merely indulging? No need to toil like an ox completing tasks everywhere. How delightful! At this moment, he had no intention of concerning himself with either the villagers surrounding the demon suppression pass or the Ye family. Indulgence was as easy as breathing for him. Suppressing his excitement, he nervously spoke. Open the novice gift package. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining Infinite Divine Water 1, Ascension Pill 1, Boundary Breaking Talismans 3, Steps of the Shadowless 8 Desolations, Heaven Tier. Congratulations, host, for a stroke of incredible luck. You have received Entropy Universe Returning to Ruins Record, Emperor Tier. Ye Qiansheng was flabbergasted. He never expected that a mere novice gift package could yield an Emperor Tier cultivation method. In contrast, the Heaven Tier techniques, which are often kept under lock and key by major sects, seemed utterly commonplace. It is worth noting that in his previous life, the highest cultivation method he possessed was merely of the profound tier. Yet even so, his Dao bone wielded immense power. The number of formidable demons he had vanquished was countless. Had it not been for Jiang Suqing's life-threatening insistence, he would have retained his Dao Bone, and his achievements would have soared even higher. In this new life, he had begun with an Emperor-tier cultivation method. The power of his Dao Bone would likely surge 100-fold or more. Infinite divine water, boundary-breaking talismans, such treasures indeed. The infinite divine water could open a sea of consciousness within the mind and allow the condensation of an original body, making cultivation remarkably efficient and granting resistance against mental attacks. The boundary-breaking talismans, though primarily for escape or travel, were immune to any magical influence and could be activated at any time, propelling the user thousands of miles in an instant. They were exceptionally useful for preserving one's life. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, Ye Qiansheng placed the ascension pill in his mouth, washed it down with the infinite divine water, and began to cultivate the Emperor-tier technique. The entropy universe returning to Ruin's record. In an instant, his body radiated a translucent crimson hue, reminiscent of pottery being fired. Even his internal organs became distinctly visible. Among them, one rib, under the influence of the entropy universe returning to Ruin's record, transformed from its original white to a resplendent gold. Even the blood surrounding it coalesced into a golden essence, immersing his consciousness into the sea of divine awareness. A golden figure, akin to the ascendant knight Qiansheng, sat cross-legged within. The spiritual energy began to whirl violently, coalescing around the golden figure. Mid-stage of the first realm. Late stage of the first realm. Pinnacle of the first realm. Second realm. Early stage of the second realm. Late stage of the second realm. Pinnacle of the second realm. Third realm. Knight Qiansheng's cultivation did not cease until he reached the pinnacle of the third realm. Such an astonishing rate of advancement had never been witnessed, even by ancient beings who had lived for millennia. It was utterly outrageous. For some, the utmost limit achieved in a lifetime barely grazed the pinnacle of the first realm, while Knight Qiansheng in his previous existence had only reached the late stage of the second realm. Even the mid-stage Knight Xing was deemed the youngest national master of the great Zhou dynasty. Yet now, he had directly ascended to the pinnacle of the third realm. Furthermore, he had condensed his own and possessed imperial-level heart techniques, buoyed by the entropy universe returning to Ruin's record. The unattainable 14 extremities might also be within reach. With a sigh, Knight Qiansheng slowly opened his eyes. The wounds on his body had vanished without a trace, replaced by robust muscles and a flow of spiritual energy coursing throughout. Remarkable! In merely half an hour, he had achieved more than over a decade of arduous cultivation in his previous life. Knight Qiansheng truly questioned whether he had been gifted in his past existence. Host, Knight Qiansheng, cultivation level, pinnacle of the third realm, physique talent, Dao Bone, heart techniques, 8 desolations shadowless step, heavenly level. Entropy universe returning to Ruin's record, imperial level, talisman items, world-breaking talisman 3. Clearly, in comparison to others, he was formidable, yet compared to his current self, he was akin to a mayfly against the vast sky. If Knight Qiansheng's suspicions were correct, the one who had slain his wife in his previous life was none other than the Dragon Emperor of the great Zhou dynasty, King Wu. Shui Yao was the blood demon transformed from the strongest and most enigmatic blood queen of the demon race. At that time, she had already reached the pinnacle of the fourth realm, making it impossible for her to be defeated by the mid-stage Knight Xing. Having been granted a second chance at life, he was determined to avenge the one who had cherished him, who had even sacrificed her demon form to aid him in seeking vengeance, only to meet a tragic end. Knight Qiansheng recalled the scene of Shui Yao collapsing in his arms, her breath faint. With a single punch, the bricks of the wall nearby were reduced to dust. Yet, there was no disturbance in the surroundings because Knight Qiansheng's mastery of power had approached perfection. This was not merely strength, but the result of years of combat experience. His eyes glinted with a murderous intent. Regardless of whether King Wu was the true culprit behind Shui Yao's death, Knight Xing could not escape justice. This person, who had taken everything from him, was undoubtedly the primary target of Shui Yao's vengeance. In his previous life, you perished for me. In this life for you, I shall not fear opposing the entire Zhou Huanling continent. Knight Qiansheng declared resolutely. The following morning, under a cloudless sky, a colossal sword appeared above the demon suppression pass. It obscured the heavens and cast a daunting shadow, instilling fear in all who gazed upon it. The colossal sword's destination was the demon suppression pass, gradually descending. A few individuals leaped down, among them the esteemed General Li Minghong from Jiangnan, a remarkable expert at the initial stage of the Fourth Realm, whose prowess was seldom matched throughout the entire Great Zhou dynasty. Below, a crowd had already gathered, including Ye Qing, Jiangsu, and Ye Xing. "Are you the prince consort of the eldest princess?" Li Minghong inquired, raising an eyebrow, though his tone was relatively cordial. His eyes were filled with scrutiny and disdain. "Why, yes, it is I," Ye Xing stammered, momentarily caught off guard. However, recalling that all of Ye Qiansheng's achievements were attributed to him, he accepted his identity as the prince consort of the eldest princess. Li Minghong's gaze intensified with examination, for he had heard tales of the prince consort, a heroic youth who had guarded the demon suppression pass for a decade, instilling fear in the demon clan. The mere mention of his name struck terror into their hearts. Yet, the youth before him appeared timid and frail, his movements cautious and unassuming, lacking any semblance of the ferocity and grandeur associated with a warrior. He bore no traits of one who had fought on the battlefield for 10 years. Rather, he resembled a child nurtured and cherished at home for a decade. "What is your name?" Li Minghong pressed, infusing his inquiry with a palpable weight. I am Ye Xing," the youth faltered, his words tumbling forth in a disjointed manner. Li Minghong frowned deeply, sensing the tension. Ye Qing quickly interjected, attempting to smooth over the situation with a smile. "A few days ago, the demon clan launched a massive offensive. My son, Ye Xing, fought valiantly for 3 days and nights, sustaining injuries, and he is not in the best of spirits. I hope the general can show understanding." "Indeed, General, if it were not for Lord Ye Xing, hundreds of villagers near the demon suppression pass would have met their demise," a villager chimed in earnestly. "Lord Ye Xing is a person of great character and formidable strength. With him around, we can sleep soundly at night. He has endured 10 years of hardship. We hope the general will not treat him unjustly." Li Minghong, observing the villagers' fervent statements and acknowledging the veracity of the recent demon incursions, pondered. Could it be that Ye Xing was merely exhausted? At that moment, a carefree youth, nonchalantly chewing on a blade of grass, approached the crowd, his hands supporting his head, a smile gracing his face. Chapter 5. Who truly is the heroic youth? Li Minghong was drawn from afar by the carefree and rebellious aura emanating from the young man, coupled with a palpable sense of lethal intent that seemed hauntingly familiar. This involuntarily caused the previously relaxed furrow of his brow to deepen once more. The villagers, upon witnessing the arrival of the young man, instinctively lowered their heads, refraining from uttering a word. They were acutely aware that Ye Qiansheng had been the guardian of the demon suppression pass for a decade. A decade prior, a conflict had erupted between the human and demon races, leading to an influx of significant figures to this remote town. Yet, the only surviving demon suppressor from that time, a mere teenager who could barely wield a sword then, was now the solitary figure standing before them. All others had perished. The villagers felt a sense of guilt towards Ye Qiansheng. However, faced with the allure of personal gain, their resistance crumbled, especially under the assurance that Ye Qiansheng would continue to protect the demon suppression pass in the future. Their own safety was guaranteed, and each household stood to gain a substantial fortune. It was evident even to the most naive how to choose. Nevertheless, in the presence of Ye Qiansheng, they hesitated to meet his gaze, and even the village chief, who had been so eloquent moments ago, fell silent. What was his purpose here? An ominous premonition washed over Ye Xing. Without hesitation, Ye Qiansheng's voice rang out, reprimanding, "What brings you here? Go back. Do not speak foolishly before the governor." Li Minghong intervened, halting Ye Xing's advance, and inquired, "He must be your other son, correct? What is his name?" Although Ye Xing wished to send Ye Qiansheng away, he dared not offend Li Minghong. Thus he explained, "He is my unremarkable son, named Ye Qiansheng. Ye Qiansheng. Li Minghong nodded, finding the name somewhat familiar, though he could not quite place where he had heard it. The demon suppression pass had been relatively uneventful in recent years, leading the imperial court to largely disregard the situation here. It now appeared that the circumstances were not as favorable as anticipated, with so few remaining. This only deepened his respect for the individual who had stood guard alone at the pass. Upon his arrival, Ye Qiansheng did not engage with anyone, but rather sought a stone to recline upon, closing his eyes in repose, and soon succumbed to slumber. Li Minghong was taken aback. Sleeping on uneven stones was no trivial feat. He too could manage it, yet it stemmed from a lifetime of battle, often forced to find a place to rest after brief skirmishes. Ye Qiansheng appeared to drift off even faster. Did he share a similar history? Moreover, as the governor of Jiangnan, Li Minghong observed the young man's unruffled demeanor, devoid of any semblance of flattery or sycophancy. Something felt amiss to him. Ye Xing quickly positioned himself to obstruct Li Minghong's line of sight, stating he lacks proper upbringing, having grown accustomed to a carefree life. I beg the governor's understanding. Ye Xing added, I assure you, I would never display such a lack of decorum. Please rest assured, Governor. Ye Xing then bellowed at the slumbering Ye Qiansheng on the stone. Will you not come down at once? Before the esteemed governor. How could you bring such disgrace upon yourself? Just look at what you have become. The tone was one of urgency. Yet, Ye Qiansheng offered no response, remaining in slumber. The dogtail grass still clutched in his mouth. Li Minghong chuckled and said, There is no need for concern. King Wuzhou has made arrangements for both of your sons. Soon, Ye Qiansheng will return to Chang'an with us. The three were taken aback. Ye Qiansheng was also to return to Chang'an. Why was this only now being revealed? If Ye Qiansheng returned, who would guard the demon suppression pass? Would they truly abandon it? If Ye Xing were to guard it, how could they bear the thought? Ye Xing was equally anxious. He was no fool, aware of the ever-present peril on the battlefield. Even if he survived, he would, like Ye Qiansheng, bear the scars of conflict. Such a sight would be disheartening. Li Minghong regarded the trio with a perplexed expression and inquired, Is there an issue? Ye Qing replied, If everyone departs, what shall we do should the demon clan seize the opportunity to attack the demon suppression pass? Therefore, I suggest we keep Ye Qiansheng here as a precaution. Jiang Xia concurred, saying, We shall safeguard the rewards bestowed by the Dragon Emperor on his behalf. Let him remain here. For reasons unknown. The majority of the villagers also supported this decision, voicing their agreement. Yet, Li Minghong looked upon the three and all the villagers as if they were simpletons. Did they believe that guarding the demon suppression pass was child's play? That anyone could suffice? Having spent a decade in the safety of the Yi household, it was evident that he was unfit for the battlefield. Silence enveloped the gathering, particularly the three from the Yi family, who seemed burdened by grave concerns. Ultimately, they acquiesced to the proposal, regardless of the circumstances, facilitating the grand wedding between Ye Xing and Princess Zhou Huanling was of utmost importance. Other matters could be set aside for the time being. At worst, they could seek out Ye Qiansheng privately once more. Ye Qiansheng, Li Minghong called out loudly. Not far away, Ye Qiansheng slowly opened his eyes, having been dozing on a stone. Did you call me? He inquired, his voice still hazy from slumber. Most present anticipated that Li Minghong would be angered. After all, those in high positions often had volatile tempers, particularly when they wielded considerable martial prowess. However, no one expected Li Minghong to chuckle lightly and walk away. All right. Ye Qiansheng stretched lazily and approached the crowd, still holding the dogtail grass. His nonchalant demeanor prompting Ye Qing to shake his head repeatedly. Yet for reasons unknown, Li Minghong found himself increasingly fond of Ye Qiansheng, reminiscent of the days when he would rouse his comrades for battle and strike camp. Are you familiar with the young heroes? Li Minghong suddenly posed to Ye Qiansheng. This question sent a chill through the hearts of all present, especially Ye Qing. Should this be discovered, it would be tantamount to treason. Heads would roll. Everyone understood the fate that awaited those whose lies were uncovered, and they collectively held their breath, hoping Ye Qiansheng would adhere to the promise. Ye Qiansheng scoffed, grasping the dogtail grass in his hand. Young heroes, what do you wish to ask me? Li Minghong stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression one of bemusement rather than anger. So, you know who it is? Go on, tell me. Regardless, it has nothing to do with me. Knight Qiansheng replied with unyielding composure. Li Minghong nodded, choosing not to press further. Instead, he tossed a sword into the air, its blade unfurling, transforming into a colossal sword that would carry them all. You few shall remain at the demon suppression pass for a few days, he instructed his accompanying disciples. Yes, they replied in unison. Li Minghong then turned his gaze to Ye Xing and the others. Come forth. I shall escort you back to Chang'an. At last, they had successfully evaded detection. Knight Qiansheng and Jiang Suqing both let out a sigh of relief, while Ye Xing was swept away by uncontainable excitement. Observant villagers noted that the usually benevolent Knight Qiansheng had not cast a glance in their direction throughout the ordeal. Of course not, for in his past life, Knight Qiansheng had fervently attempted to clarify to Li Minghong that he was indeed the guardian of the demon suppression pass. Yet those he had protected had resorted to unfathomable slander against him, even hurling insults. In this life, Knight Qiansheng could hardly be bothered. A group of treacherous souls would come to regret their choices in due time. As the last to board the giant sword, Knight Qiansheng sat cross-legged at its tip, gazing toward the direction of Chang'an. Shui Yao, I have returned. Chapter 6, The Onslaught of the Demon Clan, Another Expedition. Yet this time under the veil of night. The sword soared high, piercing through the mist, gliding over numerous cities, and at midday, it finally entered the realm of Chang'an. Perched upon the tip of the sword, Ye Qiansheng gazed down at the familiar yet foreign streets of Chang'an, a myriad of thoughts flooding his mind. Below, throngs of people bustled about. After a decade, many would no longer recognize him. Of course, they would not recognize Ye Xing either. Like him, Ye Xing had trained in the demon-slaying division, honing various skills and enhancing his cultivation. This was precisely why Ye Qing dared to allow Ye Xing to usurp his accomplishments, because no one could distinguish who truly guarded the borders. Yet, Ye Qiansheng had long ceased to care. The merit accumulated over 10 years had granted him a tranquil heart, a fair trade indeed. Whether Ye Xing could maintain his composure was no longer his concern. Deception, after all, is ultimately ephemeral. The truth cannot be concealed indefinitely. Reclining comfortably upon the sword, he reveled in the sensation of cranes soaring past and the wind caressing his face. Li Minghong stood a short distance from Ye Qiansheng, observing the resting figure of Ye Qiansheng at the edge of the sword, glancing at the concealed Ye Xing in the middle. He sighed, saying nothing. Chang'an is a city of immense splendor, renowned as the world's preeminent treasure, particularly the imperial city at its heart, where towers ascend majestically, exuding an imposing aura. Indeed, it surpasses some smaller nations in size. Soon, the colossal sword hovered above the imperial city, where many elegantly attired individuals awaited. At first glance, Ye Qiansheng spotted the striking figure of Princess Zhou Huanling among the crowd, his childhood companion. Adorned in a phoenix crown and a flowing robe of bright red, she epitomized nobility. Her gold and jade ornaments sparkling brilliantly under the sun. Her delicate hand, fair as jade, conveyed an air of grace and poise. As the princess, Zhou Huanling wielded significant power and possessed a beauty that could captivate nations. She was undoubtedly the dream of every talented scholar in Chang'an. However, King Zhou, a martial enthusiast, harbored a favorable opinion of the formidable Yi family scion, which prompted him to consider marrying his daughter to him as a means of alliance. After all, the current Zhou dynasty faced threats from all sides, with formidable demons causing chaos in the front and rival kingdoms lurking in the rear. Securing a talented general was a prospect too enticing to resist. As for Princess Zhou Huanling, she had a natural admiration for the strong. Although she did not harbor affection for the Yi family scion, upon hearing tales of his exploits, she resolved to marry him. As the colossal sword retracted, the assembly descended to the ground, where the robed Zhou Tianche approached with a smile, exclaiming, "You've endured much on your journey. You must be the legendary youthful hero I've heard of. Truly, seeing you in person surpasses all rumors. You are indeed a remarkable figure. I grant you the special privilege of not kneeling." Witnessing Zhou Tiansheng's effusive praise directed towards Ye Qiansheng while neglecting the nearby Ye Xing left the latter momentarily speechless. The surrounding ministers greeted them with warm smiles, for the Zhou dynasty was in dire need of warriors like the Ye family scion. Initially apprehensive that he might be a mere fame seeker, upon meeting Ye Qiansheng, their satisfaction was palpable, unpretentious yet imposing. With a stature that exudes strength and an undercurrent of ferocity, the future accomplishments are undoubtedly boundless. Your Majesty, it is not I, but he. Knight Qiansheng gestured towards Knight Xing. Although Knight Xing felt a twinge of anxiety, the breathtaking beauty of Zhou Huanling invigorated his spirit. Such magnificence could only be his to savor. Your Majesty, I am Knight Xing, a heroic youth who has guarded the demon suppression pass for a decade. He forced himself to speak with an air of composure. Not only Dragon Emperor Zhou Tiansheng, but the ministers present exchanged incredulous glances. Knight Xing, though his cultivation was commendable, having reached the pinnacle of the first realm at such a tender age, he lacked the ruthless tenacity of a true warrior. Moreover, who introduces themselves in such a manner? It was utterly ridiculous. Knight Qiansheng stifled his laughter, feeling a mix of amusement and discomfort. Fool! Zhou Tiansheng cast a serious glance at Li Minghong, who had just escorted a few individuals, only to receive a shake of the head in response. He interpreted Li Minghong's gesture as an indication that Knight Qiansheng was not the one, while the latter's true meaning was simply that he was unaware. No wonder. The Knight family boasts two formidable heirs. It is not surprising that I'm misjudged. Zhou Tiansheng remained remarkably carefree, for martial practitioners are often so. Although he still felt that Knight Qiansheng embodied the Knight family's fierce image more aptly, it seemed there was no cause for concern, given Knight Xing and Li Minghong's assertions. I am unworthy. It is by your Majesty's grace that I have fortuitously acquired a Qilin child. All credit goes to your Majesty, Knight Xing humbly remarked with a smile. A banquet has been prepared in the palace. Esteemed guests, please enter. Let us celebrate the union of Knight Xing and Huanling tonight. Your Majesty is wise. Knight Xing, Jiang Suqing, and Knight Xing followed Dragon Emperor Zhou Tiansheng into the palace, while Knight Qiansheng was left unattended outside, ignored by all. His childhood companion, Zhou Huanling, merely cast him a cold glance before gracefully making her way inside, just as it had always been, so formidable. Knight Qiansheng resumed chewing on the grass in his mouth, reflecting wistfully. Zhou Huanling only favored the strong, even though she held a special affection for him. Her rationality always prevailed. Such individuals are formidable, fully aware of their desires. Knight Qiansheng had not understood this in the past, but now he comprehended completely. Allowing emotions to dictate actions can lead to dire consequences. At the banquet, amidst the swaying palace maidens and the clinking of cups, every face radiated joy. Knight Qiansheng sat in a corner, unnoticed, nursing his drink. Had he not been unable to locate Zhou Shuyao's palace, he would have departed long ago. Meanwhile, after Zhou Huanling personally filled Knight Xing's glass, he beamed with delight, his face flushed with excitement. After several rounds of drinks, an elderly eunuch leaned in to whisper to the Dragon Emperor. Zhou Tiansheng nodded, and once the eunuch had retreated, he drunkenly pointed at Knight Qiansheng. I seem to have forgotten you. Would you care to marry my daughter, Zhou Shuyao? Though it was a question, all present understood that Knight Qiansheng had no right to refuse. To do so would be to openly defy imperial command. A death sentence. Many sighed. Acknowledging the immutable laws of the world, it is impossible for all occurrences to be fortuitous. Although the celestial sovereign had bestowed his most beloved and exceptional daughter upon the Knight family, it was clear that the Knight family would also need to pay a price. While the assembled ministers had never laid eyes upon her, the rumors spoke of Zhou Shuyao's unparalleled ugliness, compounded by a peculiar illness that made her a figure to be avoided at all costs. Moreover, she was born of a maidservant. In Chang'an, no one was unaware, and the Knight family surely knew as well. A sardonic smile curled upon Ye Xing's lips. He had wed the breathtaking princess Zhou Huanling, while Ye Qiansheng was destined to take a woman whom no one desired. The thought delighted him immensely. He was eager to see how Ye Qiansheng would attempt to refuse. Better still, if he could incite the wrath of the celestial sovereign, leading to his downfall. No one present believed Ye Qiansheng would acquiesce, for Zhou Huanling's reputation was so tarnished that no man would accept her. The celestial sovereign's stern gaze bore down on Ye Qiansheng. After draining a cup of wine, Ye Qiansheng declared, "I am grateful for your majesty's gracious offer of marriage." His countenance betrayed no hint of reluctance. The assembly was struck dumb. They had expected Ye Qiansheng to at least put up some resistance. Who would have thought he would be so timid? Evidently, one cannot expect two tigers to emerge from a single den, and Ye Qiansheng was the timid mouse. What others thought mattered little to Ye Qiansheng, for he was aware that his Shuiyao was a beauty surpassing even Zhou Huanling. Ugly? Absolutely impossible. In fact, the very rumors were likely disseminated by her own hand, seeking tranquility to refine her true essence. Upon hearing Ye Qiansheng's acceptance, the Dragon Emperor was greatly pleased, bestowing numerous gifts and ordering attendants to escort him to Zhou Huanling's residence. As Ye Qiansheng pondered where to find her, he readily agreed. After several rounds of wine, an abrupt announcement jolted all present from their revelry. The celestial sovereign's expression darkened immediately. Today was the wedding day of his two daughters, and such an interruption was intolerable. The imperial guard knelt hastily, anxiously reporting, "Your Majesty, dire news from the front. The demon clan has launched a massive assault on the demon suppression pass. With many disciples of the sword sect either dead or wounded, we are on the brink of collapse." "What?" Zhou Tiankai hurled his jade cup onto the table, wine splattering across the surface. Hadn't he the demon clan attacked just days prior? Why were they audaciously striking again? Were they attempting to exploit the absence of Ye Xing? Pondered the national master Dao Yi. It is quite possible. After all, Ye Xing has suppressed them for a decade, and they surely harbor resentment, remarked a minister. To choose the day of Ye Xing's wedding for such ill fortune. Ye Qiansheng downed his cup of wine. Others might remain oblivious, but he understood well that the demon lords had likely sensed the disappearance of the Dao Bone's aura, emboldening them to assault once more. For 10 years, he had managed to hold the demon suppression pastime and again, relying on the power of the Dao Bone within him. In his previous life, he had been unaware, yet the Dao Bone had always played a pivotal role. Suddenly, Zhou Tiankai erupted into laughter, and upon finishing, he declared, "If the demon clan seeks death, let's oblige them. Command me to lead the campaign against the demon clan, with Nightwalker as the supreme commander and Wang He as the deputy general. We shall depart immediately. This time, we are not merely defending, but embarking on an offensive, a concept entirely distinct from the former." Dao Yitzi stroked his beard and smiled faintly, saying, "Nightwalker alone has managed to keep the demon clan in a state of vigilant defense for a decade. With the addition of the formidable Wang He, it is not beyond the realm of possibility to annihilate the demons in the vicinity of the demon suppression pass." Zhou Tianche was the first to raise his cup in celebration, and the ministers below echoed his sentiment. Yet, none noticed that Nightwalker's complexion had grown increasingly grim. Ye Qing and Jiang Suqing were most reluctant. They never anticipated that even before their grand wedding, their son would be dispatched to the frontier to quell the demons. Both wished to recommend Ye Qiansheng for elevation, yet found themselves lacking in justification. In a moment of confusion, they were at a loss. Where was Wang He? A furious roar filled with the might of dragons from Zhou Tianche summoned a silver-armored general to the center of the grand hall. This humble general is here. The commanding presence of Wang He, a seasoned warrior of the great Zhou dynasty, resonated with the weight of his battle scars. Wang He knelt on one knee. Zhou Tianche rose, his authoritative visage still tinged with the remnants of inebriation, and waved his hand. "Did you hear my earlier command?" Wang Yi's face lit up with excitement. "Indeed. Excellent." Zhou Tianche expressed his satisfaction and continued, "You must have heard of the legend surrounding Nightwalker, yet you need to prove that you are equally capable. Do you understand?" This humble general obeys. Wang Yi replied eagerly. The assembled ministers were filled with trepidation. It was known that Wang He had already attained the mid-stage of the second realm. He had achieved remarkable feats in the confrontations with the great Qian dynasty. Yet, now he was to serve as a mere deputy general to a newly adult youth. and even had to prove himself no less capable than his counterpart. If it had been anyone else, the ministers might have assumed that the Dragon Emperor was intoxicated. However, if the individual in question was Nightwalker, everything began to make sense. For Nightwalker's accomplishments were indeed formidable. It appeared the Dragon Emperor intended to cultivate Nightwalker, Chancellor Zhao Yunqi remarked. Everyone was in high spirits, save for Nightwalker, who was acutely aware of his own limitations. Though he believed himself to be significantly stronger than Ye Qiansheng, he was still fearful for his life. Just as he contemplated feigning illness to buy some time, his dream lover, Zhou Huanling, spoke to him. A man's aspirations should reach far and wide. Indeed, one should not be confined by romantic entanglements. I shall await your triumphant return in the palace, and we shall not delay our wedding then. Zhou Tianche nodded in satisfaction, turning to Nightwalker for one final farewell toast, wishing for his victory. At the banquet, all raised their goblets, leaving Nightwalker with no opportunity for refusal. He could only swallow the bitter wine, casting a pleading look toward his parents. Outside the grand hall, Ye Qiansheng inhaled the fresh air, feeling rejuvenated. Although the night was dark, the stars twinkled, evoking a sense of the Milky Way cascading from the heavens. No one had paid him any mind before, and with the ongoing turmoil at the front, he received even less attention, compelling him to depart on his own. However, the thought of not needing to concern himself with the affairs of the demon warding post brought him considerable relief. For the past decade, due to frequent demon incursions, he had been plagued with anxiety during his slumber. Now, he was finally free from that torment. He wondered where Shui Yao might be. Curiously, he pondered. Given her humble status as the offspring of a maid, her quarters would likely not be in the main hall. Could someone please inform me of Shui Yao's room? Ye Qiansheng scanned his surroundings, noticing only a few imperial guards and no one else. In his previous life, Shui Yao had resided in the mansion bestowed upon him by Zhou Tianche, yet that estate had not yet come into his possession. Just as he was about to extend his consciousness to locate Shui Yao, he felt a tap on his back. Who is it? Caught off guard, Ye Qiansheng instinctively unleashed his murderous aura to intimidate his assailant, only to quickly retract it upon realizing he was within the imperial city. Turning to glance behind him, he found a delicate little girl with pale skin and rosy cheeks staring at him in bewilderment. Who are you? Why did you ambush me? Ye Qiansheng, aware that he might have frightened her, softened his tone considerably. Indeed, it truly is you. The little girl, clad in a light green skirt, was being tugged at by her master, causing it to deform. What do you mean by me? You recognize me? Ye Qiansheng inquired with curiosity. You are the heroic youth. Before she could finish her sentence, Ye Qiansheng swiftly covered her mouth, preventing her from uttering the last few words. Recently liberated, he had no desire to return to the role of a heroic youth, especially since he held no interest in Zhou Huanling. Thus, it was imperative for him to silence the girl's indiscretion. Strangely, the little girl did not struggle. Her large eyes sparkled in the moonlight, curiously examining him. Ye Qiansheng gestured for silence, and she nodded in response. Once he released her, he quietly asked, "What is your name? Why are you still here instead of going home?" Playfully, she replied, "My name is Zhou Shi. My father sent me to find my mother, so I left the main hall." Father? Mother? Ye Qiansheng pondered, realizing that the women of the imperial city were all daughters of the Dragon Emperor Zhou Tianche, which meant this little girl was the Dragon Emperor's daughter. It was not entirely surprising. Crouching down, he asked, "Why do you say I am the heroic youth?" "The heroic youth is Ye Xing, not me." "Clearly it is you," Zhou Shi protested, visibly displeased. "How can you prove that?" Ye Qiansheng inquired with a smile. She, not lying, exclaimed, "Mother told me." She seemed anxious and hurriedly shared how she came to know this. "Mother? Who is your mother?" Ye Qiansheng continued his questioning. Zhou Shi, exhibiting a strong sense of principle, pouted and replied, "Mother said I cannot tell you she is the empress." Ye Qiansheng stood up, chuckling as he ruffled Zhou Shi's little head. "Can you tell your brother where Princess Qiang is?" "Sister Shui Yao is not in the imperial city. She is on the back mountain. But I don't know the exact location," Zhou Shi replied with a puzzled expression. "All right, hurry back to find your mother. Your brother will take his leave now." With that, Ye Qiansheng departed. Being recognized by a child did not faze him. After all, the persona of the heroic youth was merely a character he had crafted, and it seemed quite natural for him to resemble it. Furthermore, such matters were not his responsibility to manage. Wasn't this something Ye Xing should be concerned about? Rubbing his hands together in anticipation of a grand endeavor, he unexpectedly encountered Ye Xing and his party just as he exited the gates of the imperial city, preparing to set off for Zhenyao Pass. Beside the war horses, Ye Qing was pacing anxiously. Upon catching sight of Ye Qiansheng, he immediately erupted in fury, scolding, "Where have you run off to? Hurry over and don your armor for Zhenyao Pass." As he spoke, he prepared to forcibly don the armor meant for the night march. "Do you have any idea how long we have waited for you? Are you aware that your brother was on the verge of heading to the Demon Suppression Pass? That is a perilous place, as you well know, yet you arrived so late." Jiang Shuqing also expressed her dissatisfaction. "Qiansheng, how do you intend to fulfill your role as an elder brother? Do you truly plan to let your brother face the dangers of the Demon Suppression Pass? What kind of heart must one possess to feel at ease with such a decision?" Ye Qiansheng gazed coldly at the two, his heart long since numb. Yet he could not help but feel a wave of disgust upon confronting the situation once more. So they are aware of the dangers at the front lines? It seems they intend for him to bear the suffering while Night March enjoys the glory. How can such shameless individuals exist in this world? Seeing Ye Qing approach with the armor, he forcefully knocked it to the ground. Chapter 8. The Slaughter of the Wolf Demon King. A small shock for Zhou Huanling. The clanking of armor echoed as it fell to the ground, drawing the attention of many soldiers poised for action behind. Just as Ye Xing exhaled in relief, his heart leaped into his throat once more. "What are you doing?" Ye Qing roared. "You arrive late and still have the audacity to sulk? Hurry up and pick up the armor. Put it on. Once Wang He emerges, there will be no second chances. Stop sulking. Are you truly willing to watch your brother head to the demon suppression barrier? You know all too well the dangers that lie ahead." Jiang Suqing implored earnestly. Ye Qiansheng's icy gaze gradually softened into calm, and his tightly clenched fists slowly relaxed. Without uttering a word, he turned and departed. Ye Qing furrowed his brow, intending to reach for Ye Qiansheng, but was immobilized by a single glance from him. After a considerable pause, it dawned on the trio that Ye Qiansheng had indeed left the imperial city. They had not anticipated that his momentary temper could escalate to such an extent. Jiang Suqing felt an inexplicable pang in her heart, as if something of great significance had become irretrievable. What terrified Ye Qing was the realization that, despite being a powerful figure of the Third Realm, he had been rendered motionless by the mere gaze of Ye Qiansheng, a practitioner of the First Realm. It was utterly perplexing. "Father, mother, what should I do?" Ye Xing swallowed hard as he watched Ye Qiansheng recede into the distance. The fear of potentially facing the demon suppression barrier engulfed him. Seeing this, Jiang Suqing's heart ached deeply. The inexplicable emotion she had felt earlier vanished. She cradled Ye Xing's head, her voice trembling. "It's all your brother's fault for being so heartless. Remember, you won't have a brother anymore. He doesn't deserve it." Ye Qing regained his composure and spoke gravely. "I initially intended for you to take a few years to mature, but it appears time is of the essence. Do not fear. The demon tribe across the barrier poses no threat to you." Ye Xing's eyes widened, struggling to comprehend his father's meaning. Ye Qing continued confidently, "In truth, guarding the demon suppression barrier is not as daunting as it seems. The demon tribe's strength has significantly diminished over the years. Otherwise, do you think Ye Qiansheng could have defended the barrier for a decade with merely First Realm cultivation?" Suddenly, Ye Xing felt enlightened. His eyes sparkled with newfound clarity. How had he not realized this before? If the demon tribe were truly formidable, Ye Qiansheng would have perished long ago and would not have been able to endure. Under the watchful gazes of mother and son, Ye Qing elaborated, "Not only us, but even the Dragon Emperor Zhou Tianche has grossly overestimated the challenges of guarding the demon suppression barrier. To put it simply, Ye Qiansheng has been reaping accolades with little effort these past years." Jiang Suqing wiped her tears and enlightenedly remarked, "So, guarding the demon suppression barrier is actually a blessing? The demons across are hardly a cause for concern?" "Indeed, The Dragon Emperor and the court officials have not investigated the situation at the barrier for far too long and still believe it to be as perilous as it was a decade ago. Ye Xing chuckled. Ye Xing began to feel exhilarated. His father was right. The youth should seize this opportunity to achieve great deeds. This chance to accrue merit must not be squandered. Ha ha ha, good son, you finally understand. Knight Xing was exceedingly joyful. And you may rest assured as you journey towards the Demon Suppression Pass. Your mother and I shall await your return, adorned with honors and ready to welcome the crown princess. Fear not, my child, for I shall not disappoint you or mother. Both Knight Xing and Jiang Suqing felt an immense sense of comfort and even a touch of emotion upon witnessing their son's remarkable understanding and obedience. Inevitably, they compared him to their other son with a sigh. If only Ye Qiansheng could learn even a fraction of Knight Xing's filial piety, he would not have become the way he is now. At last, Knight Xing, brimming with valor and confidence, sat astride the commander's steed, flanked by Deputy General Wang He, as their entourage gallantly advanced towards the Demon Suppression Pass. Though night had fallen, many citizens emerged to bid farewell. Upon seeing the young lad at the forefront, they speculated that he was the heroic youth who had safeguarded the pass for a decade. The tranquility of Qiang and over the years depended heavily on this valiant guardian, and the sight of him evoked great excitement among the populace. Cheers and applause erupted, with even some women casting hairpins towards Knight Xing. Observing the enthusiastic crowd, Knight Xing could not suppress a smile. He had clearly embraced his role as a genuine hero. Meanwhile, the rear mountains of the imperial city were a treacherous and eerie presence, perpetually shrouded in thick fog for reasons unknown. Additionally, there were frequent sightings of demonic beasts, some possessing power equivalent to the second realm. Knight Qiansheng traversed the fog without a care for the earlier events. After all, he had severed ties, indifferent to the thoughts of others. He mused helplessly about what mischief Shui Yao was up to this time. From his understanding in a past life, the transformation of the imperial rear mountains was solely the doing of Zhou Huanling, though the reasons remained shrouded in mystery. After walking for an indeterminate time, Knight Qiansheng spotted through the mist a house emitting a candlelight glow deep within the woods. That must be the place. It was unlikely for an ordinary person to build a house on a mountainside, so it was highly probable that it belonged to Zhou Huanling. However, just as he intended to approach, he found himself being scrutinized by a wolf demon king, its maw stained with blood and eyes gleaming crimson, twice the size of an ordinary wolf king. Saliva dripped from its fangs, and its sharp claws glimmered menacingly in the moonlight, poised to rend him to pieces at any moment. Not far away, in a brightly lit chamber, a stunningly beautiful woman adorned in a phoenix crown and colorful robes sat before a bronze mirror, arranging her hair. Her tresses cascaded like a waterfall, seemingly weightless, while her complexion was a delicate pale pink, akin to a freshly shelled egg, so tender that one could almost squeeze water from it. Though she exuded an aura of cold elegance, her elongated, alluring eyes created a striking contrast between her regal demeanor and seductive charm, ensuring that no man could avert his gaze from her. Though her hairpin was merely a simple jade piece, its value was unmistakable. With her crimson lips and the elaborate adornments, it was evident that she was a wife awaiting her husband's return in her boudoir. "Miss, why has King Zhou arranged a marriage for you? Has he discovered something?" Beside the copper mirror, a delicately featured maid rested her face upon the table and inquired. Zhou Xiao set down her wooden comb, her crimson lips parting slightly. "Not yet, I presume. Otherwise, he would have taken action himself rather than merely testing the waters." "Ah, I see now. He seeks to ascertain the young lady's disposition," Chanter exclaimed with sudden clarity. Zhou Huanling remained silent, her gaze fixed on her reflection in the copper mirror. Lost in memories. 23 years prior, she had emerged as a blood queen from the River of Blood, the most gifted demon of her time. However, the excessive absorption of others' lifeblood had burdened her with an endless web of karmic ties alongside her innate talents. Currently, these ties bore no immediate consequences. Yet to transcend the fifth realm, she must extricate this karmic burden. After all, these are the karmas of the deceased, to be suppressed rather than resolved. This was the very purpose of her masquerade as the daughter of Zhou Tianche, infiltrating Chang'an. Regrettably, Zhou Tianche seemed to harbor little trust in his daughter, who had traversed the demon realm and returned unscathed. After placing her in the back mountains, he had never once visited her in over a decade. Could it be that the young lady truly intended to marry a stranger? What if he were exceedingly unattractive? Chanter yearned for a handsome and formidable son-in-law. Otherwise, she would refuse to share a bed. With a hint of pride, Chanter declared, "He will not be coming." With that, Zhou Shuiyao removed her phoenix crown. Chanter gasped, asking, "Does the young lady intend to kill the prince consort?" "No, wait. Has the young lady already done so?" Zhou Shuiyao remained silent. At that moment, a chilling howl of a wolf demon echoed from outside. Earth-shattering. Chanter was momentarily stunned, fully aware that the howling beast was a second-tier wolf demon king. Due to its excessive killings and the consumption of too much lifeblood, many third-tier cultivators were no match for it. She could not believe that those outside could surpass a third-tier expert. "My lady, how shall we explain this to the Dragon Emperor? The death of the prince consort is no trifling matter." Chanter spoke with a hint of trepidation. "It matters not. After all, it was not my hand that struck him down. The presence of wolf demons is known in the imperial city," Zhou Shuiyao replied coolly, rising to remove her outer garments. "But what if? There are no what-ifs. Once he learns my secret, he too shall meet his demise. It is better not to take the risk. Moreover," Zhou Shuiyao asserted with resolve, "no one is worthy of marrying me." This was not arrogance. As the sole being capable of awakening intelligence in such an environment as the River of Blood, her potential was undeniably immeasurable. No one could touch her. Just as Zhou Shuiyao shed her heavy, exquisite wedding attire, revealing a form-fitting, translucent gown beneath, the doors suddenly swung open. Zhou Shuiyao froze, as did Chanter. And so too did Ye Qiansheng. Ye Qiansheng was overwhelmed with emotion upon seeing Zhou Shuiyao, who had perished in his embrace in a previous life. Yet, when he noticed that she was clad only in a sheer veil, he was momentarily taken aback. "The red veil hasn't even been lifted, and yet here you are, so impatient?" Zhou Shuiyao stood motionless, her mind racing. Why was the person before her still alive? She was acutely aware of the prowess of the wolf demon. Even those of the third realm were no match for it. Yet, the man before her appeared to be no more than a practitioner of the first realm. Still, he stood there, solid and unyielding, leaving no room for her doubts. The moment she realized that her delicate form was merely shrouded in a tantalizing veil, a rush of crimson graced her exquisite visage. In the next instant, she donned her wedding attire once more. "You lecher, what are you staring at?" Chanter, too, was taken aback. She had never anticipated her own son-in-law to be so formidable. He showed no fear even towards the second realm wolf demon king. And within his gaze towards Ye Qiansheng lay an unmistakable admiration. "My dear, disrobing is the duty of a husband. Why do you take it upon yourself?" Ye Qiansheng remarked with a wicked grin as he closed the door, unbothered by being labeled a lecher. How did you arrive here?" Zhou Shuiyao inquired, her cool demeanor tinged with a hint of allure. "How did I come? I walked here, of course. The fog is so thick that even a horse would lose its way," Ye Qiansheng replied, somewhat perplexed. "I distinctly heard a wolf's howl just now," Chanter interjected. "Oh, you mean that?" Ye Qiansheng understood their implication and opened the door once more, directing their gaze toward the yard, where the wolf demon king lay, torn asunder. Upon seeing the carcass of the wolf demon king, both Zhou Shuiyao and Chanter were rendered speechless in shock. While Zhou Shuiyao was certainly capable of slaying a wolf demon king, the one in the yard had not merely been killed. It had been savagely mutilated. Its jaws had been grasped, and it had been torn in half, with entrails strewn across the ground, leaving no trace of resistance. "This was your doing?" For the first time, Zhou Shuiyao felt that the situation was spiraling out of control, primarily due to Ye Qiansheng's overwhelming display of strength. Yet, whether he was indeed the perpetrator remained in question. After all, it was simply too outrageous. In Chang'an, there could be no more than 10 individuals capable of executing such a feat against the Wolf Demon King, including the Dragon Emperor Zhou Tianche and several leaders and elders of the prominent sections. Chapter 9. the reward once again. The silence of rebirth and the astonishment of Zhou Huanling upon seeing his wife from a previous life once more, Ye Qiansheng felt an unusual sense of elation, even excitement, as he longed to embrace Zhou Huanling. However, his gaze lacked a certain tenderness and affection. He understood that Zhou Huanling harbored no feelings for him in this lifetime. Any rash actions would only yield adverse results. "How is it? Is your husband impressive?" Ye Qiansheng spoke gently, a smile gracing his face. Having reached the pinnacle of the third realm, bolstered by imperial-level heart techniques, he possessed no particular martial arts skills. Yet his sheer physical strength was sufficient to rend a demon wolf asunder. Zhou Huanling felt somewhat bewildered. Why did this stranger, whom she had never encountered before, evoke such a profound sense of intimacy? She was certain she had never met Ye Qiansheng, and prior to this, even the Gong had only informed her that her betrothed was a scion of the Night family, tasked with subduing demons. She didn't even know his name. After several attempts to speak, Zhou Huanling ultimately chose silence. Meanwhile, the ever-enthusiastic Chan'er could no longer contain herself. Being Zhou Huanling's personal maid meant that her lady's husband was also hers, and she would be obliged to attend to him. Witnessing Ye Qiansheng's gentle strength and striking appearance had completely captured her heart, as if a fawn were bounding within her chest. "Young master, you are incredibly handsome," Chan'er exclaimed, jumping with delight. Ye Qiansheng could only smile helplessly. In his previous life, it had been the same. Chan'er fell for him at first sight, while Huanling regarded him with indifference. However, in that past existence, he had not ventured to the back mountain, but had instead encountered Zhou Huanling at the Night family estate, thus never encountering the Wolf Demon King. Zhou Huanling sighed softly, uncertain whether it was Ye Qiansheng's overwhelming prowess or her burgeoning fondness for him that led her to momentarily reconsider her intentions. This disrupted her original plan. She parted her red lips, suggesting they first dispose of the demon wolf's corpse to avoid attracting more fearsome beasts. She then returned to her position before the bronze mirror, reapplying the rouge she had just wiped away. Chan'er, with a bright smile, gazed at Ye Qiansheng and said, "Young master, allow me to light your way." Before Ye Qiansheng could respond, Zhou Huanling furrowed her beautiful brows and commanded, "Where do you think you're going? Come here and help me with the phoenix crown." "Yes." The young maid reluctantly retreated. Ye Qiansheng shook his head in resignation, sending the wolf demon flying with a swift kick. He was not afraid of encountering more formidable beasts. However, as this was a prime opportunity to cultivate Zhou Huanling's fondness, he was determined to seize it. While Zhou Huanling busied herself, he took the chance to review the rewards for the day. Rubbing his hands together, he leaned against a tree. Fortunately, he had slain the wolf demon after the hour of the pig, ensuring the rewards remained available. Congratulations, host, for successfully idling for a day. Reward: the silence of rebirth imperial level, the primordial essence of all things, another imperial level item, and a martial skill at that. Ye Qiansheng was taken aback. It was as if a pillow had been delivered just as he felt drowsy. He was in dire need of formidable martial arts techniques, for his previous skills had been woefully inadequate, leaving him feeling awkward in their execution. What was the primordial essence of all things? Knight Qiansheng discovered that the system was indeed considerate, not only preparing imperial-level martial arts for himself, but also providing splendid items for Huanling. Whether the night would be long and fulfilling depended on it. Turning around, he gazed at his wife from a previous life, who had sacrificed everything for him, now untouched and applying rouge, waiting for his arrival. A profound sense of happiness enveloped him. This joy was something he had never experienced in his two previous lifetimes. The first as an orphan in a bustling city, and the second marred by the pain of yearning for familial affection. In this life, he fought solely for his own happiness. As he looked down at the magnificent mountains and rivers illuminated by the moonlight, Knight Qiansheng felt an irresistible urge to test his newfound martial skills. Since he had begun to abandon restraint, his enhanced strength had yet to be put to the test. He was curious to discover just how formidable he had become. Taking a deep breath, he slowly activated the Tao bones within him, sensing the hidden 8 desolations and 4 symbols within the dragon vein, pinpointing the vital essence of the earth. Desolation rebirth palm. Boom! A colossal golden handprint descended from the heavens. Golden light radiated forth, shaking the universe. In an instant, it struck the rivers and woods below. Instantly, wild birds scattered. The earth trembled, and the waters ran dry. As the dust settled, a massive handprint-shaped crater lay before him. Its depth unknown, but still echoing with the sound of falling debris, even after the time it takes to burn an incense stick, gradually becoming muffled. The surrounding woods, needless to say, were uprooted entirely, flung far beyond sight. As the architect of this chaos, Ye Qiansheng stood in shock, astonished by the sheer power unleashed. He could hardly fathom the consequences had it struck a person. Just then, Zhou Xiao and Chana rushed out, their faces etched with concern. The recent tremors had undoubtedly disturbed them. What happened? Upon seeing that Ye Qiansheng was unharmed, Zhou Xiao felt an inexplicable sense of relief wash over her. Ye Qiansheng hesitated, choosing silence instead. As Zhou Xiao cast a questioning glance, her gaze fell upon the devastation below, rendering her speechless. Having lived on the back mountain for over a decade, she could clearly discern that the vast expanse of land had suffered an inhumane assault. The assailant possessed extraordinary strength. The lingering aura alone left her breathless. A sense of foreboding surged within her. "We must leave quickly," Zhou Xiao exclaimed, not looking back as she hurried away. One hand lifting her skirt while the other grasped Ye Qiansheng's hand, her pace swift. Chana followed closely behind. It has always been like this." Ye Qiansheng thought he might deflect the situation with an excuse, believing his actions had been discovered. "What do you mean, it has always been like this? Someone powerful has come to the back mountain. Perhaps they are coming for me. We need to hide," Zhou Xiao asserted seriously. A moment later, Ye Qiansheng realized his wife had misunderstood the situation. Yet, it warmed his heart to know how much she cared for him. Ultimately, he decided against clarifying the misunderstanding. Upon entering the room, Zhou Xiao closed and locked the door, realizing that while it might serve little practical purpose, it nonetheless offered a semblance of comfort. Should she retreat beneath the covers? "I will extinguish the candle," suggested Ye Qiansheng with a grave expression. Zhou Xiao, feeling anxious, gestured for silence. She harbored suspicions that Zhou Tianche intended to take action against her, and that recent palm prints served as a form of intimidation, compelling her to reveal a weakness and expose herself. "Do not fear. If someone truly approaches, I am here, your husband. Who would dare to harm you?" Ye Qiansheng remarked nonchalantly. "Master, this is not the time for jest," Chana exclaimed, her small face furrowing with concern. Zhou Xiao shot Ye Qiansheng a disapproving glance. He had been present when the palm strike occurred, and he ought to have seen the assailant. Why did he appear so devoid of fear now? It was essential to understand that witnessing such an event in person was entirely different from observing it later. An attack of that magnitude would have instantly obliterated a weaker cultivator from the residual force. From this perspective, Ye Qiansheng's strength was indeed formidable. After an hour had passed with no signs of activity outside, Zhou Xiao finally lowered her guard, exhaling in relief. Meanwhile, Ye Qiansheng, who had been dozing in the chair, opened his eyes. "Are we ready? Can we consummate the marriage?" he inquired lazily. "Consummate?" Chana immediately blushed and covered her face. Zhou Xiao felt a sense of helplessness. She truly could not fathom the nature of Ye Qiansheng's character. After enduring such an ordeal, how could he still be so relaxed? And now he was broaching the subject of consummation. "Did you see who struck?" she ventured cautiously. "I could not see," Ye Qiansheng answered with palpable boredom. "What do you mean you cannot see? Was the assailant's power so great that they could conceal themselves within the void?" Zhou Xiao pondered. Her heart suddenly seized with shock. When had such a powerful figure arrived in Chang'an? Yet, the next words from Ye Qiansheng left her utterly speechless. "Now I can see," he said, gazing into the bronze mirror, addressing the handsome reflection of himself. Chapter 10. The essence of all things, do you desire it? Zhou Xiao was momentarily perplexed by Ye Qiansheng's words and inquired, "What are you doing? Is that formidable figure from earlier inside the mirror?" Ye Qiansheng gestured toward his reflection in the mirror and then to himself. "Zhou Xiao, not one to be easily deceived, cautiously replied. You cannot be suggesting that the colossal handprint we saw down the mountain was left by you? Chana raised an eyebrow, surprised that her esteemed husband had a penchant for boasting. Nonetheless, there was an amusing quality to his claims. Zhou Huanling rolled her eyes gracefully and declared, "Let us extinguish the lights and retire for the night. If you truly require company, Chana may accompany you, but do not touch me." Her stance was unmistakably one of disbelief, denying even the opportunity for Ye Qiansheng to explain himself. Indeed, Zhou Huanling believed Ye Qiansheng was merely toying with her. Such a level of attack could only be executed by someone of at least the fourth realm. How many fourth realm experts could there possibly be in Chang'an? She certainly did not believe that Zhou Tianche would seek out someone of such extraordinary prowess to be her husband. As she sat on the bed, the faint glimmer of affection she had recently felt for Ye Qiansheng vanished entirely. The oil lamp in the room was extinguished by Chana, who shyly approached Ye Qiansheng and whispered, "Esteemed husband, let Chana keep you company tonight. The young lady is unwell." The little girl was quite thrilled. Although Ye Qiansheng had been boasting moments ago, she saw no issue with it, for in her eyes, a man capable of slaying a wolf demon king was already impressive. Ye Qiansheng gently patted Chana on the head and said tenderly, "Be good, return to your own room first." Chana, feeling a bit bashful, was illuminated by the flickering candlelight, rendering her appearance all the more enchanting. "Esteemed husband, the young lady truly. Be good, go back to your own room." Chana glanced at her master seated on the bed, who showed no indication of protest, so she reluctantly retreated, leaving the two alone. Once she departed, Ye Qiansheng could no longer suppress his yearning and, enveloped in darkness, embraced Zhou Huanling. Instantly, a familiar and intoxicating fragrance filled his lungs, bringing him unparalleled comfort. "Scoundrel, you!" Zhou Huanling had not anticipated Ye Qiansheng's audacity, leaving her momentarily flustered. "Call me husband, what scoundrel? Isn't it only natural that I embrace my wife?" Ye Qiansheng had his own rationale. "Let go." Zhou Huanling raised her voice, intending to use her cultivation to break free. Yet, as she summoned her spiritual energy, she realized, in the struggle against Ye Qiansheng, that she felt as diminutive as a speck of dust, while Ye Qiansheng stood like an unyielding monument at the world's edge, majestic and immovable. At that moment, she abruptly recognized that Ye Qiansheng might indeed have spoken the truth. The enormous handprint had genuinely been left by him. But how could that be possible? What bewildered her further was the profound affection emanating from Ye Qiansheng. However, she could find no trace of him in her memories. Ye Qiansheng inhaled the fragrance emanating from the delicate nape of Zhou Huanling's neck, his expression one of pure bliss. "Shui Yao, your fragrance is exquisite. You must indulge in floral baths daily." Ye Qiansheng remarked inexplicably. "What is it to you?" "Let go of me," Shui Yao replied, her composure slightly faltering. Ye Qiansheng slowly opened his eyes, gazing into Shui Yao's bright eyes, which still shone even in the darkness. He gradually produced a luminous gas from his palm, the gas radiating a golden hue and swirling gracefully above his hand, emitting a faint golden light. "Come, assist me in discerning what this is," he invited, unabashedly revealing the primordial qi of all things. "This is..." Shui Yao's eyes narrowed slightly, though she could not immediately identify the substance in Ye Qiansheng's hand. She was acutely aware that it was no ordinary item. She had encountered something akin to it in an ancient tome before. "Do you fancy the primordial qi of all things?" Ye Qiansheng inquired with a smile, fully cognizant of its significance to the demon clan. At present, Shui Yao had yet to completely refine her true essence. Should she excessively deplete her spiritual energy, there was a substantial risk of regressing to the form of the Blood Queen flower. However, with the primordial qi of all things, she could not only fully refine her true essence, but also elevate her cultivation to new heights. This qi was the primordial essence left in the mortal realm after the fall of the demon ancestor. "You mean to say that what you hold is the primordial qi of all things?" Shui Yao was utterly astounded. Although her status within the demon clan was esteemed, she never dared to covet the primordial qi, for it was non-existent in the spirit realm. Even if it existed, it would only be found in ancient secret realms or the remnants of mighty emperors, far from easily obtainable. Now, she desperately needed the primordial qi, for without it, refining her true essence would take decades. During that time, any significant injury or excessive use of spiritual energy could result in her regressing to her original form, leaving her future intelligence uncertain. Even the cultivation she painstakingly built could vanish entirely. Thus, she had lived with utmost caution over the years. Yet, with the primordial qi of all things, she could refine her true essence in merely a few days, subsequently experiencing a substantial increase in her cultivation. The item in Ye Qiansheng's possession was of paramount importance to her. "Are you intending to give it to me?" Shui Yao's voice softened, losing the iciness it had held moments before. "You are my wife. Who else would I give it to?" Ye Qiansheng replied with a smile. Shui Yao, rarely flustered, bit her lip, unable to believe that Ye Qiansheng truly intended to bestow the primordial qi upon her. Although the qi was more suited for the demon clan, its absorption would still yield significant benefits for a human. The fact that Ye Qiansheng chose not to absorb it himself, but rather offer it to her spoke volumes about the sincerity of the affection she had sensed earlier. Then, "Don't rush." Shui Yao was left speechless. "You aren't planning to go back on your word, are you?" Ye Qiansheng chuckled softly, assuring her that he had no intention of retracting his offer. While the primordial qi held some utility for him, it was minimal, as he predominantly relied on his Dao bone. Everything revolved around it. The demon and the Dao were inherently at odds. "Shui Yao, what do you think newlyweds should do?" Ye Qiansheng slowly caressed the delicate and smooth shoulder of Zhou Huanling. "Is it possible to let Chaner?" Zhou Huanling appeared visibly apprehensive. "Of course not, after all. Chaner does not desire the essence of all things, right?" Ye Qiansheng continued. "But what if you change your mind? At that moment, you could also reconsider." Zhou Huanling retorted with a hint of anger. "How could I reconsider? By then, you would have devoured everything." Ye Qiansheng smiled gently and replied, "It all depends on whether you dare to take the gamble. However, I must first declare that I am a person of utmost integrity. I usually fulfill what I promise." Looking into Ye Qiansheng's sincere eyes, Zhou Huanling realized that she felt no aversion to his touch. Had it been anyone else, it would have been impossible. Could it be that she and he were destined to be together? With such thoughts, the walls of her once closed heart began to crumble, spiraling out of control. Chapter 11. Why has Ye Qiansheng not returned? The villagers' regret Zhou Huanling found herself in a state of deep conflict. As the most promising demon of her clan, destined to ascend to the 14th realm and ultimately lead her kind in a battle against humanity, she was now faced with an extraordinary predicament. A human man had presented the primordial essence of all things, intending to share a bed with her. It was utterly surreal. If she were to succumb to this temptation and later reveal her true identity as a demon, how would Ye Qiansheng react? How would she confront such a revelation? A torrent of questions plagued Zhou Huanling's mind, yet she remained unable to relinquish the allure of the primordial essence. After a prolonged silence, Ye Qiansheng exhibited remarkable patience, aware that establishing a lasting bond requires time and understanding. He leaned closer, his breath brushing against her ear, and spoke in a gentle, hushed tone. "It is of no consequence. Even if you refuse, I shall still offer it to you, for you are my wife." Zhou Huanling's pupils gradually constricted as she gazed into Ye Qiansheng's eyes, rendered momentarily speechless. After a long pause, she pressed her lips together and whispered, "Be gentle." Ye Qiansheng earnestly replied, "I shall." Their lips met, igniting a fervent blaze that enveloped their surroundings in an instant. The long night stretched ahead, a time when only the beauty of a companion and exquisite wine should not be squandered. Fortuitously, Ye Qiansheng had indulged in wine prior to his arrival, transforming the enchanting night into an exquisite experience. As their forms intertwined, in an indeterminate moment, the door was slowly pushed open, revealing a pair of glistening eyes peering in. Bathed in moonlight, the scene within was laid bare. Simultaneously, before dawn, around the hour of the rabbit, Ye Xing and his entourage had already arrived at the small town behind the demon suppression pass. However, The town was largely deserted, as most had fled to Xiangyang City to escape the dire circumstances at the front lines. The town had yet to be attacked. It was presumed that some disciples from the sword sect remained alive, valiantly resisting the external threats. Wang He's expression softened slightly. He had feared that if they arrived too late, the town would have already fallen, leaving them no choice but to retreat to Xiangyang and reconsider their strategies. Losing territory was a grievous sin. Chuckling, he mused that even if the demon suppression pass were indeed lost, he could reclaim it. Ye Xing had entirely embraced the persona of Ye Qiansheng, exuding an air of extreme confidence. Wang He expressed admiration, stating, "Commander Knight's ability to preserve our great Zhou is a great fortune for us all." Ye Xing basked in the flattery, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips. Such words served to uplift the spirits of their comrades, instilling a sense of assurance among the troops. Just as their group approached the front lines, a ragtag assembly of individuals clad in coarse garments stumbled out from a nearby, dilapidated hut, shouting in unison, "Lord Knight has returned. We are saved. It is Lord Knight returned. How wonderful! At last, we can make those arrogant demons pay the price." However, as the leading elder approached the army and beheld the rider at the forefront, who was not Ye Qiansheng, he stood momentarily dumbfounded. The words he intended to utter caught in his throat. As the villagers, somewhat disheveled, trailed behind, a profound sense of confusion enveloped them upon witnessing Ye Xing. Why was it not Ye Qiansheng? Where was Ye Qiansheng? Was he no longer inclined to assist us? Ye Qing had explicitly promised that Ye Qiansheng would continue to guard the demon suppression pass. Perhaps he is further back? How frustrating. I warned you all not to malign Ye Qiansheng, and look where we are now, abandoned. Such fine words, yet why don't you show us the share you received? The villagers spoke in hushed tones, so only Ye Xing at the front grasped their words clearly, while Wang He at the rear caught only fragments. Ye Xing's complexion instantly darkened. If Wang He overheard, the truth of his usurpation of Ye Qiansheng's merits would be revealed. Cough, cough. He deliberately coughed loudly, urgency compelling him to urge, "Hurry, lead us to the demon suppression pass." Wang He, perplexed, had indeed heard their earlier exchange, though not faint. It seemed the villagers harbored a profound distrust of Ye Xing. Why was that? Moreover, Ye Xing had been stationed at the demon suppression pass for a decade. Did he truly require assistance finding his way? Perhaps this was his first time here, which restrained him from voicing his concerns. There could be reasons unknown to him. After a moment, upon realizing the individual arriving was not Ye Qiansheng, the villagers, albeit reluctantly, accepted the presence of someone to exorcise demons. The village chief, Zhao Ji, sighed in self-reproach as he observed the departing group. "Chief, what is there to lament? Is not every exorcist tasked with the same duty? If Ye Qiansheng cannot make it, then so be it," spoke a robust young villager. Zhao Ji shook his head, responding with resignation. "You do not understand. These individuals are not like Ye Qiansheng. They will not concern themselves with our fates." Another villager dismissed his concerns. "And what of it? As long as the demons are vanquished, we shall remain unharmed." "Indeed, Chief, do not elevate Ye Qiansheng too highly. His so-called heroic reputation is but a narrative we have spun," chimed in another villager. They had all benefited from Ye Qing's interests and, unexpectedly, pushing Ye Qiansheng away, were eager to validate their stance by proving Ye Qiansheng's insignificance. Taking a deep breath, the chief remarked, "You make valid points. I only hope that those tasked with guarding the demon suppression pass will be as vigilant as Ye Qiansheng, ever present on the front lines, ready for battle, and mindful of our plight." The atmosphere lightened considerably. Although Ye Qiansheng had departed, at least reinforcement from the dynasty had arrived, no less than a military force. As long as the demons could be slain, who struck the blow mattered little. Meanwhile, the demon suppression pass loomed as a colossal fortress, with a disciple clad in the garb of the sword sect currently engaging foes from its battlements. All others stood poised below. "Ye Xing, we shall ascend," Wang He declared, dismounting first. Yet Ye Xing showed no inclination to depart, inquiring, "Why must the soldiers remain on standby? Let us proceed together." Wang He, somewhat perplexed, remarked, "After years of battling the demon tribe, Are you truly unaware that those ordinary soldiers outside are utterly incapable of mounting any effective resistance? They are merely tasked with clearing the battlefield. Nightwalk, visibly embarrassed, offered no explanation, dismounted, and instructed them to stand by. He then proceeded towards the city walls. Observing Nightwalk's apparent inability to even locate the path to the walls, Wang He's brow furrowed in concern. Inexplicably, this individual struck him as profoundly unreliable. He even began to believe that the so-called heroic youth might be somewhat overstated in his reputation. Under Wang He's guidance, Nightwalk ascended the city walls without much concern. After all, their purpose here was to slay demons, and as long as they could fulfill that objective, Wang He's perspective would undoubtedly shift. Upon the arrival of reinforcements, the disheveled Jianzhong disciple, Li Jiuxiao, coughed weakly and said, "My senior brother is still engaged in fierce combat at the city gate. I beseech you both to assist him." Hastily, Wang He approached the watchtower and peered down. A bloodied swordsman clad in white was locked in a fierce struggle with a demon adorned with two horns. The battle was exceedingly intense. Numerous demon entities stood nearby, their gaze predatory, rendering the situation exceedingly perilous. Not far from the crumbling ruins, several individuals dressed like Li Jiuxiao lay in a pool of blood, their fates uncertain. Catching the pleading look in Li Jiuxiao's eyes, Wang He proclaimed loudly, "Leave the bull demon to me. You focus on clearing the surrounding riffraff and look for an opportunity to rescue our comrades." With that, he leapt from the city walls, charging directly towards the bull demon. Chapter 12. Are you certain that you are not an insider sent by the demon clan? Seeing Wang He charging forth, Ye Xing breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Having just arrived at the demon suppression pass, he felt a tinge of fear at the thought of directly confronting a second-tier bull demon. Though he did not doubt his own capabilities, for if Ye Qiansheng could prevail, so could he. Outside the demon suppression pass, the ground was strewn with desiccated limbs and shattered weapons, all stained with dark crimson blood, both fresh and old. It was evident that this place had endured countless harrowing battles. Witnessing this carnage, Wang He's heart swelled with indignation. He wielded his spear with renewed vigor, forcing the bull demon to retreat step by step. Who are you to disrupt my grand designs, seeking your own demise? The bull demon, clearly of a lesser transformation, exhibited unmistakable bovine features in his upper body. Planting his silver spear into the ground, Wang He pointed at the bull demon, declaring, "You foolish beast. Do you think you can come and go as you please at the demon suppression pass? If you possess any valor, then do not flee today." Though he had injured comrades behind him, and Li Jiuxiao was of limited strength, Ye Xing was present. Merely gazing upon the remnants of this battlefield conjured the formidable image of Ye Xing, who once single-handedly defended the pass. The aura of resolute determination, as if unperturbed by the multitude, profoundly inspired Wang He in that moment. "Flee! Ha ha ha!" The bull demon roared with laughter, joined by many lesser demons behind him, their gazes upon Wang He akin to that of a fool. What is so amusing? Wang He furrowed his brow in anger. The bull demon, having laughed to his heart as content, firmly embedded his enormous axe into a crevice, crossing his arms with arrogance. "With that scoundrel Ye Qiansheng absent, do you think that you, along with a few lackeys on the city wall, can defend the gates? How brazen of you to suggest I shoot and run. Are you not a fool? Indeed, indeed. Although I do not understand why that fellow Ye Qiansheng departed after dealing us a heavy blow. Even his brief absence means the demon suppression pass is ours for the taking. Ha ha ha, after 10 years, that guy has finally left." When he was puzzled, Ye Qiansheng was understandable, for after 10 years, Ye Xing had undoubtedly slain countless members of the demon clan, earning the moniker of the killing god. Yet, Ye Xing was right there on the city wall. Why were they proclaiming that Ye Qiansheng had left? However, he had no time to ponder this further, as the bull demon, wielding his massive axe, charged closer, while the surrounding lesser demons encircled him, intent on his demise. Just as he was distracted, a chilling wind rushed towards him, followed swiftly by the blade of the giant axe. Realizing the peril, Wang He shouted in alarm, drawing on his years of battle experience to cross his silver spear and deflect the axe. Before he could catch his breath, The surrounding blades came crashing down. "Are you not going to strike?" Wang Yi bellowed. In an instant, he found himself cornered, believing that Ye Xing had been observing the situation but had remained silent for the sake of face. To his astonishment, he glanced back to find Ye Xing still atop the city wall, seemingly preoccupied with some trivial matter. This infuriated him. He was on the brink of collapse. "Ye Daoist, will you not make your move?" Li Jiuxiao implored, his gaze fixed on the imminent demise of Wang He below. Wait, perhaps he could still endure. Though Ye Xing had arrived with noble intentions, when faced with the battlefield, he hesitated. The reality that even Wang He could scarcely withstand a few rounds of combat diverged greatly from his expectations. As the surrounding minor demons threatened to tear Wang He apart, Li Jiuxiao was in a state of frantic agitation. "Have you not guarded the demon suppression pass for 10 years? Are you truly afraid to confront these mere creatures? Surely, you are not an impostor." Li Jiuxiao busifaruzli castionat. His senior brother, Li Qing, remained below. How could he not feel anxious? Yet, this accusation seemed to strike a nerve with Ye Xing, who retorted furiously, "What did you say? If I am not, then who are you? If you are so capable, why not descend yourself?" Li Jiuxiao was taken aback. He was no heroic youth, expected to leap into danger. Moreover, their sword sect was merely tasked with holding the fort temporarily. Guarding the demon suppression pass was not their responsibility, and several of his senior brothers had perished for this cause. How could Ye Xing, who bore both responsibility and capability, demand that a newly initiated disciple risk himself to save others? He was left speechless. Wang He, having narrowly evaded several lethal strikes, was now marred with numerous wounds of varying severity. What astonished him further was that Ye Xing was engaged in a quarrel with Li Jiuxiao atop the city wall. Facing imminent peril, it was clearly established that he would handle the bull demon while Ye Xing was to deal with the minor demons, a task of mere convenience. Yet he obstinately refrained from acting. Now, he was left to confront all adversaries alone. Had it not been for his hidden trump card, he would have already perished. "Help me!" Wang He gasped, narrowly dodging another fatal attack as he shouted desperately. "This bull king has declared with the night god absent. The demon suppression pass is but a trifling matter. You are merely courting death." The bull demon bellowed, brandishing a colossal axe. "Huh, courting death indeed." The minor demons echoed. Blood spewed from Wang He's mouth, clearly showing he was at his last breath. Yet still, he received no aid from Ye Xing, who he suspected was deliberately arguing with Li Jiuxiao. Seeing the situation unfold, the bull demon raised his massive axe, preparing to strike down upon Wang He. With no other choice, Wang He mirrored his earlier defense, positioning his silver spear to block the axe. However, the onslaught from the surrounding minor demons was beyond his capacity to manage. If Ye Xing did not intervene soon, he would truly be left to await his demise. He shouted for the third time, "Ye Xing, what in the hell are you waiting for? I am on the brink of death." At last, Ye Xing concluded his dispute with Li Jiuxiao and turned his gaze toward the precarious battlefield below, where Wang He teetered on the edge of despair. Wang He, initially hopeful that Ye Xing would finally act, was disheartened to see Ye Xing merely cast a fleeting glance before turning away once more. Despair enveloped him entirely. In the next moment, a long blade's silver gleam reflected upon his face, and he realized he was on the brink of death beneath its edge. The feelings of resentment, confusion, and anger within him swiftly dissipated, replaced by sheer terror. Yet, in that perilous moment, a flash of light swept through, severing his arm and sending the long knife clattering to the ground. Wang He, seizing the opportunity, pushed the bull demon aside, narrowly escaping with his life. Initially, he believed it was the Night Wanderer who had intervened, only to quickly recall that the Night Wanderer did not wield a sword. "Are you all right?" Wang He heard a faint voice behind him and instantly recognized that the one who had just rescued him was not the Night Wanderer, but rather the elder brother of the sword sect. "I almost met my end. Thank you." He expressed his gratitude, relieved. "No, I should be the one thanking you for saving me. Otherwise, I would have perished long ago," Li Qing replied, collapsing exhausted against the city wall, a smile gracing his lips. However, Wang He was entirely focused on the Night Wanderer and paid no heed to Li Qing. When he first arrived, He had been filled with fervor, eager to prove himself before the legendary young hero, yet he had almost lost his life. He fixed his gaze on the Night Wanderer and demanded loudly, "What exactly are you doing?" The Night Wanderer, sensing Wang He's accusation, felt a tinge of panic. Though he maintained a facade of calm as he replied, "There's no need to rush. When necessary, I will take action." The implication was clear. As long as he chose not to, the necessity would never arise. "I shall recount your deeds today word for word to the Dragon Emperor," Wang He declared, kicking up his silver spear, his face contorted with fury. "Vice Commander Wang, what do you mean by that?" The Night Wanderer feigned composure. "The Dragon Emperor will make his own judgments," Wang He retorted. Just as the Night Wanderer attempted to explain further, it was too late. The bull demon, wounded, became frenzied. Its massive axe swung with increasing speed, and Wang He charged forth, while the weakened Ye Xing could only provide cover with his sword. However, the situation was dire. It was evident to any observer that it would not be long before the two would face defeat, becoming mere corpses. The Night Wanderer felt a surge of anxiety. If he lost a significant general, so soon after engaging in battle, the Dragon Emperor would undoubtedly question him, and Zhou Huanling could never be betrothed to him. He had to act decisively, lest his identity be soon unveiled. Yet, he was not mentally prepared to descend into the fray. "It's all Ye Qiansheng's fault. If he had come in my stead, none of this would have happened. Now that it's come to this, I must ensure my father deals with him upon my return." The Night Wanderer clenched his fists, muttering darkly. However, Ye Qiansheng was far away in Chang'an, and some matters could only be contemplated for now. As he hesitated, the battle below intensified once more. Wang He seemed to have resigned himself to certain death, no longer calling for the Night Wanderer's assistance. Yet, the disadvantage grew increasingly severe. Both of them bore multiple wounds, some even deep enough to expose bone. Suddenly, the Night Wanderer conceived a brilliant idea. If he opened the city gates, the two could escape. A splendid notion. He shouted to them, "Do not despair. I shall come to your aid." Upon the utterance of those words, a singular thought resonated within the minds of all present. Nightwalker had finally resolved to take action, and salvation was at hand. However, after engaging in several rounds of combat with the cow demon, Wang He found himself still waiting for the elusive figure of Nightwalker to materialize. In fact, there was no sight of him even upon the city walls. Where could he have gone? Just as confusion enveloped the crowd, the city gates began to creak open slowly. Wang He was taken aback, and Ye Qing shared his astonishment. Their pupils constricted, mouths agape, as if they could accommodate an egg. What were they guarding at the demon suppression pass, if not this very gate? It must be understood that should the gate fall, the repercussions would be dire. The distance to Xiangyang, merely dozens of kilometers away, would soon become the domain of the demon clan, granting them unbridled freedom to wreak havoc. The prospects of plunder and slaughter were self-evident, and the challenge of defense would escalate exponentially. It is crucial to recognize that guarding the demon suppression pass merely required the defense of a single gate, with treacherous ice fields or deep ravines flanking it. In contrast, the entrances to Xiangyang are numerous. If the gate of the demon suppression pass were breached, the demon clan would be free to invade human territory without restraint. Within 3 days, hundreds of thousands of Xiangyang citizens would face catastrophic devastation. Furthermore, as time progresses, Chang'an would inevitably confront a similar fate. The singular gate that everyone had pledged to protect was now being opened from within by Nightwalker. Even if it were claimed that he was a mole sent by the demon clan, both Wang He and Ye Qing would be inclined to believe it. "Come quickly. I am here to rescue you. Enter the city." Nightwalker beckoned urgently to the two, fearing that his merits might be usurped. He forbade others from assisting. Chapter 13. The demon-subduing pass is breached, and Nightwalker flees first, although he did not directly engage in battle this time. Nightwalker managed to save the lives of 2 individuals. Even if Wang He were to be angry, he should have no further words to say, correct? When the next opportunity arises, he could unleash his prowess in the absence of the bull demon. A smirk curled at the corners of Nightwalker's mouth, as he believed himself to be exceedingly clever. However, unbeknownst to him, before Wang He and Ye Qing could make their move, the bull demon and a host of lesser demons charged toward him first. Moreover, inexplicably, the moment he opened the city gates, a throng of demon clans surged forth, rushing toward the entrance. "Quick, shut the gates!" Wang Yi bellowed, finally able to catch his breath as the bull demon ceased to pay him any heed. Shut them? The massive gates, weighing 1,000 pounds, could not simply be closed at will. Were it not for the mechanisms within the city, Nightwalker alone would have been incapable of even opening them. Closing them now was utterly impossible. Seeing that the situation was beyond redemption, Wang Yi shouted once more at Nightwalker, "Defend the gates. Do not let them in. If we lose the demon-subduing pass, our heads will roll." With that, he hastened toward the gates. There was no other choice now. The gates could not be closed, and they could only hold their ground. Not a single step could be conceded. Yet Nightwalker, witnessing the furious onslaught of demon cultivators, found himself paralyzed with fear. Swallowing hard, he stumbled backward, only to trip over a stone. "Quick, stop them!" Nightwalker urgently called to the soldiers behind him. There was no alternative. Nightwalker was the commander leading the campaign against the demon clan, and even though the soldiers were terrified, they had no choice but to steel themselves, lest they be deemed insubordinate. What unfolded next was a scene that Wang He would never forget, even in death. The silver spear, which had never left his side, clattered to the ground as he allowed the demons to sweep past him, indifferent to their presence. The soldiers who once fought valiantly alongside him now fell one by one beneath the claws and fangs of the demon horde, devoid of any capacity for resistance. And as the commander of this campaign, Nightwalker was, astonishingly, seizing this opportunity to flee. Wang He could hardly believe his eyes. He had never anticipated such a loss of life before coming here, even considering the endeavor to be an effortless conquest. Yet unexpectedly, he not only faced peril numerous times, but also witnessed nearly all of his comrades, with whom he had shared countless days and nights, succumb to the blood-soaked ground. Why had this happened? Had Nightwalker guarded the demon-subduing pass for 10 years? Why had it come to this? The droplets of rain before dawn splattered against Wang He's face, and a long knife plunged into his shoulder. Wang He, consumed by rage, felt his eyes turn crimson. He glared at the demon before him, his face etched with madness and despair, feeling even the pain dissipate. With a fierce effort, he wrenched the knife from his shoulder and retaliated. Yet, just as he dispatched the demon before him, another blade struck from behind, tightening his jaw as blood stained his entire visage, and he let out a pained howl. He yearned to retaliate with the same means. But just as he extended his hand, a knife came slicing through the air, severing his arm entirely. The severed limb fell to the ground, crushed under the feet of the rapidly advancing demon horde. Wang Yi opened his mouth, yet no sound escaped. His mouth was filled with thick, crimson blood. There was no room left for resistance, as countless blades pierced him, lifting him off the ground. May the ancestors of your 8 generations be cursed. After expending all his strength to vent his fury, Wang He bowed his head and succumbed beneath the long knives of the demon clan. This devoted general of the great Zhou dynasty met a truly horrific end. The demon clan showed no intention of sparing him, instead choosing to display him as a trophy. Over the years, the assaults from Ye Qiansheng had inflicted severe damage upon them. Now, having achieved victory, they were eager to humiliate the human cultivators thoroughly. As the general, Wang He was the perfect target for such disgrace. The tragic fate of Wang He was witnessed by both Ye Xing, who soared through the skies with his sword, and Li Jiuxiao, who stood nearby. Their hearts ached, and their hatred for Ye Xing's actions ran deep. Had Ye Xing not refused to assist, they would not have found themselves in such a dire predicament. Had he not opened the city gates, the soldiers within would not have been slaughtered. Wang He could have held out longer, perhaps even escaped. Now, not only had Wang He met a brutal demise, but the accompanying soldiers had also suffered grievous losses. And the demon suppression pass had been lost, leaving not a single one of the tens of thousands of villagers alive. Heroic youth? Today, they had truly witnessed the reality. They were more cowardly than anyone, more disruptive than anyone, and quicker to flee than anyone. Truly formidable. Senior brother, what shall we do now? Li Jiuxiao, a newly initiated disciple of the sword sect, found himself at a loss in the face of such calamity. Li Qing gritted his teeth and murmured, We must inform the Dragon Emperor and our master. The demon suppression pass has fallen. This is no longer a matter for us to decide. Shall we return then? Li Jiuxiao inquired in agreement. Li Qing clenched his jaw and resolutely declared, regardless of the circumstances, we must bring back the general's body. He is a hero and should not become a tool for the demon clan to flaunt their might. Wang He saved my life, out of both sentiment and reason. I cannot abandon him. Very well. Though Li Jiuxiao felt some trepidation, he nonetheless agreed. On that day, a multitude of demons poured into the demon suppression pass, resulting in countless casualties. Only a few villagers managed to escape the calamity, seeking refuge in Xiangyang City. However, lacking shelter, they were left to wander as beggars. Meanwhile, Ye Xing, the first to flee, was acutely aware of the disaster he had wrought and also sought refuge in Xiangyang City, too afraid to return directly to Chang'an. After a long while, in the early morning, across the heavily guarded moat of Xiangyang, a large number of demons stood there, reveling in their power. While on the flagpole, the lifeless form of Wang He hung prominently. Not far from the city wall, in the adjacent woods, Li Qing and Li Jiuxiao lay in wait, preparing to snatch away Wang He's body and return to Chang'an. In Chang'an, on the mountains behind the imperial city, Ye Qiansheng embraced Zhou Huanling, who was still asleep. From the steady rhythm of his breathing, it was evident that he was enjoying a deep slumber, while Zhou Huanling found herself unable to rest. She had never imagined that one day she would marry another, especially someone from the human clan. With her palm facing upwards, the mysterious essence of all things manifested in her hand, a sight she had witnessed countless times that evening. To her astonishment, it was indeed real. Moreover, it was not after the fact. Knight Qiansheng had presented it to her without a moment's hesitation upon her agreement. Initially harboring no hope, Zhou Huanling had been uncertain about this matter, hence her repeated inspection. Throughout the night, she pondered why it was the essence of all things and not something else. Did Knight Qiansheng perceive her true identity? For reasons unknown, Zhou Huanling felt a twinge of fear at the thought of Knight Qiansheng discovering her true self. For the rift between demons and humans had long reached an irreparable state. Nevertheless, she chose to dismiss such thoughts, instead nestling into Knight Qiansheng's embrace, drifting into a gentle slumber. Chapter 14. The long-awaited martial arts tournament. In the early days of July, the morning dew greeted the rising sun. Yet, an inexplicable scent of blood lingered in the air, evoking a sense of discomfort. The mist on the back mountain had dissipated somewhat, and the morning pearls on the path dampened Zhou Shi's light green skirt, though they could not conceal her excitement. A cold-faced man, walking with his hands clasped behind his back, observed everything around him with an indifferent gaze. Several beasts, startled, scattered in all directions. "Sister Xueyao, it's me, Shi. Please open the door," Zhou Shi called out while knocking. Meanwhile, the cold-faced man's nostrils twitched slightly, as if he had caught a whiff of something perilous. The door swung open to reveal Zhou Huanling, clad in a flowing white dress, who asked in a tone devoid of warmth, "What is it?" "Father asked you to have breakfast with Brother Qiansheng, so I came to fetch you," Zhou Shi replied with an unwavering smile, showing no signs of discontent. "All right, we understand. You may return." Zhou Huanling had no intention of inviting Zhou Shi to stay. "Oh." A hint of unhappiness flickered across Zhou Shi's face. At that moment, the cold-faced man, who had seemingly departed, returned with an expression of grave seriousness. He coldly inquired, "What is the meaning of this wolf demon's corpse? And what of the massive handprint at the foot of the mountain? Can you elucidate?" In his hand, he weighed a piece of bone. Zhou Huanling dismissed him curtly. "I do not know. Perhaps you should inquire elsewhere, my lord." The man, named Huang Run, was a senior officer of the Great Zhou Law Enforcement Hall, possessing formidable strength. He was responsible for apprehending criminals and analyzing cases, with a flawless record of never allowing a suspect to escape. "Do not know?" Huang Ren's expression darkened abruptly. "You are aware that I represent the Law Enforcement Hall? Are you attempting to defy its authority or resist the will of the Dragon Emperor?" What an audacious accusation. It was worth noting that Zhou Huanling was a princess, albeit one of little favor and diminished presence. Nonetheless, she was still the daughter of the Dragon Emperor. Huang Ren's audacity was evidently sanctioned by the emperor himself. If you have evidence, feel free to arrest me. If not, I kindly ask you to leave. Zhou Huiyao was clearly not an ordinary individual and showed no fear. Humph. Huang Ren sneered coldly. The law applies equally to the emperor and the commoner. Do you think that your status as a princess grants you the liberty to act without consequence? Saying this, he crushed the wolf demon king's zygomatic bone in his hand. The hardness comparable to adamantine. The threat was unmistakable. Zhou Huiyao's delicate brows furrowed slightly. This man was exceedingly overbearing. Without any evidence, he sought to intimidate her. Were it not for the fear of exposure, she would have relished the opportunity to eliminate him. Although the primal energy of all things had not yet fully refined, dispatching a practitioner of the second realm would not require excessive effort. At that moment, Ye Qiansheng strolled over, yawning. "Huiyao, why are you up so early?" "I only fell asleep at midnight," he said, rubbing his sleepy eyes and affectionately squeezing Zhou Huiyao's shoulder. "I would have liked to sleep, but someone refuses to leave." Zhou Huiyao rolled her eyes in response. "Who?" Knight Qiansheng's gaze sharpened instantly as he stepped out of the room, disregarding the exuberant Zhou Shi, and confronted Huang Ren, asking, "Have you come to disturb my wife's slumber, seeking death?" Huang Ren's forehead throbbed with veins. It had been years since anyone had dared to speak to him in such a manner. He replied in a low, measured tone, "As the advisor of the law enforcement hall, I possess the authority to investigate any peculiar occurrences. What transpired with the deceased wolf demon king? And the enormous palm print at the foot of the mountain?" Knight Qiansheng chuckled nonchalantly, responding, "The wolf demon king? A mere beast dead is hardly a strange affair. As for the palm print, could it not have been my doing?" Huang Ren smirked and nodded. "Of course, I would naturally believe that. However, it is the Dragon Emperor's faith that remains to be seen." We shall depart," Zhou Shi said, bidding Knight Qiansheng farewell. "Until later, I shall await you for breakfast." Knight Qiansheng once more disregarded Zhou Shi and directed a smile, albeit tinged with coldness, towards the retreating Huang Ren. "Do I permit you to leave so easily?" he called out, raising his voice. Huang Ren halted, disdain evident in his demeanor. "What do you intend to do?" Zhou Huiyao tugged at Knight Qiansheng's sleeve, shaking her head, signaling him to refrain from pursuing the matter further to avoid unnecessary trouble. "Fear not, I shall handle this," he declared, unleashing a palm strike. Huang Ren's eyes widened in shock. For the moment he felt the surge of energy, he realized he was in grave peril. Summoning all his strength, he conjured a protective barrier, akin to the size of a dragon, with the movement of his arms. Yet Knight Qiansheng's strike was too formidable. It shattered his barrier instantaneously, the overwhelming force propelling him backward for several meters until he collided with a massive stone, bringing him to a halt. Zhou Shi stood in disbelief, unable to comprehend how the once invincible Uncle Huang had been vanquished in a single blow by Knight Qiansheng. Zhou Huiyao, though startled, exhibited a greater capacity for acceptance, merely furrowing her brow. Knight Qiansheng slowly withdrew his hand, coldly proclaiming, "Should you dare to raise your voice at Huiyao again, I will ensure you have a grave fate." His mild threat, underscored by his terrifying prowess, carried a weight of intimidation. Huang Ren coughed blood, fear and confusion intertwining within him as he departed, tail between his legs, accompanied by Zhou Shi. It was evident that this incident would reach Zhou Tianche's ears within the hour. "You acted too impulsively. Antagonizing individuals from the law enforcement hall is hardly a wise course of action," Zhou Huiyao remarked, though she felt deeply moved by Knight Qiansheng's defense of her. Yet she harbored concerns, as she had grown accustomed to living in trepidation. Such a sudden shift was disconcerting. What is there to fear? When one possesses the strength to disregard the rules, there is no need to adhere to any regulations, Knight Qiansheng retorted with conviction. Zhou Huiyao sighed, finding it difficult to counter her husband's perspective, saying, "Hurry and change your attire. It is the tradition of the Zhou family to have breakfast together following the wedding. Assist me, will you?" Knight Qiansheng grinned mischievously. "Sit tight." Zhou Huiyao acquiesced without hesitation. During the course of traversing through garments, indulging in tofu is inevitable. However, when it comes to one's own wife, What need is there to discuss the consumption of tofu? Zhou Huanling's face flushed crimson. Yet she found herself at a loss for words, for no matter how many times she thwarted Ye Qiansheng's mischievous advances, he would invariably reach out once more. Fortunately, the most crucial matters had already been addressed, rendering her indifferent to these trivialities. Shortly thereafter, Zhou Huanling seated herself before a bronze mirror to groom herself, with Chanterelle assisting her, albeit their efficiency remained rather slow. Clad in his finery, Ye Qiansheng stepped outside the dwelling, inhaling the air deeply. He then remarked nonchalantly, "It appears many have perished today." But matters little, they were merely blind fools. He, of course, could not detect any scent of blood, as a night patrol must have already reached the demon suppression pass, and by now had likely botched everything. Having guarded the demon suppression pass for a decade, he was acutely aware of the perilous nature of that place. It was not merely strength that could secure it. Indeed, the prowess of the night patrol was hardly remarkable. "How did you come to know that today is the martial arts summit?" Chanterelle inquired with curiosity. "The martial arts summit? What is that?" Ye Qiansheng turned his head to ask. "I thought you might know, sir. It is a contest of martial skills between the younger generations of the Great Zhou and Great Qian. The victorious party is entitled to claim the territory of the vanquished, which compels everyone to fight with great fervor. Many lives are lost each year, yet the last time the Great Zhou dynasty emerged victorious was 7 years ago." Chapter 15. You claim it was your doing. Do you possess evidence to substantiate this? The martial arts grand competition? Ye Qiansheng recalled faintly that such an event indeed existed. Yet in his previous life, he had been stationed at the Demon Suppression Pass, and thus had never participated. Initially, the conflict arose due to the ambiguous territorial boundaries between the Great Zhou and the Great Qian, with both sides asserting ownership. However, neither deemed it worthwhile to engage in warfare, which consequently led to the establishment of the martial arts grand competition. This event not only determined the rightful ownership of land, but also significantly bolstered national confidence, diplomatic leverage, and the status of the dynasty for the victor. Yet, the once ambiguous territories surrounding had predominantly succumbed to Great Qian, plunging the populace of Great Zhou into a profound sense of inferiority. Furthermore, Zhou Tianche was known to be an exceptionally skilled and tenacious individual. Thus, the stakes presented by Great Zhou were essentially their own territory, driven solely by the desire for dignity and the hope that its citizens could hold their heads high. However, it appeared that Great Qian had already seized a city and 2 mountains. Should they suffer defeat again this year, Great Zhou would face utter desolation. As the stakes were exceedingly high, Chanter, observing Ye Qiansheng lost in thought, inquired joyfully, "Will you partake in the competition, my lord? I feel certain that should you enter, victory would be assured." Ye Qiansheng, stretching lazily, expressed his disinterest. "What concern is the territory of Great Zhou to me? I am not the emperor. Let those in the imperial city fret over it." He saw no merit in participating in the martial arts grand competition merely to receive rewards he had no use for. Chanter felt a twinge of disappointment, while Zhou Huanling remarked, "It may be for the best not to participate. Although I am unaware of the circumstances in Great Qian, it seems they have produced a remarkably formidable figure. Otherwise, they could not have triumphed for so many consecutive years." A formidable figure? Ye Qiansheng could not bear to hear his wife praise another, retorting, "No matter how formidable, can they surpass your husband?" Zhou Huanling chuckled softly and shook her head, offering no rebuttal, clearly skeptical. It was not surprising, considering that heroes are as plentiful as the fish in a river, and it is quite normal for a few exceptional individuals to exist beyond common understanding. Winning for 7 consecutive years, most would hardly anticipate defeat. Ye Qiansheng had no desire to elaborate. In time, Zhou Huanling would naturally cease to question his words. After tidying up, Ye Qiansheng, with a blade of grass between his teeth, led the way while Zhou Huanling, delicate and charming, required Chanter's assistance with each step down the stairs. This was not pretense, but rather a matter of habit. After all, the innocent and fragile are often the last to be suspected. The back mountain was not far from the imperial city, and within the span of 2 incense sticks, Ye Qiansheng and his companions, under the guidance of Eunuch Li, arrived at the dining hall. In the rear hall, The fragrance of sandalwood wafted gently, enveloping the air in a mist. Even though the space was quite ample, the decor was undeniably grand, clearly designated for family gatherings. Huang Ren's presence was not unexpected. Yet Ye Qiansheng was puzzled to find that Ye Xing and Jiang Suqing were also in attendance. However, he paid little mind to it and proceeded directly. Zhou Huanling, trailing behind him, clearly displayed signs of nervousness. The crowd had long since noticed the two individuals, but it was not until they took their seats that Zhou Tianche, seated at the head of the table, slowly spoke. "You have arrived?" His tone was neither warm nor cold. After speaking, he paid no heed to their response and continued his jovial conversation with Ye Qing, as though they were old friends reunited after many years. Jiang Suqing and Zhou Huanling did likewise, disregarding the newcomers. Only Zhou Shi, being the youngest, playfully winked at them. To Ye Qiansheng's surprise, the queen beside Zhou Tianche, adorned with a phoenix crown and dressed in resplendent garments, offered him a faint smile. The warmth of human relations was palpable, yet he found himself puzzled, unable to inquire further in the present circumstances, and could only return her smile. However, when the attendees recalled the notoriously unattractive Princess Qiang and anticipated a glimpse of her, they were astonished to discover that the woman seated beside Ye Qiansheng was an absolute beauty. Her skin resembled fine jade, her willow-like brows were exquisitely drawn, and she wore just the right amount of rouge. Clad in a white gown, she appeared ethereal, reminiscent of an ice mountain snow lotus, bringing forth a sense of tranquility. The rumored frightful Princess Qiang was undoubtedly no less beautiful than Zhou Huanling. In fact, her delicate charms surpassed that of Zhou Huanling. Often hailed as the most beautiful in the great Zhou, Zhou Huanling furrowed her brow in displeasure, but chose to remain silent. Ye Qing and Jiang Suqing felt a twinge of discomfort, realizing that this scoundrel Ye Qiansheng had unknowingly stumbled upon a fortune. Had they known sooner, they would have wished for Ye Xing to wed her instead. Given their self-imposed Cold War with Ye Qiansheng, they naturally did not wish for him to experience any semblance of satisfaction. After a considerable time, Zhou Tianche noticed Ye Qiansheng engrossed in his meal and could not help but furrow his brow, breaking the silence. "Qiansheng, do you not have anything to explain to me?" Ye Qiansheng set down his chopsticks, puzzled. "Explain? I have nothing to elucidate to your majesty." "Preposterous!" Ye Qing was the first to protest. "How dare you speak to his majesty in such a manner? What I say to his majesty is of no concern to you," Ye Qiansheng retorted, not even glancing at Ye Qing. "You." Ye Qing was about to voice another complaint when he was halted by Jiang Suqing's intervention. The authority of Zhou Tianche quelled the commotion, and he inquired, "What is the situation with the Wolf Demon King? And what of the enormous handprint at the foot of the back mountain?" "Ah, His Majesty was inquiring about that matter." Ye Qiansheng replied, "I have already explained this to Master Huang. It was merely a beast that had attained some form of intelligence. Its demise is inconsequential. As for the handprint, it is merely a mark left during my training." Upon hearing this, no one at the table continued their meal, exchanging incredulous glances. Clearly, none of them believed him. The seventh prince even laughed aloud. "Go ahead and boast. You claim you can slay a second-tier wolf demon king just like that? Do you think you are Ye Xing?" Only the queen and Zhou Shi remained unresponsive, leaving one to wonder if they believed him or not. Regardless, the truth remained as it was. Belief or disbelief was for them to discern. Ye Qiansheng resumed his meal. "Spare us this pretense. Do you truly believe anyone here will take you at your word?" The seventh prince, evidently disapproving of Ye Qiansheng, pressed further. The individuals present were undoubtedly skeptical, and even those who might have believed dared not challenge the dignity of the seventh prince, remaining silent. Yet, at the moment when Ye Qiansheng found himself isolated and vulnerable, Zhou Huanling spoke up. Her voice was exquisite, akin to the melodious strains of stringed instrument, profoundly enchanting. "I believe him." Ye Qiansheng cast a surprised glance at Zhou Huanling. Indeed, as a devoted wife, she recognized the importance of supporting her husband even in doubt. He resolved to reward her handsomely upon their return. But what good was her belief? "Be quiet." The seventh prince intended to speak further, but Zhou Tianche interrupted him, inquiring, "You claim it was your doing. Do you possess any evidence to substantiate this? Or are you merely embellishing your own reputation? The demise of the Wolf Demon King, coupled with the enormous handprint, led Zhou Tianche to suspect the presence of a formidable and unidentified expert within the Great Zhou, necessitating a thorough investigation. Meanwhile, Ye Qiansheng calmly gestured towards Huangren. "Expose your chest." The assembly was perplexed, unsure why Ye Qiansheng would request Huangren to reveal his chest, especially in the presence of ladies. However, upon witnessing Ye Qiansheng's unwavering conviction, Zhou Tianche furrowed his brow and commanded, "Just uncover it a little." Huangren initially hesitated, but found no opportunity to refuse once Zhou Tianche had spoken. Yet, when he did reveal his chest, all present were left utterly astounded, including the Dragon Emperor Zhou Tianche himself. Chapter 16. Fighting holds no interest for me. I prefer fishing. Unlike the astonishment displayed by the others, Ye Qiansheng casually lifted the steaming cup of tea and took a sip, seemingly indifferent to the events unfolding around him. The others, however, were in stark contrast to his demeanor, particularly Zhou Huanling, who, after glancing at Huangren's chest, exhibited a fluctuating expression, frowning several times in Ye Qiansheng's direction as if she wished to inquire about something. Ultimately, though, she refrained from voicing her questions, perhaps convinced that her thoughts were unfounded and impossible. Both Ye Qing and Jiang Shuqing wore expressions that were unmasked in their displeasure. Only the queen, Shui Yingwe, displayed no reaction, as if she were already privy to the matter, casting but a fleeting glance before losing interest. As for Zhou Tianche, although visibly shocked, he maintained the composure befitting an emperor, displaying little change in his expression. "What is happening?" The seventh prince, Zhou Li, queried. "Master Huang, did you encounter that formidable expert on the back mountain?" Huangren, observing the reactions of those around him and hearing Zhou Li mention a handprint, felt a surge of confusion as he glanced down at his chest. A massive handprint was starkly imprinted on his skin. Indeed, on Huangren's chest lay a profoundly deep handprint, exuding an overwhelming aura that instilled trepidation. A handprint! Huangren's countenance darkened considerably, and in an instant, he directed a fierce gaze towards Ye Qiansheng. Subsequently, all present, including Zhou Tianche, turned their attention to Ye Qiansheng. Could it truly be his doing? While the others may have been oblivious, Zhou Huanling and Shui Yingwe were acutely aware of what had transpired on the back mountain, having been present when Huangren reported to Zhou Tianche. Why the silence? What are they staring at? Zhou Li inquired, puzzled. Even if Master Huang bears a handprint, it does not definitively prove he was responsible, does it? Indeed, the seventh prince raises a valid point, Ye Qiansheng remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Zhou Xueyao, standing aside, covered her mouth, struggling to contain her discomfort. "Are you mocking me?" Zhou Li expressed his dissatisfaction with Ye Qiansheng's attitude, demanding an explanation. "Not at all. I merely affirmed your assertion." "Do not take it too personally," Ye Qiansheng replied nonchalantly. Zhou Li intended to retort further, but was interrupted by Zhou Huanling, who furrowed her brow and, for the first time in a decade, addressed Ye Qiansheng directly. "Do you possess some secret technique? Otherwise, with your strength, it would be impossible for you to achieve this." She had hoped that by speaking to him directly, Ye Qiansheng would at least respond with some degree of appreciation, considering she had been aware of his affections for her since 10 years prior. To her astonishment, Ye Qiansheng's response was even more dismissive than before. "What does it have to do with you?" he replied, not even glancing in her direction. In his previous life, he had sacrificed nearly everything for Zhou Huanling, yet she had never acknowledged him. Since he could not attain her affection, he resolved to cease his attentions. "You." Zhou Huanling felt a pang of humiliation. As a grand princess, endowed with formidable strength and unparalleled beauty, she had never been so openly disregarded. Did Ye Qiansheng not desire to redeem himself? Although she would certainly refuse, for Ye Xing was evidently a superior choice, possessing ample strength. Yet, Ye Qiansheng's current behavior truly displeased her. However, she quickly realized that he might be employing a tactic of feigned indifference. Bringing Zhou Xueyao to the family banquet was evidence of this. Zhou Huanling let out a cold snort. The only method capable of swaying her heart was for Ye Qiansheng to become stronger, in a situation of equal strength. Even if Ye Qiansheng were slightly inferior, she would still prefer to wed him. Do not attempt to garner my attention through such means. The world is harsh, and strength reigns supreme. If you lack power, certain aspirations are best left unconsidered, Zhou Huanling stated coolly. Ye Qiansheng's hand, holding the teacup, froze mid-air. Why did he find Zhou Huanling's words somewhat incomprehensible? What did it mean to capture his attention? What had he done? Was beating Huang Ren the act that drew her notice? Did Huang Ren harbor a grudge against her? Observing Ye Qiansheng se bijilderment, Zhou Huanling silently succoufed. Her mere words had wounded his heart so deeply. Regardless of strength, it was clear that affection could not be easily swayed. Even in a scenario where Ye Qiansheng's wife was not inferior to her, his reaction to her was profoundly significant, filling her with a sense of achievement. Zhou Xiao furrowed her brow, glancing at Ye Qiansheng, who shook his head, indicating his ignorance. Your Majesty, do not be deceived by his tricks. His strength is feeble and cannot possibly exude such a formidable aura, Ye Qing warned, fearing that the ruse would be uncovered. Indeed, he is my son, and I know him all too well. He often indulges in deception, Jiangsu added. Zhou Tianche raised an eyebrow slightly. It was not the veracity of Ye Qiansheng's claims that concerned him, but rather the rather poor attitude his parents held toward him. Ye Qingtian and Jiangsu soon recognized that their remarks were inappropriate and hastily amended. We generally treat Qiansheng well, but when it comes to principles, we must speak candidly. That could indeed be regarded as wise instruction. The voice of Empress Shui Yingyue was solemn, yet authoritative, laced with a hint of amusement that left one uncertain whether she was mocking or praising. Nevertheless, Ye Qingtian and Jiangsu could only acquiesce. Finally, Zhou Tianche turned his gaze toward Ye Qiansheng, disregarding all that had been said moments before, and straightforwardly inquired, if what you just claimed is true, prove it to me. A martial arts summit? Ye Qiansheng sipijulatit. Precisely. If the marks left on the back mountain and upon Huang Ren truly belong to you, then participate in today's martial arts summit and demonstrate to me and all present, Zhou Tianche declared, his piercing gaze fixed intently on Ye Qiansheng. Just when everyone believed that Ye Qiansheng would acquiesce, he clasped his hands and said, I apologize, but I have little interest in the grand martial arts tournament. He had no time to prove his strength. Obtaining the reward from the system was his priority. Zhou Tianche narrowed his eyes, fixating on Ye Qiansheng, as he demanded a justification. Ye Qiansheng respectfully replied, to be honest, I am rather laid back and more inclined towards fishing. I only engage in combat if provoked by others. His interest in fishing left the onlookers, except for Zhou Xiao, utterly astonished. Even the seventh prince, Zhou Li, let out a chuckle. Was this not merely an excuse? There was no need to inquire further. If he was too timid to participate in the grand martial arts tournament, it was evident he could not be responsible for the palm print incident. Otherwise, only a fool would pass up the opportunity to showcase his prowess. Just as the crowd anticipated Zhou Tianche would expel Ye Qiansheng, the latter's lips curled into a smile. Very well, I respect your decision. If you do not wish to fight, you must at least attend. How's that sound? Chapter 17. If only Knight Xing were here, Yin Feng's sycophant. I shall endeavor to arrange my time accordingly, replied Ye Qiansheng with an air of indifference. The gathered crowd was utterly astounded. How could one dare to refuse even the Dragon Emperor's request? Everyone could see that the notion of finding time was merely a euphemism. Ye Qiansheng would undoubtedly not attend. After all, he had just wed and was not busy. Was he truly preoccupied with fishing? In Ye Qiansheng's eyes, did fishing hold more importance than currying favor with Zhou Tianche? No one understood. After this exchange, Zhou Tianche's expression grew serious as he fixed his gaze intently on Ye Qiansheng, who met his stare without an ounce of fear. Silence enveloped the room. None dared to utter a word. After a prolonged moment, Zhou Tianche suddenly broke into a hearty laugh, stating, very well. Indeed, there are many matters to attend to after one's marriage. However, I still hope you could be present to witness the grandeur of the great Zhou. Ye Qiansheng cupped his hands in acknowledgement, responding, of course. On Fusho Street outside the Imperial City, your residence shall be there. Take Xiuyao with you, and from now on, refrain from visiting the back mountain, Zhou Tianche said thoughtfully. It was unclear if it was merely an illusion shared among the onlookers. But despite Ye Qiansheng publicly undermining Zhou Tianche's authority, they felt that Zhou Tianche was treating Ye Qiansheng with apparent kindness. How perplexing. Zhou Tianche was a man of martial prowess. Otherwise, he would not have claimed the title of Zhou Wu Emperor. He had always placed immense value on strength, showing no leniency even to those of his own blood, including his son, and extending the same scrutiny to his daughter. Yet now, he seemed to take a peculiar interest in a man deemed a wastrel. Could it be that he truly believed Ye Qiansheng's earlier nonsensical claims? Once Ye Qiansheng departed, Zhou Tianche's gaze slowly deepened in contemplation. Zhou Li hastily interjected, "Father, you must not be swayed by that fellow's absurdities. He wouldn't even dare participate in the pinnacle martial competition. Clearly, he is boasting." Zhou Huanling added, "His penchant for mystique is a well-known ploy. Father, do not fall for it." Shui Yingwei remained silent, and none could discern her thoughts. Throughout the entire exchange, Zhou Tianche maintained his silence, fixated on the direction from which Ye Qiansheng had left. He did not genuinely believe that Ye Qiansheng possessed any strength. Rather, he contemplated matters more deeply than others. Although the palm print on Huang Ren's chest was unlikely to have been left by Ye Qiansheng, it was highly probable that Ye Qiansheng knew the individual who did leave it and who had slain the Wolf Demon King. This was the crux of Zhou Tianche's concern. The nature of their relationship, whether adversarial or amicable, remained uncertain. It was better to extend some olive branches, for the current great Zhou was in dire need of capable individuals. Enough about that. I shall make my own judgments regarding Ye Qiansheng's situation. Zhou Tianche resumed his previous air of authority and inquired, "Has Knight Xing returned?" "Not yet, and for some reason, there has been no news from the front lines," Zhou Huanling replied, perplexed. Logically, regardless of the circumstances, there should have been reports of the battle by now. Yet from yesterday until today, nearly noon, 7 or 8 hours had elapsed without a single update. It was indeed strange. Perhaps due to the relaxed atmosphere, Xing'er was already on his way back, leading to a sense of ease. Jiang Suqing held unwavering confidence in her son. Indeed, with Xing'er personally embarking on this expedition, coupled with the support of General Wang He, there was no room for error. Ye Qing echoed this sentiment. Zhou Tianche, whose brow had been furrowed in worry, gradually began to relax. Had it been anyone else, he might have felt anxious. But when it came to Ye Xing, he was considerably less concerned. After all, they had held the demon suppression pass for a decade. The likelihood of failure was negligible. He hoped that Ye Xing would return with good news, preferably without any casualties, as the citizens of the great Zhou could hardly withstand any further turmoil. Zhou Tianche expressed his helplessness. In recent years, the great Zhou had faced numerous defeats in foreign wars, with only the demon suppression pass remaining steadfast, which was why the heroic youth was so dearly cherished by the people. It had become the sole beacon of hope for them. If further calamity struck, Zhou Tianche dreaded to imagine how fragile the people's spirits would become. "Your Majesty need not worry. It will be fine. If my son returns swiftly, he might even participate in the grand martial arts tournament." Ye Qing continued to dream of possibilities. He was almost unable to distinguish who the true hero was anymore. A smile crept onto Zhou Tianche's lips. "Let us hope so. With Yin Feng alone, it is still somewhat precarious, but with the addition of Ye Xing, victory in the grand martial arts tournament will surely be ours." Meanwhile, Ye Qiansheng departed the imperial city with Zhou Xiuyao and the ever-watchful Chaner, intending to relocate to the night manor on Fusho Street. "Why did you embarrass Zhou Tianche just now? Wouldn't it have been better to acquiesce to him?" Zhou Xiuyao, clad in pristine white, resembled a celestial being, breathtakingly beautiful. "Zhou Tianche, do you usually refer to him by his name?" Ye Qiansheng chuckled. "I meant Father Emperor," Zhou Xiuyao replied, feeling somewhat awkward. Ye Qiansheng smiled and did not dwell on the matter, responding instead, "There is no need. I had no intention of going in the first place. Why agree? Zhou Xiao inquired curiously. Do you truly have something important to attend to? It's not particularly significant. Ye Qiansheng continued, but fishing is undoubtedly far more enjoyable than any grand martial arts tournament. Is that really why you want to fish? Zhou Xiao exclaimed incredulously. Of course, what else would it be? Ye Qiansheng replied with a grin. Zhou Xiao fell silent, as she sometimes found it difficult to fathom Ye Qiansheng's thoughts. While others eagerly sought to curry favor with Zhou Tianche, Ye Qiansheng publicly rebuffed him, dismissing even a simple request with a casual refusal. The sole reason being his desire to fish. Just then, as the two conversed while walking ahead, they suddenly realized that Chonner had fallen behind. Now, letting out a startled cry, "Make way! What are you blocking for?" Seeking death. When Ye Qiansheng and Zhou Xiao turned around, they found Chonner on the ground, clutching her rear, while in front of her stood several robust men clad in brocade robes. In the midst of it all stood a man clad in martial arts attire, exuding an overwhelming aura that clearly indicated he was no mere adversary. He remained entirely unperturbed by the chaos unfolding before him, even casting not a single glance at the fallen Chonner, instead fixating coldly on the horizon. How dare you obstruct the path of Lord Yinfeng? Do you not comprehend that should Lord Yinfeng suffer a scratch, your demise would be insufficient by 1,000-fold? A sycophant, brazen in demeanor, bellowed at Chonner, hoping to etch an impression in the mind of the man named Yinfeng. I apologize, Chonner did not mean to. She had indeed attempted to evade, but unexpectedly. Chonner fervently explained, having earnestly tried to keep her distance. Still daring to be defiant? You seek a beating. The sycophant, sensing an opportunity to strike a vulnerable target, swung a powerful slap that landed with great force. Instantly, Chonner was sent reeling, her once fair left cheek swelling and reddening rapidly, while blood began to seep from her teeth. Chapter 18. Yinfeng the sycophant, seeing the feeble chanter swaying without the strength to resist, smirked contemptuously and addressed the proud young man. Young Master Yinfeng, we may proceed now. As the heir of the Snowflake Pavilion, Yinfeng had never been one to embrace subtlety. With the sycophant drawing the attention of those around them, he relished the moment. He declared with an air of superiority, "Well done. From now on, accompany me in my endeavors." The sycophant immediately bowed low. "I am Wang Er, grateful for your favor, young Master Yinfeng." The crowd lavished praise upon Yinfeng, none daring to cast even a fleeting glance at the fallen chanter, not even the Imperial Guard stationed at the entrance, who feigned ignorance. Just as they were about to depart, a cold voice resonated from behind them. "You think you can simply walk away after assaulting someone?" Upon hearing this, not only did Yinfeng and his entourage express astonishment, but even the hurried bystanders and the Imperial Guards were equally taken aback. Who was Yinfeng? At a mere 29 years of age, he had already ascended to the third realm. Furthermore, as the heir of the Snowflake Pavilion, he had mastered the arts of assassination and concealment. In a suitable arena, even those in the mid-third realm were no match for him. Moreover, he was a dark horse in the upcoming martial arts grand tournament, heavily favored by the Dragon Emperor. Who would dare provoke him? This was the first time in his life that Yinfeng had encountered a contradiction to his words. Furrowing his brow, he turned to confront Ye Qiansheng, who was approaching him. "Whom were you addressing?" Yinfeng inquired with unabashed arrogance. "Do you not comprehend human speech?" Ye Qiansheng offered no deference to this rising star. He helped Chana to her feet and handed her to the nearby Zhou Xiao. Upon hearing Ye Qiansheng's words, Yinfeng's brow furrowed deeper, his aura erupting as he hissed. "Do you dare insult me? Do you know who I am?" Ye Qiansheng remained entirely unfazed, disdainfully retorting, "I care not who you are. Your dog assaulted my maid. Surrender him, or I shall hold you accountable." His casual demeanor belied an overwhelming pressure that instilled fear in those present. However, it was clear that Yinfeng was not one to cower in fear. With his arms crossed, he was about to retort when Wang Er, the sycophant beside him, could no longer contain himself. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Wang Er suddenly lunged at Ye Qiansheng, aiming a lethal blow directly at his head. Though Wang Er was not an exceptional fighter, he was considerably more formidable than an ordinary individual. Coupled with the element of surprise, even if Ye Qiansheng was stronger, he would find it challenging to defend himself. Just as everyone believed Ye Qiansheng was doomed, Wang Er's ferocious momentum abruptly vanished, as if he had been frozen in place. Unable to advance another inch. What is happening? Yin Feng furrowed his brow, and as the crowd pondered the unfolding events, a chilling sound of bones fracturing pierced the air, followed by Wang Er's agonized scream. All eyes were fixed on the fallen Wang Er, who lay on the ground with a severed arm, rendered speechless in disbelief. To Wan's astonishment, the seemingly unremarkable man possessed an unexpectedly formidable strength. He audaciously dared to break the arm of Yin Feng's underling right before his eyes. A blatant affront to Yin Feng himself. You think this is merely a warning? I shall sever one of your hands as a token of interest. Ye Qiansheng callously declared as he discarded the severed limb aside. Wang Er writhed on the ground in agony, his body convulsing, beads of sweat instantly soaking his garments. Even now, he could scarcely believe that his arm had been broken by another's hand. Upon hearing Ye Qiansheng's words, not only Wang Er, but also an ever-growing crowd of onlookers were utterly astonished. Losing a hand was merely a token of interest? What on earth did this man intend to achieve? Was he truly prepared to trample Yin Feng's dignity into the dirt? Hold on. Do you think I'm a mere bystander? Though Yin Feng cared little for Wang Er's fate, his own pride was at stake. Wang Er had accompanied him, after all. If he allowed such an affront to go unchallenged, how could he maintain his standing in the future? As the most formidable young talent in Chang'an, he was confident in his ability to suppress all those under 30. Ye Qiansheng, appearing to be just in his early 20s, could hardly be his match. If you cannot manage your own hound, do you think you can escape? Ye Qiansheng proclaimed with an air of arrogance. Yet in comparison to Yin Feng, he exuded a nonchalant demeanor, almost effortlessly. What audacity! The crowd could not help but express their astonishment. In Chang'an, there was someone bold enough to provoke Yin Feng directly. Who was this individual? Why had they never heard of him before? In the highest tower within the imperial city, the queen, Shui Yingyue, poised and dignified, gazed down upon the unfolding events of the city gate, her eyes reflecting deep contemplation. Very well. No one has ever dared to speak to me in such a manner. You shall be the first and the last. Yin Feng was utterly incensed. As the preeminent genius of Chang'an, he harbored his own pride. The events that had just transpired were a humiliation he would never tolerate. He moved, his form weaving like a phantom around Ye Qiansheng, seeking the opportune moment for a lethal strike. That young man was doomed. When Yin Feng made his move, it was a death knell, offering no chance for reprieve, one onlooker remarked. Indeed, young Master Yin Feng is a formidable contender for this year's martial arts pinnacle. How dare anyone provoke him? It is sheer foolishness. A fool is dead and gone. Who cares? Yin Feng's speed intensified, and the spectators could only perceive a fleeting shadow. He was exerting pressure upon Ye Qiansheng, aiming to instill fear in him, relishing the thrill of the hunt. To speak disrespectfully to him, Yin Feng, was tantamount to courting death, and it was apparent that Ye Qiansheng was now gripped by terror. Yet, it was too late for regret. Inside the tower, the queen's brow furrowed slightly, as if she harbored concerns for Ye Qiansheng's precarious situation. Yet she remained resolutely silent. Seeing the situation, Zhou Huanling, who was tending to the cicadas, felt a twinge of anxiety. However, before she could react, Lin Feng unexpectedly halted. Redirecting her gaze, she beheld Ye Qian gripping Yin Feng's neck as one would a chick. You think you can escape? Chapter 19. Who is the murderer? Has Yin Feng been defeated? What is happening? Before the crowd could fully comprehend Yin Feng's fleeting shadow, they were astonished to find him gripped firmly in the hands of Ye Qiansheng. His neck was tightly clasped, as if he were a mere chick being held aloft. It was essential to note that Yin Feng was a promising contender in this year's martial arts championship, the sole individual capable of potentially breaking the illustrious winning streak of Deqian. Yet now, he was effortlessly captured by an unknown assailant. Although there were not many onlookers, each was utterly dumbfounded, unable to believe the spectacle before their eyes. How infuriating! Who are you? Yin Feng struggled incessantly, attempting to extricate himself from Ye Qiansheng's grip. However, his efforts proved futile, as Ye Qiansheng's hold remained unyielding. Who is this person? Everyone present strained their ears, eager to glean the answer. Ye Qiansheng replied nonchalantly, "Who am I? You are not worthy to know. Your people just assaulted my maid. What do you think should be done?" Yin Feng clenched his teeth. "I am the young master of the Blowing Snow Tower." A resounding slap struck Yin Feng's face with tremendous force, instantly causing his cheek to swell. The spectators were stunned, their mouths agape in disbelief at the reality of the scene before them. This young master of the Blowing Snow Tower, not only renowned for his formidable strength, but also for his father's extensive network and power, was now being so brazenly disrespected by this inexperienced youth. Yin Feng stared blankly at Ye Qiansheng until he was unceremoniously thrown to the ground, the realization dawning upon him that he had just been publicly humiliated. The searing pain on his face radiated throughout his entire body, inciting a surge of rage within him. He disregarded the significance of the martial arts championship, preparing to confront Ye Qiansheng when a piercing and lethal gaze fell upon him. Behind Ye Qiansheng loomed an aura reminiscent of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. The terrifying presence was devoid of any external embellishments, simply emanating from the depths of past experiences. He froze. Yin Feng sensed that should he dare to retaliate, his demise would be most gruesome. Ye Qiansheng slowly withdrew his gaze, directing it towards Wang Er, who lay paralyzed on the ground, too frightened to move. Unable to fathom that his master, Yin Feng, was no match for the man before him. Ignoring the agony of his severed arm, he desperately sought to beg for mercy. But Ye Qiansheng's foot came crashing down upon his other hand. The agonizing scream that ensued sent chills down the spines of the onlookers. "Were you not just so arrogant? How is it that you now lie prostrate?" Ye Qiansheng asked coldly. "I am sorry. Young hero, I was wrong. I apologize to that lady. Please, let me go." Wang Er realized that there was no saving himself today and continued to plead for mercy. At that moment, Shui Yao stepped forward and tugged at Ye Qiansheng's sleeve, saying, "Chanter is not in any serious trouble. We should return swiftly." Ye Qiansheng gently patted Zhou Huanling's hand and said, "You should take Chanter home to gather your belongings. I will return once I have dealt with this matter." Zhou Huanling did not leave. Instead, she frowned and replied, "Let us go together." Breaking both his hands would serve as a lesson. After all, they were still at the city gates, which could easily attract the attention of Zhou Tianche. Moreover, Cui Shualu was not an insignificant power, so Zhou Huanling was reluctant to have Ye Qiansheng resort to killing. Otherwise, things would escalate far too much. The surrounding citizens echoed Zhou Huanling's sentiments. Ye Qiansheng was undeniably in an advantageous position, having not only defeated Yin Feng, but also severed Wang Er's hands. Now would be the optimal time for Ye Qiansheng to depart, for prolonging the situation would bear little significance. Did he truly dare to take a life? Ye Qiansheng tenderly stroked Zhou Huanling's head and reassured her, "As long as I am here, you need not live in constant fear. Do you understand?" Zhou Huanling gazed into Ye Qiansheng's eyes, feeling a profound sense of security. Indeed, in her past as a demon, still not fully refined into her true form, she had lived in trepidation. She had grown accustomed to it. However, Zhou Huanling intended to voice more, but was interrupted by Ye Qiansheng. "No mobu. Be good and take Chanter home to prepare." Eventually, Zhou Huanling sighed, choosing to heed Ye Qiansheng's words and left with Chanter, though her anxious gaze lingered behind. "What do you want to meet your end?" Upon seeing Zhou Huanling depart, Ye Qiansheng kicked Wang Er, who was still on the ground. "My lord, young hero, is this truly necessary?" Wang Er was terrified to the point of nearly soiling himself, unable to fathom how a mere slap to a seemingly fragile girl would lead to such dire consequences. "Is it for you to decide what is necessary?" Ye Qiansheng asserted, placing a foot upon Wang Er's head. Although Chanter was merely a maid, she could be considered his wife in a broader sense, as Ye Qiansheng had traversed from a modern world and could not adopt the mindset of ancient people, who viewed a bedwarming maid simply as a servant. Wang Er gazed desperately at Yin Feng in the distance, hoping for assistance, but for some reason, Yin Feng appeared lost, still ensnared in the aftermath of his recent defeat. None of his companions stepped forward. They all turned their faces away. Did he truly dare to kill? I cannot believe it. After all, this is the city gate. Any matters here are typically resolved by the emperor himself. It is not for him to decide. I doubt his abilities. Yinfeng simply does not wish to confront him, especially with the upcoming martial arts tournament. His strength is adequate, but he enjoys boasting, which I find unappealing. The crowd murmured amongst themselves. I was wrong, truly wrong. Please, spare me. Wang Ye no longer bore the arrogance he had exhibited when striking Chang'er. He resembled a lamb awaiting slaughter. I regret to inform you, but I have no time to indulge you. Ye Qiansheng lifted his foot, and amidst the incredulous gazes of the crowd, he brutally crushed Wang Ye's head underfoot before striding away with an air of indifference. A profound silence enveloped the onlookers as they fixated on Ye Qiansheng, only snapping back to reality once he vanished from sight. They then turned to the ground where Wang Ye's headless corpse lay, pinching their ears in disbelief. Could this be a dream? Did someone truly dare to commit murder at the gates of the imperial city? Blood splattered onto Yinfeng's face, jolting him back to awareness. The events he had just witnessed felt like a nightmarish vision. Within the imperial city, atop the Tianzi pavilion, Shui Yingyue wore a wickedly charming smile, her long phoenix tail trailing behind her as she departed under the attentive care of her maidservants. At that very moment, a contingent of the Imperial Forest Army, alerted by Wang Ye's agonized cries, rushed to the city gates, led by Huang Run of the Law Enforcement Hall. What has transpired here? Huang Run exclaimed, his gaze fixed on the headless body on the ground, seething with anger. Who dares to commit murder at the gates of the Imperial City? The surrounding crowd remained eerily silent. Huang Run hesitated to reprimand the onlookers, and instead turned to Yinfeng, who was gradually regaining his composure, and reproachfully inquired, "Why did you not intervene? With your strength, it should not have been too difficult, should it? Now, before the grand competition has even begun, we already have a casualty." Yinfeng stood there, dazed and speechless. Huang Ren's frustration intensified, yet he found it difficult to chastise a rising star. Instead, he directed his attention to the guards of the Imperial Forest Army, demanding, what exactly happened? The guards, still seemingly dazed by fear, responded in a somewhat dazed manner. A youth not only defeated young Master Yinfeng, but also killed Wang Ye. However, we do not know his name. He has never been seen in Chang'an. Chapter 20. Fishing at the arena? Have you lost your mind? Why hasn't Yinfeng shown up? What did you say? Yinfeng was defeated. Huang Ren questioned the Imperial guards at the entrance in astonishment. Indeed, the guards themselves seemed incredulous as they replied. Not only did they defeat young Master Yinfeng, but they did so with remarkable ease. Defeated with such ease? Huang Ren gazed around at the spectators, unable to believe his eyes. The crowd remained silent, tacitly agreeing with the guard's statement. Yet, the very person at the center of it all, Yinfeng, appeared dazed, seemingly unable to accept his own defeat. Huang Ren sighed, having already come to a conclusion in his heart. Just after Ye Qiansheng left, this incident occurred. Moreover, Ye Qiansheng was merely in his early 20s. So it was no surprise that the guards referred to him as a youth. Did you catch a glimpse of the perpetrator's appearance? Although he had formed a conclusion, Huang Ren instinctively inquired. Handsome in appearance, with indifferent eyes and an air of nonchalance. He was faster than Yinfeng and accompanied by a stunningly beautiful woman. With this information, Huang Ren no longer needed to guess. He could be 100% certain that the assailant spoken of by the crowd, the one who had defeated Yinfeng, was indeed Ye Qiansheng. After dispersing the crowd and ordering the retrieval of Wang Ye's body, Huang Ren cast one last glance at Yinfeng before departing directly back to the imperial city. Ye Qiansheng was exceedingly powerful, almost absurdly so. This matter must be reported to the Dragon Emperor, Zhou Tianche. Shortly thereafter, when Huang Ren returned to the rear hall, he found Zhou Tianche still engaged in light-hearted banter with Ye Xing, while the Empress personally served tea to Zhou Tianche. Noticing Huang Ren's return, Zhou Tianche inquired with interest, what transpired outside? Huang Ren knelt on one knee, respectfully recounting the entire ordeal. Zhou Tianche frowned. Your meaning is that a young man in his 20s defeated Yinfeng and also killed his attendant? How could that be possible? Zhou Huanling was the first to scoff in disbelief, asserting that in Chang'an there was no rival for those under 30. How could anyone possibly defeat him? Ye Qing and Jiang Su also nodded in agreement with Zhou Huanling's words. Only Xue Yingyue gently sipped her tea, refraining from voicing an opinion. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Qiansheng asked again, "Do you know who it was?" Since he could defeat Yin Feng, he would naturally not expect Huang Run to apprehend the individual. If the perpetrator's identity could be discerned, accountability would be impossible. It was far more pressing to have him participate in the Martial Dao Summit, which would significantly enhance the chances of the great Zhou's victory. One might even say it would be assured. Huang Ren answered with conviction. Although I did not witness the assailant, I know precisely who is responsible. Oh, Zhou Tiansheng's interest was piqued, and he set down the tea he had been holding. With everyone's attention now focused on him, Huang Ren confidently declared, "It was Ye Qiansheng without a doubt." The hall fell into a profound silence after a long moment. A wave of laughter erupted. "Ye Qiansheng! Ha ha ha!" Zhou Tiansheng helplessly remarked. "Master Huang, could it be that you were genuinely intimidated by the nonsensical ramblings of Ye Qiansheng? He is nothing but an utter failure. Otherwise, how could he remain silent for a decade in Chang'an?" Zhou Li scoffed. "It is impossible. Ye Qiansheng undoubtedly lacks such strength." Zhou Huanling asserted with even greater conviction. The Yi couple echoed in agreement. "We know our son best. As Her Highness the Princess said, he is merely a waste of space and could never hope to defeat Yin Feng." Huang Ren felt an urgent anxiety rising within him. Others might not comprehend Ye Qiansheng, but he did. The imprint of a hand upon his chest served as the most compelling evidence, for he was certain that his injuries were inflicted by Ye Qiansheng. "My subordinate speaks not, but the truth. I implore your majesty to discern with clarity," Huang Ren urged, his urgency palpable. He had witnessed the lifeblood of the great Zhou before his eyes. If they could summon Ye Qiansheng from the Yi residence to participate in the upcoming martial arts tournament, victory for the great Zhou would be assured. This would undoubtedly serve the nation and its people. Yet now, Zhou Tiansheng remained skeptical, leaving him in a state of restless agitation. Zhou Tiansheng, feeling somewhat helpless, replied, "I understand your dissatisfaction with being toyed with by Ye Qiansheng, but to push him into the competition to meet his demise seems excessively cruel." "My lord," Huang Ren began, but Zhou Tiansheng interrupted, "Pray tell, did you witness with your own eyes that it was Ye Qiansheng who did this?" Huang Ren, forced into a corner, replied, "I did not." Zhou Tiansheng continued, "Then did those who were present claim it was Ye Qiansheng?" Huang Ren gritted his teeth and answered again, "No." "Does it not follow then?" Zhou Tiansheng, dismissing his robe with a flourish, said, "Since you did not see it, and those who did are unfamiliar with him, on what grounds can you assert that Ye Qiansheng is the one who vanquished Yin Feng?" Huang Ren now felt unjustly accused. He had only wished for the good of the nation, yet he was misconstrued as a villain. A myriad of explanations swirled in his mind, but he sensed that each would be met with rebuttal, leaving him in silence. No one present believed Huang Ren's words. Among them, Zhou Huanling's thoughts were particularly tumultuous. She found it hard to believe Huang Ren's claims were true, yet she feared that they might indeed be so. If Ye Qiansheng possessed formidable strength, then all her past endeavors to pursue greatness would become a mere jest. Fortunately, such a scenario seemed impossible. "Rest well today. You may leave," Zhou Tiansheng instructed Huang Ren. "Thank you, Your Majesty," Huang Ren replied listlessly as he exited. Once Huang Ren had departed, Zhou Tiansheng turned to the waiting eunuch Li and commanded, "Li Zhen, entrust the task of locating the one who defeated Yin Feng to Hangzhou. Ensure he finds them before the tournament commences." Li Zhen acknowledged with a nod and promptly departed. Meanwhile, on Fusho Street, a significant figure was set to arrive. However, with the martial arts tournament imminent, few were present. At the heart of the bustling district stood the residence of a Yi family. Gazing upon the vast expanse of the yard, Chana was filled with exuberance. Her facial wounds nearly healed, and she dashed about, marveling at everything around her. "Miss, look, such a grand house, just the three of us. We can do anything we wish," she exclaimed, tugging at Zhou Shuyao's hand, shaking it with delight. "Slow down. The bandage on your face is coming off," Zhou Shuyao replied, a hint of exasperation in her voice. "Knight Qiansheng, The male protagonist nodded in agreement. Although Zhou Xuyao's previous small grass hut was cozy, it had indeed been too cramped for many activities. Now, with such a spacious abode, there was ample room for whatever they desired. Subsequently, Zhou Xuyao and Chon'er busied themselves tidying their living quarters, while Ye Qiansheng tinkered with his fishing gear by the pond in the yard. After about an hour, Zhou Xuyao wiped the sweat from her brow and emerged with Chon'er. "Have you caught any fish, young master?" Chon'er inquired eagerly, bounding toward Ye Qiansheng and resting her hands on her knees. Following Ye Qiansheng's heroic rescue earlier, her attachment to him had grown stronger. "Still working on my fishing equipment," Ye Qiansheng replied with a touch of pride. Zhou Xuyao glanced at the sky and remarked, "Stop for now. The martial arts grand competition should have commenced. We ought to hurry over." Ye Qiansheng did not object, casting his line with a flourish. Well, fishing is fishing, regardless of the location. Fortunately, there is a small pond adjacent to the martial arts arena outside the imperial city. Chapter 21. While others battle, you fish on the sidelines? The annual martial arts competition commenced beneath the blazing sun. The venue was set at the arena located outside the imperial city, surrounded by towering mountains, ensuring that the intensity of the battles would not endanger the surrounding structures. The citizens of Chang'an, nearly all in attendance, were filled with anticipation as this year was deemed the most promising for victory, eagerly cheering for Yinfeng. In the principal seat, the Dragon Emperor of the Great Zhou, Zhou Tianche, presided over the event, exuding an air of solemnity and grandeur in his dragon robe. Beside him were the Empress, Shui Yingyue, and the National Master, Dao Yizi. Further back sat the princes and princesses, including Zhou Huanling and Zhou Li. The presence of nearly all the esteemed nobles of the Great Zhou underscored the significance attributed to this competition. On the opposite side, atop a hastily erected platform, a striking young woman sat regally in a phoenix chair, her chin resting on her hand as she cast a disdainful glance at the proceedings. Dressed in a fiery red gown that signified both her captivating beauty and her decisive prowess as a commander, she was none other than Wu Mingyue, the sister of the Empress of the Great Qian, a formidable warrior in her own right. The platform was sparsely populated, with only Wu Mingyue and a serene, ethereal young girl who remained with her eyes closed, seemingly in meditation. At that moment, the battles on the arena escalated to a fever pitch, culminating in a decisive victory. The first match concluded with Li Zhan of the Great Zhou triumphing over Han Wei of the Great Qian, eliciting thunderous cheers that echoed throughout the arena and the surrounding forest. Wu Mingyue smirked derisively, regarding the single defeat with indifference, viewing it merely as an appetizer in the grand scheme of victory. Yet, her attention was drawn to Yinfeng across the way, and she inquired with mild surprise to the elegant girl beside her, Silver Snow, "Do you feel confident facing that opponent?" Silver Snow, still with her eyes shut, replied coolly, "No one is my match." Her tone was devoid of warmth, as if dismissing all challengers. Wu Mingyue shrugged with a smile, choosing not to probe further. This inconsequential victory brought joy not only to the onlookers, but also to Zhou Tianche, who regarded it as a promising start, applauding with a smile. After all, the stakes were high. Chongling itself was at risk. The Great Zhou could not afford to lose. With this momentum, the probability of claiming the championship appeared substantial, noted Dao Yizi, stroking his beard. Indeed, while the outcome may not significantly affect the overall contest, it greatly boosts morale, Shui Yingyue concurred. Zhou Tianche nodded in agreement. Just as the atmosphere brimmed with joy and exultation, an incongruous voice pierced through the revelry. Quickly, the fish are biting. I'm going to cast my line. Chon'er, hurry and prepare the seasonings. Your future husband will grill fish for you later." All eyes turned toward the source of the interruption. At an indeterminate moment, a strikingly handsome man, accompanied by two beautiful women, was seen fishing in a decorative pond. Remarkably, he was actually catching fish. Who could this be? Is he here to disrupt the event? Doesn't he realize today marks the peak of martial art competition? Wu Mingyue instinctively glanced over, astonished to witness someone fishing in the solemn arena of combat, momentarily at a loss for words. With a sigh, she mused how truly remarkable the talents emerging from the great Zhou were. Yin Shui slowly opened her enchanting eyes, curiously observing Ye Qiansheng, who was fishing under the scrutiny of the crowd. She had encountered many formidable figures, yet none like him, prompting her to steal a few extra glances. Who on earth is he? He must be expelled at once. This is the moment when our great Zhou is in the lead. His presence is utterly disruptive. Indeed, he must be removed. Wait, I recognize him. He is the one who defeated Yin Feng. You boast without foundation, claiming to have vanquished Yin Feng? Why not also mention that he left his handprint on the mountain? Those with genuine prowess are on the stage. Do you comprehend? It seems someone did indeed defeat Yin Feng, but it must have been some ancient monster. It is inconceivable for someone so young to have done so. The man fishing appears incapable of even besting me, let alone defeating Yin Feng. What a farce. In the eyes of many common folk in Great Zhou, Yin Feng is nearly regarded as a heroic youth, and thus, any slander against him cannot be tolerated. Observing this, Zhou Tianche furrowed his brow, not anticipating that Ye Qiansheng would possess such audacity. To fish in the arena of combat. Truly outrageous. Huang Ren. Before Dao Yitzi could finish his words, Zhou Tianche waved his hand, dismissing the matter. Let him fish, then. Merely seeking attention. Zhou Huanling cast a disdainful glance at Ye Qiansheng. She was not alone in her sentiment, as many believed Ye Qiansheng was tarnishing the dignity of Great Zhou. Thus, the martial arts competition continued, though the air was filled with the enticing aroma of grilled fish. In the second round, Great Qian emerged victorious. In the third round, Great Qian triumphed again. In the fourth round, Great Qian claimed victory. In the fifth round, Great Qian prevailed once more. No one had anticipated that following a victory for Great Zhou, they would face a series of devastating defeats. It is essential to note that each side has a limited number of participants. There are only so many experts available. Ideally, the initial fighters should exhaust their opponents, allowing the stronger individuals to conserve energy for the final showdown. However, the current situation for Great Zhou is exceedingly grim, as their strongest contenders are compelled to enter the fray, only to be worn down by the weaker opponents from the opposing side. Wu Mingwe let out a proud huff. This development was within her expectations, yet she was taken aback by the inferiority of the opponents. Is this the level of those daring to compete in the martial arts championship? Zhou Tianche, has Great Zhou truly run out of capable fighters? The words rang out, piercing the hearts of all present like a sharp sword. Zhou Tianche furrowed his brow and smirked, pondering that the outcome remained uncertain. Although he feigned nonchalance, the mounting pressure from the unfavorable situation weighed heavily upon him. His hands clenched tightly as he fervently hoped that Hong Zhong could locate the one who would defeat Yin Feng. The citizens of the great Zhou fell silent, lost in contemplation. This fish is enormous. My dear wife, just wait until I prepare some sashimi for you, paired with my exclusive secret dipping sauce. It will be absolutely delectable. Knight Qiansheng continued. Zhou Xiao awkwardly accepted the grilled fish. When the crowd's attention shifted back to Knight Qiansheng, they noticed that, unbeknownst to them, a fire had already been kindled, and several fish were roasting above the flames. Furthermore, it seemed that Knight Qiansheng's claim of a secret recipe was not a deception, for the aroma was indeed enticing. Yet, was this truly the moment to indulge in fish? Did they not realize that the Great Zhou was currently at a disadvantage? Was the city on the brink of surrender? How could they still find the appetite to eat? Moreover, were these not ornamental fish? Such exquisite specimens were truly valuable. Zhou Tianche felt a sharp pain in his temples, excruciatingly so. Nevertheless, considering the potential prowess behind Knight Qiansheng, he suppressed the urge to dismiss him. The fragrant scent wafted into Yin Shui's nostrils, and, as she meditated with her eyes closed, she found herself involuntarily swallowing. Do you wish to eat? Yin Shui hurriedly explained. Master, I. Wu Mingwe waved her hand dismissively. Do not feel embarrassed. I can simply buy it for you. Subsequently, amidst Yin Shui's bewildered gaze, Wu Mingwe leaped down from the platform and approached Knight Qiansheng, inquiring, Young man, how much do you sell your grilled fish for? Chapter 22. On the brink of despair, Ye Qiansheng indeed triumphed over Yinfeng. The actions of Wu Mingwei left everyone present utterly astonished. The sister of the empress, engaging a mere commoner in the purchase of grilled fish? Was this a farce? Moreover, it seemed they were still amidst the competition. This was a blatant disregard for the great Zhou. Today was no ordinary day. It was the pinnacle of martial arts, where the defeated would have to forfeit an entire city. Did Wu Mingwen not take this seriously at all? Or did she believe victory was already assured? What baffled the onlookers even more was Ye Qiansheng's subsequent response. "I'm sorry, I'm not selling," he replied without even glancing up, seemingly oblivious to the woman's identity. Or perhaps simply indifferent. Wu Mingwei furrowed her brow slightly, yet she did not express anger, for trade is fundamentally based on mutual consent, and the other party certainly had the right to refuse. "A qi-nurturing pill," Wu Mingwei stated, producing a delicate green vial from her sleeve, from which emanated wisps of white vapor, clearly indicating its rarity. Ye Qiansheng regarded Wu Mingwei for a moment. She was indeed different from those of the great Zhou. Zhou Shuyao was at a loss for words, even feeling a bit restless, while the incessant chatter of the cicada ceased abruptly. "Very well, given your earnestness, I will accept your offer." Ye Qiansheng extended his hand. "Give me the pill, and you may select a fish of your choice." A straightforward transaction, which Wu Mingwei appreciated. Tossing the qi-nurturing pill into Ye Qiansheng's hand, she casually chose the largest fish and inquired, "What is your name?" As Ye Qiansheng reeled in the fish, he replied, "Ye Qiansheng." "A fine name. Thank you." After Wu Mingwei departed, Ye Qiansheng handed the qi-nurturing pill to Zhou Shuyao, saying, "Wife, see what your husband has procured for you." Zhou Shuyao immediately shook her head in refusal. "I cannot accept this. It is beneficial for you as well." Beneficial? Of course, it held no advantages for him. The qi-nurturing pill was effective for cultivators below the second realm, aiding in the refinement of their skills and the removal of impurities. However, Ye Qiansheng was on the verge of breaking through to the fourth realm and had no use for it. He had merely granted Wu Mingwei a measure of respect, contrasting her demeanor with that of the people of the great Zhou. "Take it. It is only right for a husband to provide for his wife," Ye Qiansheng insisted, pressing the qi-nurturing pill into Zhou Shuyao's arms before returning to his fishing. The onlookers were envious, yet powerless to intervene. What astonished them most was Ye Qiansheng's complete lack of fear or trepidation in the presence of someone like Wu Mingwei. He treated her as he would an ordinary person, even displaying a hint of disregard. When Wu Mingwei first spoke, he had intended to refuse her. This aspect left both the common folk and those high atop the platform, including Zhou Tianche and his entourage, utterly astonished. Just as Ye Qiansheng cast his line once more, a cultivator from the great Zhou, having just slain 5 opponents, was also gravely injured. Wu Mingwei spoke with an air of ease. "The playful banter has concluded. Wu Qiang, it is your turn." Beneath the high platform, the golden-armored man, who had been silently clasping his hands, gave a slight nod and ascended the martial stage. The surrounding populace held their breath, fully aware that the moment of seriousness had arrived. Only Silver Snow, clutching a roasted fish, continued to tear into it with fervor, her eyes gleaming as if stunned by the flavor. The duel commenced. At the signal of the referee, Wu Qiang surged into action, unleashing the peak power of the second realm with a speed that was almost imperceptible, obliterating his opponent, Ma Fei, with a single blow. "Useless," Wu Qiang spat, shaking the blood from his hands onto the ground, and only then did the crowd rouse from their stunned silence, erupting into a cacophony of astonishment. Ma Fei had been vanquished in an instant. How could this be? Why was this man, Wu Qiang, so formidable? The power he had just displayed seemed to have reached the pinnacle of the second realm. Truly terrifying. How had no one ever heard of him before? Where had he emerged from? The great Zhou was doomed. Zhou Tianche, seated in the principal position, gazed in disbelief at the recent events, leaning forward as if unable to accept the reality before him. Ma Fei, one of the top 3 among the younger generation of the great Zhou dynasty, had been utterly annihilated by a single punch. This far exceeded Zhou Tianche's expectations. He had thought it would suffice to deal with Silver Snow, Yet before even facing her, his side was already in disarray, devoid of viable options. Dispatch someone immediately. Are the people of the great Zhou all worthless? If you're afraid, just surrender, Wu Qiang proclaimed with utmost arrogance. The citizens of the great Zhou were instantly inflamed with rage, beginning to denounce Wu Qiang. Yet, their protests were in vain. Wu Qiang remained unfazed, deridingly stating, "Is it that the people of the great Zhou can only engage in empty rhetoric? Have the courage to step onto the martial stage and see how many punches you can withstand from me." The arena fell into an oppressive silence. Witnessing the insult directed at his people, Zhou Tianche's expression soured significantly. Send Yinfeng up immediately, he ordered. Dao Yitzi reached out to restrain him, imploring, "Your Majesty, do not lose your composure. If Yinfeng goes, it will be a trap. Even if he wins, the great Zhou will be left without any capable fighters. Do not forget, there is still the most formidable silver snow to contend with." What then is to be done? Zhou Tianche was clearly at a loss. We can only send Su Yidao from the mid-second realm. If he can win, splendid, but if he cannot, at least he can wear down Wu Qiang's stamina. Dao Yitzi suggested. With a furrowed brow, Zhou Tianche had no choice but to acquiesce. Su Yidao, having received his orders, strode toward the battlefield, his solid muscles straining against his black training attire as if it would tear at any moment. He too was incensed, for Wu Qiang's audacity was intolerable. "Next, it shall be I, Su Yidao, who confronts you," he declared, his fists meeting in a show of determination, his gaze fierce as that of a wrathful deity. "Oh, I hope you understand. It is I who shall be slaughtering you, not merely engaging in battle," Wu Qiang retorted, shaking his finger in a display of arrogance. As the duel commenced, both were masters of physical combat, but the ensuing clash was devoid of any spectacle, merely a raw and unrefined exchange of blows. In merely 3 rounds, fissures of blood began to appear upon Su Yidao's body. In stark contrast, Wu Qiang, who was inferior both in physique and stature, remained unscathed. Wu Mingyue proclaimed with pride, "Though Wu Qiang is merely at the 2nd realm, he has mastered the Golden Armor Divine art to the 5th level, rendering attacks from anyone below the 4th realm significantly ineffective against him. I am capable of defeating him." Yin Shui, taking a bite of roasted fish, spoke with a calm and confident demeanor. Wu Mingyue cast a sidelong glance at her esteemed disciple, but chose to remain silent. As the situation grew increasingly dire, Zhou Tianche felt a profound turmoil within. He was acutely aware that should another city fall, the great Zhou dynasty would truly be in peril. All surrounding dynasties would seize the opportunity to strike. The defensive front would inevitably shift to the heart of great Zhou, leaving them with no time to react to future assaults. Has Hong Zhong yet to return? Zhou Tianche could only place his hopes on finding the one who had vanquished Yinfeng. If that individual could be located and Wu Qiang eliminated, there would still be a glimmer of hope. Meanwhile, Huang Run, well versed in the circumstances, had reached a definitive conclusion. The one who had triumphed over Yinfeng was none other than Ye Qiansheng. Recognizing that the situation was on the brink of collapse, Huang Ren sensed that the moment had arrived. He stepped forward and reported, "Your Majesty, I have ascertained that the one who defeated Yinfeng is indeed Ye Qiansheng. I beseech you to permit him to join the fray, to safeguard the territory and dignity of Great Zhou." Chapter 23. The Return of Ye Xing. Salvation for the Great Zhou. Just moments ago, beneath the martial arts arena, Huang Run had identified a witness confirming that the assailant who brutally attacked Yinfeng was indeed Ye Qiansheng. Given the current precarious state of the Great Zhou, any defeat was unacceptable. Thus, despite the mounting pressure, Huang Ren took it upon himself to approach Zhou Tianche without prior consultation. He had anticipated that Zhou Tianche would at least allow him an explanation, but instead, he was met with an explosive fury. "Huang Ren, in such dire times, you still cling to your pitiful pride and utter falsehoods?" Zhou Tianche, already agitated, found Huang Ren's mention of Ye Qiansheng infuriating. "Your Majesty, I can assure you," Huang Ren attempted to continue, but was swiftly interrupted by Zhou Tianche. "Enough. I do not wish to hear your excuses. You are to return to the law enforcement hall at once." Zhou Tianche pointed sternly in the direction of the hall, his brows furrowed in anger. Huang Ren's clenched fists relaxed. He had genuinely been considering the future of the great Zhou, yet those present perceived him as self-serving. Perhaps he did harbor a modicum of selfishness. Proving Ye Qiansheng's strength would validate his own injuries. However, in the grand scheme of the great Zhou's future, such concerns paled in comparison. Why was Zhou Tianche so unwilling to entertain the possibility? Yet, faced with the wrath of the Dragon Emperor, Huang Ren dared not speak further, and chose to withdraw instead. Calm yourself. It is detrimental to your health, Ye Xing remarked with a gentle smile, her concern evident. I simply cannot comprehend. If Ye Qiansheng truly possesses the strength to defeat Yin Feng, why does he not participate in the Grand Martial Arts Tournament to prove himself? Why can't Huang Ren understand this? Zhou Tianche lamented. Perhaps some individuals simply shy away from the limelight. Ye Xing responded with a serene demeanor. Indeed, yet Ye Qiansheng is certainly not such a person. If he truly had the strength, he would undoubtedly go to great lengths to showcase it, Zhou Huanling asserted confidently. She was convinced that Ye Qiansheng harbored feelings for her. If he were indeed powerful, he would eagerly seek to demonstrate his prowess before her, perhaps in an effort to win her back. The fact that he had not done so spoke volumes. Ye Xing offered a soft smile, refraining from providing further explanation. At that moment, on the martial arts arena, Su Yidao collapsed to the ground, akin to a wall crumbling, making a tremendous commotion. However, Su Yidao's body was fractured, a consequence of enduring all of Wu Qing's assaults. Blood flowed incessantly from the cracks. Even if he survived, he would be rendered incapacitated. The very scenario Zhou Tianche feared had come to pass. Wu Qing remained unscathed and as vigorous as ever, while the great Zhou found itself bereft of capable fighters. Save for Yin Feng, silence enveloped the spectators below. Su Yidao, aware of his inability to contend with Wu Qing, sought to surrender. But before he could utter a word, Wu Qing's foot silenced him, preventing any sound from escaping his lips. Wu Qing proclaimed with arrogance, "A bunch of worthless fools? You dare to compete in the Grand Martial Arts Tournament with such talent? It is utterly disgraceful." The scorn was palpable, an unabashed mockery. Although the citizens of the great Zhou felt indignation, they were powerless to retaliate, for Wu Qing indeed possessed the audacity to vanquish their champions, such as Ma Fei and Su Yidao. Many even begrudgingly acknowledged the truth in his words. After so many years of defeat, what else could they be but failures? Dao Yitzi could no longer bear the scene and exclaimed, "Do not go too far." Wu Mingwei abruptly rose from the table, demanding, "What do you intend to do?" A powerful clash ensued as two formidable pressures collided, causing Dao Yitzi to flick his whisk in response, his expression suddenly shifting to one of shock. He immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsing back into his chair. Defeated once more, the citizens of the great Zhou had begun to grow numb. It was not merely the younger generation who were no match for their opponents, but even the esteemed national master was no match for the adversary. Were the people of the great Zhou truly destined to be inept? The fifth realm? Ye Qiansheng was somewhat astonished by Wu Mingyue's cultivation level. In his previous life, he had only managed to reach the fourth realm, and yet it appeared that the great Qian possessed formidable figures at the fifth realm. However, this was hardly noteworthy. He resumed his fishing, as if the fate of the great Zhou dynasty had no bearing on him, which, in reality, it did not. Amidst the crowd's terror, Wu Qiang crushed Su Yidao's head beneath his foot, silencing the struggling body. Another life extinguished. Two of the great Zhou's prodigies had perished without inflicting any harm in return. Only Yin Feng remained. Yin Feng, eliminate Wu Qiang with all haste. Silver Snow is your true target. Zhou Tianche quietly instructed the young man below. Understood, Yin Feng replied, ascending to the platform. Wu Qiang removed his foot from Su Yidao's lifeless form, cracking his knuckles as he gazed at the approaching Yin Feng, chuckling at last. A worthy opponent has arrived. Let us commence. I hope you can maintain your bravado. Yin Feng shot a cold glare at Wu Qiang. The battle was on the verge of ignition, with Yin Feng seizing the initiative from the outset, fiercely suppressing Wu Qiang. Thanks to his speed advantage, Wu Qiang was unable to land a single blow. Furthermore, the disparity in their cultivation levels rendered Mu Qiang utterly defenseless. Zhou Tianche's expression finally relaxed. Indeed, the foremost youth of the great Zhou was proving his mettle, not merely boasting hollow accolades. If Ye Xing could return now, the great Zhou would undoubtedly triumph in today's competition. Zhou Tianche remarked to Shui Yingwei beside him. The world is unpredictable. It is best not to harbor undue expectations. Shui Yingwei replied cryptically. Nonetheless, the battle in the arena had reached a fever pitch, and Zhou Tianche and the others had no time to ponder further. Mu Qiang was now adorned with numerous wounds, each inflicted by Yin Feng's flying daggers. Though none were deep, they collectively established a sense of dominance. Yin Feng's speed was remarkable. Each time Mu Qiang attempted to grasp him, he could only see shadows in vain, growing increasingly frantic and disorganized in his movements. With every injury Mu Qiang sustained, the crowd erupted in thunderous applause, their pent-up emotions finally unleashed. After several dozen exchanges, Mu Qiang was forced to retreat steadily, like a candle flickering in the wind, poised to extinguish at any moment. Sensing his overwhelming advantage, Yin Feng decided to conserve energy and end the fight swiftly. Flipping his dagger and charging towards Mu Qiang. It is finished. A wise choice, not to waste time, Zhou Tianche confidently assessed. At that moment, a member of the Imperial Guard rushed before Zhou Tianche, kneeling on one knee to report, "Your Majesty, the Sword Sect's senior disciple, Ye Xing, is arriving with Li Jiuxiao and has reached the city gates. They will be here shortly." "Wonderful, wonderful!" Zhou Tianche exclaimed, rising with palpable excitement. Ye Xing has returned. Today, the great Zhou shall not face defeat. Upon hearing that Ye Xing had returned, the citizens of the great Zhou erupted in joy, their cheers echoing through the air. Zhou Huanling proudly lifted her head, resembling a victorious peacock. Ye Xing was back. The guardian deity of the great Zhou had returned. The fervent cheers astonished Wu Mingwei, who had not anticipated the immense charisma of this young man. She pondered curiously about the strength of this Ye Xing, who inspired such unwavering confidence among the people that as long as he was present, the great Zhou could not possibly lose. Ye Xing? Could he be the one stationed at the demon-subduing pass? Wu Mingyue's expression darkened considerably at this thought. Chapter 24. What of others? I inquire about the night walker. Amidst the unending cheers of the crowd, Ye Qiansheng wore a slight smirk, continuing to fish in solitude. At that moment, sensing the fervor of the spectators, Yin Feng grew increasingly eager to vanquish Mu Qiang. Cornering Mu Qiang against the arena wall, Yin Feng successfully drove his flying dagger into Wu Cheng's chest. Just when the crowd believed Wu Qiang had finally met his defeat, an astonishing force erupted from him at that very instant. A roar, reminiscent of a lion's fierce cry, echoed throughout the arena, accompanied by a chilling scent of blood, as if remnants of a recent hunt lingered in the air. This is dire. Yin Feng realized the gravity of the situation, astonished that Wu Qiang had concealed such a lethal move, waiting for him to draw near. Understanding the peril, he attempted to retreat with utmost speed, but it was already too late. It was as if Wu Qiang had set a trap for him, luring him in with the intention of ensuring he had no chance of escape. Grasping Yin Feng's arm, Wu Qiang cruelly laughed. "Aren't you fond of running? Why have you ceased your flight? You wretched fool." Overwhelmed by imminent danger, Yin Feng exerted every ounce of strength to flee, yet Wu Qiang, having invoked some arcane method, proved exceedingly powerful, narrowing the gap between their respective capabilities. Furthermore, as a cultivator of body refinement, Wu Qiang possessed a natural advantage in strength over Yin Feng. "Yin Feng, flee!" Dao Yizi shouted in alarm. "Get away from him. Do not engage at close quarters." Despite hearing the urgent warnings from behind, it was no longer within Yin Feng's power to choose his fate, for he had been utterly ensnared, transformed into a lamb awaiting slaughter. Wu Mingyue's lips curled into a slight smile. She had never believed that Wu Qiang, bolstered by the Wu family's secret techniques, could be bested by Yin Feng, even if the latter's cultivation was somewhat superior. Indeed, the reality aligned with her belief. Before the watchful eyes of the crowd, Wu Qiang grinned malevolently, then forcefully slammed Yin Feng to the ground, yet his grip on Yin Feng remained unyielding. Once, twice, thrice, a substantial crater formed in the stone floor of the arena, with Yin Feng lying within, barely clinging to life. Mu Qiang stood triumphantly, his foot planted on Yin Feng's face, lifting his head high in a display of arrogance. Defeated, how could the strongest of the young generation of the great Zhou, Yin Feng, be unworthy even to face the mightiest of the Deqian? Silence reigned as the prevailing theme in the great Zhou. Wu Cheng's foot seemed to press not only upon Yin Feng's face, but upon the faces of all in the great Zhou, upon the very identity of the great Zhou itself, even upon the face of the celestial order. What an utter disgrace! Once hailed as the world's foremost dynasty, the great Zhou had, unbeknownst to them, descended into such a state of desolation. Rather than slaying Yin Feng, Mu Qiang discarded his broken form amidst the crowd, delivering a harsh humiliation to all present. Behold well, what has become the so-called prodigy you revered? Not only is the pride of the great Zhou worthless, but so too are all of you. A single utterance left the gathered populace speechless, devoid of any counterarguments. The flames of indignation within them found no outlet, leaving them to suppress their fury. Yet, they harbored a final glimmer of hope. Nightwalker. If Nightwalker were to return, he could undoubtedly trample the head of the martial city into the ground, fiercely grinding it down, and subsequently vanquish Silver Snow to secure victory in the current competition. Surely, it would be so. At that moment, a sword appeared in the sky, upon which two figures stood, and it seemed as though a battered corpse lay in the center. Zhou Tianche immediately recognized the visitors as disciples of the sword sect, specifically Li Minghong's apprentice, Ye Xing. Nightwalker had returned. Ye Xing had initially been sent to guard the demon suppression pass in Nightwalker's stead, but after failing to hold the line, Nightwalker had been dispatched. Now that both Ye Xing and Li Jiuxiao had returned, it was certain that Nightwalker had also reappeared. Zhou Huanling's eyes sparkled with hope. If Nightwalker could uphold the collapsing structure of the Great Qian and defeat their foes, his fame would undoubtedly soar. Even her previous feelings of disgust and aversion towards marrying Nightwalker began to dissipate. The citizens of the great Zhou appeared to sense something as well, their eager gazes fixed upon Ye Xing, hoping his arrival would remedy the dire situation. Yet, as Ye Xing landed, riding his sword, Zhou Tianche's expression gradually soured. For even at this juncture, there was still no sign of Nightwalker. To make matters worse, the body Ye Xing carried was none other than Wang He. What was happening? Where was Nightwalker? Zhou Tianche urgently inquired, his emotions teetering on the brink of chaos, for everything that had unfolded that day had utterly defied his expectations. Ye Xing's clothing was soiled and disheveled. Upon seeing Zhou Tianche, he disregarded all else and recounted the events of the past 2 days. Originally, a few of my fellow disciples and I were tasked by our master to guard the demon suppression pass in Nightwalker's absence. But unexpectedly, that very night, the demon forces launched a massive invasion. We were outnumbered and inexperienced, resulting in several of my fellow disciples perishing. Zhou Tianche, perplexed, responded, "Did I not send Nightwalker to support you?" Nightwalker? Bah! Ye Qing's ire flared at the mere mention of his name. Witnessing the Kim's Damiano. Not only Zhou Tianche, but all present felt a foreboding sense of dread. Could it be that Nightwalker had failed to protect the demon suppression pass? Ye Xing gritted his teeth and declared, "Nightwalker is nothing but a complete waste." Not only did he cower behind the scenes, allowing General Wang He to perish, but he even opened the gates of the demon suppression pass, resulting in countless civilian casualties and leaving not a single soldier alive. What? Zhou Tianche gasped in shock, his eyes blazing with fury as he demanded, "Ye Xing, you must be accountable for your words. Dare you repeat that? What is there to fear?" Ye Xing glared defiantly at the Dragon Emperor, asserting, "If Nightwalker can act as he pleases, then surely I can voice my thoughts." Stunned, the assembly looked on, astonished by Ye Qing's audacity in offending the Dragon Emperor, yet none stepped forth to accuse him of wrongdoing. At this point, they all understood that Ye Qing's claims could not be mere fabrications. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Tianche sat feebly in his chair, his last glimmer of hope manifesting in his question. Are you suggesting that the demon suppression pass has been lost? It has indeed, Ye Xing affirmed with certainty. Zhou Tianche gradually closed his eyes. Though he had inferred the truth from their earlier conversation, hearing it confirmed still left him in disbelief. After 10 years of steadfastly guarding the demon suppression pass, how could it have been lost at this critical juncture? Moreover, this time, General Wang, he had also been involved in the calamity. The loss of the demon suppression pass left the common folk standing as if their souls had been snatched, gazing blankly at Ye Qing, while even those from the Qian side expressed a semblance of sympathy. It was truly a tragic situation. And where is he? Zhou Tianche's fury mingled with an air of imperial authority. I demand to know the whereabouts of the Night Walker. He is hiding in Xiangyang City, claiming he will retaliate. But I believe he is merely afraid to return. The corpse of General Wang, he was retrieved only through a desperate struggle between my disciple and myself against the demon clan. Li Qing Astili Clarifia. Chapter 25. Wu Qing. If you have the ability, kill me. Ye Qiansheng. All right. The two still warm corpses of the great Zhou's prodigies lay among the crowd. With the first prodigy of the great Zhou, the broken Zhenyao Pass, and the tragically dead Wang He, hiding in fear and unable to return. All of this plunged the great Zhou people present into despair. This morning, they had still believed they had a chance to triumph over the great Qian, and anticipated hearing news of Ye Xing's victory by afternoon. Yet, what awaited them was nothing but boundless despair. Bang! Zhou Tianche, upon hearing this, erupted in fury, shattering the chair behind him, and exclaimed in rage, "You lost the Zhenyao Pass. You caused the death of the great Zhou general, and you still hide away, refusing to return." How much he had once trusted Ye Xing. He had not only betrothed his most beloved daughter, Zhou Huanling, to him, but had also appointed the valiant Wang He as his deputy. Yet what had Ye Xing returned to him? Nothing but destruction. And now, he dares not even return. He glared at the night couple seated above, feeling that if not for Ye Xing, he would not have deigned to cast them a glance. With this calamity befalling Ye Xing, he certainly would not show them any kindness. Knight Qing was frightened, repeatedly waving his hands. "Your Majesty, there may be some misunderstanding. After all, Xing has guarded the Zhenyao Pass for 10 years. Such a problem cannot possibly arise." Jiang Sui quickly concurred. Indeed, we cannot completely trust one side of the story. The two were in a state of extreme panic. If Zhou Tianche discovered they had swapped the heroic youth, it would be treason, and they would surely lose their heads. Thus, even if Ye Xing had caused a tremendous blunder, they dared not clarify that Ye Qiansheng was the true heroic youth. Regret consumed them. Had they known, they would have forcibly sent Ye Qiansheng in place of Ye Xing. One side of the story, that was all witnessed by my own eyes, and Zhou Xiao saw it clearly as well. Ye Qing argued passionately in anger. Enough. Just as Zhou Tianche was at a loss for what to do, he found the two's conversation irksome. Do not forget, there are still people from the great Qian present. This is simply making a fool of ourselves. Zhou Huanling stared blankly at Ye Qing. From the moment he recounted the events at the Zhenyao Pass, she had been fixated on him. Initially, she had been eager to hear tales of Ye Xing's valiant exploits. Instead, she was met with a series of absurdities. Was he not the heroic youth? How could such a situation arise? In an instant, Zhou Huanling's admiration for Ye Xing, which had been kindled by his prowess, evaporated, even turning to disdain. Hey, are we done yet? If we're not fighting anymore, conceding is also an option, but Wu Qing will belong to my great Qian. Wu Mingwa called out, somewhat bored. She had no interest in the affairs of others. No matter how tragic they were, it was of little consequence to her. The duel was still ongoing, and they needed to hurry back today. A chorus of sighs echoed from the great Zhou citizens. Fight? With what a fight? The great Qian, boasting of having the strongest of the younger generation, Yin Feng, was now missing, while the great Zhou's guardian, Ye Xing, was hiding in fear. The current great Zhou had no choice but to surrender. As Zhou Tianche contemplated the breach of the demon suppression pass, now fallen into the hands of the demon clan, he felt as though decades had been added to his age. With a self-deprecating smirk, he mused that if fate intended to annihilate the great Zhou, so be it. What are you looking at? A discordant voice broke through the tense atmosphere as the crowd awaited the darkest hour. The speaker, seemingly unaffected by the recent turmoil, was none other than Ye Qiansheng, who appeared to be enjoying a meal. What was he up to now? Zhou Huanling frowned in discontent, her anger directed at Ye Qiansheng. At that moment, he was coldly fixated on the arrogant Mu Qiang on the stage. The crowd was taken aback, though they harbored a strong dislike for Mu Qiang, even loathing him. The fact that he had slain 3 people instilled terror in their hearts. The mere act of meeting his gaze was enough to strike fear into anyone. Yet, Ye Qiansheng dared to confront Mu Qiang. Was he courting death? In the current state of the great Zhou, there was no power to protect him. I ask you, what are you looking at? Ye Qiansheng hurled the fish he had been holding onto the ground, raising his voice. Beside him, the ethereal Zhou, Shuyao, gently tugged at his sleeve, her beauty reminiscent of a celestial being. She was concerned. Wu Cheng's displayed prowess was far too formidable, and she did not wish for Ye Qiansheng to confront him on her behalf. Boy, do you think you deserve to be paired with the celestial beside you? Be wise and step aside, or else. Wu Qiang cast a glance at the 2 corpses on the ground, the threat implicit in his demeanor. Such words ignited indignation among those present. It was utterly intolerable. He showed no regard for the great Zhou, daring to publicly seize a maiden. It was important to note that the Dragon Emperor Zhou Tianche was still present. Wu Mingwei shook her head, but chose not to voice her thoughts. Ye Qiansheng's lips curled into a smile, amused. He had only ever threatened others, yet no one had dared to threaten him. Let me be frank. How would you prefer to meet your end? He asked nonchalantly. Boom! His words struck like thunder, leaving everyone present in shock. Was Ye Qiansheng seeking his own demise? He could not even match up to Yin Feng, yet he dared to provoke Wu Qiang. Was he truly unafraid of death? Zhou Huanling shook her head, recognizing the lengths he would go to attract her attention. Alas, it was futile. She had no interest in a man who could only speak bravely. Shui Yinwei replied with a gentle smile. He may possess talents beyond mere words. Zhou Tianche refrained from intervening, for he anticipated the emergence of a powerful figure behind Ye Qiansheng. Perhaps there was still a chance for a reversal. Wu Mingwei chuckled softly, finding the situation rather amusing. Yin Shui, what is your perspective? Yin Shui replied sternly. Should he be granted a chance at life? His grilled fish is quite delectable. Wu Mingwei. Ha! Wu Qiang laughed incessantly, showing not the slightest respect for Ye Qiansheng. He patted his own heart and boasted. If you have the capability, pierce through my heart, ha. At this moment, Wu Qiang was under the influence of the Wu family's secret technique. Even Wu Mingwei, who was at the 5th level, would find it exceedingly difficult to pierce through his heart with a single punch, let alone this lad before him, who did not even dare to participate in the competition. Ding! Side quest activated. Fulfill Wu Cheng's requirement. Completion reward. A drop of imperial blood. Note: daily tasks remain unaffected during system quests. Excellent. With no further hesitation, amidst the increasingly astonished gazes of the onlookers, Ye Qiansheng swiftly pierced through Wu Cheng's upper body. Chapter 26. Silver Snow is no match. But why did Ye Qiansheng refrain from fighting? As the crowd came to their senses, Wu Qiang lay on the ground, his face marked by terror, lifeless and unable to close his eyes. A gruesome, gaping wound marred his chest, yet was astonishingly vacant. When the onlookers turned their gaze to Ye Qiansheng, he crushed the heart in his hand without a hint of hesitation. What transpired? The invincible Wu Qiang had succumbed so easily. Moreover, he had not even had the chance to retaliate, nor had he comprehended what had occurred. Wu Mingwei was astounded. She fixated on the fallen Wu Qiang, momentarily at a loss for words. It was crucial to note that she was a formidable figure at the 5th realm, a rarity on the entire Yuanling continent. Instances that could astonish her were few and far between. Yet now, she found herself speechless, for even she had only caught a fleeting glimpse of Ye Qiansheng's movements in that instant. It was simply too swift. Zhou Tianche and Zhou Huanling wore expressions of disbelief akin to Wu Mingwei's. The father-daughter duo had never believed in Ye Qiansheng's prowess, yet they were taken aback by his astonishing strength. It was almost exaggerated in its potency. Wu Cheng's might was well known. Even the strongest of the younger generation, Yin Feng, could not rival him. They had initially held little hope. Yet, at this critical juncture, Ye Qiansheng had emerged. Zhou Huanling's eyes reflected lingering shock as she stared at Ye Qiansheng. For some inexplicable reason, memories from her childhood surged forth in that moment. Ye Xing and Jiang Suqing were equally astonished, their mouths agape. Initially, they had orchestrated a switch, allowing Ye Xing to take Ye Qiansheng's place. Motivated by a sense of bias, the crux of the matter lay in Ye Qiansheng's seemingly inferior talent compared to Ye Xing. They had believed they were acting in the best interest of the Ye family's future by having Ye Qiansheng yield his merits to pave the way for Ye Xing. Yet, Ye Qiansheng was astonishingly formidable. Had they known that his strength could elevate the family's status, why exert themselves otherwise? They exchanged a bitter glance, each recognizing the profound regret mirrored in the other's eyes. As for Zhou Huanling, having witnessed Ye Qiansheng in action, she remained the calmest amidst the chaos. I had thought he was remarkably capable, but it turned out to be no more challenging than crushing an ant. Ye Qiansheng leisurely retrieved a handkerchief to wipe his hands. The silence was shattered as the crowd was about to erupt in raucous cheers when, astonishingly, a nearby mountain began to crumble. The sound of tumbling rocks was deafening. After a while, an enormous handprint appeared on the mountainside. Although the peak had collapsed, the outline of the handprint remained vaguely discernible. At this moment, some could no longer remain seated, their composure shattered. Zhou Tianche stood dumbfounded, staring at the handprint not far away, momentarily at a loss for words. The individual who had left such an immense mark on the mountain behind the imperial city was truly Ye Qiansheng. This was something he could never have fathomed, no matter how hard he tried to imagine it. Zhou Huanling was equally astounded. Last night, Ye Qiansheng did not deceive her. It was indeed a remnant of his training. How terrifying! To what extent does his strength truly reach? Amidst the overwhelming cheers that engulfed the arena, only Empress Zhou Huanling remained composed, as if she had long anticipated such events. The jubilant uproar resonated through the entire martial arts arena, with everyone reveling in joy. Huang Ren stood tall, embodying an unspoken confidence. Ignoring the fervent cheers, Wu Mingyue coldly remarked, "Even I would struggle to pierce through the heart of Wu Qiang, protected by the Wu family's secret techniques. What manner of creature is he?" An expression of astonishment rarely seen graced Yin Shui's face. She stated seriously, "I am no match for him. His movements are far too swift." Just now, Ye Qiansheng executed a heavenly-level technique, the 8 Desolations Shadowless Step. It is only natural that it was not visible. Otherwise, Ye Qiansheng might have been forced to withdraw. For the first time, having gained the upper hand against De Qian, the crowd erupted into frenzied mockery of De Qian's representatives. Long-suppressed emotions found release, and everyone felt an unparalleled sense of exhilaration. Ye Qiansheng disregarded the crowd. His actions were not for any substantial cause, but were merely a response to Wu Cheng's covetousness towards his wife. It was time to resume fishing. However, just as he descended the steps, Dao Yitzi approached him with a beaming countenance, exclaiming, "Qiansheng, you performed remarkably. You are the pride of the people of the Zhou." "You flatter me," Ye Qiansheng replied, dismissively. In the past, such a remark would have incensed Dao Yitzi, but now, having witnessed Ye Qiansheng's true prowess, he could not muster any anger, even if Ye Qiansheng were to act excessively. Nearby, the Knight Qing couple felt a swell of pride, for in their eyes, no matter how formidable Ye Qiansheng became, he was still their son. They could distinctly sense that after Ye Qiansheng's decisive action against Wu Qiang, the attitude of Zhou Tianche towards them had markedly improved. Their pride overshadowed any thoughts of severed ties. Yet, the crowd was perplexed by Ye Qiansheng's decision to step down, particularly as Yin Shui remained unresolved. Dao Yitzi followed closely behind Ye Qiansheng, inquiring, "Might I ask where you plan to go? When shall you return to the high platform for the final match?" Ye Qiansheng replied bluntly, "Final match? Have you lost your senses? When did I ever express a desire to participate in the final match?" With that, he tossed his fishing rod into the pool, resuming his angling as if determined to fish until the end of time. Dao Yitzi stood in stunned disbelief. He incredulously questioned, "This pinnacle martial arts competition is of utmost importance to the Zhou. As a citizen of the Zhou, do you not care at all?" Ye Qiansheng responded. I care not at all. The affairs of the Zhou are of no concern to me. Dao Yitzi was utterly bewildered, staring at Ye Qiansheng in silence, unable to articulate a response. The cheers of the populace abruptly ceased, for they had heard Ye Qiansheng's declaration. He had no intention of participating in the upcoming matches. This meant that the Qian would remain the ultimate victor, while the Zhou would still face the prospect of losing the city. Initially, the crowd believed that Ye Qiansheng was merely jesting. However, as time passed, he remained seated upon the stone, cushioned by a blanket, with his hands cradling his head while he fished. Even Wu Mingyue found herself perplexed, for it was evident to any discerning eye that Ye Qiansheng possessed formidable strength. It was nearly impossible for Yin Shui to prevail. Yet, why did Ye Qiansheng hesitate to step forward to redeem the honor of the great Zhou and capture the champion, whom he had not confronted for 7 long years? This was an endeavor that promised nothing but benefits. What was there to deliberate? Ye Xing and Jiang Suqing exchanged a glance once more, each detecting the palpable fear reflected in the other's eyes. Should Ye Qiansheng reveal their clandestine dealings now, it would spell disaster for them all. Chapter 27. The Dragon Emperor's Apology, Knight Qing, and Jiang Suqing's Fantasies at Present. Knight Qiansheng harbored no interest in matters beyond fishing, and naturally, he would not be so bored as to expose the Knight Qing couple. My lord, do you truly care nothing for the great Zhou? Zhou Huanling inquired softly, seated beside Knight Qiansheng. Your prowess is remarkable, Chana remarked from the opposite side, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Just moments ago, the two had felt somewhat embarrassed to be fishing in such a conspicuous place. Yet, after witnessing Knight Qiansheng's display of strength, that sentiment vanished entirely, replaced by an inexplicable sense of pride. The fact that Knight Qiansheng disregarded the great Zhou and even the Dragon Emperor's authority, while still showing them kindness, was truly remarkable. Have you learned to address me as my lord? Knight Qiansheng teased. Zhou Huanling lightly tapped Knight Qiansheng's shoulder, an act akin to a playful pout, inciting envy among many of the women present, particularly Zhou Huanling. Witnessing Knight Qiansheng's formidable abilities had profoundly transformed Zhou Huanling's perspective. Jealousy began to stir within her for Zhou Huanling, whom she had previously regarded with indifference. Indeed, it was becoming increasingly tedious to continue fishing. After a moment of contemplation, Knight Qiansheng reeled in his fishing rod and released all the fish he had caught near the campfire. The onlookers erupted in joyous anticipation, believing Knight Qiansheng was preparing to make a move. Zhou Tianche let out a sigh of relief, well aware that both he and the other princes and princesses held a poor opinion of Knight Qiansheng, especially the Knight Qing couple, who had openly mocked him in his presence. Thus, Zhou Tianche felt it necessary to keep persuading Knight Qiansheng to ensure his participation in the martial arts summit. Fortunately, Knight Qiansheng was still able to discern priorities. Wu Mingyue's expression darkened. If Knight Qiansheng were to take the stage, the great Zhou would undoubtedly face defeat. Though Knight Qiansheng had merely dispatched Wu Qiang with casual ease, the exhibited speed and strength were entirely beyond what Yin Shui could contend with now. However, Knight Qiansheng's subsequent words left everyone present utterly dumbfounded. What fish are we catching? Let us return home to sleep, he declared, intending to depart with Zhou Huanling and Chana. The crowd stood in stunned silence, astonished that he had no intention of taking the stage. Zhou Tianche wore a bewildered expression, gazing at Knight Qiansheng's retreating figure, his hand raised only to falter, realizing he had no justification to compel Knight Qiansheng to participate. It was evident that Knight Qiansheng cared little for his identity as a citizen of the great Zhou. As the onlookers fixated on his silhouette, the realization dawned that Knight Qiansheng was indeed preparing to leave. Some of the commoners, disregarding their fear, positioned themselves in front of him. At such a critical juncture, how can you depart? If you leave, what will become of the great Zhou? A citizen voiced. Indeed, no matter what, you are a citizen of the great Zhou, which has nurtured you. How can you abandon it now? With your strength, defeating Yin Shui would be effortless. Why do you hesitate to intervene? Most individuals, emboldened by their perceived alliance with Ye Qiansheng, brazenly condemned him without any regard, as if his inaction would be a disservice to the great Zhou. The debt of gratitude to the great Zhou remains unpaid. Ye Qiansheng let out a cold scoff, disinterested in their concerns. He had steadfastly guarded the demon suppression pass for a decade, an entire 10 years. Yet, what did he receive in return? Not only had he been deceived by his own parents, who allowed Ye Xing to usurp everything that rightfully belonged to him, but also no one cared to uncover the truth or stood up to defend him. Now, they realize they need him. Now, they acknowledge his allegiance to the great Zhou. It is too late. Away with them. The opinions of others mattered little. Ye Qiansheng could leave with a clear conscience, devoid of any compassion for these people. The crowd, overwhelmed by his imposing presence, retreated in astonishment. They never expected Ye Qiansheng to act against them. Was he still a citizen of the great Zhou? With a cold snort, Ye Qiansheng continued to depart with his companions. But at that moment, the voice of Emperor Zhou Tianche resonated. Ye Qiansheng, I wish to extend my sincerest apologies. It was my folly not to recognize your worth and to doubt your words. I neglected your feelings. Please do not harbor resentment towards the great Zhou due to my transgressions. His words were earnest and astute, for he did not demand Ye Qiansheng return to confronting Shui, but rather directly acknowledged his own error. In the eyes of the common folk, the emperor was a figure of lofty authority. Even when in the wrong, he was still deemed right. Thus, the public apology offered by Zhou Tianche in front of so many was a testament to his sincerity. However, Ye Qiansheng found it unnecessary. He had never cared for such gestures and did not require the emperor's apology. Your Majesty, there is no need for you to apologize to me, nor do I owe anything to the great Zhou. With that, he intended to continue on his way. This left the onlookers in a state of anxious dismay. With the emperor having already apologized, the crowd had assumed that the rift between Ye Qiansheng and the dynasty had been mended, yet he still refused to accept it. What should they do now? If they did not engage in battle, the great Qian would emerge victorious. Zhou Tianche sighed heavily, filled with regret. If only he had recognized Ye Qiansheng's strength sooner, acted with less cunning, and shown more regard for him, would the outcome have been different? At that moment, a middle-aged couple rushed forward. It was Ye Xing and Jiang Suqing. They stood before Ye Qiansheng, imploring him earnestly, Qiansheng, what transpired previously was your mother's fault. But now is a critical moment for the survival of the great Zhou. You cannot leave. Ye Xing admonished like a concerned parent. A man should bear responsibility. One cannot indulge in petulance over a minor grievance. However, if the father does not teach, it is indeed the father's shortcoming, and I shall endeavor to guide you diligently. Ye Qiansheng's parents were present. There was hope. The crowd believed that even if Ye Qiansheng disregarded the great Zhou and showed no respect for the Dragon Emperor, he could not possibly disregard his own parents. And Ye Xing and Jiang Suqing had envisioned a grand future. With Ye Qiansheng's immense power, how splendid it would be to have him support the Yi family and nurture Ye Xing. Even with the formidable prowess of Ye Qiansheng, within the confines of the imperial palace, they could navigate with audacity, unperturbed even if their deceitful schemes were unveiled. Zhou Tianche dared not challenge them. Hadn't Ye Xing committed a grievous error? Capturing him was merely a matter of time, and it would inevitably lead to a death sentence. Yet, if Ye Qiansheng were willing to lend his assistance, there remained a glimmer of hope for redemption. How splendid it was! Ye Xing had initially believed the Yi family was ensnared in a deadlock. To his astonishment, a miracle unfolded, as if heaven itself had bestowed favor upon the Yi family. This led Ye Xing to conclude that his underhanded tactics were not in vain. Otherwise, how could Ye Qiansheng have found a stage to showcase his abilities? Considering himself to be the biological father of Ye Qiansheng, it was inconceivable that Ye Qiansheng would deny this bond. Just as the two were indulging in dreams of the future, a single utterance from Ye Qiansheng delivered a resounding slap to their faces, leaving all present in utter disbelief. Rendered speechless. Chapter 28. The confident Zhou Huanling, once a villager, now a beggar. Do I know you? With those words, Ye Qiansheng departed with Zhou Shuiyao and Chaner. Not even glancing back, he left behind a stunned Ye Qing couple and a bewildered crowd. What did he just say? Jiang Suqing felt an inexplicable ache in her heart. Ye Qiansheng was her own son, born after 10 months of pregnancy, yet he claimed not to recognize her. She could scarcely believe it, even suspecting she was hallucinating. It was not just Jiang Suqing. Ye Qing felt similarly, thinking that despite their current discord with Ye Qiansheng, they were still family, and reconciliation was inevitable. However, Ye Qiansheng's coldness had opened their eyes to the gravity of the situation. Could it be that Ye Qiansheng was serious? Did he genuinely wish to sever ties with them? It was not merely a matter of temper. Ye Qiansheng had left, truly departed, without a backward glance. Many had begun to speculate that a significant part of Ye Qiansheng's reluctance to aid the great Zhou stemmed from his relationship with Ye Qing and Jiang Suqing. After all, who would profess not to recognize their own parents? Despair once more enveloped the citizens of Great Zhou. Zhou Tianche shook his head, feeling powerless in the face of this situation. Ye Qiansheng's character could not be swayed by force. Shui Yingwe felt slightly taken aback, repeatedly on the verge of speaking but hesitating. Wu Mingwe, however, breathed a slight sigh of relief. Ye Qiansheng's departure meant that the upcoming martial arts competition would still belong to Great Qian. Yet at that moment, Zhou Huanling stepped forward. The martial arts competition will be postponed for 10 days. The demeanor of the princess was commanding, exuding an undeniable authority. Postponed for 10 days? That's an interesting proposition, but it's unlikely Wu Mingwe will agree. Now, all she needs to do is proceed to seize the championship. Why would she consent to such a delay? As most speculated, Wu Mingwe scoffed. Why should I agree to a 10-day postponement? Such crude provocation will not sway me. Even in the absence of Ye Qiansheng, Wu Mingwe would not acquiesce. Now that she was aware of Ye Qiansheng's existence, she wasn't foolish enough to take the risk, should he change his mind. The stakes of this competition were an entire city, and this was no trifling matter when it came to martial ethics. Zhou Tianche regarded Zhou Huanling with a look of puzzlement. Logically, his eldest daughter would not engage in a battle without preparation. Did she possess some plan? As the crowd pondered, Zhou Huanling slowly addressed Wu Mingwe. You may refuse, but I shall promptly retrieve Ye Qiansheng. I forgot to mention, he is my childhood friend. Her tone was filled with pride. Boom! This revelation stunned everyone present, leaving them in shock. The formidable Ye Qiansheng was actually Zhou Huanling's childhood companion. How splendid! If Zhou Huanling intervened, she would surely be able to bring Ye Qiansheng back, and at that point, the championship would still belong to Great Zhou. However, alongside their excitement, the crowd felt a lingering confusion. Why had Zhou Huanling chosen to remain silent until Ye Qiansheng had left before speaking up? Wu Mingwe furrowed her brows slightly and probed. If his parents cannot alter his decision, do you think you can? Zhou Huanling replied with unwavering confidence. What if I told you that he has secretly admired me since childhood? His recent rejection of his parents was merely an attempt to elicit a response from me. The individuals present nodded in agreement. Although this reasoning lacked tangible evidence, it was nonetheless plausible. Zhou Tianche cast an appreciative glance at Zhou Huanling. Wu Mingwe felt conflicted, as Yin Shui was on the verge of breaking through to the fourth realm, making it conceivable for her to engage in battle, even if Ye Qiansheng returned. However, if Zhou Huanling's assertion held true, one might wonder why she had not spoken up earlier. Was there some deception at play? Time was of the essence, and Wu Mingwe feared that delay might lead to unforeseen complications. If they did not secure a decisive victory today, the likelihood of future problems would increase significantly. She asked directly, why did you not speak up earlier? Is it because you are unable to? Zhou Huanling responded, this is a private matter between him and me. Ultimately, weighing the pros and cons, Wu Mingwe agreed to postpone the grand tournament. Zhou Huanling's remarkable confidence left her unable to discern any flaws in her argument. Furthermore, once Yin Shui achieved her breakthrough, it was uncertain whether Ye Qiansheng would prevail, yet it was undeniable that at present, Yin Shui would undoubtedly be defeated by Ye Qiansheng. Thus, under Zhou Huanling's compelling reasoning, Wu Mingwe departed from the arena, and the decisive martial arts competition, originally scheduled for today, was postponed by 10 days. The finals would resume in 10 days' time. Once everyone had left, Zhou Tianche let out a sigh of relief, regardless of the circumstances. They had not lost and still had a chance. Huanling, well done. Had it not been for your relationship with Ye Qiansheng, The fate of Liangsheng would have been sealed today, Zhou Tianche praised. Nonsense. It is all due to Qiansheng's formidable strength that they were deterred, Zhou Huanling humbly replied, though her smile betrayed her true feelings. The gathered citizens voiced their admiration. Your Highness, the crown princess, you are too modest. Ye Qiansheng's affection for you means that his accomplishments are yours as well. Naturally, you deserve a share of the credit. Indeed, it is not mere gossip. You and Ye Qiansheng are a match made in heaven, and matters of merit should be discussed between you both. It is Ye Qiansheng who should be grateful for your recognition. The words of the crowd filled Zhou Huanling with delight. She relished this feeling, which was precisely why she was unafraid to pursue greatness at any cost. As for Ye Xing, she now deeply regretted her previous interactions with him, which was why she had not sought out Ye Qiansheng immediately. After all, having nearly been betrothed to another, Ye Qiansheng must be feeling quite uncomfortable and would require some comforting. Ha ha! Zhou Tianche chuckled, patting Zhou Huanling on the shoulder. Leave the matter of Qiansheng to you. Do you think you can resolve it in 10 days? Of course, rest assured, Father, Zhou Huanling replied with utmost confidence. Zhou Tianche stroked his beard, a smile spreading across his face. The mere thought of having birthed an unparalleled prodigy for the Zhou dynasty, who could be utilized for his own purposes in the future, filled him with uncontainable joy. He glanced at the couple, Ye Qing and his wife, contemplating how to devise an excuse to betroth Zhou Huanling to Ye Qiansheng. The young lady then took her leave. After receiving Zhou Tianche's consent, Zhou Huanling slightly inclined her body and departed, well aware that she was preparing to adorn herself for an encounter with Ye Qiansheng. Once Zhou Huanling had left, Ye Qiansheng's expression grew immediately grave. Huang Run, take Hong Zhong and retrieve Ye Xing from Xianyang for me. Yes. Huang Run, having been reinstated to his position, promptly set off. Meanwhile, beneath the grand bridge of Xianyang, the village chief, Zhao Jiping, was squatting there, disheveled and filthy, resembling a beggar. Surrounding him were many villagers from the vicinity of the Demon Suppression Pass, in equally dire straits. Chapter 29. The Regrets of the Villagers and the Might of Imperial Blood. The Demon Suppression Pass has fallen. Fortunately, Zhao Ji possessed foresight. Due to past deceptions, he harbored considerable distrust towards Ye Xing. Thus, he led the villagers to the gates of Xianyang. He had anticipated that the worst-case scenario would involve a few demons breaching their defenses, who would soon be exterminated. Little did he expect that, in the absence of Lord Ye Qiansheng, the pass would be breached in a mere day. They had narrowly escaped death at the hands of the demons, ultimately finding refuge within Xianyang City, thus saving their lives. Yet now, the entire city was on high alert, utterly indifferent to their plight. Within Xianyang, they had no connections, no shelter, no sustenance, and even the meager compensation provided by Ye Qing had been seized amidst the chaos. They now found themselves huddled beneath a bridge, utterly helpless. Village chief, I'm hungry, one villager lamented. The majority present felt their stomachs rumble in unison. Having gone an entire day without food, their hunger unmistakable. Zhao Ji sighed, it is all my fault. I was blinded by momentary gain and acquiesced to Ye Qing's demands. If only Lord Ye Qiansheng were still here, we would not be in this predicament, having witnessed the true horror of the demons. Even the once optimistic youth who believed that anyone could defend the Demon Suppression Pass fell silent, their eyes filled with regret. Village chief, I regret it, another woman, cradling her child, wept. Though life had been difficult, they had at least managed to secure basic necessities. Now, they lived in constant fear of demon attacks, reduced to beggars. Upon hearing her words, the others bowed their heads in shame, for they had all played a part in falsely accusing Ye Qiansheng. The swift retribution they now faced was unforeseen. Zhao Ji shook his head, reflecting on how he once believed that the great Zhou would not abandon the pass, that in the absence of Ye Qiansheng, others would surely rise to the occasion. Now it seemed that, apart from Ye Qiansheng, no one was capable. When the demons stormed the pass last night, Ye Xing had fled faster than they did. To hope for such a person to save them was indeed the height of folly. Village chief, what shall we do now? I want to go home, cried a villager, overwhelmed by the life of a beggar. Fear is contagious. When one person breaks down, it plunges all into despair. For them, the absence of food and shelter was not the worst of it. Many had lost loved ones in the demon's onslaught. This attack had become an utter catastrophe for their lives. Zhao Ji clenched his teeth. What could be done now? Lord Ye Qiansheng clearly had no intention of concerning himself with their fates. The dynasty was too preoccupied with its own survival. It was a grim realization. Yet no other solution appeared viable. One villager stood up forcefully, proclaiming, "I shall offer my life to atone before Lord Ye Qiansheng, as long as he is willing to return and continue defending the demon suppression pass." Others began to rise in agreement. Yes, Master Ye Qiansheng has been guarding the demon suppression pass for a decade. He would undoubtedly not turn a blind eye to our plight. We must kneel and plead for his return. If he is willing to come back, we shall accept any punishment he deems fit. Zhao Ji sighed, fully aware of how deeply ungrateful their actions had been, and the likelihood of forgiveness was exceedingly slim. However, they had no alternative but to seek out Ye Qiansheng. While others might believe that, with the breach of the pass, seeking anyone would be futile, the villagers of the demon suppression pass knew Ye Qiansheng better than anyone. They had witnessed his fierce battles against the demon clan and understood his formidable prowess more than anyone else. It was only after observing others confront the demons that they realized just how powerful Ye Qiansheng truly was. They believed that, should he choose to return, reclaiming the demon suppression pass would pose no challenge. Zhao Ji spoke softly. There's a recording stone that chronicles Master Ye Qiansheng's illustrious achievements. If we present it to the Dragon Emperor, perhaps Master Yi, wronged as he is, might forgive us. A villager interjected, but Lord Wangyang has been dead for many years. His recording stone should still be at the demon suppression pass, and we cannot access it. Amidst the hopeful gazes of the crowd, Zhao Ji slowly retrieved a purple stone from his pocket. It is so precious. After Lord Wangyang's passing, I kept it close, never anticipating it would have further use. Zhao Ji exclaimed with excitement. Splendid. Let us seek out Master Ye Qiansheng to clear his name and restore his honor. Indeed, we shall unveil the recording stone before all, so the Dragon Emperor and his ministers will recognize that Master Ye Qiansheng is the true hero. Although the journey is long, this remains our best course of action. Ultimately, apart from the elderly, the sick, and women with children, a total of 7 individuals, including Zhao Ji, set forth on foot toward Chang'an. Today, the night residence was surrounded by a throng of people. As news of the recent events at the martial arts arena had spread throughout the city, many who did not witness the peak martial arts competition, including individuals from other dynasties and even some from the demonic sects, were eager to see the one who defeated Yin Shui. However, the gates of the night residence stood firmly closed. Even when Ye Qiansheng's parents knocked and called out, there was no response. In the courtyard, Ye Qiansheng reclined in a chair, cradling the snow-clad Zhou Huanling in his arms, his mischievous hands swatted away, only to return once more. Eventually, Zhou Huanling resigned herself to his playful antics. Where are the qi-nourishing pills? Ye Qiansheng closed his eyes, reveling in the moment. In the room, you may retrieve them yourself, Zhou Huanling replied nonchalantly. Smack! Zhou Huanling's face flushed crimson as she turned to glare at Ye Qiansheng, who had playfully slapped her backside. He slowly opened his eyes, a grin spreading across his face as he said, I urge you to take them promptly. Why are you still dawdling? Ye Qiansheng chuckled. You rogue, can you not express yourself otherwise? Why strike me? Zhou Huanling felt touched, yet compelled to resist, due to her shyness. You are my beloved wife, and I cherish you dearly. How could I ever bring myself to harm you? Knight Qiansheng affectionately caressed the spot he had just struck, as if offering a soothing massage. How infuriating. Though Knight Qiansheng was impeccable in every regard, his lasciviousness was somewhat overwhelming for Zhou Huanling. Nevertheless, she ultimately did not refuse him, for he was, after all, her nominal husband, and he possessed certain rights. Knight Qiansheng himself was unaware of the turmoil within him. Ever since merging with the imperial blood, he felt an incessant restlessness coursing through his veins, as if his very blood were boiling. This was why he held Zhou Huanling tightly. seeking solace from the discomfort brought on by the heat within him. The advantages of imperial blood were manifold, akin to possessing a trump card, encapsulating the full force of an emperor's strike. As long as his cultivation was sufficiently advanced, shattering stars and tearing through the void would be well within reach. Just as Knight Qiansheng was about to engage in more intimate actions with Zhou Huanling, Chana rushed in from the inner chamber. "Young master, individuals claiming to be your parents are seeking you." "Do not let them in," he replied. "They have already entered." Chapter 30. Is Ye Qiansheng really the heroic young man? Zhou Huanling's concerns. What? Ye Qiansheng furrowed his brow, setting Zhou Huanling down as he inquired, "Did I not instruct that we should ignore anyone who knocks?" Chanter was somewhat frightened. After all, she had never witnessed Ye Qiansheng's demeanor so serious. She explained, it wasn't Chanter who opened the door. They walked in on their own. Truly a canine behavior, Ye Qiansheng remarked as he observed the two individuals strutting in. "Look at how spacious this house is, Qiansheng. In the future, we shall reside here and eventually bring Xinger over. Our family will be reunited," Jiang Suqing said joyfully. Ye Qing echoed, "Indeed, the rooms are not far apart. It will be quite convenient for Qiansheng and Huanling to pay their respects in the future. Quite splendid. What do you two want?" Ye Qiansheng stood up, his displeasure evident. "We are your parents. Do we not have a right to see our own son?" Ye Qing asserted from a moral high ground. "Father and mother merely miss you and wish to see you," Jiang Suqing interjected diplomatically. "We are all family. How can there be lingering grudges? A little fuss is all." Seeing Ye Qiansheng's parents had arrived, Zhou Huanling proactively prepared to brew tea, but was halted by Ye Qiansheng. "They're not worthy of tea. Sit down." With a sigh, Zhou Huanling noted from the earlier martial stage that Ye Qiansheng's relationship with his parents was quite poor, and she wished to mend it. However, she never anticipated Ye Qiansheng's resolute stance. Simultaneously, it piqued her curiosity about what had transpired to elicit such coldness from him towards his parents. With no designated seating or hospitality extended, Ye Qing and Jiang Suqing found themselves in an awkward silence. Yet they were here to curry favor with Ye Qiansheng, so they refrained from speaking. "Qiansheng, I know you're still upset, but how can there be lingering grudges among family? Wouldn't that invite ridicule from outsiders?" Jiang Suqing began to play the emotional card. "Even if it was your father's fault in the past, we will be living together as a family now. And Xinger greatly admires you as his elder brother." Ye Qing added once more. Seated like a lord, Ye Qiansheng let out a cold laugh and remarked, "You two have surely forgotten that we have long, severed ties. Moreover, with Ye Xing having lost the demon suppression pass, he is doomed. What future is there to discuss?" Severed ties? Both Zhou Huanling and Chanter were taken aback. They had previously known little of Ye Qiansheng, and their understanding of Ye Qing and Jiang Suqing was equally scant. They had assumed it was merely a conflict, but to discover it was a severance of ties was shocking. What events had unfolded to reach such a drastic conclusion? Initially, they had only sought for Ye Qiansheng to manage Ye Xing, yet his resolute attitude was unforeseen by them. After all, they were his parents. Could Ye Qiansheng truly turn a blind eye to assisting them? "You must take responsibility for your brother's affairs." Jiang Suqing finally could no longer contain herself. Ye Qiansheng and Ye Xing were both her sons, and it infuriated her that Ye Qiansheng, capable as he was, would disregard his brother's well-being. "Must I take responsibility? Ha ha." Ye Qiansheng laughed uncontrollably in his chair, exclaiming how Ye Xing had stolen his life, questioning why he should care about the fate of another. It was utterly ridiculous. Jiang Suqing, unrepentant, argued, "Your brother has indeed committed some wrongs, but he is still young. Why must you stoop to his level?" This was reasonable. Ye Qing added, "Moreover, from the outcome, your brother is clearly the victim. Why cling to trivial matters?" Listening to this, Ye Qiansheng found that no matter how he fortified his inner defenses, every encounter with these two tested his patience anew. Ye Xing had stolen his life, yet was unable to support himself, leaving him as the victim while Ye Qiansheng reaped the benefits. Ye Qiansheng scoffed, "Why are you so selfish? Have you not benefited at all? Such a grand house, and you just stole the spotlight in front of everyone." Jiang Suqing questioned loudly. Ye Qing remained silent. Zhou Huanling was stunned. How could Ye Qiansheng's parents be so unreasonable. Was Ye Qiansheng not showcasing his own strength in the arena? How could it be seen as a gain under some choice? And why was it always said that Ye Xing had stolen Ye Qiansheng's life? Was Ye Qiansheng truly the heroic youth? It was very possible. In an instant, Zhou Huanling and Chana exchanged shocked glances, both realizing a terrifying possibility when they combined the notion of stealing life. Ye Qiansheng shook his head, acknowledging the formidable power of familial ties. Even with his heart as tranquil as still water, he could not resist engaging in a debate. He waved his hand, urging them to leave swiftly. "What did you say?" Jiang Suqing asked in disbelief. "Dare you repeat that?" Ye Qing echoed the sentiment. They had anticipated difficulties upon arrival, knowing Ye Qiansheng was likely still in a temper, but they never imagined his heart could be so cold. After all, they were family. Surely they could not cut ties completely, could they? Yet, Ye Qiansheng insisted. "I said leave. Can't you hear?" He had no desire to explain anything. His life was fulfilling now. His longing for familial love had long since perished. What good was it now that they had arrived? He no longer needed it. Jiang Suqing's eyes reddened, and with a fierce glint, she declared, "If you refuse to save Xing, I will end my life right here." With that, she brandished a dagger against her neck. Zhou Huanling was left in shock, unable to comprehend how a few simple words could escalate to such a point. Meanwhile, Ye Qing exhibited no reaction, as if he had anticipated this scenario beforehand. Both harbored a cold laugh in their hearts, pondering how Ye Qiansheng, no matter how cold-blooded, could bear to witness his own mother perish before him. In the future, they could rely on Ye Qiansheng's strength to reap benefits, and the two of them had already begun to fantasize. However, gradually, they realized that Ye Qiansheng appeared completely indifferent, barely glancing their way, seated comfortably while sipping tea, as if he were merely a spectator. "You ungrateful wretch! Your mother has committed suicide, and yet you seem utterly unconcerned." Ye Qing could no longer contain his fury and shouted angrily, "If you wish to die, do so outside. Do not stain my family's backyard." Ye Qiansheng responded coldly, "What?" Jiang Suqing was utterly taken aback, her hand trembling around the hilt of a knife. At such a critical juncture, Ye Qiansheng had no intention of intervening. Had he truly been serious all along, whether in severing ties or in ignoring them? Was this not merely a tantrum? Just as the two were rendered speechless in their astonishment, Ye Qiansheng placed his teacup on the table and remarked nonchalantly, "By the way, rather than worrying about Ye Xing, you should be more concerned about yourselves. Bribing villagers to steal my achievements is a grave offense. The demon suppression pass has already suffered because of this, and your crimes are no less than those of Ye Xing." Zhou Huanling stared blankly at her husband, astonished to discover that he was indeed the great protector of the Zhou dynasty, the hero who had guarded the demon suppression pass for a decade. Yet she too was a demon. Chapter 31. What use is regret? Under the oppressive aura of Ye Qiansheng, Ye Qing and Jiang Suqing departed in a daze, acutely aware that their eldest son might truly be lost to them. "Qing, do you think we've gone too far? Why else would Qiansheng react this way?" Jiang Suqing finally grasped the terrifying possibility of losing her son. In that fleeting moment, anguish and remorse surged within her, rendering her breathless. Ye Xing remaining silent yet internally agreeing with Jiang Suqing's sentiments. Inside the Yi household, Chana leaned eagerly against the table, exclaiming, "Master, are you truly the legendary young hero? Why haven't you told anyone?" Ye Qiansheng basked in the sunlight, sipping tea, and replied, "What is there to say? No matter how much others may admire you, they will turn their backs when you fall from grace. But Master possesses such formidable strength. Isn't it a waste not to showcase it?" Chana pressed on. "What waste?" Ye Qiansheng gently patted Chana's head. "I only need to protect those I love." Chana understood, realizing that those whom Master loves would not look down upon him for any perceived weakness. "Indeed, Master, you are right," she proclaimed with pride. Shall not speak wisely." Ye Qiansheng chuckled. Chana continued, "Then both I and Miss will be those kinds of people. We will not belittle you for your strength." Ye Qiansheng, slightly exasperated, noted the girl's youthful exuberance at just 19, yet he patiently replied, "Then you and your miss are the ones I must protect." Upon hearing this, Chana beamed with joy. grinning foolishly for a long while. The two conversed under the sun in the courtyard, while Zhou Huanling sat in the pavilion, seemingly troubled, her lovely brows occasionally furrowing in concern. Ye Qiansheng glanced at his wife and inquired, "What troubles you, Xueyao? You've been quiet for quite some time." Chana turned as well, realizing that her miss had not looked back for a while. Zhou Xueyao tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, instinctively avoiding Ye Qiansheng's gaze. "It's nothing. I was just lost in thought," she replied. Ye Qiansheng nodded, choosing not to press further. As dusk fell, Chana headed to the kitchen to prepare dinner while Ye Qiansheng reclined in a chair, closing his eyes to meditate, though he was actually merging with the imperial blood and attuning to its essence. Not far away, Zhou Xueyao gazed intently at Ye Qiansheng's face, unable to divert her gaze. His true identity as the young hero who had guarded the demon suppression pass for a decade was undoubtedly good news from her perspective as his wife. However, she was a demon, and her motives for coming to Chang'an were far from simple. Ye Qiansheng's decade of steadfastness at the demon suppression pass spoke volumes about his strength and his deep-seated enmity towards demons. What would happen if he were to discover her true nature one day? Would he not kill her on the spot? The likelihood of such a scenario was alarmingly high. Although Ye Qiansheng treated her with kindness and was willing to share his treasures, her very existence as a demon constituted the greatest deception against him. Most importantly, if Ye Qiansheng intends to kill her, she has no chance to resist. Just as Zhou Xueyao was engulfed in her turmoil, a gentle voice broke the silence. "What is the matter? You seem to be sweating profusely." Ye Qiansheng reached out to wipe the beads of sweat from Zhou Xueyao's forehead. "In nothing," Zhou Xueyao replied, somewhat awkwardly pushing his hand away. Ye Qiansheng, with his hand suspended in the air, felt perplexed. Just moments ago, she had not rejected his affection. What had changed? Was she unwell, or did she perceive him as a heartless individual? He continued to inquire with patience. "What is the situation with your parents?" Zhou Xueyao, genuinely concerned, took the opportunity to ask. Ye Qiansheng nodded and sat beside her, elaborating. "When I was very young, a rift occurred between the people of the world and the demon tribe due to certain events. Although the great Zhou did not have to confront the demon tribe's formidable warriors directly, some marginal members still dared to invade our borders. It was during that time that I took my father's place to guard the demon suppression pass." He recounted the details of his 10-year ordeal to Zhou Xueyao, of course omitting certain aspects, such as his rebirth. After listening, Zhou Xueyao was left in a daze, her eyes glistening with mist. 10 years of relentless struggle had culminated in a heartless betrayal. At last, Zhou Xueyao understood why Ye Qiansheng treated his parents in such a manner. Ye Qing and Jiang Suqing were utterly inhumane. It would not be an exaggeration to describe them as beasts. "Why do they treat you this way? You are their son," Zhou Xueyao said, deeply moved. "Huh." Ye Qiansheng let out a cold laugh. "How would I know? Perhaps after 10 years, they have forgotten they even have an eldest son. How absurd! How could such foolish parents exist in this world?" Zhou Xueyao exclaimed indignantly. "Now that you know the reason, do you still think me heartless?" Ye Qiansheng asked with a smile. Zhou Xueyao merely shook her head in response. Before Ye Qiansheng's explanation, she had believed that regardless of his reasons, severing ties with his parents was excessive. Now, it seemed that he had shown remarkable restraint by not directly confronting them. After all, the actions of Ye Qing and Jiang Suqing could be described more severely as an attempt to destroy Ye Qiansheng entirely. Zhou Xueyao continued. "Even though Ye Xing has suffered defeat, the citizens of the great Zhou still regard him as the heroic youth. Does that not bother you?" Ye Qiansheng answered nonchalantly. "What is there to feel bothered about? Honor is merely a burden of responsibility. I have no inclination to be accountable for anyone other than you." Hearing this, Zhou Xueyao could not deny her feelings of warmth. Her cheeks flushed slightly. Understanding that Ye Qiansheng slayed demons not out of hatred for them eased her mind considerably, and her curiosity sparked anew. She could not help but ask, "So, your fiancée is the princess Zhou Huanling?" With a tone tinged with mild astonishment and disbelief at the sudden thought that had emerged, Zhou Huanling pondered. "Zhou Xueyao, you have my disinterest in women who are driven by social status. Ye Qiansheng replied without hesitation. Zhou Huanling smiled gently. She must be regretting her choices now. Ye Qiansheng remarked, what good does regret do? Setting aside others, are you feeling better now, knowing your husband is not devoid of emotions? She replied. Then let us engage in the intimate activities that a married couple should partake in. Unable to contain himself any longer, Ye Qiansheng lifted Zhou Huanling into his arms and strode toward the master bedroom. Gazing at the sweet smile of the one he held, he realized that the vendetta from his past life was due for resolution. Chapter 32. The 7-star divine spear, as anticipated. The arrival of the princess heralded yet another sleepless night. The sun had just begun to rise when the two finally succumbed to slumber. Zhou Huanling had noticeably taken a more proactive approach, thus sparing Ye Qiansheng considerable effort. Reluctantly, Ye Qiansheng opened his eyes around midday, only to find the space beside him entirely vacant. Stretching lazily, he realized he had forgotten to examine the rewards from the previous day. Let me see, he murmured to himself. Upon investigation, he was astounded to discover a celestial-grade weapon, the 7-star divine spear. With a mere thought, the spear manifested in his hand, its body a resplendent shade of pale gold, radiating dazzling rays and an aura that sent shivers down his spine. The spearhead was exquisitely sharp, seemingly capable of cleaving through anything in existence, its brilliance undeniable. Ye Qiansheng tested the spear's weight, finding it perfectly balanced. To possess a celestial-grade divine weapon felt nothing short of divine providence. The most formidable weapons in existence were, of course, the legendary extreme Dao Imperial weapons, followed by Imperial weapons, and then celestial-grade weapons. However, both Imperial and extreme Dao weapons were evolved from celestial-grade ones, a feat that, while exceptionally challenging, greatly enhanced combat capability when achieved. If one were to contemplate the future, cultivating a personal extreme Dao Imperial weapon was indeed of paramount importance. Although others' extreme Dao weapons were undeniably powerful, they would never possess the same affinity and comfort as one's own. Naturally, if one lacked the requisite ability to evolve an Imperial weapon, acquiring one outright would still prove significantly superior to a celestial-grade weapon. Yet, Ye Qiansheng harbored ample confidence in his capacity to evolve a weapon uniquely his own. Stowing the 7-star divine spear in his spatial pocket, Ye Qiansheng, upon the summons of Chang'er, made his way to the hall for a meal. In the afternoon, due to Zhou Huanling's need to harness the primal essence of all things for the refinement of her true form, Ye Qiansheng was unable to engage in their usual intimate activities. Instead, he decided to take a fishing rod and venture to the Clearwater River. After all, the fish in the Yi residence' pond were rather limited. Catching a few from the river to place in the pond would not only provide a fresh supply for future meals, but also grant him a sense of accomplishment. Without hesitation, he set off. Not far from the end of Fusho Street lay the Clearwater River, and it took him about the time it takes to burn an incense stick to arrive. Beneath the willow trees, Ye Qiansheng had scarcely cast his line when he felt a tug. Soon, he had reeled in 3 or 4 fish, during which he pondered many thoughts. Primarily, he understood that despite possessing a system, he could not rely on it entirely. The rewards from the system, though top-tier, were unpredictable. In the face of greater interests, he still needed to take action himself. Currently, the human and demon realms were in utter chaos. Even a small entity like the Great Zhou was overwhelmed, and places beyond its borders were likely even more tumultuous. It was crucial to recognize that the demons' main forces were targeting the very regions they were attacking, and those assaulting the Great Zhou were hardly representative of the entire demon race. Thus, the urgency to enhance his strength was apparent. Xiao's cultivation was still insufficient. Once she absorbed the primal essence, suppressing the aura of the demons would become quite challenging, necessitating vigilance on that front. Yet, Ye Qiansheng remained unconcerned about whether Zhou Huanling was a demon. He only knew that she was his wife, and that was all that mattered. The Clearwater River has always been sparsely populated, primarily due to its proximity to the rear mountains of the imperial city, where the presence of mystical beasts is a possibility. Just as Ye Qiansheng was placing the fish he had just caught into a bamboo basket, a woman's voice broke the tranquility. In her 20s, possessing a cultivation level surpassing the third realm, one might wonder why she would squander time on fishing. Ye Qiansheng merely cast a glance at her before resuming his activity. What I do seems to have no bearing on you, princess. The speaker was the eldest princess, Zhou Huanling. At that moment, she could be likened to a celestial being, untainted by the world, her snow-white gown accentuating her ethereal beauty, immaculate and free from blemish. A simple jade hairpin held her cascading locks in place, exuding an air of nobility and aloofness. To describe Zhou Huanling as breathtaking would be an understatement. And it was no surprise that Ye Xing harbored an infatuation for her that bordered on reckless abandon. Upon hearing Ye Qiansheng's response, Zhou Huanling furrowed her brow. After nearly 2 days of searching, she had finally found the perfect opportunity for solitude with him, expecting him to shower her with attention. However, it appeared otherwise. In fact, Ye Qiansheng seemed somewhat impatient. Was it a case of feigned indifference or a deliberate strategy? Zhou Huanling suspected it was a combination of both. Sitting beside him, she gazed at the clear water river and began, I remember in our childhood, we often sneaked out to meet here. Ye Qiansheng remained silent. Zhou Huanling chuckled softly and continued, in those days, I had a penchant for candied hawthorn, but lacking silver, you once stole one from me, only to be punished for it. At that moment, I resolved that I would marry no one, but you and I grew up. She turned her beautiful eyes towards Ye Qiansheng, hoping to gauge his reaction, yet he remained impassive, which surprised her. I was foolish back then. If given another chance, I would have preferred to enjoy the candied hawthorn myself, Ye Qiansheng remarked with a hint of self-mockery. Zhou Huanling shook her head, asserting no. You would still give it to me, for you love me, do you not? Ye Qiansheng replied coolly, you think too much. Zhou Huanling frowned slightly and continued. The place where I made my vow coincidentally housed a bodhisattva temple. I had not paid it much heed. Suddenly, she grasped Ye Qiansheng's hand, her heartfelt expression complemented by her stunning beauty, as she earnestly declared, Qiansheng, the failure of night walk at the demon suppression pass is destiny. Our union is fated. And the bodhisattva does not wish to see us apart. Ye Qiansheng forcefully withdrew his hand, stating, Destiny? I believe it is your own selfish desires, Zhou Huanling. Had I failed to demonstrate my prowess, and night walk returned victorious, would you still be saying this to me? I would. Zhou Huanling's eyes, filled with genuine affection, revealed no pretense. For the one I love is you. Even if you do not showcase your strength, I will eventually confess my feelings to the emperor. Ye Qiansheng regarded Zhou Huanling with surprise. In truth, he had anticipated her strong character would lead her to seek him out after the grand competition. Yet he had not expected this particular turn of events. Zhou Huanling's intelligence is indeed quite remarkable. It is certainly significantly higher than the combined intellect of Ye Qing and Jiang Suqing. However, Ye Qiansheng is not someone who can be easily deceived. Chapter 33. The night journey not only cleanses one's name, but also requires participation in the great competition in 9 days. The great Zhou finds itself in a perilous situation. If you defeat Yin Shui in the upcoming competition and claim the pinnacle of martial prowess, then I shall marry you, Zhou Huanling declared earnestly. Thinking that she had laid her cards on the table, she anticipated that Ye Qiansheng, regardless of his pretenses, would reveal his true nature. However, Ye Qiansheng merely replied nonchalantly, I'm sorry, my wife is Shui Yao, and I have no intention of participating in any martial competition. Zhou Shui Yao, undeterred, insisted, You can compete for my sake. As for Zhou Shui Yao, you may simply divorce her. Ye Qiansheng scoffed, Your Highness, the princess, are you not indulging in fanciful dreams? Why would I abandon my steadfast Shui Yao for you? Are you more beautiful than she? Zhou Shui Yao shook her head, exasperated, You are still angry with me. And I have said time and again that I shall never marry Ye Xing. Never marry Ye Xing? In his previous life, although Ye Qiansheng had not witnessed it firsthand, it was common knowledge among the court and the citizens of Chang'an that the two were bound in marriage. Is it not absurd to speak of such matters now? Whether or not you marry Ye Xing has no bearing on me. I have expressed my disinterest repeatedly and do not wish to reiterate. Ye Qiansheng continued to cast aside the line. Zhou Huanling gaped at Ye Qiansheng beside her, her mouth slightly agape in disbelief that he could utter such words. Did he not adore her beyond measure? Should he not be willing to sacrifice everything for her? Gradually, mist filled Zhou Huanling's eyes as she softly remarked, "You have changed. Why have you become so unrecognizable? You were not like this in your youth." Ye Qiansheng took a deep breath and, for the first time, gazed directly into Zhou Huanling's eyes. "Ultimately, it is you who knows best whether I have changed or if it is you who has transformed." Enough of this discussion. 10 years had passed. He had vanished for an entire decade. Yet Zhou Huanling, his childhood companion, and the one he held most dear, seemed utterly oblivious. Even in her coldness, she might have questioned why he had also disappeared for 10 years, and if there were any secrets behind it. But Zhou Huanling had not. She had always sought the stronger individual and never inquired about his absence, nor had she ever suspected that he might be the heroic youth in question. Now that she recognized his strength, her previous disdain had turned into fervent attention, which left Ye Qiansheng feeling utterly repulsed. How could he have once treasured such a person in his youth? Zhou Huanling's eyes had entirely shifted. She had not anticipated such a turn of events today, nor could she fathom that Ye Qiansheng would truly disregard her. Was it wrong to seek someone stronger? It is human nature. Why was Ye Qiansheng unwilling to comprehend her? Taking a deep breath, Zhou Huanling's tone shifted to one of coldness. "Ye Qiansheng, I indeed owe you an apology. But why must you be so aggressive and unwilling to compromise? If I did not harbor any fondness for you, do you truly believe I would squander my time here in your company? You may leave and refrain from disturbing my fishing." Ye Qiansheng remained unmoved. Initially taken aback, Zhou Huanling's enchanting visage darkened considerably as she murmured, "Ye Xing has returned, arriving in the dead of night yesterday." Noticing Ye Qiansheng's silence and lack of response, Zhou Huanling calmly continued, "He has already proven that the responsibility for the loss of the demon suppression pass does not lie with him, but with Ye Qing." Ye Qiansheng's expression remained unchanged, prompting him to inquire, "And so, what are you intending to convey?" With his reaction finally elicited, Zhou Huanling felt a surge of satisfaction as she elaborated. The demon suppression pass had actually fallen before Ye Xing's arrival. Upon reaching the pass, he was besieged by the demon clan, leaving him no choice but to break through the encirclement, while long he perished due to his insufficient strength. As he placed the fish he had caught into the bamboo basket, Ye Qiansheng scoffed, "Is this the explanation Ye Xing has provided you? You must be disappointed, for Ye Xing remains the same heroic youth, unscathed by any repercussions." Zhou Huanling gazed intently at Ye Qiansheng, convinced that he must harbor intense resentment towards Ye Xing, who had taken her from him. Surely, Ye Qiansheng wished for Ye Xing to face punishment. Yet apart from a slight furrowing of his brow, he exhibited no further change in expression. That was sufficient. At least the corners of Zhou Huanling's mouth had lifted. "Though it cannot be deemed a triumphant return, my engagement with Ye Xing remains intact, which must trouble you, does it not?" Zhou Huanling continued, "Moreover, Ye Xing has agreed to participate in the martial arts competition in 9 days. You still have time to retract your consent. I can offer you another opportunity." Deep within Zhou Huanling's resolute heart, there existed a flicker of affection, a reason she felt compelled to share these thoughts with Ye Qiansheng. "You are overthinking this. If Ye Xing wishes to participate, let him do so. I shall not involve myself," Ye Qiansheng replied with a smile. "Have you truly thought this through? You still fail to grasp the gravity of the situation. If Ye Xing were to defeat Yin Shui, let him defeat him. What concern is it of mine?" Ye Qiansheng interjected decisively, unwilling to endure Zhou Huanling's incessant chatter. Zhou Huanling's eyes locked onto Ye Qiansheng's, reflecting the chilling indifference and tranquility that instilled a sense of dread within her. For reasons unknown, an uncomfortable feeling stirred within her. She had long prepared herself to marry only a strong individual, yet memories of Ye Qiansheng's kindness during their childhood flooded her mind. Indeed, Ye Qiansheng was merely pretending, playing a game of feigned indifference, having cherished her like a precious gem in their youth. It was impossible for him to simply cease loving her as they matured. Thus, he must be putting on an act now. Moreover, the dignity of the crown princess rendered it difficult for her to express any overly tender sentiments. "You had best not regret this, after today," Should you kneel and plead for my favor, I shall not grant you a single glance." Zhou Huanling threatened, her eyes slightly reddening. "Such a day will never come." Ye Qiansheng replied calmly, standing in stark contrast to Zhou Huanling's mild hysteria. "Very well, you had best remember your words today." After uttering these words, Zhou Huanling departed like the wind, her steps rapid, and it was evident to the discerning that she was seething with anger. Ye Qiansheng let out a sigh. What, in my past, could have led these individuals to believe that I would unconditionally forgive their transgressions? It is utterly absurd. He continued in a certain light. Ye Xing does possess considerable strength. The recent loss of the demon suppression pass, Ye Qiansheng was entirely certain, was indeed the doing of Ye Xing. There was no tangible evidence. However, Li Qing's willingness to risk his life to retrieve Wang He's corpse from the clutches of the demon clan led him to conclude that this individual was, at the very least, far more trustworthy than Ye Xing. As for the martial arts competition at the peak of the 9th day, he eagerly anticipated the antics Ye Xing might conjure. Chapter 34. Continue to heighten expectations. The fall will be more dreadful. As dusk descended, a gentle breeze stirred, causing the willow leaves to sway in a tranquil harmony. Another day of idleness had come to a close. Ye Qiansheng stretched lazily, then stowed his fishing rod and lifted the bamboo basket containing his catch, making his way toward the Yi residence. On Fusho Street, throngs of people bustled about. It did not feel overcrowded. Unlike the previous day, the citizens today appeared markedly more at ease. Young gentlemen clad in splendid robes flitted in and out of an establishment named Zue Xianlu, evidently a place of entertainment and indulgence. There's a saying that goes, when there is nothing to do, one should indulge in melodies at the brothels. Ye Qiansheng found daily fishing to be rather monotonous. He thought he might also frequent Zue Xianlu for a change, indulging in refined pleasures that catered to both the sophisticated and the common. Upon returning home, he released a fish from the bamboo basket into the pond in the backyard, then joined Chanter to dine in the grand hall. "Where's the young lady?" Ye Qiansheng inquired. "The young lady is still in seclusion, refining and absorbing the primal energies of the universe." Chanter nearly divulged the secret of her source refinement, since only spirits could refine their essence. Revealing this would essentially disclose that their young lady was a spirit. Chanter's heart raced. After all, her master was quite astute. Would he guess the truth? However, to her surprise, Ye Qiansheng merely responded with a casual "oh," without pressing further. Chanter let out a sigh of relief. In truth, Ye Qiansheng had long known that Zhou Shuyao possessed extraordinary talents as a spirit and had come to the great Zhou for a specific purpose. Yet he chose not to expose her secret. After all, living together while aware of her true nature might instill suspicion in Zhou Shuyao, leading her to believe he harbored ulterior motives. As night fully enveloped the sky, Ye Qiansheng relished Chanter's soothing massage while reclining on a chair in the backyard. Engaging in light conversation with Chanter, he was, in truth, awaiting the rewards of the day's endeavors. Ding! Daily idleness task completed. Reward: Yin Yang Celestial Technique, Heavenly Tier. Ye Qiansheng's eyes narrowed slightly. Yin Yang Celestial Technique? Could this be the legendary method of Yin Yang complementarity? Although he felt a surge of joy, for the Heavenly Tier Yin Yang complementarity technique, if utilized appropriately, could rival even the Imperial Tier techniques, perhaps even surpass them. However, the crux lay in finding a woman with the rare physique suited as a furnace to fully unleash the potential of the Yin Yang complementarity method. Whether it could reach the Imperial Tier or even transcend it entirely depended on the woman's physique being of the utmost quality. Thus, the upper limit of this technique was exceedingly high. Yet, the drawback was that Ye Qiansheng currently had no acquaintance with any woman possessing such an exceptional furnace physique, rendering it utterly useless to him. If it were to be used with Zhou Shuyao, the effect would be minimal, and he would be loath to do so. After all, Yin-Yang complementarity was an entirely different affair from mere intimacy, vastly differing in both duration and intensity. It could be reluctantly accepted, perhaps. Ye Qiansheng placed the technique into his spatial storage. Host: Ye Qiansheng, cultivation level, Peak of the third realm, physique talent, Dao Bone, mental techniques. 8 desolation, shadowless steps, heavenly rank. Entropy universe return to ruins record, imperial rank. Yin Yang ascendant method, heavenly rank. Talismans and weapons. World-breaking talismans X3, 7 stars divine spear, heavenly rank. As Ye Qiansheng gazed upon his increasingly abundant panel, a peculiar sense of satisfaction welled within him, akin to witnessing the bountiful harvest of his own crops. "Young master, what are you talking about?" Chanter asked, tilting her little head curiously. "Nothing, just go to sleep," Ye Qiansheng replied, straightening his posture, just as he was about to step into the house. Chanter followed silently behind him. Sensing her presence, Ye Qiansheng turned and inquired, "Is there something else you need? Why are you not going to sleep and instead following me?" Chanter's face flushed crimson as she anxiously replied, "Today, Miss will be cultivating for a long time. She specifically instructed me to attend to you, young master, and asked that you do not refuse." Ye Qiansheng, taken aback by Chanter's delicately rosy face, found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Even by modern standards, Chanter was already of age and undeniably attractive. Yet, an inexplicable sense of guilt gnawed at Ye Qiansheng's conscience. "Return to sleep," he finally said, gently patting her head. Chanter, in a flurry of urgency, grasped his hand, her voice tinged with distress. "Does young master not like me? Why do you refuse me?" "No, it's not that." Ye Qiansheng scratched his face. "You are still quite young. It will have to wait until you grow up." Chanter stubbornly held onto his hand, an unprecedented determination radiating from her. "I'm not small anymore. I have long surpassed the age of marriage, truly." Ye Qiansheng found himself at a loss. Pointing at her chest as he explained, "I meant here." Chanter followed his gesture, glancing at her somewhat flat chest, embarrassment flooding her features as she implored, "Please, young master, grant me a chance. I will prove myself." With that, she resolutely pulled Ye Qiansheng into the room. A silent night passed, and the following day, Ye Qiansheng found himself beside Zhou Huanling instead. Though he had hesitated last night, one does not refuse what is so readily offered. Reflecting on it, Chanter was indeed 19 years old, and her figure was quite appealing. After finishing lunch, as Ye Qiansheng stepped outside, he was met with a chorus of whispers from the crowd, their voices neither too loud nor too soft, just audible enough for him to overhear. How dare he show his face outside? He is simply a disgrace to the great Zhou, lacking any sense of gratitude. He looks down on everyone simply because great Zhou needs him. Absolutely right. Ye Xing has returned. The guardian of great Zhou is back. Let's see how he behaves now. In 8 days, when Ye Xing has thoroughly defeated the forces of Qian and secured the title for great Zhou, let's see if he will regret his decisions from the other day. I never liked him. If it weren't for my own limitations, I would have confronted him directly. They are brothers, yet their fates couldn't be more disparate. Ye Xing is the guardian of great Zhou, while he lives as if he is a mere rat in the street. Do not speak any further. Though he may cower in the presence of formidable adversaries from the great Qian, it is effortless for them to strike at us. As Ye Qiansheng traversed the streets, all eyes were cast upon him with disdain, accompanied by incessant slanders, disparagements, and ridicule that were profoundly discomforting. However, Ye Qiansheng remained unfazed, for this only reaffirmed the righteousness of his earlier choices. These individuals would bow and scrape in his presence only when in need, swiftly turning their backs once their desires were fulfilled. Truly despicable. He would not even sully his hands by dealing with them. Zhou Huanling executed his role splendidly. It is best to instill in these people a firm belief in Ye Qiansheng's ability to vanquish Yin Shui, elevating their expectations to the utmost heights. A smirk graced Ye Qiansheng's lips as he mused, "When they fall, the descent shall be all the more devastating." Chapter 35. The Supreme Cauldron Physique, Innate Tao. A lifetime's singular opportunity, a fish swims in the water, while 2 eggs lie beside it. Outside the village, wild dogs lay eggs. Awakening, he remains a valiant man. As Ye Qiansheng stepped into the drunken immortal pavilion, he was greeted by this whimsical poem from the Qianlong era. It must be said, the people of the great Zhou are indeed peculiar. Young Master Su, with his eloquent prose and remarkable talent, effortlessly crafts verses, his intellect unparalleled, deserving the title of literary sage without a doubt. A person praises his own feat. The audacious women behind him echoed similar sentiments, their words not straying far from the previous speaker. Since entering the drunken immortal pavilion, Ye Qiansheng had worn a furrowed brow. He had intended to enjoy a drink and flirt with the young maidens to pass the time. Unexpectedly, he encountered such eccentricity, his literary prowess rivaling that of Qianlong himself. Ye Qiansheng had little interest in poetic recitation and was about to leave when someone obstructed his path. Who? It was Zhou Shi, brother Qiansheng. What brings you to the drunken immortal pavilion? Zhou Shi appeared quite excited. What are you doing here? Ye Qiansheng was taken aback. Was this not a brothel? Why was a girl like Zhou Shi present? Brother, don't speak yet. Mother is waiting for you. Hurry. Mother? Ye Qiansheng recalled how, on the very first day of his return, Zhou Shi had accurately identified him as the heroic youth. Zhou Shi's mother was the current empress, the rightful wife of the reigning emperor, and the one who had informed Zhou Shi of his identity. He had initially thought it a mere coincidence, but now it seemed that Ye Xing had been laying in wait for quite some time. The matter was more intricate than he had presumed. Where is your mother? Ye Qiansheng ultimately resolved to meet Ye Xing. After all, one who could endure until now to seek him out must possess remarkable depth. Moreover, upon reflection, Ye Xing was the only person in the imperial city who had not mocked him. I'll take you. The little girl was enthusiastic, tugging at Ye Qiansheng as they ascended to the second floor. During this time, Ye Qiansheng discovered that the drunken immortal pavilion was not what it appeared to be. It was merely a high-end dining establishment, accompanied by some forward young women serving drinks. In a private room on the second floor, Ye Qiansheng encountered Zhou Shi's mother, the former empress, Ye Xing. She, you may return. Mother has matters to discuss with brother Qiansheng. Ye Xing's voice was gentle, imbued with a maternal resonance that instilled a sense of calm. Huh? She was reluctant to leave. She grasped Ye Qiansheng's hand, unwilling to part. Ye Xing's tone turned slightly stern. Zhu Yu, take the little princess back. The lone maidservant present complied with the order, leading Zhou Shi away from the drunken immortal pavilion, leaving Ye Qiansheng alone with Ye Xing. Please, have a seat. Ye Xing gestured to the chair opposite her. Ye Qiansheng refrained from sitting, gazing at the exquisite delicacies on the table, and inquired, Your Majesty, what is it that you seek to discuss with me? If it pertains to the pinnacle martial arts competition, there is no need for concern. The moonlit water reflected a graceful smile from Ye Xing as she shifted her posture, revealing her exquisite legs wrapped in a delicate golden gown. Surely, I would not utter such trivial matters, especially knowing you would never acquiesce, would you? Ye Qiansheng furrowed his brow, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. A subtle fragrance permeated the room, and, as he inhaled it repeatedly, he found it surprisingly pleasant. Moreover, as the mother of a nation, was it not a tad excessive for Ye Xing to wear a dress with such a high slit? The gown she donned resembled a cheongsam, yet with an audaciously high cut that, while innocuous at first glance, revealed the outer thigh when the movement was pronounced. What perplexed Ye Qiansheng even more was that Ye Xing was adorned with a pair of ice silk stockings. Her fair, slender legs, coupled with a veil of ethereal allure, rendered him incapable of averting his gaze, and he found himself staring for an extended period. However, when he regained his composure, he discovered Ye Xing gazing at him with a beaming smile, as if entirely unperturbed by his scrutiny. This was unusual. The mother of a nation, dressed provocatively in a high-slit gown and ice silk stockings, was undeniably an oddity that left Ye Qiansheng hesitant to act rashly. What is the meaning of this, Your Majesty? He inquired gravely. Youth is often accompanied by nervousness. Please have a seat. I wish to discuss some rather private matters with you. Ye Xing replied with a gentle smile. Yet, her extended leg showed no intention of retreating. Ultimately, Ye Qiansheng resolved to gauge Ye Xing's intentions and seated himself. Instantly, she moved closer, enveloping him in a heady fragrance. There is no need for such tension. Please, enjoy some tea, she said, pouring a cup before returning to her own seat. Ye Qiansheng, now suspicious of the tea's contents, chose to abstain, gradually relaxing his posture while maintaining his focus on Shui Yingwei. Your Majesty, please convey your message directly without resorting to these theatrics, he stated plainly. With a delicate flick of her slender hand, reminiscent of an enchanting seductress, Shui Yingwei inquired. Am I beautiful? Ye Qiansheng stiffened, his expression hardening. If the queen continues in this manner, I shall take my leave. Noticing her tactics were ineffective, Shui Yingwei slowly retracted her leg, her demeanor transforming back to that of a dignified sovereign. Zhou Qiansheng forgave Ye Xing. His arguments were riddled with flaws. Yet Zhou instinctively chose to extend forgiveness. Do you know why? Ye Qiansheng replied, I do not, and I am not interested. Shui Yingwei continued nonchalantly. You are quite familiar with Zhou Huanling, and Zhou Qiansheng shares a similar disposition. He is reluctant to acknowledge the strength of those he looks down upon, which is why he falls prey to Ye Xing's sophistry. Oh, Ye Qiansheng fixed his gaze upon Shui Yingwei, asking, how can you be so certain that Ye Xing is being disingenuous? Shui Yingwei met his gaze unflinchingly, asserting, because you are the true hero who has steadfastly guarded the demon suppression pass for 10 years, whereas Ye Xing is merely a waste who has indulged in leisure for a decade. Knight Qiansheng furrowed his brows and inquired, what gives you such unwavering confidence in this matter? This is ultimately my own affair. Shui Yingwei continued, you are a remarkable individual, far exceeding my expectations. Surely, you possess the strength to contend not only with Yin Shui, but also with Wu Mingwei, do you not? At present, Knight Qiansheng had only just reached the pinnacle of the third realm, and defeating Yin Shui was indeed within his grasp. However, as for Wu Mingwei, it was as Shui Yingwei had suggested. Victory was uncertain, yet the ability to engage in battle was undoubtedly present. For Wu Mingwei was a genuine powerhouse of the fifth realm. Yet, had Shui Yingwei not mentioned it, he would not have contemplated it himself. What granted her such certainty? How did she understand him so well? What exactly are you trying to convey? Knight Qiansheng asked. Both Zhou Qiansheng and Zhou Huanling were blind to the truth. Such individuals, perched atop the highest echelons of the Zhou, would inevitably lead to its demise. Without hesitation, Shui Yingwei uttered such seditious words. Knight Qiansheng was taken aback. Were you not the rightful wife of Zhou Qiansheng, the empress of the Zhou? What was the meaning of such statements now? Shui Yingwei suddenly leaped into Knight Qiansheng's embrace, her delicate fragrance enveloping him. Every inch of her skin against his felt extraordinarily soft, akin to being pressed against a cloud of cotton candy. What are you doing? Knight Qiansheng attempted to push her away, but Shui Yingwei's legs ensnared him tightly. Have I not hinted sufficiently? Do you not wish to have the empress, revered by all, beneath you? Do you not yearn for a chance to exact vengeance upon Zhou Qiansheng? Shui Yingwei seduced. The allure was indeed overwhelming. What do you truly desire? If I were unaware of Shui Yingwei's intentions, I would never entertain any notions regarding her. Eliminate Zhou Qiansheng and support me in becoming empress. Shui Yingwei's eyes gleamed with an insatiable thirst for power. Knight Qiansheng finally grasped that Shui Yingwei's elaborate seduction was driven by her dissatisfaction with merely being empress. She coveted the governance of Deqian for herself. Apologies, Your Majesty, you are indeed beautiful and enticing, but I have no interest in women who have born children. Knight Qiansheng replied, intending to depart. However, Shui Yingwei chuckled softly, restraining him. I am still a maiden. Zhou Qiansheng, that worthless fool, is unworthy of my touch. Knight Qiansheng was somewhat astonished, even skeptical. Not to mention whether Zhou Qiansheng would consent to abstain. What was the situation with Zhou Shi? Shui Yingwei offered no explanation, but continued to extend an olive branch. Though I cannot cultivate, my constitution is a rare furnace body, a natural Tao. Are you certain you wish to leave? Knight Qiansheng was momentarily stunned. Having acquired a complementary yin-yang cultivation method, he had been at a loss for a like-minded companion. Was this not the perfect opportunity? Moreover, he had a high probability of needing to eliminate Zhou Qiansheng. Granting Shui Yingwei favor was not a difficult task. Let me make it clear, I can assist you in rising to power, but whether you can maintain your position is entirely up to you. Ye Qiansheng's throat emitted a series of raspy sounds. Certainly, Ye Xing has entrusted her singular opportunity in this lifetime to Ye Qiansheng, though deep within, she harbors a profound fear of failure. Yet, there exists no more suitable candidate. Chapter 36. The astonishment of Ye Xing after their intimate encounter. Ye Xing embraced Ye Qiansheng's neck. He gently caressed her delicate skin, a smile gracing his lips. As anticipated, the harmonious interplay of yin and yang techniques from the celestial rank, combined with the supreme alchemical furnace, enabled him to ascend to the fourth realm without any prior accumulation. The seemingly trivial leap from the pinnacle of the third realm to the fourth is, in fact, a significant milestone. The breakthrough relies on one's fortune, innate talent, and comprehension. For those of lesser aptitude, such shackles may persist throughout their lives. Even Ye Qiansheng, who cultivated imperial-grade techniques, would typically require time to consolidate his power before transcending. Truly, the celestial techniques are formidable, Ye Qiansheng mused. In the past, his system offered only elite techniques, and after a substantial increase in his cultivation, further progress became stagnant. Now, he need not worry about his cultivation anymore. Little rascal, what are you saying? Ye Xing, having pinned all her hopes on Ye Qiansheng, showered him with flattery. Nothing much, he replied lightly. In his previous life, he had understood little about Ye Xing, but such knowledge was unnecessary, as long as she remained his alchemical furnace. Aiding in his ascent, and harbored no ulterior motives, he could support her as an empress after vanquishing Zhou Tianzi. However, should she dare entertain any treacherous thoughts that might jeopardize him, he would not show mercy simply because he had taken her virginity. After all, their relationship was fundamentally transactional, devoid of any lofty ideals. My cultivation talent is quite low. If relying solely on myself, I would never fulfill my lifelong aspirations. Thus, I have chosen to submit to you, hoping you will not disappoint me, Ye Xing declared. As the empress, although her interactions with Zhou Tianzi were limited, she understood him better than anyone else. He was undeniably a formidable figure. Before ascending to the throne, he was a renowned general of the Great Zhou, participating in the pinnacle martial competitions and claiming victory in nearly every edition. His might as an emperor was indisputable. Thus, while Ye Xing held expectations for Ye Qiansheng, her hopes were tempered, for in her eyes, the Dragon Emperor Zhou Tianzi was an intimidating adversary. Yet, Ye Qiansheng was the strongest and most promising individual she could find. Can you tell me just how powerful you truly are? Ye Xing gazed intently into Ye Qiansheng's eyes, resolute and unwavering. Having entrusted her body to him, she sought assurance that he, the one she deemed most hopeful, indeed possessed the potential she yearned for. Ye Qiansheng met her gaze and replied calmly, "If there is one certainty, it is that Zhou Tianzi's demise is merely a matter of time." Upon hearing that he could kill Zhou Tianzi, Ye Xing's excitement surged, and she inquired, "What is this certainty?" "Blue flames," Ye Qiansheng reminisced. "If it can be established that Zhou Tianzi's methods of slaughter incorporate the scorching blue flames, his end will come swiftly." Water reflected the moon as Ye Xing furrowed her brow, reminiscing about the battle scenes involving Zhou Tianzi, where she seemingly found no trace of blue flames. Ye Qiansheng appeared to notice that Ye Xing was unaware and remarked, "There's no need to rush. There's ample time. What are no blue flames?" Ye Xing replied, her brow still knitted. "He will die too. Just later," Ye Qiansheng stated nonchalantly. Given his current progress, overpowering Zhou Tianzi was merely a matter of time. Were it not for the desire for vengeance for Shui Yao, it would be prudent to strike only when he was completely assured of victory. He would not go back on his word. Since Ye Xing had sacrificed her body as a furnace, he would fulfill his promise. Seeing Ye Qiansheng's confidence, as if he were certain he could slay Zhou Tianzi with time, made Ye Xing ponder the source of his assurance. In her estimation, Ye Qiansheng was at most a third-realm cultivator. His triumph over Wu Qiang was attributed to unexpected ambushes and years of combat experience. However, Zhou Tianche was not witching. He was a seasoned general with vast battlefield experience, and anyone who survived such a realm was adept at countering ambushes. Did Ye Qiansheng truly comprehend what he was up against? Although Shui Yingwei had staked everything on Ye Qiansheng, she anticipated it would take at least a decade, if not several, to realize their ambitions. I hope you can truly achieve this. If that time comes, how would it matter if I marry you? Shui Yingwei spoke with a determined resolve. There is no need for that. We are merely engaging in a transaction. Once the deal is fulfilled, we shall part ways. Ye Qiansheng replied coldly. Women often harbor unique emotions for the man who takes their first, and Shui Yingwei, even as a queen, was no exception. Hearing Ye Qiansheng's words, so devoid of sentiment, left her momentarily unsettled, a hollow feeling swelling within her. In the future, if you're not here, how shall I manage the imperial city? This was merely a probing remark from Shui Yingwei, aimed at gauging Ye Qiansheng's attitude toward her future. Yet, Ye Qiansheng responded, look at your own cultivation. Shui Yingwei was somewhat perplexed. Her talent was meager, and after all these years, she had barely reached the initial stage of the first realm. What was there to observe? She certainly aspired to cultivate. If it were possible, achieving her lifelong wish would be ideal. However, talent was not something one could dictate. Just as she was assessing her own cultivation, she found herself frozen in place. For she discovered that her cultivation had astonishingly surged from the initial stage of the first realm to the mid-stage of the second realm. The leap was nothing short of incredible. Why is this happening? Shui Yingwei exclaimed in astonishment. Sitting up, the lotus and carp on her belly band seemed to come alive, swaying in rhythm with her movements, as if sensing her emotions. Since you have chosen me, I shall not disappoint you. This is a matter beneficial for us both. As long as you cooperate, you may even slay Zhou Tianche yourself in the future. Knight Qiansheng leaned against the pillow, speaking with an air of nonchalance, as if aiding Shui Yingwei in ascending an entire realm was an utterly trivial matter. Although she could not fathom the reason, her heart was brimming with uncontainable joy. Relying on others inevitably has an end, but possessing one's own strength alleviates such concerns. She could genuinely enhance her cultivation. The man before her had indeed gifted her a delightful surprise. If Zhou Tianche and your parents were to discover your capabilities, they would surely regret their choices profoundly. Shui Yingwei felt immensely grateful for choosing Knight Qiansheng, bending gracefully to wrap her arms around his neck, affectionately declaring, one must remember that Shui Yingwei is the queen, a symbol of nobility. Her current display of flattery rendered her all the more irresistible. Those who follow me shall prosper. Those who oppose me shall perish. What good is regret? Knight Qiansheng spoke coldly, still lost in the exhilaration of her newfound strength. Shui Yingwei observed the domineering nature of the one she entrusted, a power that indeed justified his arrogance. She found Knight Qiansheng to possess a unique allure. Planting a kiss on his left cheek, she playfully remarked, it appears I have developed a fondness for you. Knight Qiansheng inhaled her enchanting fragrance and replied, there is nothing remarkable about it, for I too have an affection for myself. After a peal of laughter like silver bells, Shui Yingwei suddenly recalled something important, her smile fading as she said, by the way, there are rumors that someone from Zongheng Tiantian will be coming to seek the heroic youth guarding the demon-suppressing pass of the Great Zhou. It should bring considerable benefits. Chapter 37. The Embrace of Death by Ye Qiansheng, a wanderer across the world. What do they seek from me? Ye Qiansheng inwideth, a hint of confusion lacing his tone. In neither this life nor the previous one had he encountered those who traverse the world. Shui Yingwei replied, I am unclear on the specifics, yet it likely pertains to matters concerning the demon clan. They may intend to win you over. Huh? Do those so-called celestial beings truly care for a mere youth from the alleys? Ye Qiansheng remarked with a touch of self-mockery. The wanderers of the world are blessed with the finest spiritual energy of the entire Huanling continent, their fortunes deeply rooted, rendering their city a veritable paradise that draws the envy of all. Those born there inherently possess greater talents than others, hence they refer to themselves as the heavenly born, often looking down upon outsiders. Naturally, such a splendid realm has attracted the covetous eyes of the demon clan a decade ago. Negotiations between the demon and human races likely revolved around this very issue. Ultimately, the talks collapsed, and for years, the wanderers of the world have been embroiled in fierce battles with the demons. The exact brutality of these confrontations remains unknown to outsiders, yet it surely is harrowing. For both human and demon races, only the most elite cultivators engage in this strife. It is said that the Lord of the Wanderers has already attained the formidable 11th realm. Thus, the arrival of emissaries from the Wanderers, specifically seeking Ye Qiansheng, strikes him as peculiar, for one would expect them to disdain him. Shui Yingyue's delicate hand brushed against Ye Qiansheng's broad chest as she inquired, "You must be aware of the return of Ye Xing, yes? Are you certain you do not wish to reclaim your honor? Though those from the Wanderers may be arrogant, the benefits they offer are tangible. Should Ye Xing succeed, I have no desire to involve myself in these matters." Ye Qiansheng replied nonchalantly, "Do you truly intend to abstain from participating in the upcoming martial arts summit?" Shui Yingyue questioned, bewildered. "Defeating Yin Shui should pose little challenge for you, should not?" Ye Qiansheng chuckled softly. "Is it not rather amusing? Everyone, including those from the Wanderers, perceives Ye Xing as the true heroic youth. How do you think Ye Xing should navigate this situation? Joyous indeed, for the honor and renown would belong to him, cherished by the people, and he might even win the hand of the crown princess. Surely that would bring him happiness," Shui Yingyue responded. "No," Ye Qiansheng said with profound significance. "He must be quite anxious now. If he were to falter before such a multitude, Zhou Tianche would not grant him a second chance." Shui Yingyue stared at Ye Qiansheng in shock, exclaiming, "Are you attempting to set Ye Xing up for failure?" "I'm not so trivial," Ye Qiansheng clarified. "I have offered him everything he desires. Whether he can handle it is entirely his own affair." Suddenly, Shui Yingyue found the man who had just shared an intimate moment with her somewhat daunting. It must be noted that the upcoming contest will not only feature participants from the Great Zhou and Great Qian, but also those from the Wanderers. Should Ye Xing fail to demonstrate strength befitting a heroic youth, embarrassment is of little consequence. One might well be struck down by Zhou Tianche on the spot. Meanwhile, along the Longyang plank road, amidst the oppressive wind and sand, a horse-drawn carriage ambles forward. At first glance, it appears unremarkable, yet a closer inspection reveals a different vista. Every corner of the carriage is adorned with gilded carvings, its embellishments more resplendent than those of an ordinary carriage, exuding an air of unparalleled superiority and grandeur. Inside the carriage, a breathtaking young lady clad in a pale purple gown rests serenely, unaffected by the jolting motions of the vehicle. Beside her, a young maid, resembling a girl in waiting, leans out of the window, gazing in wonder at the world beyond. "How long until we reach the Great Zhou?" the little girl inquires with a bright, chime-like voice directed at the coachman. "We have just passed through Zhenyao Pass. It will take a few more hours to reach Chang'an," the coachman replies. Upon hearing that they are nearing Chang'an, the little girl, brimming with excitement, turns to the slumbering beauty. "Senior sister, we are almost at Chang'an." The young woman in the pale purple gown slowly opens her eyes, which shimmer like stars, and disdainfully remarks, "Do not act so alarmingly like a country bumpkin. Remember your station." Oh, Li Xiao straightens her back immediately, appearing to heed the words of the purple-gowned lady. Luo Kuxian lets out a graceful sigh, gazing out the window as she states, "Always remember, we are disciples of the Tianjin sect, traversing the world. We must maintain our composure." Li Xiao nods in agreement and asks, "Senior sister, do you think that so-called heroic youth is truly as formidable as they say? Why is Master insistent on our visit? How could an outsider possess any real strength? Even if the rumors are true, what of it? The demonic forces threatening the Great Zhou are feeble compared to us. Then why does Master wish for us to bring him back?" Li Xiao questions, perplexed. Master must be confused. Neither the human nor demon races wish to suffer unnecessary losses. Hence, the proposed grand tournament of 17 matches, with selections for the other 16 already made, yet the youngest category lacks a suitable candidate. Upon hearing Luo Ku Xian's explanation, Li Xiao exclaims in astonishment. Surely Master does not intend for that so-called heroic youth to participate. Clearly, senior sister, you are equally powerful. Luo Kuxian clenches her white teeth, recalling the response she received when she confronted Master about her qualifications. She simply was not deemed worthy. This infuriated her. Luo Kuxian, a distinguished practitioner of the Tianjin sect, at the mid-stage of the third realm, considered to be above average within the sect. Yet in her beloved master's eyes, she was eclipsed by a mere outsider. Her decision to volunteer for this journey to Chang'an stemmed from a desire to witness the true prowess of the individual whom Master holds in such high esteem. Of course, she held little hope, for practitioners of the Tianjin sect possess an inherent advantage over those from other regions. The Tianjin sect is situated near the Boundary River, with the vast marshlands of the demon territory lying just across, where formidable practitioners had once gathered to fend off the demonic forces. Gradually, as time progressed, the powerful cultivators united, and the offspring born from their union possessed remarkable talents, for their parents were the stalwarts resisting the demon race. Great cultivators, heroic youths, you had best truly possess the strength. In truth, Luo Kuxian had already reconciled herself to the possibility of a fruitless journey. For even if she were not qualified, unable to become the 17th individual to duel with the demon race, the prodigies traversing the world were as numerous as the fish crossing a river, and it was improbable that the so-called heroic youth would be granted such an opportunity. Could a person from the great Zhou truly surpass those who roamed the world? This was utterly inconceivable, as those who traversed the realm had even witnessed young individuals achieving the fourth realm. Such beings were beyond the reach of people from other regions. Thus, even at this moment, Luo Kuxian remained perplexed as to why her master harbored such unwavering confidence in someone from a remote place she had never encountered. Chapter 38. Does Ye Xing gain everything from the night walk? The great Zhou no longer needs a Ye Qiansheng. They have arrived. For most, attending a brothel to listen to music may be the epitome of entertainment, but for Ye Qiansheng, the true pleasure lies in pinning the empress beneath him within the palace walls. Although he's reluctant to admit it, the thrill and sense of accomplishment are undeniably exhilarating. Thus, the days pass by one after another. Today marks a momentous occasion eagerly anticipated throughout the Great Zhou, the finals of the Martial Arts Summit. The team from Daqian marched robustly through the streets, arriving at the martial arts arena behind the imperial city, occupying the same position as before. At the forefront stood Wu Mingyue, chest out and head held high, her gaze disdainful of all around her, as strikingly beautiful and proud as ever. Beside her, Yin Xue's silvery hair danced in the air, her presence now manifestly elevated beyond comparison. Opposite them, Zhou Tianche sat composedly in the main seat, accompanied by a youth whom none, including Wu Mingyue, had ever seen before. This youth must be the one who has guarded the demon-subduing pass for a decade. You must exercise caution, Wu Mingyue solemnly advised Yin Xue. Yin Xue observed Ye Xing for a long while, unable to discern any formidable qualities, and curiously inquired, Master, why do I not sense the slightest hint of danger from him? Wu Mingyue found this equally perplexing. Logically, a person capable of defending the demon-subduing pass for 10 years should exude some aura of threat, even if their cultivation were slightly inferior. Could it be that they were too weak to perceive it? Regardless, exercise caution. There are no false heroes where fame is concerned. One must not underestimate their opponent. Wu Mingyue cautioned. Yin Xue nodded. It is noteworthy that Yin Xue has now attained the strength of the fourth realm. An average elder from a major sect would hardly stand a chance against her. Yet Wu Mingyue still advised vigilance. This highlights Wu Mingyue's wariness towards Ye Xing, or perhaps more specifically, towards the title of the heroic youth. The common folk below, witnessing Yin Xue exhibit a wary demeanor, rejoiced as if they had already won. Weren't you once so arrogant? Now, seeing our great Zhou's guardian deity, why are you so on guard? Are you afraid? They jeered. Ye Qiansheng thought himself important and was too scared to show up today. This is absolutely hilarious. Let us see who will pay him any mind after today. Indeed, When Ye Xing was absent, Ye Qiansheng was nothing but a minor player. Look at him now. He has no real strength. Have you not noticed that whether he faced Yin Feng or Mu Qiang, it was always through ambush? He brought this upon himself. He could have earned everyone's adoration, but has now become a pariah, likely unable to even eat. On the high platform, Zhou Huanling queried, "Are you confident?" Observing the brief encounter between Ye Xing and Yin Shui, he sought to gauge Ye Xing's thoughts. "Your Majesty, rest assured, she is not my match," Ye Xing confidently replied. Initially, he felt uncertain upon hearing his father's tales of Daqian's unparalleled strength and consecutive victories, but upon witnessing the reality today, it was merely as he had anticipated. He was utterly oblivious to any hint of danger. It is essential to understand that in such situations, there are typically two possibilities. Either the opponent is exceedingly weak or overwhelmingly strong. Now, having received his father's teachings, Ye Xing had reached the pinnacle of the second realm and did not consider the latter scenario. Thus, he brimmed with confidence. Zhou Huanling was elated. As the Dragon Emperor, the supreme sovereign, it was inconceivable for him to beseech a mere commoner. Hence, even 10 days prior, despite lacking complete trust in Ye Xing, he chose to place his faith in him. For in his eyes, Ye Qiansheng was far too arrogant and lawless. Once Ye Xing thoroughly vanquished Yin Shui today, he would settle the score with Ye Qiansheng. If he could not be of use, then there was no need for his existence. Below, Ye Qing's face was ashen, and he had visibly lost weight over the past 10 days. They understood that if Ye Xing triumphed, they retained everything. If Ye Qing lost, they would all perish. Therefore, in the absence of Ye Qiansheng revealing the truth, they needed Ye Xing to win the duel against the Qian. Only thus could they safeguard their own lives. Once Ye Xing defeated Yin Shui and firmly established his reputation as the guardian deity, their benefits would undoubtedly follow. "Son, persevere, you can do it." Ye Qing encouraged Ye Xing with a touch of earnestness. However, Ye Xing merely cast a glance at Ye Qing, his eyes filled with disdain, as if regarding a beggar, and chose to ignore him. Ye Qing's smile froze on his face, an indescribable desolation swelling within his heart. Nearby, Jiang Suqing observed silently, her expression impassive. Ever since Ye Qing imparted his skills to Ye Xing, such occurrences had transpired countless times. Perhaps they had been mistaken from the very beginning. What are we waiting for? Let us begin. Wu Mingwei called out to Zhou Huanling from across the martial arts platform. "Patience. There is another significant figure from the world of Zhongheng Tianxia here to witness the final duel." Zhou Huanling replied nonchalantly. This statement sent a wave of anticipation through the hearts of everyone present. A figure from Zhongheng Tianxia, as the crowd stood in astonishment. Wu Mingwei expressed her confusion when a woman clad in a pale purple gown emerged from behind, taking her seat at the main position between the two parties. With a refreshing and elegant demeanor, her breathtaking beauty was matched only by the coldness in her eyes, akin to an everlasting glacier, reminiscent of a deity looking down upon mortals with disdain. She perfectly embodied the public's image of a celestial being. Luo Kequan, ever proud of her status as a heavenly figure, proclaimed, "I have heard that the reputation of the young heroes of Dezhou is quite remarkable. I am eager to see for myself, so do not disappoint me." The citizens of Dezhou felt an immense sense of pride and honor, realizing that she had come specifically to observe Ye Xing. This was indeed their guardian deity. Remarkable. Zhou Huanling could not help but add, "Miss Luo Kequan is a direct disciple of the Tianjin sect from Zhongheng Tianxia, having come here especially for Ye Xing." The implication was unmistakable, and with Luo Kequan's silence on the matter, could it be true? Did Ye Xing have the opportunity to join the formidable forces of Zhongheng Tianxia, particularly the powerful Tianjin sect? In the past century, has there ever been a precedent for external individuals joining the powerful forces that dominate the world? Absolutely not. If the Night Walker were to successfully integrate, it would be an unprecedented honor for the family. Even Wu Mingwei furrowed her brow. Should someone from the great Zhou truly join the Heavenly Sword sect, the situation for the great Qian would become exceedingly precarious. Yet at this moment, she found herself powerless to act. Zhou Huanling gazed ahead with a proud demeanor. the corners of her pink lips slightly curling upwards as she whispered towards the fishing pond where Ye Qiansheng once fished. "Oh, Ye Qiansheng, had you heeded my advice back then, regardless of whether you chose to marry me or join the heavenly sword sect, it would have been you. Now, even if you hide at home and weep, it is all in vain." Meanwhile, after enduring a grueling 10-day journey, Zhao Ji and his companions finally arrived in Chang'an, weary and travel-worn. Their coarse, linen garments were in tatters, and both food and water had long been depleted along the way. The only thing that remained intact was the reflective stone hanging from their chests, unchanged as ever. Chapter 39. A Night of Combat. Is it not merely a game? My lord, have you heard that someone has come to traverse the world? Are you truly not inclined to take a glimpse? Zhou Huanling inquired as she arranged Ye Qiansheng's garments. Reclining with his head cushioned, Ye Qiansheng leisurely basked in the sun. Upon hearing his wife's question, a smile graced his lips as he replied, "There is no need. Let them create their commotion." At the window, Zhou Huanling expressed her concern. "My lord, do you know of Ye Qing?" Ye Qiansheng looked at his wife in surprise and asked, "Of course, what of him?" Due to his false report on military affairs, compounded by the loss of the demon suppression pass, he has been imprisoned by Zhou Tianche and is likely to face execution soon. Zhou Huanling surmised that upon learning of her husband's heroic youth, the loss of the pass and the deception by Ye Xing could not absolve him of blame, rendering Ye Qing unjustly accused. Though her husband generally remained aloof regarding affairs, she felt compelled to speak up. Slowly sitting up, Ye Qiansheng's eyes revealed a cold indifference. Has Zhou Tianche's mind been befuddled? How could he be so foolish? To imprison Ye Qing, the true guardian of the demon suppression pass, based solely on Ye Xing's dubious claims, was utterly preposterous. As the commander of the campaign against the demon clan, Ye Xing should bear the brunt of the responsibility for the pass's loss. Afterward, he had the audacity to hide in Xiangyang, unscathed. How could Zhou Tianche be so gullible as to believe Ye Xing's flawed narrative? It was sheer folly. Such outrageous words left both in shock, prompting Zhou Huanling to ask, "What do you intend to do, my lord?" Taking a deep breath, Ye Qiansheng reclined once more, unhurried. Is today not the day of the finals in the martial arts pinnacle competition? Ye Xing shall fight, and the outcome should soon be revealed. His furrowed brow gradually relaxed. Today, the matter of Ye Xing would finally reach its conclusion. As Ye Qiansheng enjoyed the sun, the arena resonated with jubilant cheers. Zhou Tianche, Zhou Huanling, and all of the people of the Zhou placed their bets on Ye Xing, whose demeanor now inspired confidence. Once Ye Xing truly joined the sword sect, it will be a source of great pride. Ye Xing removed his outer robe and, under the expectant gazes of the crowd, approached the combat stage. Wu Mingwei stood ready, gently patting the head of Yin Shui. "Do not be overzealous. If it proves too much, retreat and preserve your life above all." Yin Shui nodded in acknowledgement. Amidst the thunderous cheers, Ye Xing was the first to reach the stage, with Yin Shui following closely behind. It was still possible to concede. Once the battle commenced, there would be no turning back. Ye Xing, eager and confident, declared, "You speak too much." Yin Shui assumed a combat stance, her eyes filled with vigilance. At the signal from the adjudicator, Yin Shui remained on guard, searching for any weaknesses in Ye Xing. Every pore in her body was attuned to her breath, harmonizing her form for optimal performance. Meanwhile, Ye Xing stood still, a smile gracing his face as he observed. Before the battle commenced, the victor was already apparent. "Lord Ye Xing, strike her down directly, avenging our fallen comrades of the great Zhou. You are extraordinary, the pride of the great Zhou. Eliminate her without hesitation." My excitement is palpable. After 7 long years, no cultivator has managed to suppress the great Qian as effectively as Ye Xing. In terms of momentum, victory is already at hand. Zhou Tianche is also quite pleased. Indeed, he remains composed. "I did not misjudge you. Huanling, observe how Ye Qiansheng compares to him." Zhou Huanling smiled and remarked, "Ye Qiansheng is naturally incomparable to Ye Xing." The two exchanged knowing smiles. However, Luo Keshuan furrowed her brow slightly and inquired of Li Shao, "Little Li, have you discerned his strengths?" Her master had emphasized the importance of bringing the heroic youth back, suggesting that his return could resolve the matters at hand. Thus she was immensely curious. After observing for about half an hour, she found nothing particularly impressive about the individual before her. In fact, to describe him as mediocre would be a compliment. It puzzled her. She felt he was not a match for little Li. Li Xiao tilted her head and voiced her thoughts, her voice not particularly quiet, causing a small circle of people around to hear. Although they yearned to scold Li Xiao for her lack of discernment, they dared not confront someone of such stature. Luo Kequan intensified her scrutiny of Ye Xing, hoping to uncover what merited her master's high regard. Wu Mingyue also continued to observe Ye Xing, yet she too failed to identify anything remarkable. Just as everyone lamented Ye Xing's overwhelming mastery over power, the two finally moved. It was Yin Shui who initiated a probing attack, albeit slowly. However, if the opponent were to defend, they would have ample time to react, yet it was a direct confrontation at first. Yet, facing the attack, Ye Xing remained utterly still, resembling a transcendent master, devoid of any change in expression. This is problematic. Although it was merely a probing attack, Ye Xing's reaction was so peculiar that Yin Shui found herself unable to restrain her movements, exposing a significant flaw. Excellent, Zhou Tianche exclaimed in response to the situation. This is disastrous. Wu Mingyue felt her heart leap. It must be noted that Yin Shui's attack was far too weak. Anyone with a modicum of combat experience could easily exploit the opening, potentially cleaving Yin Shui in two. Is it over? Luo Kequan lamented. Yet, just as everyone present believed Yin Shui was doomed, to their astonishment, Ye Xing exhibited no reaction whatsoever. Could he have other means at his disposal? Perhaps he found the conclusion too swift and preferred to toy with them before delivering the final blow? A myriad of possibilities flooded the minds of the onlookers. Yet the next moment would engrave itself into their memories forever. Incredible. His speed is astonishing. I underestimated you. Ye Xing, who had been knocked to the ground, sprang back to his feet almost instantaneously. His left cheek was already swollen, yet he assumed a combat stance, ready for what lay ahead. He glanced around, and the astonishment on the faces of the crowd was palpable, causing a slight smirk to grace his lips. This is his true strength. In the face of the mightiest strike from the most formidable individual of the great Qian, not only is he unscathed, but he can also rise to his feet instantly. How astonishing. Everyone is taken aback, are they not? I can see that your prowess is commendable. However, regrettably for you, you have crossed paths with me, and your fate is sealed. Ye Xing continues to issue threats, yet he is perplexed as to why the common folk below and those surrounding him remain silent. Still wearing expressions of shock, Zhou Tianche and Zhou Huanling exchange a glance, each discerning disbelief in the other's eyes. Only Shui Yingyue, standing nearby, feels an uncomfortable tension. Ye Xing must simply be toying with his opponent and will soon adopt a more serious demeanor. Zhou Huanling futilely attempts to defend Ye Xing. Chapter 40. As the world teetered on the brink of collapse, Zhao Ji arrived in Chang'an, holding the Stone of Memories. Within the city, the grand martial arts competition was in full swing, while unbeknownst to the citizens, in the shadowy woods beyond the city, a bull-headed demon led a throng of monstrous beings preparing to launch an assault on Chang'an. This impending attack was unprecedented in scale, comprising not only mindless, destructive machines known as sand dune beasts, but also colossal waterfall dragonflies. These unthinking creatures could not truly be deemed demons, but rather beastly entities. Despite their lack of intellect, their capacity for destruction was staggering, their massive forms nearly obscuring the dense foliage surrounding them. At this moment, they were being restrained by several lesser demons. Yet their blood-red eyes remained fixated hungrily on the humans within Chang'an. Is this indeed Chang'an? We have not come to the wrong place. If we eliminate everyone inside, the demon race will secure complete dominion over Zhou, exclaimed the leading fox demon, brimming with excitement. The other demons shared in this fervor, brandishing their long blades, their eyes glinting with a thirst for slaughter. Meanwhile, on the martial stage, Ye Xing once again found himself struck down by a probing attack from Yin Shui. Unable to rise. Curse it! How can he be so powerful? Blood trickled from the corner of Ye Xing's mouth as he valiantly rose once more, exuding a tragic nobility. He had anticipated that the crowd below would erupt in applause for his unwavering spirit. Yet to his dismay, silence enveloped the arena. Not a single soul uttered a word. What is happening? I have not yet lost. Upon seeing me fall, should they not cheer me on? Although the spectators lacked martial prowess, from their vantage point, it was painfully evident that Ye Xue's attacks were merely feints. He had no intention of truly engaging, and yet Ye Xing found himself unable to defend against them, struggling to regain his footing. Was this a jest? Surely, a jest need not be repeated. Zhou Tianche gazed incredulously at Ye Xing's figure, unable to comprehend the scene before him. Just moments ago, Ye Xing had radiated confidence, and he had assumed him to be formidable. And this was the result. Zhou Huanling stood frozen, hastily justifying, "Father, there is no need for concern. Ye Xing is likely merely toying with his opponent and will soon unleash his true power." This excuse had already been invoked twice, and Zhou Tianche clearly remained unconvinced. No matter the pretense, one need not appear so disheveled, right? Presently, Ye Xing resembled nothing more than a hapless fool. Luo Kequan fixed her gaze upon Ye Xing, her lips twitching in disdain as she candidly remarked, "Is this what is deemed a heroic youth? He has managed to guard the demon suppression pass for a decade. Yet the demons attacking De Zhou must surely be mere rabble." While others might still waver, Luo Kequan had already made her judgment. She had witnessed Ye Xing's recent actions and was certain they were not deliberate. It was simply a matter of insufficient strength. Moreover, she discerned that Ye Xing's cultivation was barely at the second realm. Utterly embarrassing. Luo Kequan's voice rang out loud enough for the citizens of the Zhou to hear. And while many wished to counter that the attacking demons were formidable as well, they found themselves at a loss for words. For if the so-called guardian was in such a state, how could the defeated demons possibly be any stronger? Ye Xing, focus. In the presence of the formidable Luo Kequan, Zhou Tianche's dignity was utterly shattered. He had once envisioned leveraging his connection with Ye Xing to traverse the world, but it now appeared to be nothing more than a fanciful daydream. Zhou Huanling's brow furrowed, an unsettling premonition creeping in that the day's outcome would not be favorable for her. Ye Xing, hearing the shouts from behind, fixed his gaze intently on Ye Xue, whose beauty was striking and whose prowess far exceeded his expectations. He had believed that, having attained the second realm, he could easily defeat Ye Xue within a few exchanges. However, it was now clear this would not be the case. Despite the earlier mishap, Ye Xue showed no signs of complacency. Uncertain if this was merely a ruse concocted by Ye Xing, the audience held their breath once more, tension mounting as the impending clash loomed. Ye Xue, resolute and unyielding, surged forth with the ferocity of thunder towards Ye Xing, who remained as immobile as he had in previous encounters. A warning echoed in the air. Caution was paramount. Yet, propelled by her resolve, Ye Xue pressed on, disregarding all else. Just as everyone anticipated Ye Xing's counterattack, he finally sensed the fierce wind of her approach and scrambled to defend himself. Yet, in an instant, he found himself toppled to the ground. Silence enveloped the arena. The citizens of the Zhou could scarcely believe their eyes, some even rubbing them in disbelief. Yet the outcome remained unchanged. Ye Xing lay sprawled on the ground, surrounded by blood. It was evident he had been defeated, and the hopes of the people rested upon him had been dashed so utterly. Questions loomed in the minds of not only the common folk, but also Zhou Tianche and Zhou Huanling atop the platform. How could this have happened? Wasn't Ye Xing supposed to be formidable? Why had he been so swiftly vanquished? If he had fallen after a fierce battle, they could have accepted it. But under these circumstances, who could come to terms with such a loss? After all, Ye Xing bore the weight of the hopes of all the citizens of the Zhou. Zhou Huanling stared blankly, and in that moment, she felt as though struck by lightning. She suddenly realized that it was not Ye Qiansheng who needed to repent, but rather herself. Meanwhile, Ye Xue remained oblivious to the thoughts of others. She advanced, intent on ensuring Ye Xing could not rise again, for without surrender, defeat was not truly acknowledged. Yet just as her fist was about to make contact, Ye Xing seemed to sense something amiss, retreating and shouting in desperation. I surrender. I surrender. Do not strike me. It hurts so much. How humiliating. Zhou Tianche gritted his teeth, covering his face with his hands. He had never felt such disgrace in his life, especially not before those who traverse the world. Regret consumed him. Why had he not been willing to humble himself before Ye Qiansheng? If he had personally gone to apologize, perhaps Ye Qiansheng would have participated in the finals. It was madness to have believed Ye Xing's one-sided account. It could be said that the events of this day were entirely of his own making. Yet, what use was regret now? Tonight, even the esteemed knight Dry has failed to make an appearance, perhaps utterly disillusioned with them. To still harbor dreams of conquering the world is nothing short of fanciful delusion, witnessing that the once formidable enemy is nothing but a farce. Wu Mingwei could not suppress her laughter, completely disregarding the sentiments of the common folk of the great Zhou below. The sight of night walking, cowering in the shadows, has thoroughly extinguished Luo Kequan's interest in the so-called heroic youth. How dreadfully mundane. Is this truly the guardian of the great Zhou? Surely, you cannot be serious. There's been no assault from the demon clan at all, Luo Kequan questioned. The citizens of the great Zhou have begun to harbor doubts regarding this matter. Night walking is evidently inferior even to Su Yidao. What merit does he have to guard the demon suppression pass for a decade? The only plausible explanation is that the great Zhou is engaged in deification, with no actual demon incursions. It is merely a fabrication concocted by the ministers. Having just suffered another defeat, deceived by those in the imperial city, tricked once more by night walking, and ridiculed, the citizen's ire can no longer be contained. Zhou Tianche is at a loss for words, unsure how to justify the deception, the betrayal of the city, and the humiliation he has endured. His anger simmering without an outlet. Luo Kequan, however, remained indifferent. She rose gracefully, declaring, "If he is indeed the heroic youth you speak of, I shall take my leave." Just then, a figure clad in rags burst into the arena, the foul odor and beggar's attire prompting the crowd to part for him. "I possess evidence to repel the demon clan," Zhao Ji exclaimed at the forefront, raising the purple recording stone aloft. Chapter 41. The content of the sky canopy as the youth, who could not even lift a sword, encountered the newcomers. A wave of bewilderment swept over the crowd. Could it be that even beggars were now concerned with matters of state? Zhao Ji and his companions had endured countless hardships, traversing mountains and rivers to reach Chang'an. Initially, they contemplated how to showcase the reflective stone to a wider audience, only to stumble upon the pinnacle of martial arts competitions. Thus, they rushed forward, disregarding fear, driven solely by the desire to restore the honor of Ye Qiansheng. Zhou Tianche furrowed his brow upon seeing the group. "Who are you? What do you mean by your earlier claims of proof?" Wu Mingwei and Luo Kequan shared his confusion. Could it be that Ye Xing was truly the heroic youth guarding the demon-subduing pass? Otherwise, why would others present the reflective stone as evidence? In such circumstances, failing to provide substantial proof could lead to dire consequences. Nevertheless, Luo Kequan remained indifferent, as the notion of Ye Xing being a failure was beyond doubt. Surely it could not be said that Ye Xing excelled against demons, yet faltered against humans. Most attendees shared this sentiment, believing Zhao Ji and his companions were merely seeking attention, or perhaps were just pawns of Ye Xing. Yet in this tense situation, who would still believe them? The content was likely fabricated. Zhao Ji quickly explained, "We are villagers from near the demon-subduing pass, here, too." Zhou Huanling's captivating visage darkened significantly. The humiliation of Ye Xing's defeat had already been enough. Now, there were those who intended to vouch for him. Why not provide proof during the actual combat on the arena? What was the purpose of the reflective stone now? "Enough. Leave this place immediately. Do not let me see you again," she declared angrily. Zhao Ji was left dumbfounded. After traveling such a long distance, he was denied the opportunity to showcase the reflective stone, which contained recordings of Ye Qiansheng's valiant feats in battle against demons. It was profoundly shocking. Now, they were not allowed to display it? Ye Xing, equally perplexed, wondered at the turn of events. He had not orchestrated any of this. After all, he had never anticipated defeat. What was happening? Suddenly, he seemed to grasp something. Just as he was about to intervene and stop Zhao Ji, Luo Kequan spoke up. It's fine. Let everyone see your proof. I am quite curious to witness how a failure manages to exorcise demons. Due to her master's incessant boasting about Ye Xing, Luo Kequan took delight in his misfortunes. She even intended to take the reflective stone back to show her master. Zhou Huanling remained silent, while Zhou Tianche waved his hand in consent. With the permission granted, Zhao Ji was filled with exhilaration. At least their journey had not been in vain. Thus, amid the curious yet skeptical gazes of the crowd, the purple reflective stone in Zhao Ji's hand slowly ascended. In tandem, a vast sky canopy unfurled. The canopy was immense, and even the dust swirling in the air appeared distinctly visible, immersing everyone in an experience as if they were truly present in the moment. In this moment, the scene gradually unfolds. Beneath the night rain, a diminutive figure stands out among the armored warriors, barely capable of wielding a sword. Yet the resolute visage leaves an indelible impression. The sound of hooves echoes incessantly, mud mingling with rain splashes several meters high. The throng is considerable. Judging by the clatter of hooves, there are at least hundreds. Gradually, the words Zhenyao Pass come into view. Is this the night from a decade ago? I still recall the gentle rain, the constant sound of hooves in the streets, and the next day, many commanders were lost to the city. They were all heroes, true heroes. Many engaged in fervent discussions, yet none paid heed to the frail, yet remarkably tenacious youth among them. Below the martial platform, Jiang Suching's tears began to flow as she stared blankly at the small figure in the heavens, her sobs escalating. Ye Qing was similarly affected, tears welling in his eyes. They recognized that small figure. It was Ye Qiansheng, the son who took his father's place in the army a decade past. Back then, Ye Qiansheng boasted bravely before them, pretending to fear nothing, yet the image starkly revealed him trembling, utterly disheveled beneath the rain. He clutched tightly to the sword they had gifted him before parting, as if seeking solace from it. He was, in truth, very afraid, yet for the sake of the Yi family, he willingly ventured to the front lines. Why had they, as parents, believed that Ye Qiansheng was faring well all this time? Jiang Suching could no longer contain herself, covering her mouth, bowing her head, tears streaming through her fingers. Ye Qing's pale face betrayed profound remorse, his disability heightening his sensitivity. Upon witnessing the scene of Ye Qiansheng leaving home, he could no longer hold back his tears. That was his son, who, for the sake of his father, rushed to the most perilous front lines at such a tender age. All for the sake of his father's official cap. The sensation of betrayal resonated deeply within Ye Qing, a heart-wrenching pain rendering even breathing a laborious task. We have wronged him. Jiang Suching responded through her sobs. The scene in the heavens continued, captivating the audience even more with its authenticity. In the initial battle at Zhenyao Pass, nearly half the soldiers perished. The demon tribe was exceedingly ruthless. Coupled with the assistance of demonic beasts, their combat prowess could only be described as astonishing. On the human side, Wang Yang's combat ability was remarkable, single-handedly capable of withstanding 1,000,000 troops. Yet, a youth appearing on the battlefield, who had faced numerous perils, finally drew everyone's attention. Who is that young man? Is he not a logistics personnel? Why is he on the battlefield? And why is no one attending to him? An indignant citizen exclaimed. There are no logistics personnel at Zhenyao Pass. Those who survive are the logistics themselves, and once on the battlefield, each individual must rely on their own strength, with no one to depend upon, an elder remarked. Could it be that he is indeed the legendary young hero? This was the shared sentiment of everyone present, for the young hero of a decade past was merely a child in his teens. Yet, it turned out that he had narrowly escaped death back then, and such battles must have occurred numerous times over the years. How then did he manage to survive, with a strength so feeble that he could scarcely lift a sword? How could he possibly defend himself? Luo Kequan inhaled deeply. The revelations displayed upon the celestial screen were profoundly unexpected. Initially, she had suspected a fabrication, yet the truth was astonishingly palpable. Moreover, if that child truly was the hero spoken of by many, then indeed he had every reason to boast. As the conversation commenced, the gazes of the crowd shifted, focusing intently on the boy desperately evading danger, pondering whether he was truly the hero they spoke of. And then there was Zhou Huanling. From the moment the youth appeared on horseback, she had not diverted her gaze, her astonishment leaving her speechless. For she recognized instantly that the figure on the celestial screen was not merely a nocturnal wanderer, but rather her childhood companion, Ye Qiansheng. Chapter 42. The Awakening of the Masses. Is Ye Qiansheng the heroic youth? Zhou Huanling gazed vacantly at the boy struggling to survive within the celestial expanse. It was none other than Ye Qiansheng, who had once cherished her as a precious gem. She recalled a decade ago, when he had traversed a secret tunnel to seek her out one fateful night. Alas, she had already succumbed to slumber, and thus instructed her maid to dismiss him. Subsequently, Ye Qiansheng never returned to seek her again, leaving her heart heavy with resentment. Upon encountering him once more, her subconscious urged her to reproach him, to make him aware of the grievous error of his past actions. This realization was, in fact, the primary reason she had consented to marry Ye Xing. It was only in this moment that she became conscious of this truth. He had come to bid her farewell. Zhou Huanling's tone carried an unmistakable bitterness. Devoid of the regality befitting a princess, her eyes inexplicably misted with tears. After being turned away by her maid, Ye Qiansheng must have felt an overwhelming sense of sorrow and despair. A decade had passed, and not only had his honor and achievements been usurped by Ye Xing, but she had treated him in such a manner, even nearly marrying his rival. Zhou Huanling exhaled gently, striving to suppress her tears. The pent-up frustrations of 10 years unraveled, and at that moment, she felt an inexhaustible pity for Ye Qiansheng. She loathed herself for having chosen slumber, for refusing to welcome him. If her choices had diverged then, would the present have unfolded differently? Yet, the opportunity had slipped away. The scenes unfolding in the celestial expanse continued, revealing the grotesque brutality of the demon suppression pass, a sight that was nothing short of harrowing. Many present had speculated that the front lines would be perilous. Yet none could have anticipated the extent of the danger. Severed limbs lay strewn about, the corpses of fallen humans and demons piled high, left unattended, only to be feasted upon by lesser beasts before decaying into the earth. All present, including Zhou Tianche and Wu Mingwei, were filled with reverence. The narrative progressed. The first battle had been barely held with half the forces lost, yet the demon onslaught showed no signs of abating, intensifying in ferocity. Battle after battle, familiar faces fell one by one, reduced to mere sustenance for the beasts. The defenders of the demon suppression pass were now few in number. Though no sounds reached their ears, all understood the profound despair of the survivors. However, amidst the curiosity of how, in just 3 or 4 years, so few remained to guard the pass, a figure emerged upon the celestial canvas. A boy with an indifferent gaze, his once unwieldy sword now casually hanging at his side. His youthful visage, once untouched, had been irrevocably altered by the horrors of slaughter, devoid of mirth, fear, or any thought beyond the annihilation of demons. The crowd's attention was instantly captivated, for they recognized him as the heroic youth. Yet it was not Ye Xing. It was Ye Qiansheng. A cry of astonishment erupted from an unknown voice, reverberating through the throng like thunder, rendering the expressions of the onlookers utterly remarkable. Every face in the crowd was etched with disbelief and shock. The youth seated upon the demon's corpse was none other than Ye Qiansheng, now grown into adulthood. No wonder. We had misjudged Ye Qiansheng. He is indeed the true guardian deity of the great Zhou. He is the genuine hero. An elder cried out in a frenzy. He truly is, but why him? How could we have hurled insults at the hero who has protected the great Zhou for a decade? What on earth is happening? What are those in the imperial city doing? Are they so ignorant as to not know who has safeguarded the great Zhou? Zhou Tianche's expression was grave, with each breath seeming to draw in the very essence of fury. It was evident how furious he had become. He glared fiercely at Ye Xing, demanding, "Tell me, what is going on? Speak." Had Ye Qiansheng returned under the banner of a heroic youth, no issues would have arisen. Not only would the people have refrained from speaking ill of him, but they would have treated him with utmost respect. Ye Qiansheng would not have harbored resentment towards the great Zhou, nor disregarded its fate. Had Ye Xing not usurped Ye Qiansheng's position, the pinnacle of martial arts competition would have concluded long ago, and Liang City would not have been surrendered to the great Qian. There were countless ramifications. Zhou Huanling marrying Ye Qiansheng, the demon suppression pass would not have been lost. The sheer thought that all this turmoil stemmed from a single lie was enough to unleash Zhou Tianche's pent-up rage as he yearned to rend Ye Xing to pieces. Upon realizing the exposure of his deceit, Ye Xing was thrown into a state of panic. "Your Majesty, spare me," he exclaimed, then pointed accusingly at Ye Qing and Jiang Suqing, declaring it was they. They orchestrated everything. I was merely complicit. Please don't kill me. This scene left everyone present utterly astounded. How could one person embody such shamelessness? Even if Ye Qing and his wife had orchestrated the scheme, the ultimate beneficiary was undeniably himself. To cast the blame onto others was simply the epitome of disgrace. Thankfully, there was evidence to corroborate the truth. Otherwise, allowing such a person to be the guardian of the great Zhou would surely hasten its demise. Upon hearing Ye Xing's accusations, Ye Qing clenched his jaw tightly, pointing an accusatory finger at him, blood rushing to his head, causing him to spit out a mouthful of old blood. Jiang Suqing, witnessing her husband in such distress, rushed forward in concern. "Brother Qing, are you all right? You must not be harmed. We have wronged Qiansheng so deeply, hurting him time and again for this wretch." This dramatic revelation led the onlookers to piece together the unfolding narrative. Just as the crowd began to feel sympathy for Ye Qing and Jiang Suqing, Zhao Ji spoke up. "I implore all lords for your forgiveness. I was once bribed by Ye Qing, which compelled me to forge evidence claiming that Ye Xing was the one guarding the demon suppression pass. I recognize my error now. Truly." As he spoke, Zhao Ji knelt on the ground alongside a group from the village, weeping profusely. Upon hearing such an admission, the populace erupted with indignation, directing a torrent of verbal assaults at the weakened Ye Qing. The insults were harsh and unforgiving. Zhou Tianche slumped in his chair, utterly repulsed by both Ye Qing and Ye Xing. But can we truly lay the blame solely on these individuals for the occurrence of this event? Is it fair to absolve him of all culpability due to his inability to discern character? Ye Qiansheng has indeed demonstrated his prowess. However, he has been overlooked due to the grievances he has suffered. Shouldn't one feel indignant after enduring such considerable injustice? In retrospect, there were indeed numerous flaws in Ye Xing's strategy. Why did he fail to heed them at the time? I have no right to judge others. Wu Mingwei shook her head, empathizing with Ye Qiansheng's plight and simultaneously feeling fortunate for the folly of these individuals. Otherwise, they would be confronted with a true heroic youth, which would drastically diminish Yin Shui's chances of triumph. Silence. The crowd immediately fell quiet, turning towards the source of the voice and discovering Luo Keshuan, who was gazing intently at the celestial canopy above, her beautiful eyes unwavering. It dawned on the spectators that the spectacle was still unfolding. Upon closer inspection, they realized that Wang Yang had also fallen, leaving only Ye Qiansheng standing resolute amidst a horde of demonic beings intent on seizing the demon suppression pass. Meanwhile, the human forces were reduced to Ye Qiansheng, standing unwavering upon the city walls, steadfast against the biting cold winds. Chapter 43. Blood stains the azure sky. Leaving all speechless upon the city wall stood only Ye Qiansheng, while beneath the city gate lay an innumerable horde of demon tribes. Not only Ye Qiansheng, present at the scene, but even the spectators on the martial arts platform felt a chill run down their spines at the sight of the dark mass of demons, inducing an immediate urge to flee. Luo Keshuan, Wu Mingwei, and Yin Shui unconsciously furrowed their brows, unaware of their own growing anxiety. This is impossible. If it were only Ye Qiansheng, he could never hold the line. Despite having heard tales of the heroic youth's exploits, they could not help but feel that he was invincible. Yet, confronted with the overwhelming army of demons, the common folk unanimously believed that Ye Qiansheng alone could not possibly withstand such a tide. So many demons, Even if Ye Qiansheng were to exhaust himself, it would be utterly impossible to fend them all off. The numbers were simply too great. Surely, there must be powerful allies aiding him. Otherwise, it was inconceivable that he alone could defend this position. Luo Kashuan's gaze was filled with bewilderment, sharing the same thoughts as the others. No young hero, however formidable, could hold against such a force. Yet, there were indeed no others present. What could be the reason for this? At that moment, the sky above Zhenyao Pass darkened with ominous clouds, and the air crackled with lightning, adding a sense of foreboding to the impending battle. The battlefield was strewn with shattered blades and the remnants of crimson-stained bones, a sight no one wished to witness, for a single misstep could lead to eternal entrapment there. The leading demon chief bellowed, raising his great sword. The mass of demons behind him echoed the call, charging forth toward Zhenyao Pass. The spectators on the martial arts platform felt a tightening in their chests. What to be done? Though the gates were sturdy, they could not withstand the onslaught of the demon horde. If no action were taken, Zhenyao Pass would soon be breached, for reasons unknown. Even with the knowledge that this was merely a projection, their hearts raced as if the events were unfolding in real time. Just as confusion and fear gripped the crowd, Ye Qiansheng leapt to the gate, standing resolute like a bell, immovable as a mountain. Witnessing this, everyone's mouths fell agape. They had envisioned countless strategies. Yet Ye Qiansheng opted for such a direct approach, confronting them with his own flesh. Was this feasible? In the next moment, the onlookers were rendered speechless as Ye Qiansheng moved with the swiftness of lightning, wielding the long spear left behind by Wang Yang. With grand strokes, he swept through the ranks of the enemy, a crescent-shaped blade of the moon, and those advancing demons suffered heavy casualties. Another fierce assault, and the demon chief's head soared high into the air. In Ye Qiansheng's eyes, everything seemed to unfold in slow motion. His own speed felt unhurried, yet he could effortlessly discern the weaknesses of his foes, often multiple at once. In no time, the entrance was piled high with the corpses of demons. Yet still many more charged forth, undeterred by the specter of death. In the depths of Ye Qiansheng's eyes flickered a hint of difficulty. Yet he continued to wield his lance, resolutely positioned against the city gate, preventing any demon from advancing. Such an exaggeration, such a spectacle. At this moment, Ye Qiansheng was drenched in blood, resembling a god of slaughter amidst the living. Standing at the entrance, he exhibited no trace of fear, even in the face of 1,000 horses charging forth. The carnage persisted, and the demon clan continued to replenish their ranks. Yet Ye Qiansheng stood alone, possessing nothing but his life. At this time, many citizens of Chang'an were moved to tears, reflecting on how they lived in peace while Ye Qiansheng fought valiantly on the battlefield. As they peacefully slumbered, he bore the weight of their struggles. The thought of their own despicable behavior made many citizens involuntarily slap themselves in remorse. Ye Qing and Jiang Suqing were already rendered speechless. They had assumed that despite the dangers on the front lines, Ye Qing's influence would ensure that many would look after Ye Qiansheng. This was the very reason they believed Ye Qiansheng could survive until the end. However, it now appeared that this assumption was profoundly misguided. Ye Xing, how dare you? The merits Ye Qiansheng earned through such relentless effort, you seek to take away with a mere word? Have you no humanity left? Zhou Huanling cried out in despair. Each wound on Ye Qiansheng's body tormented her heart, especially upon realizing her misunderstanding of him. Such anguish, it pierced her soul even more deeply. I am guilty. Ye Qing's complexion turned even paler, contemplating the possibility of ending it all to avoid facing Ye Qiansheng's scorn. Jiang Suqing, her eyes swollen from weeping, shook her head repeatedly, confessing her guilt. The onlookers, filled with righteous indignation, gazed at the two, yet ultimately chose silence. The events had transpired, and they could only seek a way to remedy the situation. Only Luo Qian remained transfixed, staring at the heavens, where Ye Qiansheng's figure stood resolutely against a multitude, stirring the once unchanged depths of her heart into ripples. The battle raged on, and for 2 days, Ye Qiansheng relentlessly fought demons, pushing his body to the limits. sweat and blood mingling indistinguishably. His injuries multiplied, and his strength waned, yet his willpower propelled him through the chaos. As another half-day passed, Ye Qiansheng had nearly become a figure of blood. Not a single part of him remained unscathed. Even while lying on the ground, passerby would mistake him for a corpse. Yet he did not falter. He continued to fight, his eyes still shining brightly, never closing even as they were stained by blood. To slay you all. When he not call for a second, Ye Qiansheng erupted in fury, and amid the gasps of the onlookers, he struck down the final demon commander. It was over. In a span of 2.5 days, Ye Qiansheng had slain countless demons, leaving behind a scene of severed limbs and scattered remains. While he stood amidst it all, merely a youth who had just reached adulthood, Ye Qiansheng drove his spear into the ground, and soon after, darkness enveloped his eyes as he succumbed to slumber amidst the pile of corpses. The battle had drawn to a close, yet those present remained agape. Their mouths agape in disbelief as they gazed upon Ye Qiansheng, sleeping amidst the slain demons. He appeared lifeless, yet somehow alive, peacefully resting among the lifeless bodies of his vanquished foes. This scene evoked a profound shock, rivaling the earlier carnage, for it unequivocally shattered the assumptions of the onlookers. There had been no assistance for Ye Qiansheng, no other formidable warriors. He had faced the ordeal entirely alone. The rain that had been brewing for 2 days now fell softly, a gentle spring shower that neither disturbed the slumbering Ye Qiansheng nor hindered the cleansing of the bloodshed at the scene. The only remnant of color amidst the somber setting was a crimson ribbon, fluttering proudly in the wind and rain, tied to the spear. Chapter 44. The Night Walk. Ye Xing and Jiang Suqing deserve their fate. The beast horde strikes. Luo Kechuan had long been immersed in the tragic yet heroic struggle of life and death. As a person who traversed the world, she faced the fiercest of beasts. She inherently understood the magnitude of Ye Qiansheng's achievements, and in that fleeting moment, she comprehended why her master held him in such high regard. In a recent battle, she recognized that even her former self a decade ago could not have accomplished what he did, nor could she in the present. Yet, Ye Qiansheng succeeded. Truly, he is the guardian deity of the great Zhou, deserving of such a title. The profound sense of tragic destiny emanating from Ye Qiansheng in the heavens stirred a bittersweet ache within the seasoned warrior Wu Mingwei. She felt fortunate that her attitude towards him was one of friendship, unlike the sentiments held by the people of the great Zhou. An illustrious hero, yet he received none of the accolades and respect that should be afforded to one of his stature. How could the soldiers of the great Zhou not feel a chill in their hearts? Ye Qiansheng, the youthful hero of the great Zhou, was treated in such a manner. Yet he bore no resentment and remained optimistic. Indeed, he was simply weary and, much like us, he had grown disillusioned. The words of the common folk rendered the assembly speechless. After all, the last time Ye Qiansheng declined to participate in the grand martial arts competition, they had all harbored some grievances against him. They now realized it was not that he lacked magnanimity, but rather that he had lost all hope in the great Zhou. No one stood by his side. As the narrative in the heavens drew to a close, seasons changed, and Ye Qiansheng often lay alone upon the city walls gazing at Chang'an, his eyes reflecting a deep longing. The demon tribes would persist in their assaults. Yet each defeat severely dampened their momentum. Years passed in the blink of an eye. Ye Qiansheng bore many more scars and matured significantly, transforming into the man he is today. Zhou Huanling slowly closed her eyes, an overwhelming sense of remorse flooding her mind. If given a chance to start anew, she would steadfastly choose to stand with Ye Qiansheng. She would await his return to marry her, rather than marrying another out of spite or the pursuit of strength. She had longed to witness the day Ye Qiansheng would regret his departure, to make him feel the weight of leaving without a word. To her astonishment, it was she who felt regret. Zhou Huanling's once radiant beauty now appeared pallid. Her delicate nails dug into her flesh. Especially upon recalling Ye Qiansheng gazing at Chang'an beneath the setting sun, it pained her heart. Surely, he must have believed she would cherish him. He must have anticipated her honoring the childhood promise to marry him. Silent tears streamed from the corners of Zhou Huanling's eyes. If only she could. She would sacrifice everything to earn Ye Qiansheng's forgiveness. She yearned for him to return to the innocent boy who cherished her as a treasure, nurturing her with utmost care. Yet, after witnessing the unfolding events in the heavens, and coupled with Night's testimony, she understood the difficulty of this wish. Ye Qiansheng's heart was now a tapestry of wounds. Many commoners beneath the martial platform continued to weep, lamenting how such a hero was treated like a pariah, a display of sheer folly. The demon suppression pass has now been lost. Should Ye Qiansheng remain unwilling, more cities will inevitably fall. Yet, what right do they possess to compel Ye Qiansheng to fight for them once more? They weep for their own foolishness, for a future steeped in despair. Zhou Tianche, exhausted and feeble, slumped into his chair. The most foolish decision he had made since ascending the throne has finally come to fruition. His contempt for Ye Qiansheng, stemming from dissatisfaction over his inability to be wielded as a tool, led to deliberate targeting and an unreserved trust in Ye Xing, culminating in the current predicament. In truth, the signs were evident from their very first encounter. Furiously rising, he commanded, "Bring forth Ye Xing and Ye Qing, along with Jiang Suqing, and imprison them in the dungeons. They shall face public punishment in 3 days." Public punishment implied that all the citizens of Chang'an would be involved, for the crime was too grave to dispute. Thus, the traitors deserve no pity. They must endure the scorn of thousands before their demise, to be condemned before hundreds of thousands. Upon hearing Zhou Tianche's decree, the populace erupted in cheers. Although they too had their reasons to fear Ye Qiansheng, the root cause of all their misfortunes lay with these 3 individuals. The wrath of the Forsaken fell squarely upon Ye Xing and his companions. As armored generals approached, the faces of Ye Qing and his wife turned ashen with fear. Yet they remained silent, while Ye Xing pleaded for mercy, utterly stripped of the bravado he had displayed that morning. It was a disgrace, a profound humiliation. Many citizens shielded their faces, witnessing Ye Xing's trousers now dampened. It was known that dignitaries from the Great Qian were present, even those renowned across the realm. Had it not been for Ye Qiansheng's staggering achievements, the impression left would undoubtedly be that the people of the Great Zhou were cowardly. Reflecting on their past praise for Ye Xing, many citizens felt a strong urge to strike themselves in remorse. The spectacle was nearing its end when Wu Mingwei stood up. Before departing, she offered a word of caution to the Dragon Emperor. If you cannot provide Ye Qiansheng with a satisfactory resolution, the ramifications will extend beyond the fate of a single individual. The entirety of the Great Zhou shall be affected. With that, Wu Mingwei took her leave, accompanied by Yin Shui. For today, they were the victors. According to their agreement, Liangshan was now theirs. Zhou Tianche inhaled deeply, aware of the implications of this situation. If mishandled, who would dare serve the Great Zhou in the future? After all, his achievements had been usurped, and, as the emperor, he could not trace the source. Yet, Ye Qiansheng was hardly a man to be easily placated. He had witnessed this firsthand when Ye Qiansheng had shown no regard for even his own parents. Just as he was consumed by these worries, he glanced at Zhou Huanling, his gaze shifting, and inquired, "Huanling, does Qiansheng not hold affection for you? Is there no way for you to attain his forgiveness?" Once self-assured in the face of such matters, Zhou Huanling now shook her head helplessly, expressing, "I do not know. I once believed that all misfortunes were solely Ye Qiansheng's fault, which is why I maintained my elevated stance. Even though Ye Qiansheng has disregarded her, and even married Zhou Xueyao, she merely considers his actions as a strategic ploy of desire. Now that she comprehends the grievances of Ye Qiansheng, she reflects from a different perspective. Will she grant herself forgiveness? Clearly, the answer is no. Zhou Tianche's brow has remained furrowed throughout the day, and now is even more tightly knit. If he is unable to assist his own daughter, what course of action can he possibly take? At this moment, Luo Keshuan elegantly rises from her seat and, with a hint of urgency in her tone, declares, "Quickly take me to find Ye Qiansheng." She needs to confirm that the celestial display she witnessed was not a fabrication. Locating Ye Qiansheng is paramount. After all, she does not wish to commit the same blunder as the people of Zhou, mistaking a fool for a hero. Once she can ascertain this, she will nurture Ye Qiansheng. who possesses the potential to bring an end to the millennia-long conflict between humanity and the demon race, ushering in an era of everlasting peace for humankind. However, before Zhou Tianche could respond, a tumult erupted within the crowd. The recently departed Wu Mingyue and her companions returned with grave expressions. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, a tremendous roar of a demon reverberated throughout the entire arena. Chapter 45. Countless casualties, in search of Ye Qiansheng, the last hope with a thunderous roar. An overwhelming swarm of shattered water dragonflies descended from the heavens. Their massive forms possessed razor-sharp edges, cutting through the air with terrifying elegance. As they flapped their wings, the citizens below were rendered momentarily blind, stunned by the chaos above. Before the crowd could fully comprehend the unfolding catastrophe, a colossal sand dune beast erupted from the earth, sending countless civilians spiraling into the air, only to be dismembered by the voracious dragonflies above. In an instant, severed limbs rained down like a macabre downpour. "Ah, a beast! Run for your lives!" A panicked voice broke through the chaos, jolting the bewildered crowd into action as they fled in terror. The scene erupted into pandemonium. Zhou Tianche furrowed his brow in confusion. From where did these monstrous creatures emerge? It was inconceivable that such beasts could arise from the rear mountains. His query was soon answered as a horde of demonic beasts surged forth, followed closely by a multitude of demon kin, each brandishing the severed heads of the citizens of the great Zhou, feasting upon their gruesome spoils. Ordinary soldiers, faced with this gruesome spectacle, collapsed in terror, stripped of all will to resist. It was clear the demons must have circumvented the demon suppression pass, their intent to seize the lifeblood of the great Zhou. The city of Chang'an, Luo Keshuan, witnessing the bloodshed, frowned slightly and remarked, "The reason is evident. The demon forces, after breaching the demon suppression pass, did not intend to conquer one stronghold after another, but rather charged directly into the heart of the great Zhou, aiming for Chang'an. They seek to swallow the entire nation whole with a coordinated assault." Ye Xing, paralyzed by fear, could scarcely find words. Unable to fathom the immense cost of losing the demon suppression pass, potentially losing all territories of the great Zhou. In such a scenario, those who survived would merely be fish on the chopping block, at the mercy of the demons. "Father, what shall we do now?" Zhou Huanling asked, her voice trembling with dread. Zhou Tianche cast a glance at the leading fox demon, who wielded a folding fan, radiating an aura of formidable strength. It was clear that this was no benign visitor, but rather an adversary intent on confrontation. They seemed well prepared for this onslaught. He whispered urgently, "You must find Ye Qiansheng. He possesses the most experience in dealing with demonkind. Summon him at once." In this dire situation, Zhou Tianche held little hope for Ye Qiansheng, for the demons that had arrived today were unlike any that Ye had previously encountered. Their presence was overwhelmingly terrifying, at least to the fourth realm and possibly the fifth. Such formidable opponents were beyond the reach of any human force on the entire Yuanling continent, save for those who dominated the world. Meanwhile, Luo Keshuan, despite her vast influence, lacked the necessary power to address the immediate crisis. In his heart, Zhou Tianche could only rely on Ye Qiansheng. Just moments ago, he had witnessed Ye triumph against overwhelming odds time and again, always finding the weaknesses of his demonic foes and striking them down with lethal precision. Perhaps it was only Ye Qiansheng who could conjure a miracle in this desperate hour. Upon hearing her father's words, Zhou Huanling's eyes sparkled with newfound hope as she nodded vigorously, exclaiming that her daughter had also brought along Ye Qiansheng. With that, she lifted her skirt and dashed towards a narrow alleyway. Zhou Tianche let out a heavy sigh, then glared fiercely at Ye Xing, exclaiming that it was all his fault. Were it not for him, the great Zhou would not have found itself in such dire straits. He was indeed the source of calamity for the kingdom. It was Ye Xing who had lost the demon suppression pass and who had stolen Ye Qiansheng's life, causing a cascade of ensuing events. Ye Xing trembled in fear, too frightened to utter a word. Meanwhile, the arena was awash with carnage, bodies strewn about and blood flowing like rivers, with the common folk suffering grievously, Over half had perished or been wounded. The Imperial Guard was utterly no match for the demon clan, let alone the frenzied beasts. Zhou Qiansheng realized that this could not continue. Casting a glance at several military officials, they charged forward in unison. They could not allow the demon clan to persist in their slaughter. Seeing Zhou Qiansheng take action, the fox demon let out a sultry laugh, folding her fan as she advanced to engage him, and the two clashed in a fierce battle. The remaining fighters became embroiled with the demon leaders, yet their lack of experience against such foes, combined with the overwhelming numbers of the demon clan, placed them at a significant disadvantage, even those of higher cultivation levels. Brothers, cut them down. Soon the entire great Zhou dynasty will be our territory. Ha ha, come forth. They shall all be my delectable feast. Keek. I have yet to savor the head of a human emperor, and now I finally have the opportunity. The demons were in an unrestrained frenzy, and understandably so, as it was evident to any discerning eye that victory was assured for them in this battle, given their overwhelming numerical superiority. This was precisely the aim of their ambush. The reinforcement from nearby Chang'an had already perished. Do not be arrogant. If you wish to slay me, let us see if you possess the capability. Zhou Qiansheng radiated a golden light, resembling a war god, and in his exchanges with the fox demon, he maintained the upper hand. The fox demon dismissively flicked her wrist, acknowledging his prowess as a martial emperor. Zhou Qiansheng soared through the air, exclaiming, "You dare to challenge me? Today shall be your demise." Ha ha ha! The fox demon cackled. Do you enjoy fighting? Today I have brought forth hundreds of thousands of demon cultivators, along with several hundred colossal beasts. Can you withstand them? As Zhou Qiansheng gazed upon the throngs of demons below, a cold sweat broke out upon him. He was no Ye Qiansheng, unable to engage in continuous combat for 2 or 3 days. Should his stamina be depleted, it would spell disaster. Not only could he lose Chang'an, but he might also meet his end here. However, there was no time for further contemplation, for the fox demon launched another relentless assault, striving to hasten his fatigue. The situation for the surrounding generals and cultivators was equally grim, although they had managed to slay some demons in their combined efforts. Their achievements paled in comparison to the losses inflicted by the demon clan. Moreover, many bore injuries and their strength was swiftly waning. Especially Dao Yitzi, who was already injured, found himself encircled by the demon clan, and in a moment of dire straits, the esteemed national master of the great Zhou dynasty was ensnared in a fatal predicament. The others fared little better. Although Wu Mingyue and her companions were not natives of the great Zhou, they understood that in the face of the demon horde, humanity must unite, and thus they could not simply extricate themselves. However, the sheer number of demons advancing was overwhelming. Although they were formidable, they lacked the prowess of Ye Qiansheng, who could single-handedly fend off thousands. It was only through the combined efforts of Wu Mingyue, Yin Shui, and Luo Keshuan that they managed to prevent a significant influx of demon cultivators into their rearguard. Within that rearguard resided the princes and princesses of the great Zhou, including the queen, Shui Yingwei. Should they falter, the consequences would be dire. Meanwhile, Zhou Huanling, frustrated by the sluggishness of her skirt, tore off the lower half to hasten her journey to the Yi residence. She was consumed by concern for her father and siblings, tears brimming in her eyes as she fervently hoped that Ye Qiansheng would rescue her and all that she cherished. She was willing to atone to him, even if it meant dedicating her life to servitude. Faster! Zhou Huanling cried out in desperation. The harrowing cries behind her instilled a fear that one might belong to her father or siblings, spurring her to run with all her might. Just as she reached the entrance of Fusho Street, mere moments away from seeing Ye Qiansheng, a monstrous bat-like demon appeared before her, causing her to instinctively cover her mouth in terror. Its sharp teeth were still gnawing on human brains, surrounded by several dismembered bodies, indistinguishable in gender. In that fleeting moment of Zhou Huanling's pause, the demon's enormous ears twitched. Then, its bloodthirsty gaze turned toward her, a cruel smile spreading across its dark visage. Chapter 46. The Last Words of Zhou Huanling. As Ye Qiansheng ascends to the arena, the head of the bat demon fixated on Zhou Huanling at an extraordinarily eerie angle. blood still dripping from the severed head in its grasp, rendering the scene particularly terrifying. With just a fleeting glance, Zhou Huanling realized she was undoubtedly no match for it. In her trepidation, her feet instinctively retreated, but the crumbled wall tripped her, sending her sprawling to the ground. In an instant of pain, she shut her eyes, and when she opened them again, the bat demon had vanished from sight. Yet, the menacing aura lingered, intensifying rather than dissipating. Where did it go? Zhou Huanling trembled as she rose, casting fearful glances around her. As a practitioner barely at the mid-stage of the first realm, a direct encounter with the recently blood-fed bat demon would almost certainly spell her doom. Yet, merely a few paces away lay the Ye residence, and Ye Qiansheng was inside. If only she could reach him, perhaps there was still a chance for salvation. However, before she could take a single step, a chilling dread surged from behind her. In an instant, goosebumps erupted across her skin, slowly turning around. As anticipated, the vanished bat demon now hung from a beam behind her, eyes gleaming with a predatory hunger, drool dripping from its maw as it regarded her. Zhou Huanling's pupils dilated in horror, and without hesitation, she sprinted towards the Ye residence. But the bat demon was unwilling to let go of its tender prey so easily. It swooped down from above, crashing directly into the fleeing Zhou Huanling, sending her tumbling into the debris of the collapsed building. The impact was immense. Blood spurted from Zhou Huanling's mouth, leaving her pallid and weak. "Qiansheng, help me." She summoned her last reserves of strength to call out. Yet, the door to the Ye residence remained steadfastly shut, showing no signs of opening. Only a colossal humanoid bat advanced towards her, its blood-red eyes glistening with a ravenous desire for flesh. Despair gripped Zhou Huanling's heart, seemingly sapping her final ounce of strength. Once capable of rising, she now lay amidst the ruins, gazing up at the azure sky. "Ami-tu-di?" It seems so. No, it is inevitable. The earlier cry for help and the commotion outside, she could not believe that Ye Qiansheng, with his formidable prowess, had not heard her. Yet, he remained within his chamber, choosing not to emerge. Was it a punishment for her? A retribution for her breach of trust? Once, he had cherished her as a treasure, readily accepting blame for her missteps and bearing the consequences in her stead. In her youth, she believed that his affections warranted such sacrifices, given the disparity in their stations. Yet now, she realized that no one is entitled to kindness as a matter of course. Previously, Ye Qiansheng would risk everything just to sneak into the imperial city for a fleeting glimpse of her. Yet now, at the precipice of her life and death, he chose to remain oblivious. He ought to act thus, and she ought to perish. Blood bubbled forth from Zhou Huanling's mouth, and tears streamed uncontrollably down her face. As if delivering her final farewell, "Qiansheng, I am sorry. Truly, I am sorry. In the past, I was far too willful. I implore you, forgive me." Just as the final word escaped my lips, the cavernous maw of the bat demon had expanded exponentially. As Zhou Huanling closed her eyes, awaiting her demise, she found herself still alive, not having encountered the bat demon's jaws. What was happening? When she cautiously opened her eyes, a man, whom she longed to see before her end, appeared not far away, effortlessly carrying a massive bat demon in his grasp. Ye Qiansheng had arrived. The bat demon, which had just wreaked havoc on countless lives, now resembled a mere chick in Ye Qiansheng's hands, utterly devoid of any resistance. He fixed his gaze upon the arena, paying no attention to Zhou Huanling, as he held the bat demon with unwavering steadiness. "Have you not yet had enough of death at the town of demon suppression?" Ye Qiansheng's voice was frigid, though no one else was present. It was directed at the demon in the distant arena. He had no intention of intervening elsewhere. Even if Zhou Tianche were to kneel before him, he would not venture to Xiangyang. Yet, the demon race had audaciously come to Chang'an. Were they so eager to court death? This was his home. It was tantamount to seeking trouble. "Be careful," Zhou Huanling warned as she witnessed the bat demon contorting its bones, preparing to bite Ye Qiansheng. However, he had already anticipated such a move. His gaze remained fixed on the bat demon, while his other hand swiftly pressed down, immobilizing its face. In the next instant, to Zhou Huanling's astonishment, the demon's head shattered completely. Not only Zhou Huanling, but also the dignitaries hiding nearby were left dumbfounded. Was it truly so effortless? And so cruel? It mirrored exactly what had been displayed moments ago on the celestial screen. At that moment, every individual present was devoid of any lingering doubts about the contents of the celestial display. Where is Shui Yingwe? Ye Qiansheng glanced sideways at Zhou Huanling, who was struggling to maintain her composure amidst the ruins. She hasn't emerged from the arena yet, Zhou Huanling pondered before responding. Yet, she found herself perplexed. For this was the first time Ye Qiansheng had shown concern for a woman other than Zhou Shuiyao, igniting an inexplicable sense of envy within her. Nevertheless, she understood that Ye Qiansheng had just saved her, which was already more than enough. Yet, the jealousy in her heart was an affliction she could not shake off. Shuiyao, stay inside and do not come out. I need to step out for a moment, Ye Qiansheng declared, not even sparing Zhou Huanling a glance before striding away. Inside the Yi residence, Shuiyao nodded anxiously. Thank you for saving me. Please be cautious. Zhou Huanling spoke rapidly, but Ye Qiansheng departed so swiftly that his ears did not catch her words. Feeling helpless, she cradled her head in despair, her resplendent beauty marred by dirt. It was the first time she felt so disheveled. She even yearned to scream, uncertain why, despite knowing that Ye Qiansheng would not concern himself with her. The fact that he left without a care caused her heart to ache profoundly. It felt as if she could scarcely breathe. Compared to this heart-wrenching sense of powerlessness, she would have preferred to embrace the death that had nearly claimed her. I have erred, and I shall dedicate the remainder of my life to atone for my transgressions until you grant me forgiveness. On the other side of the arena, from a lofty vantage point, the colossal dragonfly of cascading waters relentlessly harvests the fleeing populace. On the ground, under the united efforts of human cultivators, several sand dune beasts have perished, yet countless others remain. Zhou Tianche engages in a fierce battle against the five-realm fox demon, with neither side able to claim victory. The Imperial Guard of Chang'an is nearly extinguished. The sole silver lining is that the temporary front line formed by Wu Mingyue, Yin Shui, and Luo Keshuan has yet to be breached, allowing the princes and princesses behind them to survive. In the chamber, the remaining individuals lament their fate, having come merely to spectate, only to find themselves in mortal peril. Shui Yingyue sits gracefully among them, her gaze fixed intently on the direction of the Ye Qiansheng residence, yearning to glimpse the familiar figure that once galloped through her life at the alley's entrance. Chapter 47. He has arrived. The battle outside had reached a fever pitch, with both sides suffering grievous losses. Nevertheless, the demon clan, leveraging their numerical superiority, relentlessly suppressed the cultivators of the Great Zhou. In this dire situation, Dao Yitzi recited his incantation, enveloped by a golden bowl that shattered the long blades raining down upon him. He let out a sigh of relief, albeit momentarily. However, the sheer number of demons was overwhelming, and Dao Yitzi's spiritual energy was nearly depleted, rendering his situation increasingly precarious. As he contemplated a way to break the deadlock, an immense force struck his back, instantly reducing the golden bowl to shimmering fragments upon the ground. The protective barrier had been breached. This was disastrous. When Dao Yitzi turned to look, he was met with the sight of a formidable demon leader, a bull-headed creature with bulging muscles, bloodied blade in hand. Enough with the games. It's time for me to take the stage, the bull demon declared, slamming his long knife down with a mocking gaze directed at the weakened Dao Yitzi. The demon's strategy was brutally simple. Expend the lives of their kin to drain the stamina and spiritual energy of human powerhouses, then effortlessly dispatch them. Though many of their kind might perish, the demon clan was never short on members. Without further ado, the bull demon lunged at Dao Yitzi, intent on systematically eliminating the Great Zhou's strongest cultivators. With gritted teeth, Dao Yitzi realized there was no escape. Retreat was not an option, for a single strike could lead to the demise of countless citizens of the Great Zhou. Transforming his body into gold was no longer feasible due to his dwindling energy. Instead, he concentrated his remaining strength at his heart's core, bracing himself to withstand the impending assault. Yet, he had underestimated the bull demon's might, which rivaled his own. especially given his current state of depletion. With a resounding crash, the barrier shattered, leaving a gaping wound across Dao Yixi's chest, blood gushing forth in torrents. The great Zhou cultivators nearby watched in despair, but the overwhelming number of demon adversaries left them powerless to intervene, forced to witness the tragedy unfold. Meanwhile, Zhou Tianche, engaged in a fierce struggle with the most potent of the opposing fox demons, furrowed his brow in concern. He was the strongest remaining fighter, second only to Wu Mingwei, who, being an outsider, had no incentive to fight with reckless abandon. Now, with Dao Yixi gravely injured, the situation appeared increasingly dire. He had ceased to hope for the arrival of Ye Qiansheng. In such tumultuous circumstances, only a force capable of traversing the world could make a difference. No other faction could provide assistance, let alone Ye Qiansheng alone. Being distracted amidst the chaos of battle was a perilous habit. Realizing his lapse in focus, Zhou Tianche snapped back to reality, only to find a folding fan crashing against his chest. A wave of indescribable agony coursed through his body. Yet, as the last hope of the great Zhou, he clenched his teeth, ultimately stifling any sound of pain. Dao Yixi was struck by the leader of the bull demon, sent flying into the city, while the leader pursued to deliver the final blow. A Buddhist? How regrettable, remarked Yen Ruyu, as he tucked away his returning folding fan, his androgynous face adorned with a beaming smile. Our national master at Zhou is not so easily vanquished. Taking advantage of the conversation, Zhou Tianche diligently mended his recently acquired wounds. Is that so? If he were truly so formidable, would your Zhou be reduced to such a dire state? Yen Ruyu appeared utterly unperturbed, seemingly awaiting the return of the bull demon leader after dispatching Dao Yixi to join forces against Zhou Tianche. It's merely a matter of numbers. Let us see who can handle a one-on-one duel, Zhou Tianche retorted bluntly, his martial background evident in his directness. Ha ha! Yen Ruyu fanned himself, laughing heartily. If the demon suppression pass had not fallen, I wouldn't have been summoned from across the River of Realms. Perhaps you could have held out a while longer. Zhou Tianche frowned, hearing these words again, his regret reaching a crescendo. How could he be unaware that the demon clan's ambition has always been to dominate the world? Their attitude towards other regions has consistently been one of seizing what they can and waiting for the opportunity to conquer the world thereafter. Now that the demon suppression pass was lost, the demon clan saw hope and promptly dispatched Yen Ruyu to assist. Truly, 1,000 nights of vengeance would not suffice. Why hasn't he returned yet? Yen Ruyu furrowed his brow, glancing towards the city behind, where the bull demon leader had been pursuing Dao Yixi for nearly the duration of an incense stick. This was somewhat unexpected. Just then, Zhou Tianche charged forward. Yen Ruyu reacted swiftly, sidestepping the attack. During a battle, do not lose focus. Zhou Tianche returned the sentiment to Yen Ruyu. Yen Ruyu's aura began to grow terrifying. Today was merely a game. His initial interest had waned, and now, anger surged within him. Since you seek death, I shall oblige. Suddenly, 8 snow-white tails erupted from Yen Ruyu's back, and in an instant his eyes radiated a blinding white light. Zhou Tianche's previously proud smile froze, his eyes becoming entirely white as if blinded. Enchanting, despite breaking free with his formidable will, Zhou Tianche was still a moment too late, for he had already been ensnared by the colossal water dragonfly's sharp claws. Uncertain if it was the after-effect of the enchantment, he now felt utterly limp, devoid of strength, as he was hoisted into the air by the water dragonfly, firmly under its control. "Let me go," Zhou Tianche shouted, realizing the precariousness of his situation. "Release you? Certainly. Do not rush. I shall free you shortly, just after you have perished," Yen Ryu said, swiftly appearing beside Zhou Tianche. The onlookers sensed the urgency of Zhou Tianche's plight. Yet, each person was preoccupied with their own survival, having no time to assist him, forced to watch helplessly. Were they to witness not only Dao Yixi's downfall, but also the fall of the Zhou's emperor? The crowd despaired, with some even closing their eyes in resignation. At this critical juncture, a colossal entity hurtled through the air with a thunderous force, shattering the body of the water dragonfly that had ensnared Zhou Qiansheng, creating a vast chasm. In that instant, the water dragonfly let out a chilling scream, green blood gushing forth. Who could it be? When Yen Ryu beheld the object that had been hurled, her eyes widened in shock, her previously commanding demeanor evaporating in an instant. The crowd below also displayed expressions of astonishment, for it was none other than the leader of the bull demon, who had just been pursuing Dao Yizi, that had struck down the water dragonfly. More precisely, it was the leader's body, as the head was nowhere to be found. Dead, the bull demon leader, who had so easily manipulated Dao Yizi, was now lifeless. Who could have orchestrated such an act? The entire battlefield fell into a hushed silence at the news of the bull demon leader's demise. At that moment, a series of footsteps gradually echoed through the air. The onlookers immediately turned their gaze towards the source of the sound. A cold, indifferent man clad in a black robe adorned with golden trim approached, holding the bloody bull's head in his grasp, stepping slowly towards the center of the battlefield. Chapter 48. To save you? Do you not look down upon me? Ye Qiansheng. What constitutes a hero? It is during the most arduous times that they emerge, turning the tide of despair and propping up a crumbling edifice, rescuing people from the brink of calamity. How, then, should a hero make their entrance? At this moment, Ye Qiansheng provides a resounding answer. With resolute strides, devoid of any trepidation, his gaze is unwavering and indifferent, treating the vast horde of demonkind as mere trifles. The once arrogant leader of the bull demons now finds himself reduced to a mere head, grasped in Ye Qiansheng's hand, his expression of terror provoking astonishment and speculation about the harrowing experiences that led to his demise. Ye Qiansheng has arrived, perhaps influenced by the recent spectacle in the heavens. The gathered citizens, though aware that Ye Qiansheng is no match for Zhou Qiansheng, feel an inexplicable sense of reassurance, even to the point of wanting to weep. There's at least a glimmer of hope. Regardless of whether Ye Qiansheng can vanquish all the demons present, the death of the bull demon leader is an undeniable reality. Ye Qiansheng, he has truly returned. We are saved. A citizen, hidden beneath the rubble, could not contain his exclamation. The demon race is doomed. Ha ha! Let them witness the true guardian of the great Zhou. Those with any courage, do not flee. All is not lost. We are finally saved. Zhou Qiansheng, who had just escaped the clutches of death, could hardly believe that Ye Qiansheng had indeed come. In such dire circumstances, Ye Qiansheng dares to confront the enemy alone. Even if he cannot prevail, his audacity is unmatched. He harbors no delusions of turning the tide. He can only endure the blows. No matter how formidable Ye Qiansheng may be, he cannot alter fate. Shui Yingwei, perched by the window, felt her heart leap at the sight of Ye Qiansheng's arrival. Although their relationship had been transactional, she had entrusted herself to him. Given Ye Qiansheng's previous display of ruthlessness, she feared he might abandon her. Fortunately, he has come. Wu Mingwei and Yin Shui continued to slay the demon cultivators, while Luo Kechuan halted, her gaze fixed intently on Ye Qiansheng. There was no mistaking it. That aura was unmistakable. She needed no further proof of his identity, as she boldly declared that Ye Qiansheng is the heroic youth who has guarded the demon suppression pass for a decade. In the air, Yen Ryu regarded Ye Qiansheng with a mix of curiosity and skepticism. He had heard of this individual before, yet could hardly believe that such immense strength could reside in one so young. He had overheard the words of the great Zhou citizens and scoffed at their naivety. A flickering candlelight beneath the sea of despair might offer fleeting solace, yet ultimately, it is but a candlelight, easily extinguished in the face of the ocean's might. Yen Ryu declared with confidence. He dismissed Zhou Qiansheng and had no regard for a mere so-called heroic youth. At that moment, an irregular object hurtled towards him at breakneck speed. The sound of its passage even produced a sonic boom. Yen Ryu's eyes widened as he grasped the object in his hand. The actions of the two individuals, one throwing and the other catching, immediately captivated the attention of all present. The onlookers gazed in a daze at Ye Qiansheng below and Yen Ryu above. The youth displayed an undeniable impatience. Prone to striking with little forethought, alas, it appeared to be of little consequence. Yen Ryu cast aside the ox-headed figure with nonchalance, elegantly fanning herself as she spoke. Yet the hand that had caught the figure remained concealed behind her back. There's no need for it to serve a purpose. I merely return what belongs to you, Ye Qiansheng remarked, seemingly unconcerned with the efficacy of his recent assault. Then I thank you, Yen Ryu replied, her smile slightly contorted, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, and her left hand trembling gently. Such a display was unmistakable to the crowd. Just moments ago, they had assumed Ye Qiansheng's strike was ineffectual, but it now appeared to have caused her considerable pain. She dared not reveal her hand to the audience. The once dominant Yen Ryu now found herself faltering. The gathered cultivators and commoners were engulfed in astonishment and excitement. Ye Qiansheng, the miracles you have wrought are already plentiful. One more does not matter. A voice from the crowd called out. The sentiment resonated among the throng, elevating their admiration for Ye Qiansheng to an indescribable zenith. Press on. Defeat these demon cultivators. Restore our clear skies. Eliminate them. Avenge our fallen compatriots. The memories of countless cultivators and citizens perishing at their hands could not be forgotten. The atmosphere was charged with fervor as the spectators, having witnessed the relentless fall of those around them and the blood staining their garments, felt a despair that had long been suppressed. With their emotions now unleashed, they appeared quite frenzied. Hearing the clamoring voices, Ye Qiansheng's lips curled into a slight smile, only to turn cold as he replied, "When did I ever proclaim I would avenge you?" Instantly, the venue fell into a hushed silence, the crowd taken aback, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and astonishment, questioning whether they had misheard. More astute cultivators, such as Yin Shui and Luo Kuxian, furrowed their brows in bewilderment, fixated on Ye Qiansheng, struggling to comprehend his intentions. A demon warrior, stealthily maneuvering behind Ye Qiansheng, seized a moment to raise his great blade and charge at him. "What are you pretending for?" Without turning, Ye Qiansheng, amidst the terrified gazes of the crowd, nonchalantly pointed skyward with his right hand, then let it fall, as if entirely indifferent to the demon assailant approaching from behind. The onlookers turned to see a colossal hand descending from the heavens, enveloping the demon warrior in an instant, crushing him into the depths below before he could even utter a scream. The crowd was aghast. Ye Qiansheng had effortlessly subdued the very demon who had just committed countless atrocities. Yen Ryu, trembling with rage, clenched her still-numb left hand tightly, her eyes ablaze with murderous intent, yet betraying an unmistakable tinge of caution and trepidation. The prowess of Ye Qiansheng greatly exceeded his expectations. The many formidable beings of the demon race, witnessing this scene, felt the resurgence of the terror they had once experienced when facing Ye Qiansheng. Initially, they believed that with the reinforcements from the river boundary region, even an encounter with Ye Qiansheng would pose no threat. Yet, he once again acted as he always had when they harbored such thoughts, overcoming all adversities. Is this man a monster? Why does he continue to grow ever stronger? All the demon race's formidable beings who had previously encountered Ye Qiansheng instinctively took a step back, their faces betraying their fear. The human cultivators, upon seeing Ye Qiansheng merely exerting himself slightly, managed to subdue this group of bloodthirsty and brutal demon warriors. This deepened their understanding of what Ye Qiansheng's reputation truly signified among the demon race. However, it seemed that Ye Qiansheng had no intention of aiding the humans. He clapped his hands, as if merely swatting a cockroach with ease, and addressed the crowd. "Did you not once look down upon me, Ye Qiansheng? Now you expect me to come to your rescue? Surely, such fortuity does not exist in this world." Chapter 49. Am I helping them? Am I truly that despicable? For the second time, Ye Qiansheng has reiterated this matter, and its authenticity has been confirmed. What does he mean? Does he truly intend to disregard us? We have indeed erred, but surely our transgressions do not warrant such dire consequences. A distressed citizen exclaimed, "Help! Oh, I truly regret it. If given another chance, I would never dare to insult him again. What shall we do now?" He is not jesting. With his ruthless nature, he is entirely capable of carrying out such threats. Perhaps this is fate, though the citizens present acknowledge their faults. They felt their sins did not warrant death and could not comprehend why Ye Qiansheng could be so merciless. In truth, for Ye Qiansheng, the lives of these so-called citizens mattered little. Whether they lived or perished was of no consequence to him. Even if they survived, he would not intervene. If they died, it bore no weight on him. This is his philosophy. It is not as many citizens had imagined, that their minor misdeeds should lead to their demise. For the true executioners were not Ye Qiansheng, but the demon clan. Yen Ruyu, with her 9 tails entwined in a protective posture, feigned nonchalance as she inquired, "Oh, if you truly do not intend to assist them, then why have you appeared here?" Indeed, the eyes of the citizens suddenly brightened, just as Yen Ruyu had suggested. If Ye Qiansheng truly wished to ignore them, why would he have intervened to rescue Dao Yizi and Zhou Tianche? Yes, Ye Qiansheng merely sought to reclaim what was his. He ultimately cannot be as heartless as they feared, sharp-tongued yet tender-hearted. However, the words that followed from Ye Qiansheng plunged the citizens, who had just begun to harbor a glimmer of hope, back into despair. Ye Qiansheng declared, "That bovine creature blocked my path. It was merely an incidental act. As for my presence here, it is certainly for the sake of a few individuals." "Your family?" Yen Ruyu cautiously probed. Upon hearing that Ye Qiansheng had come to take someone away, Ye Xing and Jiang Suqing immediately raised their heads. Indeed, blood is thicker than water, despite any conflicts. One as parents would not abandon them to their fate. As the two contemplated how to persuade Ye Qiansheng to take Ye Xing along as well, Ye Qiansheng did not spare them a glance. Instead, he called out toward the rear of the dwelling, "Your Majesty, I have come to escort you away." Indeed, Ye Qiansheng's purpose for coming was none other than to retrieve the queen, Shui Yingwe. Regardless of the circumstances, he had at least secured her presence, and she could indeed assist him in his cultivation endeavors. If Zhou Shi were present, he would take them both. If not, only Shui Yingwe would accompany him. Ye Qing and Jiang Suqing were left dumbfounded. The person Ye Qiansheng intended to take was not them, but rather the queen of the great Zhou, Shui Yingwe. What connection could there be between them that they had never known? Zhou Tianche observed with intrigue. Shui Yingwe was an enigmatic woman, her family wielding immense influence across the realm. In the absence of a formal wedding, he unilaterally bestowed the title of queen upon Shui Yingwe, who neither consented nor declined. Over the years, despite his deep affection for her, their relationship remained one of mutual respect and distant coexistence, as they had not truly wed, and Shui Yingwe forbade any closer intimacy. In his eyes, she had always been a person disinterested in others. Thus, he pondered why she would become entangled with Ye Qiansheng. Moreover, it was perplexing that Ye Qiansheng would risk so much to take her away. Nevertheless, it was a positive development that Shui Yingwe could leave. Amidst the envious gazes of onlookers, Shui Yingwe slowly emerged from her chamber, prompting other princes and princesses to follow suit. Ye Qiansheng yawned and indifferently remarked that the fates of anyone other than Shui Yingwe were of no concern to him. Instantly, the surrounding members of the demon clan displayed cruel and menacing expressions towards the accompanying princes and princesses, instilling fear that paralyzed them from departing. Though Shui Yingwe appeared delicate, she traversed a territory teeming with formidable demon warriors, none daring to approach her or issue threats. They could only watch obediently. The presence of Ye Qiansheng loomed large. Most of the demons present could not rival the strength of the ox demon leader, and defying him would be tantamount to courting death. A profound silence enveloped the scene, with all conflict ceasing as the gaze of every individual fixed upon Shui Yingwe. This exemplified the advantages of possessing a powerful background. Even amidst thorns, one need not exert effort or utter words, for all sharp points would yield in deference. Envy brewed within some, who longed to usurp Shui Yingwe's position, while the other princes and princesses in the rear seethed with resentment towards Ye Qiansheng. He could have taken them all away, yet he chose to take only Shui Yingwe, and the demon clan had not imposed restrictions on the number of individuals he could escort. Many in attendance secretly wished for Ye Qiansheng's demise at that moment. "Thank you for coming. I thought I would never see you again," Shui Yingwe tremulously expressed, shaken by the events of the day. It is all due to your merit, for your judgment is impeccable, Ye Qiansheng teased as he drew her closer to him. Their intimate exchange left many present astonished, though the specifics of their conversation were unclear. The closeness of their bond seemed rather excessive. Wasn't Xue Yingwe the queen? Although they had not wed, she was still regarded as the rightful consort of Zhou Tianche. Zhou Tianche's face turned a shade of green with disbelief. However, in the next moment, the crowd's attention shifted away from Xue Yingwe. As Ye Qiansheng truly intended to leave without hesitation, many opened their mouths to speak, but recalling the earlier events, they fell silent. Ye Qiansheng and Jiang Suqing, feeling a profound sense of shame, lowered their heads, unable to confront the world, as their own son disregarded their fates, a humiliation beyond measure. At that moment, Xue Yingwe glanced back at the common folk and tentatively inquired, "Do you truly intend to ignore them? This is Chang'an, and if the demon clan were to seize it, it would affect you as well." She is not advocating for the common folk. Rather, the fall of Chang'an would significantly impact Ye Qiansheng, who resides there as well. Why should I concern myself with their fate? Indeed, the downfall of Chang'an would affect me considerably. However, if I were to step forward now to aid in vanquishing the demon race, would I not be degrading myself? They scorn me and look down upon me. Yet I would still offer my assistance. To repay malice with kindness? Afterward, shall we sit together and share a drink? And then I would continue to guard the demon suppression pass for these ingrates. Ye Qiansheng's voice, filled with frustration, reverberated throughout the arena, leaving the onlookers in silence, unable to utter a word. Chapter 50. Are you seeking death? The phrase left Xue Yingwe and all present utterly speechless. It was already commendable that Ye Qiansheng had refrained from acting directly, given his formidable strength, yet he endured daily mockery. Who could withstand such treatment? Not long ago, Yin Feng and Mu Qiang, emboldened by their exceptional abilities, had displayed an arrogance that knew no bounds. They would resort to violence at the slightest provocation. Having wreaked havoc in their respective realms, the great Zhou and the great Qian, leaving ordinary folk to steer clear of them. In this world, might is indeed revered, and those possessing great power are seldom questioned, even by the ruling authorities. The disparity between an ordinary individual and a genius capable of serving the nation is insurmountable. From this perspective, Ye Qiansheng's restraint was commendable. He chose to disregard them. Had it been anyone else, the bloodshed would likely have commenced long ago. It is my fault for bringing up this matter, Xue Yingwe mused, comprehending Ye Qiansheng's sentiments. Presently, his reluctance to assist the great Zhou against the demon race might lead to unfavorable repercussions for him, possibly forcing him into a life of wandering. However, to offer his help would be demeaning. His thoughts were clear. Since you never needed me before, you shall not require me ever again. No one knows the true nature of these individuals better than I do. They may appear pitiable and sincere at this moment, but their need for me is the sole motivation behind their fade. Having lived 2 lives, Ye Qiansheng understood the temperament of the great Zhou populace all too well. In his previous life, to gain the favor of Zhou Huanling and to prove his prowess to Zhou Tianche, he had clarified multiple times that he was indeed the guardian of the demon suppression pass. Could it be that for over 20 years, no one noticed anything amiss about Ye Xing? Such a notion was preposterous. Upon one return to Chang'an, he witnessed Ye Xing brazenly parading within the imperial city while the demon race launched a massive offensive. It was then he realized that the citizens of the great Zhou and the esteemed ministers had tacitly acknowledged his role as the guardian, as Ye Xing flaunted his achievements. Basking in glory, not a single soul stepped forward to defend him. They likely deemed him a fool, tirelessly offering his service without expectation of reward. The rulers, Zhou Huanling, Zhou Tianche, and even his own parents, seemed oblivious to his grievances and suffering. They appeared to consider this arrangement quite satisfactory, believing that should Ye Qiansheng fall in battle one day, they could simply send Ye Xing in his stead. Ye Qiansheng possessed an acute understanding of these people. What of their ruthlessness? He scoffed at the need for explanations. What of their animosity? His heart remained tranquil. What of death? He held no guilt within. It is time to leave. Perhaps a change of residence is in order. We should depart swiftly, Ye Qiansheng declared, leading Shui Yingyue away without a moment's hesitation. Shui Yingyue glanced back at the despairing crowd, shaking her head in silence, fully aware that she could not alter Ye Qiansheng's convictions. Moreover, despite his prowess, facing such a multitude of demon strongmen would prove arduous. It was best to leave promptly while they still could, for should Ye Qiansheng encounter danger, the consequences could be dire indeed. However, her dream of becoming an empress may have to be indefinitely postponed. Witnessing Ye Qiansheng's determination to depart without even a moment's hesitation, Zhou Tianche clenched his teeth in frustration. Ye Qiansheng, as a citizen of the great Zhou, how can you turn a blind eye to those in peril? Does your conscience not ache? I understand that you have suffered injustices, but can it be so grave that you would forsake your own parents? His voice thundered, and all eyes were fixated on Ye Qiansheng, hoping he might reconsider. Ye Qiansheng, we were wrong, truly wrong. We beseech you for another chance. In the past, we were blind to your virtues, but we wish to live. We have children and families who will starve. After this incident, we would certainly kneel and apologize. Can you not lend us your aid? Ye Qing and Jiang Suqing gazed longingly at Ye Qiansheng's gradually receding figure, fervently wishing he would set aside past grievances and return to rescue them, preferably bringing along Ye Xing. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Ye Qiansheng surprisingly halted. Amidst the hopeful stares, he spoke coolly. You do not realize your mistakes. You merely recognize your impending doom. Farewell, or rather, we shall never meet again. Instantly, despair engulfed the crowd, and Zhou Tianche's trembling hands revealed the extent of his fury. By the way, esteemed members of the Great Qian, do you wish to depart as well? This matter does not concern you. Ye Qiansheng turned to Wu Mingyue and her companions. Initially, Wu Mingyue had exchanged a high-quality elixir for a fish with him. Her strength combined with reason left a favorable impression on him. Moreover, if he could not remain in the Great Zhou, he needed to seek refuge elsewhere, and Great Qian was an excellent option. Wu Mingyue's sister was the empress, a figure of authority. Thus, upon arriving in Great Qian, he would possess some connections, facilitating any endeavors requiring diplomacy. With blood staining her garments, Wu Mingyue smiled nonchalantly at Ye Qiansheng and replied, "No need. The human race and the demon race have always been adversaries. When facing demons, humanity must unite as one." This sentiment echoed the thoughts of many dynasties. While they could contend for territory among themselves, it was imperative for humanity to stand united against the demon race to avert extinction. A smirk graced Ye Qiansheng's lips. Are you insinuating that Ye is overly selfish? Many commoners silently nodded in agreement, though none dared voice their opinions aloud. Not all, Wu Mingyue clarified. My understanding of you is limited to the recorded stones. Beyond that, I know nothing. However, your 10 years of achievements at the Demon Suppression Pass are sufficient to absolve you of any wrongdoing. You owe no one anything. Silver Snow stepped forward and whispered, and your grilled fish is delicious. I quite like it. Faced with such a tense situation, the commoners found themselves caught between laughter and tears. The notion that Ye Qiansheng might be a good person simply because he grilled tasty fish was absurd. The strongest of the younger generation in Great Qian turned out to be quite the gourmet. Ye Qiansheng nodded slightly, choosing not to utter another word as he departed with Shui Yingyue, resolutely ignoring any further discourse behind him. The clamoring for mercy grew louder. For once Ye Qiansheng made his exit, the bloodshed between the human and demon races would inevitably recommence. The arena would once again transform into a harrowing inferno. Regrettably, Ye Qiansheng never glanced back. Just as despair enveloped the crowd, a colossal sand dune beast erupted from the ground beneath, precisely where Ye Qiansheng had stood. The earth trembled and crumbled, yet Ye Qiansheng reacted with remarkable swiftness, seizing Shui Yingyue's arm and retreating with agility, though peril loomed large. The sand dune beast clearly had no intention of sparing Ye Qiansheng, opening its gaping maw and roaring as it lunged towards him. In the face of the ferocious creature, Ye Qiansheng's brow remained unfurrowed as he summoned the divine essence from his consciousness, radiating golden light in all directions. The essence of his being was instantly awakened. To Ye Qiansheng, the entire world slowed to a crawl, every element morphing into mere matter, transcending the conventional understanding of existence. Within this altered perception, the pathways of life and death of all matter were vividly etched in his vision, enabling him to effortlessly discern the vulnerabilities of any substance, including the sand dune beast itself. With a resounding thud, the instant the sand dune beast made contact with Ye Qiansheng's outstretched finger, it was as if an invisible mirror shattered, followed by the beast's anguished cry as it bled from 7 orifices and succumbed to death. Dead? Before the crowd could recover from their astonishment, Ye Qiansheng slowly turned, his gaze icy as it fixed upon Yen Ruyu in the sky. Do you seek your own demise? Chapter 51. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and come to your doom. Is he truly dead? The massive corpse of the sand dune monster lay motionless amidst the ruins, unmistakably lifeless. Despite the gathering of numerous cultivators, they had only managed to slay 1 or 2. And due to the creature's exceptionally thick hide, the task took an inordinate amount of time. Yet, Ye Qiansheng had effortlessly dispatched the sand dune monster with but a single finger. Both humans and demons were left in a state of astonishment. Luo Kashuan furrowed her brow deeply. She had anticipated Ye Qiansheng's strength, but never to such an exaggerated extent. However, what was Yen Ryu thinking? Ye Qiansheng had clearly stated his indifference to the fate of the people of the Great Zhou. Why did he still choose to intervene on his own? Was this not courting trouble? Faced with the bewildered gazes of several demon leaders, Yen Ryu paid them no mind and turned her attention to Ye Qiansheng, disdainfully remarking, "Do you truly believe yourself invincible? My demon army numbers nearly 30,000. There are more than a dozen leaders beyond the 4th realm. What gives you the right to dictate terms here, to come and go as you please?" Her voice rang out loudly, drawing the attention of everyone present, who snapped back to reality. Indeed, she was correct. No matter how formidable Ye Qiansheng might be, the countless demons slain at the Demon Suppression Pass were merely a result of the demon race's disregard for the Great Zhou. He had yet to encounter a true powerhouse. Besides, while the sand dune monster was formidable, it was ultimately not the pinnacle of combat prowess. Now, the Great Zhou faced over a dozen demon powerhouses beyond the 4th realm, including Yen Ryu, who was suspected to be a 5th realm demon. Given that even Zhou Tianche was no match, what could Ye Qiansheng possibly do? For reasons unknown, most commoners, witnessing Ye Qiansheng's inability to extricate himself, displayed expressions of derision. Though unspoken, their glee at his predicament was unmistakable. Yet, what puzzled both the crowd and Yen Ryu was that, even in such dire circumstances, Ye Qiansheng's countenance remained unchanged, as if he were entirely unconcerned about his own survival. Just as Yen Ryu believed Ye Qiansheng had been rendered speechless by fear and prepared to mock him further. His calm voice resonated once more. "I am asking you a question. Are you seeking death?" The repetition of his words, along with his unwavering expression and gaze, indicated that he was wholly unfazed by Yen Ryu's earlier taunts. The onlookers were astonished. If they were in Ye Qiansheng's position, they would have seized the opportunity to flee, perhaps escaping with their lives. Instead, he chose to persist in provoking Yen Ryu, a decidedly foolish course of action. Yen Ryu's expression darkened. "Are you truly oblivious to the current situation? That question should be directed at you." Ye Qiansheng let out a cold laugh. "Fools like you are becoming increasingly rare. You are merely digging your own grave." With a light flick of her folding fan, Yen Ryu replied indifferently, "Surround and kill Ye Qiansheng. I shall demonstrate to the people of the Great Zhou that their so-called guardian is nothing but a farce." Ye Qiansheng's audacious behavior had long irked him. A mere upstart, emerging from obscurity, dared to boast with a modicum of merit. Such hubris was tantamount to courting death. Moreover, the members of the demon clan regarded Ye Qiansheng with a mix of fear and awe, trembling in his presence, revealing their utter impotence. From any perspective, Yen Ryu had no intention of allowing Ye Qiansheng to escape. Little did he know that this would be the gravest mistake of his life. Although many in the demon clan remained terrified of Ye Qiansheng, particularly those charging forth, they also acquiesced to Yen Ryu's assertions. Regardless of his prowess, it was impossible for Ye Qiansheng to withstand the onslaught of so many demons. If they united in their assault, victory was assured. Furthermore, With Yan Ryu of the Fifth Realm leading the charge, their triumph was all the more certain. Under the leadership of their chief, the entire demon clan surged towards Ye Qiansheng, while Shui Yingyue, under the subtle cue of his gaze, discreetly withdrew. "Do you require my assistance to escape?" Wu Mingwen inquired, her voice tinged with uncertainty. Having discerned the true nature of the commoners from the great Zhou, she felt a wave of nausea wash over her. She finally grasped the depth of Ye Qiansheng's ruthless disposition. While she felt a twinge of sympathy for him, her thoughts lingered on his earlier intention to take her along, prompting her to speak up. "No need. Since some seek their demise, I shall oblige," he replied. As he spoke, a spear resembling a bolt of thunder appeared in Ye Qiansheng's grasp. The spear's blade was adorned with 3 resplendent orbs, reminiscent of the moon. While at the connection point between the blade and the shaft lay a colossal orb shaped like the sun. Altogether, there were 7 orbs, known as the 7-star divine spear. With this heavenly grade weapon in hand, an overwhelming aura of oppression surged forth, rendering Ye Qiansheng a veritable war god. Standing resolutely amidst the encirclement of his foes, many of the reckless demons, undeterred by the prospect of death, found themselves momentarily paralyzed by his unmatched presence, instinctively gripped by primal fear. "He possesses a heavenly grade weapon," exclaimed a demon leader stationed at the rear, astonished. Upon hearing this, Yan Ryu's expression darkened further. A fleeting sense of regret for his earlier decision flickered through him, though it was swiftly overshadowed by greed born from fear. Wu Mingwe was truly astonished to an unprecedented degree. After all, heavenly grade weapons were treasures worthy of a nation's defense. Beyond the realm of spirit, there seemed to be no other place capable of producing such artifacts. Where had Ye Qiansheng procured this power? She was not alone in her shock. Many great cultivators, including Zhou Tianche, stared in dumbfounded amazement at the heavenly grade weapon in Ye Qiansheng's hands, their eyes betraying their longing. Ye Qiansheng toyed with the 7-star divine spear, finding its feel quite agreeable, yet he regarded the astonished faces around him with a hint of disdain. "What is a heavenly grade weapon?" he mused. His own martial arts and techniques were of the imperial grade, and within his sea of consciousness resided a formidable legal body. As for his Dao bones, they were of incomparable rarity. Ye Qian raised his foot and struck the body of the gun, causing the 7-star divine gun to perform a graceful flourish in the air before landing in his hand. He assumed a relaxed combat stance. "What are you all waiting for? Hurry up and come forth to meet your demise." Chapter 52. The slaughter begins, instilling fear in the demon clan, a terror so great that none dare advance. The actions of Ye Qiansheng served as a resounding slap to Yan Ryu's face. In his imagination, after issuing his command, Ye Qiansheng should have fled in disarray. Yet he dares to challenge. Could he possibly believe he is comparable to those worthless beings at the Demon Suppression Pass? Yan Ryu took a deep breath. The very reason he had the audacity to encircle and kill Ye Qiansheng was that Ye's previous deeds were confined to the Demon Suppression Pass. While he hailed from the River of Realms, the adversaries he faced were formidable cultivators who traversed the world, far beyond the level that Ye Qiansheng could ever hope to reach. In his view, Ye's willingness to engage in battle was purely a manifestation of ignorance, an arrogance devoid of substance. Yan Ryu was so enraged that he nearly laughed. Even the most powerful of the younger generation, who dominated the realm, would not audaciously declare a death sentence in the face of such overwhelming odds. Where did Ye Qiansheng find the audacity? Even with a heavenly grade weapon, such a feat was unattainable. Kill him. Use his head as a trophy. Yan Ryu proclaimed loudly for the first time with grave seriousness. The demons no longer hesitated. Their fear of Ye Qiansheng transformed into boundless fury. They raised their weapons and charged towards him. "Kill!" The demons cried in unison. All eyes were fixed on Ye Qiansheng, eager to witness whether this guardian of the great Zhou, both familiar and foreign to them, could turn the tide in such a desperate situation. Luo Keshuan inhaled deeply. She was finally about to witness Ye Qiansheng's true prowess. She whispered, "Do not disappoint me." The onslaught from the demon clan was ferocious. In an instant, Powerful demons from all directions surrounded Ye Qiansheng, creating an impenetrable net. It is no exaggeration to say that even a mosquito caught within would be mistakenly slain. The intensity of the assault was palpable. The hearts of the citizens of the great Zhou were in their throats, for Ye Qiansheng's victory was tied to their very lives. Although Yen Ryu had instigated the conflict, a glimmer of hope was still palpable. Naturally, they were sweating bullets for Ye Qiansheng, who was ensnared within the encirclement. Yet, amidst the siege, Ye Qiansheng remained the calmest of all. Observing the frenzied onslaught of demons, he expressionlessly thrust the 7 stars divine spear forcefully into the ground, causing the gem atop it to illuminate and unleash a storm of lightning. All the demons who charged forth were engulfed in a terrifying deluge of thunder, their heart-wrenching screams echoing across the arena in an instant. In the blink of an eye, every demon who had rushed forward was reduced to charred remains. Beyond death, the acrid scent of burnt flesh permeated the air. "Continue," Ye Qiansheng said nonchalantly. "Continue. Who among the surviving demons dares to advance?" After witnessing the demise of so many of their kin in a single moment, even a fool would hesitate to proceed. Observing the demons frozen in fear, Ye Qiansheng mockingly inquired, "What is the matter? Did you not intend to end my life? Are you now too afraid to approach?" The nonchalant voice of Ye Qiansheng resonated like thunder in the ears of the crowd, leaving them utterly astonished. Was it truly that simple? It seemed that Ye Qiansheng maintained an air of indifference towards everyone, never revealing a grimace upon his countenance. Whether it was the recently slain sand dune behemoth or the myriad of formidable demon warriors that had just perished, it appeared as though the two factions existed on entirely different planes of existence. Do not be intimidated by him. Look at your fallen comrades beneath your feet. Think of them. Press on. Yen Ryu continued to shout. At this juncture, retreat was no longer an option. The demons glared fiercely at Ye Qiansheng, the one who had mercilessly slain countless of their kin. They were resolved to fight with all their might. Once more, the demon warriors surged forward en masse. This time, their momentum was palpably different. Ye Qiansheng's earlier actions had seemingly incited their wrath to its zenith. Yet all present understood that this was merely a fade to mask their underlying fear. The encirclement was reformed, and Ye Qiansheng brandished his spear, ready to slay. Amidst his grand and vigorous assault, countless demon heads fell to the ground, many of whom did not even approach him, nor had the chance to behold him clearly before meeting their demise. Before the ruins of the narrow alley, the cries of anguish and the clashing of weapons echoed incessantly, leaving the surrounding citizens and commanders in a state of disbelief. This was the true essence of a demon-slaying battle. This was the authentic ferocity of combat. What had they previously experienced? They had thought it to be brutal, yet in comparison to Ye Qiansheng's demon-slaying prowess, it resembled nothing more than a child's play. As the incense burned for a brief moment, the onlookers remained transfixed, their eyes wide with shock as they beheld the blood-soaked Ye Qiansheng, yet none dared to offer assistance. For the cultivators present understood that should they find themselves ensnared in that inferno of death, they would not survive even half a stick of incense. Only Ye Qiansheng could traverse within with ease, slaying demons as effortlessly as quenching one's thirst. Time ticked by, and the crowd transitioned from astonishment to numbness, ultimately arriving at a state of disbelief. The bodies of the demons at the alley's entrance had accumulated to a mountainous pile, with Ye Qiansheng standing amidst them. Spear in hand, his posture regal. Though drenched in blood, he exuded the aura of a true warrior. The demons behind him dared not advance. The heap of corpses before them instilled dread in their hearts. Yet, it seemed Ye Qiansheng had not yet reached his limit. As he flicked the demon blood from the blade of his 7-star divine spear and commanded, "Continue." Continue? Was he not fatigued? With nearly 30,000 demon troops, at least a third had perished, while Ye Qiansheng's attire bore merely a slight smudge, devoid of any wounds or rips. He was nothing short of a celestial being in the flesh. The surviving demon warriors were paralyzed with fear, unable to muster the courage to press on. Ye Qiansheng's strength surpassed their wildest expectations, surpassing his previous might by more than tenfold. How could they engage? To charge forth was nothing more than a death sentence, even failing to achieve the objective of exhausting his energy. This time, no matter how Yin Ryu urged them, the demon warriors were reluctant to seek their demise. Luo Kashuan gazed at Ye Qiansheng, standing invincibly amongst the piles of demon corpses, profoundly moved. His stance of invincibility perfectly encapsulated the essence of Ye Qiansheng at that moment. Perhaps he truly had the capability to vanquish the demon race, restoring a peaceful and stable existence for humankind. A resounding cheer erupted from the crowd. Ye Qiansheng is a god. How could so many members of the demon race fail to contend with him? It is nothing short of divine. I can't believe I once mocked him. I'm utterly damned. Are my eyes truly not deceiving me? Is this the combat prowess of a human? He treats the demon army as if they are not. That final proclamation was simply magnificent. I wish to bear his offspring. Zhou Tianqi's brow twitched involuntarily. Ye Qiansheng's strength surpassed his expectations, though it remained within an acceptable range. Wu Mingyue harbored similar thoughts. If Ye Qiansheng lacked even this modicum of power, he would hardly dare to come to the arena seeking challengers. Yet, after the playful banter concluded, the true ordeal commenced. The probability of Ye Qiansheng emerging victorious was less than 1 in 1,000. As anticipated by the two, Yin Ryu, after a brief moment of hesitation, bypassed the expenditure of stamina and directly initiated the extermination plan. Everyone withdraw. It is time for you, the leaders, to take action. As Yin Ryu's words echoed, a multitude of imposing figures, only a small fraction of whom retained any distinct characteristics, stepped forth from the ranks of the demons, their presence instilling a palpable sense of dread that thickened the atmosphere. Silence enveloped the attendees, who dared not utter a word, while the skies ominously darkened with a raging storm. It is worth noting that a single bull demon leader could pursue the esteemed national master of the Great Zhou, Dao Ez, and now, over a dozen even more formidable and ruthless characters stood before Ye Qiansheng. Even the most foolish could discern that Ye Qiansheng was in grave peril. Chapter 53. The sole choice to stand up and assist Ye Qiansheng. The atmosphere suddenly turned solemn, and the breaths of those present became heavy, for they understood that the odds of Ye Qiansheng winning this battle were exceedingly slim. It is worth noting that the demon clan leaders before Ye Qiansheng were all of the 4th realm and above, and there were no fewer than a dozen of them. How could one possibly fight against such overwhelming odds? Even the so-called strongest region, Zongheng Tiandi, would approach this situation with utmost caution. In Shui gazed at Ye Qiansheng, encircled by the demon clan leaders, and inquired of the nearby Luo Kashuan, "Isn't the foremost young talent of Zongheng Tiandi exceptionally formidable?" Luo Kashuan diverted her gaze from Ye Qiansheng, instinctively responding, "Of course, he is remarkable. Born with a clear sword heart, he can be deemed invincible among the younger generation of the Huanling continent. Can the top genius of Zongheng Tiandi break the deadlock in Ye Qiansheng's predicament?" In Shui asked tentatively. Luo Kashuan was immediately taken aback. The top genius of Zongheng Tiandi was indeed impressive. To her recollection, he had never suffered defeat. With a clear sword heart, his comprehension was exceptional, and within merely 20 years, he had attained the 4th realm. However, confronted with the crisis Ye Qiansheng faced, Luo Kashuan believed that even the foremost youth of Zongheng Tiandi could not turn tide. Furthermore, he would likely perish swiftly. This was due to the inherent advantage that the demon clan possessed in cultivation. Thus, under equal circumstances, demons were invariably stronger than humans. While a 4th realm demon leader might be defeated through sheer talent, facing a dozen at once was an insurmountable challenge. Aside from her master's generation, there seemed to be no one capable of overcoming such odds. Is that so? In Shui pressed on when Luo Kashuan did not reply. Luo Kashuan snapped back to reality and shook her head. In Shui felt a pang of disappointment, concluding that Ye Qiansheng was surely doomed. Yet why, in the face of such dire circumstances, did he refuse to flee? Luo Kashuan answered with a hint of frustration. "I am uncertain. He is unlike anyone I have ever encountered. Perhaps a miracle might occur. As for his reluctance to escape, it may be due to pride." Wu Mingyue had been observing Ye Qiansheng intently, genuinely curious about his intended course of action. She had overheard the conversation between Luo Kechuan and Yin Shui and shared their thoughts. The current situation was exceedingly unfavorable for Ye Qiansheng, although he surpassed the majority. Having achieved the fourth realm at such a young age, it was still insufficient. Indeed, he was far from enough. What then was the foundation of Ye Qiansheng's refusal to leave? Could he truly break the deadlock? Wu Mingyue found herself startled by her own thoughts. Zhou Tianche, while remaining vigilant against Yan Ruyu's movements, was also recuperating from his injuries. His gaze, like everyone else's, was fixed upon Ye Qiansheng. Regardless of one's strength, there must be limits. Ye Qiansheng could not possibly overcome this group of demon clan leaders. Fortunately, the delay afforded me the opportunity to recuperate from my injuries. However, what astonished and bewildered the onlookers was that Ye Qiansheng, in the presence of over a dozen demon clan leaders of formidable strength, exhibited neither fear nor caution. He remained as carefree and unrestrained as ever. Should I commend your composure or question your fearlessness? Even in the face of death, you maintain an air of indifference, even if it is mere pretense. You surpass the majority. One of the demon leaders remarked, having slain so many of our kin, you shall not escape today. Another demon leader obstructed Ye Qiansheng's retreat. I have heard tales of your exploits during my time at the Boundary River. You were nearly dispatched to the Demon Suppression Pass, allowing you to live these many years. But it is not too late to end your life now. Ye Qiansheng, resting a foot upon a stone, nonchalantly dug at his ear and scoffed. Do you truly believe you are significantly different from those earlier trifles? Though he had only recently transcended to the fourth realm, bolstered by imperial-level techniques and mental disciplines, these so-called demon leaders were not but insignificant foes, easily vanquished. Arrogant. Do you comprehend the gravity of your situation? How dare you speak so boldly? A man covered in scales glared fiercely at Ye Qiansheng, revealing his mid-level prowess in the fourth realm. Impressive. Each of them possesses mid-level fourth realm cultivation. Ye Qiansheng is truly in grave peril. A human cultivator exclaimed. Alas, it seems one cannot place too much faith in reputation. I had thought Ye Qiansheng invincible, capable of dispatching all present demons. Wasn't he just brimming with bravado? Now, let him taste the bitterness of his hubris. Indeed, he had no intention of aiding us. Now that he finds himself in trouble, we certainly shall not assist him. Though lacking a plan, this moment presented an opportune time to counterattack the demon clan. While Ye Qiansheng engaged the demons, they could launch a surprise assault with considerable odds in their favor. Yet, fear and discontent towards Ye Qiansheng led them to resolve to watch him perish before considering their next steps. Inaction ensured they would not err. After all, Ye Qiansheng had sought to abandon them all. Now, facing such a predicament, he was merely reaping what he had sown. Little did they realize that without Ye Qiansheng's intervention, they would have perished long ago, never having been afforded the chance to stand and speak here. At that moment, a voice pierced the air. I shall assist you. In an instant, a figure clad in white snow alighted beside Ye Qiansheng, vigilantly observing the surrounding demon leaders, poised to fight with unwavering resolve. Not only Ye Qiansheng, but also the common folk and cultivators stood in stunned silence. Someone was willing to aid Ye Qiansheng. It should be noted that he had just abandoned them all. Was this truly the time to join the fray? The demon leaders had encircled Ye Qiansheng, and he seemed all but doomed. To offer assistance now was tantamount to inviting death. Was Silver Snow a fool, following Ye Qiansheng to the brink of demise? Silver Snow, come back. That is not a place for you to remain. Wu Mingyue called out anxiously from behind. I will not return. You said that when the human race faces the demon race, we are united. We cannot allow ourselves to be divided over trivial matters. We must cooperate. Her tone was resolute. Silver Snow's words caused all the cultivators present to lower their heads, for they felt guilty towards Ye Qiansheng. Now, as Ye Qiansheng faced the oncoming demon army once more, they had chosen to stand by and watch with indifference. How did this differ from their past actions? Yet, it was far too perilous. Engaging would be tantamount to courting death. Even with this realization, no one dared to step forward. How touching. that there are still those willing to accompany you to death, mocked the man with snake scales, clapping his hands in derision. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he felt a chill at his neck, and in the next moment, before the eyes of the crowd, his head fell to the ground, his gaze frozen in terror. Ye Qiansheng flicked the snake blood off his blade, stating coldly, "It is quiet now." Chapter 54. Keep your distance. Lest the blood spatter upon you, the headless corpse of the serpent demon leader slowly collapsed, its severed head still bearing an expression of terror and disbelief. Even in death, it failed to comprehend the events that had transpired. The crowd stood in stunned silence, having believed that Ye Qiansheng was cornered with no hope of survival. Yet he effortlessly dispatched a leader of the demon clan, although there was an element of ambush involved. It must be noted that all the demon leaders present were formidable beings of the fourth realm, and the recently slain serpent demon was a mid-stage powerhouse of the same tier. How could such a vast distance be traversed without a hint of awareness? This illustrates just how astonishingly swift Ye Qiansheng truly was. Those who dared to chatter incessantly would meet a similar fate, death first. Ye Qiansheng, with his spear, lifted the severed head and tossed it at the feet of the assembled demon leaders. Such audacity, yet it appeared he possessed the merit to be so brazen. Having struck thrice, he had slain 2 demon leaders, a display of extraordinary prowess. Yin Shui, standing behind, glanced at her side and then at Ye Qiansheng, who had somehow crossed over without her noticing. When had he moved past her? She was a fourth realm cultivator. Yet she hadn't even caught a glimpse of his shadow. Yan Ruyu was incensed. Before she had even made a move, they had suffered losses, allowing Ye Qiansheng to publicly execute a leader of their kind, a humiliation of the highest order. Enough with the chatter. Attack him together. Kill him, she commanded loudly. Upon hearing her order, the demon leaders snapped out of their fear and could no longer afford to underestimate Ye Qiansheng, rallying their spirits to the utmost. They feared that one moment of negligence could lead to their demise. A great battle was imminent. Yin Shui assumed a combat stance beside Ye Qiansheng, while Wu Mingyue held her forehead, originally intending to assist the great Zhou to a certain extent. Should the situation escalate beyond expectation, she would lead the people of Great Qian to safety. Now, with Yin Shui embroiled in Ye Qiansheng's affairs, the danger had multiplied exponentially. However, she understood Yin Shui's temperament. Once she had set her mind on something, it was nearly impossible to change it. Yet, if they could navigate this perilous situation, perhaps they could forge a connection with such a prodigious talent as Ye Qiansheng, a high risk but potentially high reward. What must I do? Yin Shui asked nervously as the demon leaders closed in. Just observe closely, Ye Qiansheng replied. Without waiting for the demons to advance, he charged forward first, leaving Yin Shui rooted in place, her eyes wide in astonishment as she watched him maneuver among the formidable demon warriors. The true battle commenced, and every gaze was riveted on this fierce confrontation, not daring to allow even a moment of distraction. Luo Keshuan focused intently on Ye Qiansheng, eager to witness whether he could conjure further miracles in the face of such dire straits. No longer was it a one-sided slaughter. The demons approached Ye Qiansheng with utmost caution, their initial engagement marked by hesitance, unwilling to reveal their full strength too soon. As Ye Qiansheng navigated effortlessly among the heads of a dozen demon clans, he predominantly resorted to evasion rather than engaging in combat. The atmosphere of the battle had become increasingly tense. It was the first time the onlookers had witnessed Ye Qiansheng refraining from delivering a swift execution, which, although not entirely unexpected, still provoked a sense of discomfort in their hearts. Be it the martial city, the bull demon leader, the formidable beast Sandune, or even the mid-stage serpent demon leader, all had met their demise at Ye Qiansheng's hands in mere moments. Now, witnessing him embroiled in a protracted struggle raised doubts. Could it be that he was genuinely unable to overpower his foes? Were his previous victories merely the result of surprise attacks? Countless blades whizzed past Ye Qiansheng's visage, each narrowly avoiding him in a manner that appeared thrilling yet was executed with exquisite precision, allowing him to evade each strike without significant movement. As time ticked by, Ye Qiansheng began to grasp the attack patterns and vulnerabilities of the demon leaders. One of the demon leaders, a tiger-faced being, bellowed in frustration. "If you have the skill, stop dodging. Face us with real weapons." The 8 desolate shadow steps were astonishingly swift. Even the most determined demons present could not lay a finger on Ye Qiansheng, not even brushing against the hem of his garment. It was utterly disheartening. While the crowd marveled at Ye Qiansheng's speed, they understood that he was no fool. If he could maintain such velocity, why would he acquiesce to their demands? Prolonging the engagement would yield him no benefit, yet at least he was still alive. Was he not? However, to everyone's utter astonishment, Ye Qiansheng indeed came to a halt. Brandishing his spear, he calmly declared, "Very well, I shall remain here motionless. If you possess the ability, come and slay me." This proclamation ignited a wave of uproar among those present. What on earth was Ye Qiansheng contemplating? He was already ensnared in an irretrievable disadvantage, surrounded and vulnerable, and now he foolishly chose to stand still? What sort of reasoning was at play here? Zhou Tianche, disheartened, covered his face with his hands. Despite his exceptional cultivation talent, his impetuous nature lacked the gravitas befitting a true warrior. Wu Mingyue furrowed her brow, perplexed by Ye Qiansheng's intentions. Luo Keshuan shook her head. To her, Ye Qiansheng still held a slim chance of victory through his speed. Yet he appeared to be willingly crippling his own abilities, an act tantamount to courting death. The initial admiration she harbored for him evaporated, and there was no longer any need for hesitation, as it was only a matter of time before Ye Qiansheng's life would meet its end. The common folk were incensed. Their fates were intricately linked to Ye Qiansheng's. While his demise was of little consequence to him, it would spell their doom as well. Many pounded their chests and stamped their feet in frustration. What was he pretending to be? In the presence of such formidable demon adversaries, could he not temper his arrogance? Did he think he was at the Demon Suppression Pass? This was the realm of the Boundary River's demons, an entirely different league. What was truly amiss with Ye Qiansheng? I had always asserted that relying on him was futile. He is merely a fool. It is a lamentable waste of talent that such gifts do not reside in the capable Nightwalker. Such a travesty. Observing that Ye Qiansheng was genuinely serious. Standing motionless in place, the assembly of demons erupted in laughter, rushing towards him with abandon. Not far behind, Yin Shui's anxious hands turned pale as she called out, "Ye Qiansheng, what do you need me to do?" In the split second when a formidable demon lunged at Ye Qiansheng, he glanced at Yin Shui, a smile gracing his lips as he advised, "Stay back, lest you be splattered with blood." What did you say? The audacity of Ye Qiansheng being confronted by a fierce demon was unfathomable. Just as Yin Shui was about to rush in to assist, the menacing demon froze in place, and in the next heartbeat, its body was cleaved in two from top to bottom. It was only when the massive halves collapsed, showering the surroundings in green demon blood, that Yin Shui finally comprehended the words Ye Qiansheng had uttered moments before. Chapter 55. The demise of several demon clan leaders. All perished without exception. Silver Snow touched the demon blood on her face, blinking her innocent big eyes in a state of utter bewilderment. After a long moment, she realized she should have heeded Ye Qiansheng's advice to keep her distance, for the demon blood was exceedingly revolting. In the center of the arena, Ye Qiansheng planted his spear firmly into the ground, facing the tiger demon leader, now irrevocably split in two, lifeless beyond any doubt. He was not deceiving anyone. He had indeed remained rooted to the spot, not shifting an inch. Before the crowd could fully grasp the gravity of the situation, the remaining demon leaders, evidently unwilling to grant Ye Qiansheng any respite, charged forward en masse. Yet, Ye Qiansheng stood his ground, confronted by the impenetrable lethal cage formed by the formidable assembly of over a dozen powerful demons. What was to be done? Was Ye Qiansheng truly facing his demise? Just as the onlookers felt their hearts leap into their throats, Ye Qiansheng made his move. His figure, akin to a specter, appeared to move with extraordinary speed without altering his position. One he uttered. The crowd, perplexed, could scarcely comprehend his words, even in such dire circumstances. He still had the presence of mind to speak. What could he possibly mean? As they pondered, a massive demon corpse soared through the air, revealing the true form of a weasel, its tail severed, lifeless. Another had fallen. At this moment, the crowd grasped the meaning behind Ye Qiansheng's earlier proclamation of one. The battle raged on, with Ye Qiansheng remaining immobile. The once dominant demon leaders could not lay a finger on him, resorting instead to wildly swinging their blades in vain. Then, Ye Qiansheng spoke again, too. The hearts of the spectators surged with anticipation, for they understood that yet another formidable demon leader was destined to fall. As expected, shortly after Ye Qiansheng's declaration, yet another demon leader's lifeless body was hurled forth, having been struck at its weak point and instantly perishing. At this point, the crowd was left speechless. Having previously deemed Ye Qiansheng overly arrogant, Luo Keshuan felt an inexplicable blush creep to her cheeks, the sensation of embarrassment washing over her. Indeed, it was quite humiliating. She had prided herself on her worldly knowledge and formidable strength, yet here she was, as naive as the common folk of the great Zhou. Wu Mingwei was utterly astounded. In such a scenario, she herself might not have managed, despite being a genuine fifth realm powerhouse. Yet, Ye Qiansheng handled it with remarkable ease. What, indeed, was beyond his capabilities? Wu Mingwei mused, her astonishment rendering her numb. Zhou Tianche reflected on the extraordinary figure he had overlooked, with such exceptional talent and strength. Why had no one ever informed him about Ye Qiansheng before? It was essential to note that Ye Qiansheng was not contending with mere minions, but rather formidable demon warriors capable of standing against thousands. Yet, he faced them with an air of untroubled ease, giving the impression that the demon leaders had collectively weakened upon encountering him. As time progressed, Ye Qiansheng remained calmly stationed in place. Yet the number of slain demon leaders had reached an astonishing 10. It was nothing short of terrifying. One must realize that Ye Qiansheng stood there immobile like a sandbag. Thus, if he were to unleash his full potential, this battle would devolve into a massacre of the demons. The remaining 5 demon leaders cautiously distanced themselves from Ye Qiansheng, observing the situation with expressions of ferocity that starkly contrasted with their earlier confidence. Through the recent skirmish, they had come to a grim conclusion. In the decades since they first set foot on the battlefield, few could rival Ye Qiansheng's sheer prowess. He had transformed slaughter into an art form. This was a manifestation of absolute confidence, for Ye Qiansheng possessed unwavering faith in his strength, never doubting his ability to vanquish the formidable demon leaders before him. With a 7-star divine spear in hand, Ye Qiansheng stood amidst a pile of demon beast corpses, resembling an invincible deity. High atop the bell tower in the heart of Chang'an City, Zhou Huanling witnessed the entire spectacle. She gazed at Ye Qiansheng, who exuded the aura of a war god, utterly speechless. Shocking numbness enveloped her. Astonishment eclipsed her awareness of time, and her heart raced as if it might leap from her chest. Taking a deep breath, she delicately placed her jade-like hand over her heart. The surprise that Ye Qiansheng had brought her was simply overwhelming. Since Ye Qiansheng's arrival at the arena, she had harbored doubts about his ability to break through the encirclement. Yet, his repeated displays of invincibility reassured her that her concerns were entirely unwarranted. Each of Ye Qiansheng's victories resonated within her, causing her heart to flutter uncontrollably, while simultaneously fostering an uncontrollable admiration for him. She had always been drawn to the strong, and if that strength belonged to someone she cherished, it only intensified her feelings. Indeed, she had envisioned countless times what her future husband might be like. Though such thoughts seemed exaggerated and far-fetched, she had believed that no one could embody them. Today, Ye Qiansheng astonishingly aligned with her imaginings. He was equally powerful, exuding an extraordinary charisma, dismissing the myriad formidable demons as inconsequential. All these elements combined meant that, in Zhou Huanling's heart, Ye Qiansheng transcended even the divine, earning her utmost respect and devotion. As for her admiration for him, she resolutely vowed, regardless of the cost, to make him fall for her anew. At this moment, the arena was already strewn with bodies, and Ye Qiansheng cast his gaze upon the surviving demon leaders. I have warned you, do not assume you are vastly different from those earlier cannon fodder. In my eyes, you are all the same, Equally worthless, he mocked. Damn it, one demon leader seethed with anger, but found himself unable to retort, left only to fume silently. Very well. Knight Qiansheng exhibited formidable prowess, as the jubilant cheers of the populace echoed around him. Indifferent to the adulation, he stifled a yawn and addressed the remaining leaders of the demon clan, urging them to hasten, for he was pressed for time. Should they fail to comply, he would not hesitate to eradicate them. His willingness to engage with these demon leaders stemmed from a desire to acclimate his Taoist essence in conjunction with the entropy universe's record, facilitating his search for their vulnerabilities. After all, while rewards were perpetually accruing, opportunities for actual combat were scarce, and this rare occasion was a welcome chance. However, he had nearly exhausted this experiment, rendering these demon leaders devoid of further value. So be it, they might as well perish outright. Amidst the terror-stricken gazes of onlookers, Knight Qiansheng raised his hand delicately, then pressed downward. Instantly, a tempest erupted. The oppressive clouds parted, and a colossal golden palm imprint descended upon the heads of the surviving demon leaders, obliterating them into a mist of crimson. The might of the Annihilation Reincarnation Palm was truly staggering. Even the combined efforts of several leaders above the Fourth Realm could not withstand its onslaught for even a moment. They were slain. All of the demon leaders perished, not a single one surviving. The arena fell into an eerie silence. Chapter 56. What on earth does Ye Qiansheng intend to do? In the center of the arena, a vast chasm has emerged, one that is most familiar to Huang Run, the advisor of the law enforcement hall. The handprints before him bear an uncanny resemblance to those he had observed some time ago on the back mountains of the imperial city. Although he was already aware of this, witnessing it again still stirred profound excitement within him. The silent crowd gazed in astonishment. At this very moment, more than a dozen leaders of the demon tribe had perished, yet they remained unable to fathom how Ye Qiansheng had managed to prevail. It is important to note that Ye Qiansheng was merely at the Fourth Realm. By conventional logic, he should not have triumphed over even one of the demon leaders. Yet, he had effortlessly vanquished them all, leaving not a single one alive. How could he have accomplished such a feat? Could it be that he was truly a celestial being? Otherwise, there would be no way to explain his extraordinary prowess. Ye Xing and Jiang Suqing were utterly dumbfounded. Was the solitary figure amidst the ruins truly their son? Ye Qiansheng. His innate talent in childhood had been rather unremarkable. How had he become so formidable, regardless of his appearance, demeanor, or tone? They were 100% certain that the individual who had slain the demon leaders was indeed their son, Ye Qiansheng. As for the trials he had undergone to attain such strength, they were at a loss. They only knew that they had missed an opportunity for ascendance. And it was a complete loss, with no possibility of redemption. Ye Xing, who had initially hoped for Ye Qiansheng to be slain by the demon warriors, was now numbed by the shock of his son's strength and dared not trust his own eyes. If Ye Qiansheng had been this powerful from the outset, why had he not resisted earlier? Suddenly, a cold sweat broke out. He realized that his son had been teetering on the brink of death countless times in the past. If anyone in attendance was most astounded, it would undoubtedly be Luo Kequan, who possessed a clear understanding of the strength exhibited by the demon leaders. As a member of the renowned Tianjin sect, she was acutely aware of the combat prowess of those over the Fourth Realm, even among the elite of her sect. Aside from her master, it was unlikely that anyone, including her senior brother, could have achieved such a feat. Yet here was Ye Qiansheng, a young man born into the lesser Zhou dynasty, with no resources to speak of, accomplishing this with such ease. Had someone told her just a mere incense stick ago that Ye Qiansheng could achieve this, she would have deemed them a fool. Even now, she subconsciously believed she must have misperceived the situation or perhaps was still dreaming. In just one day, the astonishment Ye Qiansheng had brought upon her was overwhelming. From witnessing his youthful ambition and courage on the grand stage to repeatedly believing he had reached his limits, that man consistently proved her wrong with his actions. He could indeed surpass any obstacle. The number and strength of his adversaries were woefully inadequate. At that very moment, Luo Kequan truly acknowledged her master's assessment of Ye Qiansheng, even believing that her master's evaluation was rather understated. She felt an irresistible urge to present Ye Qiansheng before her master, eager to witness the astonishment on her mentor's face. In the presence of Ye Qiansheng, who would dare to claim invincibility, merely a flock of insignificant crows, what difficulty lies in exterminating them? Ye Qiansheng confidently planted the 7 stars divine spear into the ground and proclaimed, "What a grand spirit! Such a figure graces our great Zhou. Ye Qiansheng is indeed the true dragon of our realm. Yes, the demon clan is but a rabble of insignificant beings, unworthy of concern. Come as many as you wish. Ye Qiansheng shall slay them all." Thankfully, our great Zhou boasts Ye Qiansheng. The demon clan is hardly a threat. The citizens of Great Zhou now held Ye Qiansheng in the highest esteem, willing to kneel in apology if it meant he would continue to safeguard Chang'an. Observing the tide turning, the remaining demons began to falter, retreating uncontrollably. Ye Qiansheng was simply too formidable. Just as before, no matter how many elite generals they dispatched, they would ultimately fall to Ye Qiansheng's wrath. Without exception, Ye Qiansheng was their natural nemesis. As the once arrogant demon warriors displayed fear, the cultivators of Great Zhou reveled in their triumph, ridiculing the demons. In the sky, Yen Ruyu's face darkened to an extreme. Today, he had intended to breach Chang'an and subsequently devour Great Zhou, establishing this land as a stronghold for the demon clan. His plans had proceeded smoothly until Ye Qiansheng's emergence shattered everything. Clenching and then releasing his fist, Yen Ruyu regretted allowing Ye Qiansheng to remain. He had initially intended to depart with a woman. Overwhelmed by his own foolishness, he covered his face in dismay at his actions. The individual had clearly intended to leave, yet he had insisted on detaining him. However, remorse was of little consequence now. Nearly half of the demon forces had perished, and not a single leader had survived. He could strike down Ye Qiansheng, yet the vigilant Zhou Tianche loomed nearby, eyes fixed with intent. Defeated, he closed his folding fan and cast a cold gaze upon Ye Qiansheng, vowing, "I shall spare you today. The next time we meet, it will be your demise. Await your fate, Ye Qiansheng." Zhou Tianche, observing Yen Ruyu's intent to depart, secretly sighed in relief. Currently injured, the only one capable of contending with Yen Ryu, Wu Mingwei, was unable to assist Great Zhou. Allowing Yen Ryu to leave was indeed the wisest course. Although Great Zhou had suffered immense losses, the demon clan had also paid a heavy price, rendering the outcome not entirely disgraceful. Just as the cultivators exhaled in relief, believing the ordeal was finally over, an unsettling voice pierced the air. "When did I permit your departure?" The moment Yen Ryu heard the voice, a chilling sense of danger enveloped him, triggering an instinctive evasion. Whoosh! A piercing sound cleaved the heavens, and a drop of demonic blood descended from the sky. All present, including Zhou Tianche, were left in stunned silence as they beheld this scene. Yen Ryu was indeed bleeding, and she had narrowly escaped being impaled by a spear. What was Ye Qiansheng planning? Could he not just let Yen Ryu go? Why did he have to resort to violence against her? This was sheer folly. Perhaps Ye Qiansheng had just displayed an overwhelming prowess in dealing with a dozen demonic clan leaders, far surpassing everyone's expectations, yet their cultivation levels were still relatively comparable. In contrast, Yen Ryu was a true powerhouse of the fifth realm. She exerted an absolute realm dominance over Ye Qiansheng. No matter how formidable Ye Qiansheng might be, he could not transcend the chasm of realms, for it was akin to an innate suppression. A lower realm individual, regardless of their talent or strength, could never hope to defeat someone of a higher realm. Could Ye Qiansheng truly work a miracle? The vast majority were skeptical. Chapter 57. Is it wrong to fear death? Does one assume everyone is like Ye Qiansheng? Yen Ryu gently touched his injured area, and a vivid crimson caught his eye. Coupled with the sharp pain on his face, his anger surged. How could one be so oblivious? He had yet to confront Ye Qiansheng despite the loss of tens of thousands of his troops and numerous leaders of the demon clan. Instead, the latter audaciously pressed on, showing no intent of letting him depart. This was an utter disregard for his presence, as if he were no different from the recently fallen demon leaders. Regardless of the reasoning, Yen Ryu felt gravely insulted. Young man, do you presume that sheer numbers grant you the right to encroach further? Yen Ryu stated coldly. Setting aside whether they would assist you, I possess a myriad of methods to annihilate you and still depart unscathed. In an instant, the overwhelming pressure of the fifth realm surged forth. The trees nearby began to sway without wind, and the clouds above parted, revealing the tumultuous thunder of the heavens. The atmosphere escalated to its zenith. Many citizens, unable to endure the oppressive force emanating from Yen Ryu, bent low, while some even collapsed to the ground, seeking to escape the terrifying aura. Anger consumed Yen Ryu. The citizens of the great Zhou could not fathom why Ye Qiansheng refused to allow the other party to leave, choosing instead to provoke him. Survival was already a challenge. If Yen Ryu decided to disregard Zhou Tianche and slaughter them, they would be utterly defenseless. Yet, their grievances remained unspoken due to the overwhelming pressure. They could only glare at Ye Qiansheng. Coincidentally, I too have no intention of allowing you to leave. While I can overlook fools, I must eliminate anyone who seeks to take my life, Ye Qiansheng remarked, unfazed by the oppressive force, speaking effortlessly. The spear in his hand quivered in the wind. The surrounding cultivators had fallen, yet Ye Qiansheng truly intended to slay Yen Ryu. Was he out of his mind? In the hours preceding, Ye Qiansheng had indeed descended like a deity, performing numerous miracles, acknowledged by all present. However, some abilities cannot be compensated for by mere talent. Yen Ryu was an ancient fox demon, having cultivated for countless years, while Ye Qiansheng was merely a youth in his early 20s. Even a prodigious talent, a child of the Qilin, requires time to mature, does he not? The encounter between Yen Ryu and Ye Qiansheng resembled that of a newborn tiger facing an adult water buffalo. Even if one were destined to be the king of the forest, one must first endure the process of growth. If many powerful cultivators had anticipated Ye Qiansheng to perform exceptionally against the demon leaders, now no one present held any belief in him. Zhou Tianche resigned. Spoke, do not act rashly. This is the best outcome we can attain. If this continues, both parties will suffer. What is the purpose in that? Should Yen Ryu wish to eliminate Ye Qiansheng, he would undoubtedly incur a cost, leading to the very outcome of mutual destruction. Wu Mingwei also spoke up to offer her counsel. Ye Qiansheng, you are a talent of great potential. In 10 years' time, not only will you surpass the likes of Yen Ryu, but even the mightiest of great demons will not stand a chance against you. Why rush into peril and hinder your own growth? Stiffness is prone to breakage. She had always held a deep admiration for Ye Qiansheng and naturally wished for him to achieve greater heights, though she had remained silent until now. The current circumstances left no room for victory, compelling her to intervene and dissuade him from his reckless provocation of Yen Ryu. The fact that Yen Ryu chose to disregard Ye Qiansheng initially and intended to leave indicated that the cost of eliminating him was considerable. This meant there was still a path of retreat, should Ye Qiansheng choose to take it. At that moment, Luo Kashuan also stepped forward. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Luo Kashuan, a direct disciple of the second elder of the Tianjin sect. I have come specifically to seek you out. In the future, you will have a broader horizon and a grander stage. You should not falter here. Let go. This was Luo Kashuan's first attempt to intervene, as Ye Qiansheng's stubbornness was truly excessive. She hoped her words could persuade this yet-to-mature prodigy to relent. There would be time to address matters in the future. Some of the onlookers began to chime in. Indeed, we recognize your prowess. There is no need for further proof. Please refrain from speaking recklessly, or we shall all perish alongside you. After struggling to survive, must you recklessly charge into death? Even the Dragon Emperor cannot contend with him. Why do you persist in your folly? There is still a chance. Do not continue to provoke him. Is it so difficult to endure? In the air, Yen Ryu, arms crossed and gazing down upon the crowd, curled his lips into a cold smirk. If possible, he would prefer not to resort to his trump card to eliminate Ye Qiansheng. Such an action would be far too unwise. Upon returning, he would report to his superiors, who would assess the threat level posed by Ye Qiansheng and ensure that someone else would deal with him. After all, individuals of such monstrous talent would not be allowed to flourish by the demon race. As for the Zhou, they would eventually be swept up as well. Those who had unwittingly escaped death today would become fodder and slaves to their kind in the future. With a resigned smile, Ye Qiansheng listened to the crowd's words. Many were puzzled, frowning at his laughter. Did he find solace in their sentiments? Yet, why did the spear in his hand still exude such vigor? He then lifted his head, his gaze resolute, and declared, "Fortunately, I am not aligned with your Zhou. That would be utterly embarrassing. The demon race has invaded and slaughtered countless of our kin. And when the advantage lies with us, we allow their commander to escape. This is simply unheard of. If one fears death so much, why venture outside at all? They might as well lie at home." Many fell silent, for Ye Qiansheng had struck a chord within them. They had sought to govern through martial prowess. Yet when the enemy breached their homes, they chose to let a foe escape simply to avoid further conflict. Indeed, it was a display of cowardice. However, one cultivator, displeased, retorted, "Even the Dragon Emperor is not his match. Are we to charge into death? Is there truly a necessity for senseless sacrifice?" It seems to resonate with profound logic. In an instant, the crowd discovered their rationale. Unwarranted sacrifice is indeed unnecessary. Preserving one's strength is the prudent choice. Ye Qiansheng revealed a countenance that suggested the futility of the gathering, as he extricated his spear from the crevice of stone. Were all these individuals mere decorations? Should even one dare to approach him, he would not possess enough flesh to share. They cowered, hesitant to advance. Or do you subconsciously believe this matter concerns only me? This time, silence enveloped the crowd as they averted their gazes. Ye Qiansheng was correct. Had the human faction shown a bit more courage, resolutely intent on eliminating Yenryu, alongside Zhou Tianche and Wu Mingwei, their chances would indeed have been substantial. Moreover, they instinctively distanced themselves from the affair, perceiving it as solely pertaining to Ye Qiansheng. Fear gripped them. The desire to survive is natural. What wrong is there in fearing death? Do they think everyone possesses the fortitude of Ye Qiansheng? Observing their reluctance to speak, Ye Qiansheng remarked nonchalantly, "There is no need to feel remorse for your cowardice. For all the heroic souls of the great Zhou perished at the demon suppression pass over the past decade. I am the sole survivor." With that, Ye Qiansheng surged forth like a released arrow, charging towards Yenryu. Chapter 58, Slaying the Mocking One. Ye Qiansheng's power surge. Even in the face of certain death, must one bravely forge ahead? All the people of the great Zhou stood in stunned silence, gazing at Ye Qiansheng as he charged forward. They could not comprehend why he would advance towards an inevitable demise, yet the spirit he exhibited laid bare their own cowardice. The cultivators bowed their heads in shame, and those who had just rebuked Ye Qiansheng covered their faces, mortified by their previous actions. A decade ago, those who dared to venture to the demon suppression pass were heroes, fearless and valiant, the backbone of the great Zhou, yet they perished at the front lines for the sake of their homeland. Ye Qiansheng was the sole survivor, yet instead of receiving the respect he rightfully deserved, he had been met with derision. Indeed, in comparison to Ye Qiansheng, they were all frail and timid. And what right did they have to mock someone who dared to confront a mightier foe? Such talent, why was it not born in our great Qian? What a pity. At this moment, Wu Mingwei regarded Ye Qiansheng with newfound admiration. Courageous and wise, loyal and righteous. A true hero of youth indeed. Many of the relatively powerful cultivators clenched their fists, only to eventually relent with a sigh. In comparison to Ye Qiansheng, they indeed felt somewhat cowardly, lamenting their age and shame. What shame is there, really? Is it not the preservation of one's life that matters most? To charge forth to one's death, as he does, is merely a folly, is it not? Moreover, a decade ago, we had our reasons. 10 years prior, we had feared the demon suppression pass and sought excuses. Now, we fear Yenryu and find justifications. Is this not the essence of cowardice? Silence enveloped the crowd. All eyes were fixed upon Ye Qiansheng, soaring like a sharp sword, resolute and suffused with lethal intent. Yenryu had not anticipated that Ye Qiansheng would truly dare to strike, and his anger flared at such audacity. A mere cultivator of the fourth realm, emboldened by a heavenly-grade weapon, dared to challenge him? Such ignorance was astounding. The long spear grazed the folding fan as it surged forward, producing a jarring metallic screech. Seizing the moment, an ethereal fox claw extended from behind Yan Ruyu, aiming to deliver a fatal blow. Ye Qiansheng seemed to have foreseen this, as he executed a swift maneuver, retrieving the flying spear with his left hand while delivering a devastating blow with his right, scattering Yan Ruyu's spectral fox claw. In an instant, the spear altered its trajectory, hurtling once more towards Yan Ruyu. Yan Ruyu, unperturbed by Ye Qiansheng's flawless counter, understood that a decade of battlefield experience was not merely about technique. However, the disparity in power could not be bridged solely by skill. With a cold smirk, Yan Ruyu extended his left hand, 2 fingers raised, effortlessly meeting the spear's edge. "You are still too inexperienced." Seizing this opportunity, a foxtail lashed out, ensnaring Ye Qiansheng and hurling him violently to the ground. Boom! The earth fractured beneath the force of the impact. Injured, the miracle failed to manifest once more. How could Ye Qiansheng have sustained injuries? Although it was somewhat anticipated, the crowd was nonetheless astounded. In their perception, Ye Qiansheng ought to have been invincible, destined to conjure miracles once again as he had in previous encounters. It is rather commonplace for a 5th realm cultivator to cast down a 4th realm cultivator, especially when the former is a demon. It might even be said that Ye Qiansheng, having endured several rounds, showcased remarkable prowess. However, following his earlier display of invincibility, there lingered within the crowd an unconscious expectation for something extraordinary from him. Alas, in the face of absolute power, alternative outcomes are simply unattainable. Luo Keshuan held her forehead, pondering why he would not heed counsel. Ye Qiansheng was indeed formidable, with unparalleled talent, yet he required time to mature. Given the current circumstances, even if he were to survive, his resolve would inevitably falter. Such a pity, Zhou Tianche observed coldly, lost in his own thoughts. After all that had transpired, he understood well that Ye Qiansheng would either serve his purpose or perish, yet neither outcome was within his control. Thus, whether Ye Qiansheng lived or died was of little consequence to him. The only concern was that should he choose to ignore the impending demise, if Ye Qiansheng survived, it would prove significantly more challenging to draw him into his fold. However, the probability of Ye Qiansheng surviving was less than a millionth. Wu Mingyue watched quietly, resolved to exhaust even a few trump cards to rescue Ye Qiansheng. She seldom made such decisions, yet the potential achievements of Ye Qiansheng were far too grand. Compassion stirred within her. Are you still so arrogant? In the presence of absolute strength, your bravado and courage amount to naught. You would be better off retreating into your shell like a turtle. Perhaps in 10 years, you might still have the chance for vengeance, Yan Ruyu remarked. Emerging from the rubble, Ye Qiansheng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and smiled, saying, I do not delay my revenge. Waiting 10 years. What if you perish? Whom shall I seek to avenge then? Yan Ruyu frowned and nodded, acknowledging your audacity. Even after witnessing countless extraordinary prodigies, you surpassed them all. Yet, alas, today shall be your end. I hope you remain true to your word, for I am a person of integrity. When I say I will kill you, I shall. With that, Ye Qiansheng brandished his spear and charged once more in a battle with Yan Ruyu this time. Ye Qiansheng had evidently prepared more thoroughly, targeting Yan Ruyu's weaknesses with precision. For a moment, Yan Ruyu found herself somewhat suppressed, yet the disparity in strength remained overwhelmingly vast. No matter his efforts, Ye Qiansheng could not breach the defenses erected by Yan Ruyu. The tension began to mount. The cultivators below were now in a quandary. Should they intervene, they might succeed in vanquishing Yan Ruyu, who was currently preoccupied with Ye Qiansheng. However, they hesitated, for failure would surely mean death. Some formidable cultivators cast a discreet glance around, only to find that none of their peers moved. Ultimately, they too refrained from action. They incessantly sought excuses to justify their inaction, yet no rationalization could quell their inner turmoil. Once more struck down, Knight Qiansheng charged forward as if devoid of sensation, relentlessly assaulting Yan Ruyu with fervor, brandishing his spear with unwavering determination. Gradually, the once assured Yan Ruyu began to struggle under the pressure. Had there been anyone to assist Knight Qiansheng at that moment, victory would surely have been his. Yet, aside from the ever-watchful Yin, no one else dared to rise. Despite the clarity of the situation, the human cultivators remained motionless, emboldened by the inaction of Zhou Tianche. Suddenly, this spirit shattered. Yin Ruyu unveiled his hidden card. A colossal eight-tailed fox leaped from his back, seizing Ye Qiansheng, tearing him asunder, and ultimately slamming him to the ground. Silence ensued. Had he perished? Ye Qiansheng had finally paid the price for his recklessness. Death was the consequence of his unbridled audacity, a testament to his misguided valor. Why must it come to this? Though the guardians of their kind were indeed those whom they deemed foolish, comprehension eluded them. Just as the crowd believed the matter concluded, Yin Ruyu, infuriated by the expenditure of his trump card, declared, "A mere fourth-tier cultivator has squandered one of my aces. Every last one of the people from Dazhou shall pay with their lives. Not a single one shall remain." The crowd was left dumbfounded. Hadn't everything come to an end? Why had the situation taken such a turn? Were they not still alive? As they exchanged terrified glances, they looked up again, only to find Yin Ruyu's figure reduced to a mere dust. It was over. Zhou Tianche's pupils constricted, momentarily at a loss, having believed the ordeal concluded, only to realize it had merely commenced. Ye Qiansheng was right. They should have united to vanquish Yin Ruyu. Allowing him to escape was a grave mistake. But now, the opportunity had slipped away, and regret was futile. All blame fell upon Ye Qiansheng. Why provoke Yin Ruyu? Now, not only had he perished, but he had also enraged their adversary, and they were destined to suffer alongside him. Silence enveloped the surrounding cultivators, their glares revealing a burgeoning resentment towards Ye Qiansheng. In the next moment, a grim-faced Inshua suddenly appeared before the cultivator who had harbored ill will against Ye Qiansheng. What? What do you intend to do? The cultivator stammered. Without uttering a word, Inshua's emotionless obsidian eyes bore into the crowd, and in a swift motion, she unsheathed her sword, severing the head of that cultivator. The onlookers recoiled in terror. After shaking the blood from her blade, Inshua coldly proclaimed, "Fear not death, for in dying, you shall know no fear." Ye Qiansheng, a hero, has been slandered and ridiculed by you time and again. He should have perished long ago. This sentence seems to have touched upon the most sensitive part of the cultivators. For who would ever admit to being cowardly? Coupled with fear, they hastily drew their weapons and closed in around Inshue. How dare a man from the Qin kill someone from the Zhou? Are you seeking death? What pretense of benevolence do you assume? Hasn't the trouble brought by Ye Qiansheng been enough? If it weren't for Ye Qiansheng's departure from the Demon Suppression Pass, would have fallen? You wretched creature! Do you think you can curry favor with Ye Qiansheng? Is he dead, and now you feel angered by shame? What right do you have to speak of us? Inshue slowly gripped her long sword, her expression indifferent, utterly dismissive of any argument with the others, remaining vigilant for any potential attack. Wu Mingwei furrowed her brow. If they were to engage in battle with the Qin now, they would be at a disadvantage in numbers, and moreover, she was no match for Zhou Tianche. Yet, she would not reproach Inshue, for the words Inshue spoke were precisely what she wished to convey. When it came to dealing with the demon race, they cowered. They were so zealous in besieging their own kind. It was no wonder Ye Qiansheng chose to ignore them. Just as the atmosphere grew increasingly tense and Inshue prepared for a counterattack, a voice that could daunt the heavens resounded. Who dares to make a move? Ye Qiansheng. Is he still alive? Instantly, all eyes in the vicinity turned towards the source, where a black and gold figure slowly rose from the ruins. Surrounded by a swirling aura of black and red, the very fabric of space twisted. What is happening? Why does Ye Qiansheng exude such formidable power? It is at least tenfold stronger than before. Golden light flickered in Ye Qiansheng's eyes, yet he appeared particularly indifferent, fixating on those below who pointed their weapons at Inshue. His black robe, trimmed in gold, billowed without wind, and his ink-black hair had transformed to white. He looked utterly terrifying, as if he had entered a state of peculiar intensity. Gathering his left hand, an extraordinarily powerful wave radiated outward. In an instant, the cultivators who had just aimed their weapons at Inshue fell to the ground, spitting blood, and some of the weaker ones even closed their eyes, oblivious to their fate. They had brought this upon themselves. Ye Qiansheng's gaze was chillingly indifferent. Since his rebirth, having understood the nature of these individuals, he had chosen to remain unperturbed, for it was not worthwhile to allow himself to be inexplicably angered. However, it now appeared that such restraint had led these people not only to lack gratitude, but to grow increasingly outrageous. Ye Qiansheng clenched his fists, sensing the imperial blood surging within his body. In truth, when facing Yen Ruyu earlier, he realized that without igniting the imperial blood, he was not her match. Yet he wished to ascertain his current limits. Clearly, in his initial stage of the Four Realms, without burning the imperial blood, his utmost limit was to slay those at the peak of the Four Realms. Nevertheless, being able to withstand Yen Ruyu without resorting to his trump cards left him somewhat satisfied with his own strength. However, if burning his blood proved this formidable, would unleashing it not lead to catastrophic devastation? The blood of the Emperor has now become the greatest trump card of Ye Qiansheng. Witnessing that Ye Qiansheng remains alive, and his power has multiplied several times, the citizens of the great Zhou gaped in disbelief. How could he survive a strike from a cultivator at the Five Realms? However, what astonished everyone present even more was that Ye Qiansheng had actually turned against his own. What would he be thinking? They are all of the human race. Even amidst disputes, such actions should not be taken. Yet, no one dared to voice their thoughts, for Ye Qiansheng exuded an aura of terror that was simply overwhelming. Under the horrified gazes of the crowd, Ye Qiansheng tossed the 7 stars divine spear to Yin Shui, declaring, "Whoever dares to make a move shall be killed. This matter is far from over. Once I have skinned that fox, I will deal with him." Yin Shui, clutching the heavenly grade weapon, trembled uncontrollably. As the crowd pondered the meaning behind Ye Qiansheng's words, he soared into the sky with an extraordinary speed, vanishing in the blink of an eye. In just 3 or 4 breaths, a crimson object appeared in the sky, gradually enlarging as it plummeted towards the arena. The next moment, that object crashed to the ground, and when the crowd beheld it, their eyes nearly bulged in shock. It was none other than Yen Ruyu, who had just departed moments ago. At this moment, Yen Ruyu appeared in a dire state, her fox-like features becoming increasingly pronounced, her body sprouting fine, blood-stained white fur. This was a clear sign of being on the verge of losing her human form. Who could have possibly reduced the 5-realm Yen Ruyu to such a condition? Was there anyone present capable of such a feat? Could it be that the forces of Zongheng Tian had learned of the demon clan's invasion of the Great Zhou and sent reinforcements? In the next instant, a white-haired youth, emanating a blood-red aura that distorted the very fabric of space, stepped upon Yen Ruyu's head. "Did you think I was dead? Just a joke to tease you. Did you really take it to heart?" Chapter 59. The collective shock and confusion of the crowd as Ye Qiansheng surprisingly releases Yen Ruyu. A lark soared through the sky, and after the rain, the heavens cleared. The spectators in the martial arena appeared as though they had been stripped of their very souls, trapped within an astonishing dream that felt all too surreal. Zhou Tianche's gaze was vacant. After wielding power for over a decade, this was the first time he had displayed such a countenance. Bewilderment and confusion clouded his mind, rendering him incapable of processing the extraordinary events unfolding before him. Luo Keshuan stared at Ye Qiansheng in a stupor, time and again underestimating his formidable prowess. Could this man truly be invincible? Regardless of the perilous traps he found himself in, he not only navigated through danger, but also triumphed against all odds. With overwhelming strength, he vanquished anyone who stood in his path. This was a defiance of the natural order. Yet Luo Keshuan understood that some individuals exist beyond the confines of worldly rules, and it was evident that Ye Qiansheng was one of them. Just an hour prior, she had not very believed that Ye Qiansheng would be exhilarated by the prospect of conquering the world. Now, she found herself troubled by the thought of whether he would even wish to accompany her on such a quest. After all, his power was undeniably extraordinary. Not far away, Wu Mingwei exhaled in relief, grateful that she and Yin Shui would not have to face the onslaught of the Great Zhou. She felt fortunate that Yin Shui had formed a benevolent bond with Ye Qiansheng, having long grown numb to Ye Qiansheng's might. From his initial annihilation of Wu City to his subsequent feats, culminating in his defeat of Yen Ruyu. Every action he took defied logic. The people of Great Zhou gasped in astonishment. Ye Qiansheng is still alive? Could he truly be a monster? Even the most powerful fox demon of the demon clan could not conquer him? This is outrageous. Thankfully, if not for Ye Qiansheng, allowing that fox demon to escape would have plunged Great Zhou into a vortex of death the following day. I was terrified, thinking I was doomed, yet here I am, alive, thanks to Ye Qiansheng. Ah, so now you express gratitude to Ye Qiansheng? Just moments ago, when he faced a battle alone, you were all too eager to mock him. Had he not slain the fox demon, I wonder how you would have fared. It seems that the valiant cultivators of Great Zhou departed a decade ago, leaving behind only a timid, cowardly lot eager to shirk responsibility. Not one among the crowd dared to assist during Ye Qiansheng's duel with Yen Ruyu. Though the common folk did not name names, the cultivators present understood that they were the subject of their disdain. However, in the wake of Ye Qiansheng's awe-inspiring presence, the injured cultivators were too preoccupied with their own survival to address the citizens, merely hoping that Ye Qiansheng would show them mercy in due time. Yet, there lingered a more insidious undertone in the citizens' words, implicitly directed at the reigning emperor, Zhou Tianche. The emperor, who had long upheld the principle of governing through martial prowess, demonstrated behavior that mirrored the cowardice of his fellow cultivators. Clearly the mightiest individual aside from Yen Ruyu, yet he hesitated to intervene. Even when Ye Qiansheng was embroiled with Yen Ruyu, he offered no assistance, allowing Ye Qiansheng to nearly succumb to her wrath. However, openly deriding the emperor was an act the subjects of the Great Zhou dared not commit. Thus, they resorted to veiled insinuations. Zhou Tianche clenched his fists tightly, an inexplicable fury surging within him, and he contemplated executing the very citizens who had just mocked him for their perceived offense against the emperor. Yet, he understood that such an action would only lead to his own alienation. His prior demeanor had indeed been less than commendable, bordering on cowardice. Nevertheless, he had his own calculations. The fate of Ye Qiansheng, whether dead or alive, mattered little to him. However, the thought of Ye Qiansheng continuing to live after he had abandoned him was intolerable. If Ye Qiansheng perished, he could attain the title of a wise ruler. But if Ye Qiansheng survived and even succeeded in vanquishing Yen Ruyu, that title would swiftly transform into that of a foolish monarch, branding him with the epithet of cowardice for eternity. The mere contemplation tightened Zhou Tianche's grip even further. Unfazed by the thoughts of the onlookers, Ye Qiansheng pressed his foot against Yen Ruyu's head and asked nonchalantly, "Weren't you intent on killing me? Rise, or do you plan to slay me in your dreams?" From the moment Yen Ruyu attacked, he had resolved not to spare her, fully aware of his own capabilities to vanquish her. Indeed, the reality confirmed this. Impossible. Who are you? How can you possess such formidable strength? You cannot possibly be a mere 20-something. Yen Ruyu howled in desperation. Despite having cultivated for centuries and manifesting 8 tails, she found herself utterly incapable of resistance before Ye Qiansheng. Within her worldview, such a scenario was unfathomable, a sentiment shared by many. Ye Qiansheng's ascension to the 4th realm at such a tender age was already a celestial anomaly, a prodigy not seen in a century. To defeat a being of the limitless realm, one who had cultivated 8 tails, was an achievement that transcended the collective understanding of cultivators. Apart from the divine, no one should be able to accomplish such feats. Why did you have to provoke me? Ye Qiansheng lamented. I had intended to leave with my people. Whether you chose to kill or to burn was of no consequence. Yet here we are. Yen Ruyu, upon this reminder, recalled that Ye Qiansheng had originally wished to remain uninvolved. It was her own machinations, directing the sand dune beasts to attempt to slay him, that had ignited his ire, resulting in the near annihilation of their entire demon clan. Not only had she sustained grave injuries, but she had also lost 7 of her tails, cultivated over centuries. As despair overcame her, she struck the rubble with force, blood gushing forth. Regret. Yen Ruyu would never have fathomed that a mere impulsive decision could lead to the demise of nearly all the elite leaders of the demon race. and perhaps even her own life lost in the process. Why had she acted so recklessly? Was she not courting death itself? However, it is futile to dwell on such matters now, for who could have anticipated the formidable strength of Ye Qiansheng at that time? Clinging to the last vestiges of hope, Yen Ryu lifted her bloodshot eyes and pleaded with a tone of desperation. Could you grant me another chance? I assure you, I shall not offend you again. In truth, she held little expectation, merely attempting a last-ditch effort before her demise. The onlookers believed that Yen Ryu was merely indulging in fanciful delusions. How could Ye Qiansheng possibly spare her? It is worth noting that Ye Qiansheng himself had sustained injuries in this battle. Although not severe, given his vengeful nature, it was clear that Yen Ryu was as good as dead. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Ye Qiansheng actually lifted his foot from her head and, in a calm voice, remarked, I shall grant you another opportunity. Complete what you left unfinished, and I shall let you be. Chapter 60. Killing two birds with one stone. Reward of the Imperial rank weapon. The crowd was left in a state of bewilderment as they witnessed Ye Qiansheng sparing Yen Ryu's life, seemingly at her pleas for mercy. They could not fathom why Ye Qiansheng, who had just expended considerable effort to slay Yen Ryu, would suddenly choose to spare her. When had Ye Qiansheng become so lenient? No one present could comprehend his intentions, their faces contorted in confusion as they watched his retreating figure. Even Yen Ryu, who had clumsily risen to her feet, wore an expression of utter perplexity. Ye Qiansheng adjusted his attire. The crimson aura surrounding him began to dissipate, and his white hair reverted to its original ebony hue, everything returning to its former state. Accepting the 7 stars divine spear from Yin Shui, he spoke to Yen Ryu with a significant air. Have you not expressed regret? I shall grant you an opportunity. Act as if I have never been here, and proceed with your intended course of action. Though he provided an explanation, the onlookers remained confounded regarding Ye Qiansheng's motives. Why would he release Yen Ryu without cause? Did he harbor ulterior intentions? Despite their uncertainty, the injured cultivators from the Great Zhou felt a wave of relief wash over them as they realized Ye Qiansheng was about to depart and had no intention of addressing them. At the very least, they would not meet their demise today. Yen Ryu pondered the implications of Ye Qiansheng's words. To act as though he had never arrived? To continue with her intended slaughter of Chang'an? This indicated that Ye Qiansheng intended for her to proceed. Yet, given her current state and lack of assistance, such a course would surely lead to her own destruction. I offer you a chance. Should you not cherish it? Ye Qiansheng's golden light faded, replaced by an icy detachment that echoed the depths of a frigid pool. Yen Ryu swallowed hard. According to Ye Qiansheng's guidance, she had a chance to survive. But disobeying him would seal her fate. Weighing the risks and rewards, and under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Yen Ryu charged at the nearby cultivators of the Great Zhou. Instantly, cries of anguish erupted, and the martial arena descended into chaos once more. Despite her severe injuries, Yen Ryu, being at the 5th realm of cultivation, found it as effortless as slicing through vegetables when facing the cultivators of the Great Zhou. Amidst the bloodshed, with severed limbs and the clash of weapons surrounding them, Ye Qiansheng turned to Yin Shui beside him and remarked nonchalantly, This place is too filthy. Let's return to my home. I shall prepare fish for you. Upon hearing the mention of roasted fish, Yin Shui's snowy eyes sparkled with delight. Yet she refrained from making a decision unilaterally, and instead looked to her master, Wu Mingwei. Wu Mingwei, wishing to distance herself from the matters of the Great Zhou, approached with several individuals from the Great Qian. Would you mind if I brought along a few more people? She inquired. Of course, as long as payment is rendered. Haha. That is only natural. A group of individuals departed amidst laughter and chatter, yet Luo Kashuan lagged behind, taking a moment to compose herself. After seemingly devising a plan, she chose to leave alone. Meanwhile, the fierce battle in the arena had escalated to a fever pitch. With countless casualties among the cultivators of the Great Zhou, and Zhou Tianche had joined the fray early on. By the time Ye Qiansheng departed, Yen Ryu found herself with no chance to escape, ultimately perishing under the combined assault of the crowd. Zhou Tianche extracted the sword embedded in Yen Ryu's body, and blood gushed forth like a fountain as he fixed his gaze on the direction Ye Qiansheng had taken, his teeth nearly grinding to dust in rage. The air was filled with the sounds of weeping and wailing. All this turmoil stemmed from merely a few words. Ye Qiansheng had cunningly employed a strategy of killing two birds with one stone. By feigning to spare Yen Ruyu, he had covertly signaled that if she did not retaliate against the great Zhou cultivators, her demise would be imminent. Believing she might still have a chance to flee after Ye Qiansheng's departure, Yen Ruyu, in silence, acquiesced to his design and began to slaughter the citizens of the great Zhou. Yet, she was merely a pawn in Ye Qiansheng's intricate game. He could not remain indifferent while witnessing his subjects being mercilessly slaughtered by Yen Ruyu. Thus, after she vented her fury on his behalf, her own escape became impossible. To put it plainly, in the recent skirmish, neither the people of the Great Zhou nor the Demon Clan emerged victorious. The true victor was Ye Qiansheng. He skillfully orchestrated this deadly chess match, using Yen Ryu's blade to eliminate those who had spoken out against him while ensuring his own hands remained clean. Zhou Tianche grew increasingly impressed with Ye Qiansheng, though his indifferent gaze revealed no hint of satisfaction. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Congratulations, host, for completing the hidden task. Reward: Wind and Thunder 4-phase sword, Imperial grade. Was there truly a reward? This only implied that Yen Ryu must have met her demise, which was to be expected. Zhou Tianche could never stand idly by while his subjects were massacred. A smirk played on Ye Qiansheng's lips, a sense of fulfillment washing over him as his plans unfolded as anticipated. More significantly, the reward was a rare imperial weapon. He knew that his 7-star divine spear, which could summon heavenly thunder, was merely of celestial grade, while this new sword was of imperial grade, an extraordinary weapon of immense power. His earlier frustrations dissipated, and his spirits lifted considerably. As he entered a narrow alley, the queen, Shui Yingwei, emerged from behind a wall, her eyes still wide with astonishment, clearly having witnessed the events in the arena. What about you? Do you plan to return home with me, or to the imperial city? The danger in the city has subsided, so there is no necessity for you to accompany me back to the Night Manor. Was that truly your strength, just now? Or Shui Yingwei asked, her voice trembling slightly. Those present could discern her underlying concern, questioning whether Ye Qiansheng's power was genuinely his own or the result of some arcane technique that forcibly augmented his abilities, for should it be the latter, such an ostentatious display would surely come at a grave cost to his lifespan. Do not worry, I am perfectly fine. There is no need to employ any secret techniques to deal with a mere handful of demons. Knight Qiansheng spoke candidly. Very well, since there is no danger, I shall return. After all, in light of such significant events, it is imperative for me to stabilize the hearts of the people, Shui Yingwei replied. The primary concern lay in the somewhat clandestine nature of her relationship with Knight Qiansheng. Had she been alone, she would have accompanied him back. However, with both Yin Shui and Wu Minghua present, she deemed it prudent to keep their identities discreet, lest it disrupt Knight Qiansheng's affairs. Of course, Knight Qiansheng harbored no such thoughts. It was merely Shui Yingwei's own interpretation as the matriarch of the harem. Very well, should you require anything, please inform me, Knight Qiansheng said, not pressing the matter further. Yet, had he been privy to Shui Yingwei's thoughts, he would have certainly chastised this overly contemplative woman. After traversing for the duration of a stick of incense, the group arrived at the Knight residence on Fortune and Longevity Street. To their surprise, a figure stood at the entrance. As they drew nearer, Knight Qiansheng and the others discerned the identity of the individual waiting there, a seemingly obedient and sensible princess of the great Zhou, Zhou Huanling. Chapter 61. The 17 Betting Matches. Is Ye Qiansheng the sole hope for humanity's victory? Across the vast expanse of the world, beneath the majestic Bayou capital, adjacent to the Boundary River, the myriad sects and schools converge within the greatest city of humankind, where celestial mountains and blessings abound, and immortals are a common sight, with every person being a cultivator. At this moment, atop the celestial mountains, a magnificent palace constructed of white jade and gold stands cold and imposing. Within the Bayou capital, numerous formidable cultivators have gathered, some radiating an ethereal glow, their presence akin to the depths of an abyss, exuding an aura of terror. Others, cloaked in straw hats and simple attire, appear as ordinary folk. However, it is inconceivable for any ordinary individual to be present here. At the forefront stands a man of gentle demeanor and refined elegance, his hand resting behind his back as he quietly observes the assembly. In my opinion, Zhou Huanling is simply too fearful to continue the fight, hence proposing these 17 matches. We need not heed him. We should push forward without hesitation, remarks a man resembling a butcher, a cleaver at his waist. Since the onset of the conflict between the demon and human races, humanity has never held an advantage. How could it be said that Zhou Huanling is afraid? Counters a woman, ethereal and otherworldly, resembling a celestial maiden. I say, young lady of the heavenly sword sect, this is a critical moment. Why undermine our own spirit by raising others' morale? The butcher retorts in dissatisfaction. The celestial maiden, her veil fluttering gently, seemingly intends to refrain from further discourse. An elderly man, appearing to have surpassed the age of 60, takes a sip of wine and wipes his mouth, stating, "Since the city lord has summoned us from all corners, it is evident he intends to engage the demon race in these 17 grand matches." The attendees unanimously acknowledge the elder's words, their gazes converging on the middle-aged man standing beneath the venerable Hung Jun, who gazes upon the scene. Lu Linjiang, hailed as the strongest among humanity and the lord of the city, possesses a strength unknown to all, yet he has never been seen defeated. He slowly turns to address the crowd. Zhou Huanling's demands are straightforward. Should the demon race prevail, the boundary river shall cease to be shared and will wholly belong to them. Conversely, if humanity triumphs, the demon race promises not to invade for a century. Though they may be unseemly, their intentions are rather astute. Should we concede the boundary river, it equates to relinquishing the entire battlefield. Henceforth, any conflicts will be on our own doorstep. How shall we fight? The butcher exclaims in anger. There are pros and cons. A century of respite is something humanity desperately needs. The celestial maiden continues. The others remain silent, as the two stand in stark contrast, one opposing the wager, advocating for the continuation of combat as before, while the other believes that 100 years of breathing room is invaluable, warranting the gamble. I say, are you simply intent on opposing me? A century ago, I might have yielded due to your beauty, but after years of butchering, I have realized that even the most exquisite pigs yield no more than the same 3 layers of meat. There is no difference. The butcher's words are met with silence from the celestial maiden, who remains composed, indifferent to his provocations. At that moment, a solemn figure slowly spoke, reflecting on the abrupt outbreak of war a decade ago, which resulted in countless deaths and led to a significant gap in the ranks of cultivators across the realm, leaving a dearth of successors. They had all recognized this reality. Lu Linjiang furrowed his brow slightly and sighed, expressing, "This has been a matter of contemplation for me as well. A century's time could allow humanity to nurture a new generation of exceptional talent. Yet, as Uncle Huang has pointed out, the current youth of our kind are lacking. Winning the first 3 rounds of the wager seems a daunting challenge. Although there are 17 rounds in total, who can guarantee victory? The strength of the demon race is equally formidable. Even a single round could sway the outcome, let alone 3. Lu Linjiang's remarks effectively concluded the earlier dispute between the two. With the city lord himself weighing in, those who opposed had no further inclination to argue. Despite the apparent shortcomings, could it be that the younger generation of humanity is not as inadequate as the city lord perceives? The individual known as Uncle Huang countered. Indeed, whether it be Huang Wujia, the young master of the Huang family, or Chun Bei Xian, the senior disciple of the Heavenly Sword Sect, or Qi Mingwei, the saintess of the Miao Yin Pavilion, and even your own daughter, who is hailed as the foremost among the youth of our realm. Though none have seen battle or slain demons, they're all paragons among the younger generation. Their prowess is indeed formidable. However, Lu Linjiang shook his head. The youth of the demon race are nurtured like insects in a blood pool. Those who emerge are not only powerful, but possess a mindset, strategy, experience, and a brutality in combat that raw, inexperienced cultivators cannot hope to match. It is true that the demon race, due to its sheer numbers, has always adhered to the law of the jungle, where the strong prevail. Even if humanity is stronger, the odds of victory remain bleak, as the demons charge into battle without regard for their lives. Those lacking years of combat experience can be rendered paralyzed by fear in an instant. This is no exaggeration. Many young individuals, confident in their abilities a decade ago, met their demise on the battlefield for precisely this reason. Fairy Luo, how has the matter I entrusted to you progressed? As the assembly contemplated strategies, Lu Linjiang's gaze fell upon the hooded Luo Yuxian. I have already dispatched Gashuan to fetch it. She should arrive shortly, Luo Yuxian replied coolly. What do you mean? What are you discussing? The butcher inquired, perplexed. The crowd shared a similar look of confusion, wondering if the two had devised some plan. Lu Linjiang elucidated, upon receiving the wager from the demon race. I requested the venerable ancestor of the Taoist sect, Mu Qiang, to glimpse the heavenly secrets. At the cost of a century of his lifespan, he finally identified the crucial elements for securing victory in this wager. Who is it? The crowd inquired in unison. A relatively obscure figure from the great Zhou dynasty. By the name of Ye Qiansheng, Lu Linjiang responded. As his words fell, the assembly exchanged glances, each reflecting a shared bewilderment. What dynasty is the great Zhou? Where is it located? Who are its celebrated heroes? And who is Ye Qiansheng? Why has he never been mentioned before? To comprehend that these individuals, a dozen in number, embody the pinnacle of the human race's martial prowess, one must acknowledge that during their travels, they are unlikely to be oblivious to any formidable and capable individuals. The only plausible explanation is that both the great Zhou dynasty and Ye Qiansheng possess little renown. An outsider? Are you certain that the Sage of Ink is not merely indulging you? What a great Zhou dynasty! One individual, Wu Ji, could extinguish it. What remarkable figures could possibly emerge from such a place? The esteemed Hao Tai responded with disdain. This matter bears significant weight. I implore the city lord to deliberate wisely. How could an outsider ever rival the likes of the prodigies, such as A.O. Wu Ji and Qi Mingyue, a person of no repute, whose cultivation is likely inferior even to that of my family servant? Stepping into the arena would be a matter of mere triviality. The real concern lies in the embarrassment it would bring. As he listened to the crowd's perplexed murmurs of discontent, Lu Linjiang maintained his composure, gradually raising his hand to signal for silence. Instantly, the white jade palace fell into a hushed stillness. He elucidated, I am fully aware of your doubts. Yet Ye Qiansheng is the result of the Sage of Ink's repeated confirmations. He is indeed the sole hope for the human race's victory in this wager. Chapter 62. The Great Zhou Surrounded. Has Zhou Huanling's beautiful woman scheme succeeded? Lu Linjiang continued. In summary, once everyone arrives and reviews the situation, we shall make a decision. If it proves unfeasible, we still have time to make substitutions. Indeed, many present had lived for over a century, and some even for a millennium. They had encountered prodigies beyond the realm of the world. However, how could one expect a youth from a remote border town to confront the strongest young generation of the demon race, particularly when they had not even heard his name? It was hard to believe. If it weren't for the Taoist patriarch, Mu Qiang, divining the heavenly secrets, they wouldn't even have shown interest in meeting Ye Qiansheng. Even so, the assembly did not harbor great expectations for Ye Qiansheng. After all, aside from the great Qian, the rulers of other dynasties were merely at the sixth realm. How formidable could the strength of those beneath them possibly be? Many were disinterested, believing Lu Linjiang's efforts to be unnecessary. Yet out of respect for the city lord's authority, they refrained from voicing their dissent. Zhu Sandao shook his somewhat portly figure, drawing forth the blood-red cleaver he wielded. I shall take my leave first. I have yet to slay today as pigs. By the way, if Miss Luo desires pork. Before he could finish, Luo Yuxian vanished into the wind, leaving no trace. Zhu Sandao felt somewhat embarrassed and turned to the remaining dozen or so individuals. Feng Xiantian, you've been begging outside daily. Surely you haven't eaten your fill? Thus, I shall charge you only for 3 pounds of pork. Yet before he could complete his sentence, Feng Xiantian clad in a straw coat and conical hat, his face adorned with stubble, grasped the sword cradled in his arms and swiftly departed. Zhu Sandao glanced at the dwindling company, losing interest in further conversation, and swaggered away with his cleaver. Farewell. The crowd dispersed, leaving only Lu Linjiang standing at the edge of the celestial mountain, hands clasped behind his back, gazing down upon the sprawling expanse. He hoped that the heavenly secrets divined by Mu Qiang were not mere illusions. Humanity could not endure further tribulations. Xianyang City. At this moment, Xianyang City was riddled with wounds. Ever since the day the demon suppression pass fell, waves of demon assaults had filled the moat with corpses. The air was thick with smoke, and the river downstream had turned a deep crimson. The situation was dire. Without reinforcements, Xianyang City would succumb to defeat within 3 days, becoming a territory of the demon race. The great Zhou was on the verge of losing his city. However, the sole piece of good news was that the team sent to Chang'an for assistance would arrive shortly. Meanwhile, in Chang'an City, the arena was strewn with bodies, and many wept, having believed that Ye Qiansheng, as a member of the human race and a citizen of the great Zhou, would never abandon them. Yet, at the last moment, Ye Qiansheng shockingly released the bloodied Yenruyu, resulting in the deaths of many cultivators who had managed to survive. No one had anticipated such cruelty from him, to abandon them so readily. Did he not consider the fate of his parents, Ye Xing and Jiang Suqing, who were still within the arena? What if Yenruyu went mad and killed them? Had Ye Qiansheng given no thought to this dilemma? Or did he truly care so little? Some cultivators, still clinging to the last vestiges of life, could hardly restrain their self-reproach. Why must they speak so recklessly? Now, they find themselves on the brink of death, having barely survived. Their inner remorse has reached a pinnacle, yet there is no remedy for regret in this world. Had they known the ruthless nature of Ye Qiansheng, even with tenfold courage, they would not have dared to mock him. Alas, it is too late for words now. Moreover, Ye Xing, Ye Qing, and Jiang Suqing have all been imprisoned in the heavenly dungeon. Given the gravity of Ye Xing's offenses, his demise is all but certain, leaving no room for reprieve. As for the other two, their unique identities render Zhou Tianche uncertain in his decision-making. After all, they are kin to Ye Qiansheng, those who bore and nurtured him. Is there a possibility of controlling Ye Qiansheng through Ye Qing and Jiang Suqing? Despite their transgressions against him, Zhou Tianche believes that, ultimately, parents are incomparable to anyone else. If Ye Qiansheng could indeed serve the great Zhou, then whether it be the demon tribes on the front lines or the surrounding kingdoms, none would stand a chance against him. Contemplating this, a smirk involuntarily curled at the corners of Zhou Tianche's lips. In the night manor, the courtyard was bustling with activity. Ye Qiansheng sat comfortably in his usual chair, fishing, while the eager Yin Shui awaited nearby, and Wu Mingwe basked in the sun on a viewing rock not far off. Zhou Shuiao and Chaner prepared seasonings to enhance the atmosphere, which was delightfully relaxed and soothing. However, one individual stood at a distance, caught in a limbo of indecision, ignored by all, even as Chaner deliberately refrained from acknowledging her presence. This person was, of course, Zhou Huanling, who had intruded upon the night manor uninvited. Having witnessed Ye Qiansheng's unparalleled prowess, Zhou Huanling was resolute in her determination to reclaim his affections. She was convinced of her own ability to achieve this, for Ye Qiansheng had loved her dearly in his youth. If he once cherished her, surely, despite the conflicts that arose with age, she had a greater chance than anyone to earn his forgiveness. Yet, accustomed to being the center of attention, the esteemed Princess Zhou Huanling found herself overlooked for the first time, igniting her ire. Nevertheless, contemplating that this might be a test set by Ye Qiansheng himself, she swallowed her indignation. Ye Qiansheng is hers. She yearned for that man who had just swept through the battlefield, scattering tens of thousands of demon troops in disarray, to love and cherish her. With this thought, a profound sense of security enveloped her, intoxicating her spirit. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Huanling summoned her courage and gracefully approached Ye Qiansheng's side. Her stunning beauty imbued her with confidence. Qiansheng, thank you for saving me earlier. Had it not been for you, I might have truly Zhou Huanling gazed into Ye Qiansheng's eyes with a heart-wrenching expression, her voice imbued with emotion. Her enchanting demeanor, coupled with her captivating beauty, indeed possesses a formidable allure for men. The other women present, although they had anticipated Zhou Huanling's intentions from the outset, could not help but feel a twinge of anxiety that Ye Qiansheng might succumb to the seduction of her charm. They began to fret. Rescue you? You are overestimating your significance. Ye Qiansheng did not even cast a glance at Zhou Huanling, dismissively stating, I merely happened to encounter you while going out. Do not flatter yourself. Unfazed, Zhou Huanling, with a semblance of vulnerability, leaned towards Ye Qiansheng and plaintively declared, regardless, the truth remains that you saved me, and I must repay your kindness. Ye Qiansheng coldly retorted, the only thing you can do now is to keep your distance from me. And who allowed you to enter? Tears welled in Zhou Huanling's eyes as she lamented. Do you truly despise me so? I merely came to express my gratitude, yet you wish to cast me away. With an appearance that could evoke sympathy, any individual with a less resolute heart might have felt pity for Zhou Huanling and been captivated by her beauty. However, Ye Qiansheng's resolve was evidently unyielding. He stated indifferently, step aside. If you wish to cry, do so elsewhere. You are obstructing my fishing. Chapter 63. The indifference of Ye Qiansheng and the collapse of Zhou Huanling. Zhou Huanling gazed incredulously at the figure before her, both familiar yet foreign. How had he transformed into this? Did emotions truly fade with the passage of time, despite her own demeaning display of flattery? Why was Ye Qiansheng still unwilling to cast even a glance in her direction? True, she was engaged to Ye Xing, but they had not yet wed. Why then? Must Ye Qiansheng cling to this point? However, such thoughts would remain unspoken. Zhou Huanling was no fool and understood that Ye Qiansheng despised such sentiments. She then cast a pitiful look at him, imploring, I truly regret my past mistakes. Let bygones be bygones, shall we? Can we start anew? I know you still love me. Zhou Xiao, taken aback, observed the scene. Ye Qiansheng was her husband, yet here he stood, subjected to Zhou Huanling's vulnerable confessions. It was a blatant disregard for her. Before Ye Qiansheng could respond, Zhou Xiao coldly interjected, Does the crown princess not realize that Ye Qiansheng is my husband? Your words are rather inappropriate. Zhou Xiao had remained unusually gentle, considering her role in caring for Zhou Tianche, both in tone and word choice. Yet, Zhou Huanling failed to appreciate this and glared at Zhou Xiao with disdain, as if Ye Qiansheng had been forcibly taken from her. Little did she know that when Ye Qiansheng returned to Chang'an, she had not even spared him a glance. With a fierce glare directed at Zhou Xiao, she retorted coldly, Inappropriate? I have a prior engagement with Ye Qiansheng. What is inappropriate about that? It is you who has benefited and yet still seeks to be in the right. Indeed, within Zhou Huanling's worldview, her betrothed had always been the valiant young hero guarding the demon-subduing pass, and Ye Qiansheng was that hero. Thus, she believed herself to be his fiancée. Yet, she also understood that persuading Ye Qiansheng to abandon Zhou Xiao was nearly impossible. Nevertheless, she remained resolute in her ambitions. Zhou Xiao scoffed softly and inquired, Then why was it Ye Xing who was your fiancé in the first place? Upon hearing this, Zhou Huanling seemed to have been struck at her core, stammering at that time. I had no choice. Ye Qiansheng was falsely accused, and my father's orders were difficult to defy, yet I was always seeking a way to refuse. Whether this was true remained unprovable by those present. Yet Zhou Huanling's current desperate attempts to win Ye Qiansheng back suggested otherwise. Zhou Xiao pressed on. When Ye Qiansheng was accused, you paid him no mind, while instead favoring the impersonator, Ye Xing. I am curious, Your Highness, do you only favor heroic figures, regardless of who they may be? This remark struck a nerve within Zhou Huanling, revealing her true inclinations. Though she had once adored Ye Qiansheng, her pride had prevented her from accepting a weaker version of him. However, times had changed. Ye Qiansheng had grown immensely powerful, far beyond her wildest expectations. Coupled with her affection for him, it was a match made in heaven. However, she found herself at a loss to refute Zhou Xiao's inquiries. for her past demeanor towards Ye Qiansheng had irrevocably sealed her fate in this matter. Why the silence? Having chosen to abandon Qiansheng, what purpose does her regret serve now? Zhou Huanling pressed on, her words growing increasingly fervent, piercing to the core. It is not as you say. I love Qiansheng, that is certain. Even if he is deemed worthless, my love remains steadfast, Zhou Huanling responded, covering her face, seemingly overwhelmed. You claim to love him? Perhaps that is indeed true. But had Qiansheng not revealed his prowess, would you still be here today? Zhou Huanling raised her voice, the intensity of her emotions surging. She pressed her hands tighter against her face, uncertain how to respond to such a query. If Ye Qiansheng had remained a failure, would she have graced this place with her presence? The answer was undoubtedly affirmative. She loved Ye Qiansheng, but she would never have come here. For his perceived weakness filled her with shame, even leading her to wish that no one knew of their connection. Zhou Huanling was torn. She was convinced of her love for Ye Qiansheng, yet his lack of strength prevented her from fully embracing him in mind and spirit. This turmoil had plagued her since their first encounter. In his youth, Ye Qiansheng had showered her with affection, and her small heart had long been filled with him alone. Yet, due to her own low aptitude for cultivation, she found herself in search of a more formidable partner for security. As the eldest princess, the inadequacy of her husband would indeed be a source of embarrassment. Tears streamed down Zhou Huanling's face, not out of pretense, but genuine sorrow. She murmured, I do not understand why it has come to this, but I truly love Qiansheng. At that moment, Ye Qiansheng, who had remained silent until now, was also growing weary. In 2 lifetimes, Zhou Huanling's resolute nature had never wavered. He was well aware of this. Likewise, her love for him was undeniably real. Yet, this woman was excessively rational, never allowing her emotions to dominate her thoughts. She knew what she desired, but had never exerted the effort or sweat to attain it, not even marrying someone she did not love. But what did this have to do with him? Zhou Huanling's choice of another was a choice made, and no reasoning could justify it. What good was regret over a wrong decision? What purpose did discussing it serve now? It was all too late. Enough. Whom you love is of no concern to me. Depart at once, and do not return. Ye Qiansheng's cold voice echoed throughout the courtyard. Wang Mingwei, basking in the sun upon a stone, was utterly taken aback. Such beauty, so lowly in demeanor, shamelessly flattering, even if she were in the wrong. Would any ordinary man withstand such advances? Typically, it would take only a few exchanges to grant forgiveness. Yet, to her astonishment, Ye Qiansheng showed no reaction whatsoever and even commanded her to leave. This utterly reshaped Wang Mingyue's understanding of men. A slight smile graced the corner of Zhou Huiyao's mouth. Her husband had indeed not disappointed her. Originally, she believed that Zhou Huanling's enchanting charm, coupled with her pitiful performance, would compel Ye Qiansheng to refrain from uttering any harsh words, even if he chose not to forgive her, and would ultimately allow the matter to rest. Fortunately, she was indeed correct in her judgment. Zhou Huanling's delicate lips parted slightly as she gazed, wide-eyed and astonished, at the figure of Ye Qiansheng before her, momentarily frozen in disbelief. In the next instant, she desperately clutched at the sleeve of Ye Qiansheng's garment, weeping uncontrollably. Please, I was wrong. You may strike or scold me, but do not cast me away. I cannot survive without you. Chapter 64. The Empress of the Qian. Wu Ji, the mere thought of potentially losing Ye Qiansheng filled Zhou Huanling with an inexplicable dread, causing her to tremble uncontrollably. Her affection for Ye Qiansheng had only deepened with his newfound strength, rendering her utterly enraptured. Marriage, after all, is a lifelong commitment. She did not wish for a moment's past folly to mar her entire existence. However, she understood that Ye Qiansheng was currently in a foul mood and likely would not entertain her. She resolved to wait until his anger subsided and after the demise of Ye Xing, when her chances would significantly improve. Under Ye Qiansheng's frigid gaze, Zhou Huanling reluctantly departed, leaving behind a poignant declaration. I shall not give up. If only you would forgive me, I would be willing to pay any price. After a lengthy silence, Wu Mingwei teasingly remarked, Ye Gongzi's romantic prospects seem quite prosperous. Yet, if even such a beauty fails to stir your heart, Could it be that your heart is made of stone? Ye Qiansheng, shaking his head in resignation, replied, Of course I appreciate beauty, but a femme fatale is an entirely different matter. Zhou Huanling felt a twinge of discomfort at Ye Qiansheng's earlier words. Did he mean to suggest that he was enamored with all beautiful women? That sentiment struck her as rather shameless. Strangely, although she had only known him for a little over half a month, his words unsettled her deeply. After all, she was his legitimate wife. I am feeling rather fatigued. I shall take my leave, Zhou Huanling stated, dismissing the barbecue matter and departing the backyard with palpable emotion. Her swift exit left Ye Qiansheng with no opportunity to inquire further. It seems someone's wife is rather upset, Wu Mingyue quipped, continuing her playful banter. Is there anything wrong with expressing admiration for beauty? Is she not beautiful? Ye Qiansheng mused, perplexed by the complexities of women's sentiments. He believed he had merely been praising Zhou Huanling. As for the grilled fish, Yin Shui stared longingly at the skewer planted in the ground. Ye Qiansheng handed her a larger piece of grilled fish, which she joyfully consumed, radiating delight. Do you have any plans for the future? Would you consider accompanying me back to the Qian? I assure you that the citizens and cultivators of the Qian are individuals of flesh, blood, and integrity, Wu Mingyue inquired. Hoping to entice Ye Qiansheng, the Qian was among the foremost dynasties of the Huanling continent, unmatched in power and stature, far surpassing that of the Zhou. Ye Qiansheng resumed fishing, casually responding, Thank you, but I shall pass on the Qian for now. I intend to eliminate a few individuals and then visit the realm of Zongheng Tian. Perhaps I shall visit the Qian when time permits. The individuals he meant to eliminate were those who bore him ill will. He needed to witness Ye Xing's execution firsthand. As for Zhou Tianche, it would be best to eliminate him outright if possible. He dismissed any concerns regarding Lan Yan, preferring to err on the side of caution. Should he discover anyone wielding the blue flame after dispatching Zhou Tianche, they too would meet their end. As for the reason behind his ambition to traverse the world, he possesses his own considerations. In his previous life, while stationed at the Demon Suppression Pass, the name he heard most often was that of Si Jiangsha, who bore the cursed body of misfortune. She was a harbinger of death, capable of decaying flesh and eroding bones, wielding life and death in her hands. In her youth, Si Jiangsha's cursed body went unnoticed, leading to a tragic fate. Upon maturing, she never became a healer of the world, but instead transformed into a ruthless killer. A veritable demon. Although she did not dare to wreak havoc across the lands, the surrounding dynasties suffered greatly, with several cities falling to her wrath. It would be best if a formidable figure could eliminate her. Yet, Ye Qiansheng was not motivated by a desire to safeguard the nearby cities from the potential slaughter by the grown Si Jiangsha. Rather, he was captivated by the capabilities of her cursed body, which could rival the efficacy of a ninth-grade healing elixir, usable an infinite number of times. The assistance it could provide was immeasurable. He could reap the rewards without lifting a finger. Moreover, her toxic abilities were among the finest in the world, potentially becoming a significant asset in the future. It is worth noting that, just before his impending demise in his previous life, he had heard of the impending war between humanity and the demon race. Humanity was on the verge of defeat, with even the so-called strongest traversing the world, unable to withstand the ferocious assaults of the demons, resulting in catastrophic failures. Thus, Ye Qiansheng would never overestimate his own strength. He would go to any lengths to enhance it, even if only marginally. The future promised to be tumultuous, and without absolute power to rely upon. Even the option to abandon all hope would be unattainable. Si Jiangsha was only about 12 or 13 now, precisely at the age where she needed aid the most. How fortuitous. Ye Qiansheng spoke in a voice only he could hear. Wu Mingyue, somewhat taken aback, inquired, When do you intend to leave? Ye Qiansheng replied, I'm not sure. Perhaps in 2 months. Wu Mingyue fixed her gaze intently into Ye Qiansheng's eyes, seeking any hint of jest, but alas. His gaze was as clear as the waters of a tranquil pond, devoid of impurities. She pondered aloud. Are you not aware that humanity is engaged in 17 betting agreements with the demon race? This has transpired recently. Ye Qiansheng turned his attention to Wu Mingyue. Is that so? I truly had no knowledge of it. But what relevance does it hold for me? 17 grand competitions between humanity and the demons? He was not jesting. In his previous life, he had been so preoccupied with the grievances of having his achievements usurped that he had no mind for other matters. The first 3 competitions of the 17 have age restrictions. With your formidable prowess, why not give it a try? Wu Mingwe asked, puzzled. Although the demon race was undoubtedly stronger, Ye Qiansheng was a person who had created numerous miracles. Perhaps he could indeed succeed. It seems my plan to wait 2 months before departing is indeed wise. What is the point of incessant fighting and killing? Why not fish instead? Ye Qiansheng replied with a smirk. Why strive tirelessly to engage in the grand contest against the demon clan when one could simply give in and reap rewards instead? Is it not absurd? Wu Mingwe did not press the matter, yet her tone betrayed a hint of disappointment as she remarked, "It is commendable for a man to possess a sense of loyalty to his country. Do not let a few unfortunate events lead you to despair over the world at large, for such a mindset will only drain your spirit." Ye Qiansheng, indifferent, replied, "Perhaps you are right. Yet in the span of my life thus far, I have encountered no person or circumstance that has inspired a positive outlook on this world." Wu Mingwe leapt down from her perch upon the ornamental stone, lifting the still-eating silver snow, and addressed Ye Qiansheng, "Despite your sentiments, I still hope to see you when we stake our bets against the demon clan. For reasons unknown, I feel an inexplicable sense of security in your presence, as though you possess the ability to resolve all dilemmas. Ye Qiansheng, chucked it softly. You hold me in higher regard than I deserve. So, does Silver Snow also intend to participate?" Wu Mingwe shook her head, clarifying she is still far from being qualified. "The one competing is my sister, the Empress of Deqian, Wu Ji." Chapter 65. It is not that you have awakened to your mistakes, but rather that you have realized your impending demise. Wu Mingwe, with a single hand, carried the still gnawing Silver Snow away, having initially come to win over Ye Qiansheng, since he had declined her overtures. There was no reason for her to linger. Ye Qiansheng said nothing, merely gazing silently at the pond, where fish, having been caught twice, no longer took the bait. If the fish are wise enough to avoid the hook after 2 encounters, how could I possibly repeat the same folly? Having guarded the demon suppression pass for a decade, how could he lack a sense of patriotism? Over these 10 years, he witnessed powerful cultivators falling one by one for the sake of the people of the Great Zhou. Once he viewed this as a mark of glory, yet now he felt it was a disservice to those heroes. Their names had faded from memory, their deeds forgotten. Perhaps the families of those who ventured to the demon suppression pass a decade ago had long since come to terms with their losses. Ye Qiansheng had come to realize in his past life that fallen heroes are less esteemed than living rascals. Thus, the prospect of confronting the strongest among the younger generation of the demon race filled him with reluctance and unease. It was not the power of the demons he feared, but the dread of repeating past mistakes, of being once again slandered, mocked, or even betrayed by those he sought to protect. He shook his head, casting aside the tumult of his thoughts. After all, it was a rare opportunity to start anew. Why dwell on such inexplicable matters? Ye Qiansheng resumed his fishing. Time swiftly passed, and July brought frequent rains. A light shower fell in the evening, leaving the morning grass glistening with droplets as sunlight broke through. Just as Ye Qiansheng held Zhou Shuiyao in slumber, chaos erupted in Chang'an. News of the imminent fall of Xiangyang City had reached them, sending all citizens into a state of panic upon hearing that the demon race would invade once more. They had yet to conduct the funerals for the great Zhou citizens who had perished the day before, and now the demons were returning. What could be done? If the demon suppression pass fell, its defenders could flee to Xiangyang. If Xiangyang succumbed, its inhabitants could escape to Jiangnan. However, should Chang'an fall, its people would have nowhere to run. Entering neighboring dynasties, such as the Great Qian or Great Yin, would only render them refugees, essentially beggars. In Chang'an, they were nobles, wealthy heirs. In other realms, they would be reduced to destitution. How could they accept such a fate? Thus, on this day, nearly all citizens of the Great Zhou knelt before the gates of the Night Manor on Fusho Street. An overwhelming sight, it resembled a collective mourning. Unbeknownst, if by design or coincidence, the ongoing interrogation of Ye Xing was slated for execution at noon on Fusho Street. seemingly intended to be witnessed by Ye Qiansheng. Ye Qiansheng, as the guardian deity of the great Zhou, we implore you to once again resolve this crisis. We shall acquiesce to any terms you set. A man kneeling near the front cried out passionately. If you refuse to act, the great Zhou will surely perish. As subjects of the great Zhou, even if you do not consider the plight of the common people, think of the land that bore you. The majority of the cultivators in the great Zhou perished yesterday. Now, you alone possess the ability to save our realm. I implore you to set aside past grievances and assist the great Zhou in overcoming this dire crisis. The demon clan advances with ferocity, and they are unaware of who may withstand their onslaught. However, they understand that if even Ye Qiansheng cannot endure, then none shall prevail. Thus, to avoid becoming beggars and to escape death in the great Zhou, they are willing to kneel and plead, regardless of their dignity. For even beggars cannot simply choose to become so. Other dynasties will not accept them. Among the crowd, two figures stood out conspicuously, Ye Xing and Jiang Suqing. They had been released specifically after learning of the situation in Xianyang City, their intentions quite clear. The once arrogant Ye Xing now bore the weight of his sacrifices. Having transferred all his cultivation to Ye Xing, he appeared as if he had aged decades overnight, his head crowned with white hair, evoking both admiration and sorrow. Is this truly the revered vice-captain of the Demon Extermination Division from years past? Jiang Suqing's eyes were swollen. She gazed at the closed gates of the Yi residence, her hoarse voice repeatedly calling out her eldest son's name. Yet, despite the pleas from the crowd, the gates remained resolutely shut, showing no sign of yielding. As the sun ascended to its zenith, an hour passed, and still, not a single soul rose from their knees, determined to remain until Ye Qiansheng emerged. Not one among them was without regret. Many had mocked Ye Qiansheng, unaware of his true significance. Just when hope seemed lost, the gates of the Yi residence finally creaked open. Clad in a black robe adorned with gold trim, Ye Qiansheng stepped forth. The crowd yearned to see shock and disbelief etched upon his countenance, especially after kneeling under the sun for nearly 2 hours, with some having fainted from the heat. Regrettably, Ye Qiansheng maintained his usual aloof demeanor, displaying no hint of astonishment or any other emotion, seemingly indifferent to their prolonged supplication. He cast a glance at the crowd before striding toward the execution site. After all, he must witness the head of Ye Xing fall, for he had slain Shui Yao in a previous life. The crowd instinctively parted to clear a path toward the end of the street, their eyes filled with desperate hope as they gazed upon Ye Qiansheng. Yet, he remained impervious to their plight. As he took 3 or 4 steps, a middle-aged woman, flushed and drenched in sweat, rushed forward, cradling her unconscious child. She fell to her knees, weeping. "I beg you, noble sir, please help us. My child has fainted from kneeling. Without your intervention, we shall all perish." Upon witnessing this, the other citizens began to plead pitifully, holding their own unconscious children aloft for Ye Qiansheng to see. However, he merely scoffed, "Fools. You are being manipulated and do not even realize it. Such matters should be taken to Zhou Tianche, not to me. Do you understand?" The chill deepened within Ye Qiansheng as he realized that Zhou Tianche was evidently intent on morally coercing him into fighting for the great Zhou, while he himself would simply reap the rewards from the efforts of others. When confronting Yin Ryu previously, he would wager that Zhou Tianche had not exerted his full strength. Did he now intend to employ the same tactics again? Absolutely not. You are the guardian deity of the great Zhou. You ought to bear responsibility for its future. 2 whole hours, kneeling beneath the sun for 2 hours. Can you not perceive our sincerity? Our children have grown faint from the heat, and still, does it not soften your heart? You excel in dealing with the demon race, so what harm would it be to lend us your assistance? Everyone has knelt in supplication before you, yet you display not the slightest change in expression. Is your heart fashioned from stone? Observing how quickly the crowd succumbed to moral coercion, Ye Qiansheng responded with calm and composure. "Because you all know that if I do not intervene, you will perish. Compared to death, does kneeling under the sun for 2 hours truly constitute suffering? It is not that you have awakened to your errors, but rather that you recognize your impending doom. Chapter 66. The scheme of Zhou Tianche, yet unfortunately encountering Ye Qiansheng. Why kneel under the blazing sun for several hours? What purpose lies in rendering one's children faint from the heat? Was it not merely to instill a sense of guilt in Ye Qiansheng, compelling him to assist them? Yet, to their astonishment, Ye Qiansheng's callousness exceeded their expectations. Not only did he refuse to lend aid, but he also mocked them. Could it truly be that a few thoughtless words spoken in the past warranted such deep-seated resentment from Ye Qiansheng? Reflecting on the previous day, when Yan Ruyu, released by Ye Qiansheng, had slain numerous cultivators of the Great Zhou, they had knelt under the sun for an entire morning, deprived of sustenance, while countless children succumbed to faintness, only to be met with such a dismissive remark. Did Ye Qiansheng possess any shred of conscience? Hush, he is formidable. To slay you would bear no consequence for him. So what if he does? Let him exterminate all the people of Great Zhou. In a matter of days, the demon race shall arrive, and the outcome will be no different. Precisely, there is no need to fear him. If he refuses to help, all shall meet their end regardless. How could such a heartless individual emerge from Great Zhou, listening to the incessant murmurs around him? Ye Qiansheng's lips curled into a slight smirk. Wu Mingyue's words had indeed stirred some inner conflict within him. Was it fair for him to harbor a negative impression of the world solely based on the actions of the Great Zhou people? No more inner turmoil. Fools remain consistent in their folly, regardless of location. He halted, surveying the crowd. Wishing for death? Very well. Step forward, and I shall grant your wish. The clamorous throng fell into an abrupt silence. Those who had boasted of their fearlessness now bowed their heads, having once relied on their numbers, mistakenly believing Ye Qiansheng would hesitate. Now that he had spoken, they dared not speculate whether he would truly act. Regardless of their kneeling in the sun or any other display, it was merely self-indulgent sentiment. Ye Qiansheng had never asked for such gestures. Do not presume to speak of sacrifices in my presence. You are unworthy of such discourse before me. Thus, Ye Qiansheng, amidst the fearful gazes of the crowd, proceeded to the execution site, the end of Fusho Street. At that moment, Ye Xing, disheveled and shackled, knelt upon a desolate patch of ground, a place where decaying vegetable scraps were sold, surrounded by remnants of spoiled produce. Numerous imperial guards stood nearby, with the executioner positioned behind Ye Xing, poised to sever his head at Huang Ren's command. Observing the expression of terror on his so-called brother's face, Ye Qiansheng felt quite pleased, selecting a spot several meters away to sit and await the moment of execution. The Ye Xing of this life bore no resemblance to the one of the past. He had not only wed Zhou Huanling, but had also acquired his Dao bone, ascending to the position of National Master of Great Zhou. His life had been a smooth sail, receiving all that he desired, basking in glory. Yet, all that should have rightfully belonged to Ye Qiansheng. In his previous life, he was utterly destroyed by Ye Xing, and in this life, given the chance, he yearned to witness the moment when Ye Xing's head would be severed. He longed to relish the fear that would engulf Ye Xing before his demise. As for why he would not take matters into his own hands, well, if someone was willing to take on the task without interrupting the day system rewards, why not embrace it? While he awaited the unfolding events, two figures approached. Upon seeing them, Ye Xing cried out in despair, "Father, Mother, save me. I do not wish to die." He struggled relentlessly, desperate to escape, never imagining that he would one day find himself led to the execution platform. It was a veritable nightmare. Yi Qingtian and Jiang Suqing exchanged disappointed glances at Ye Xing. How could there be such a vast chasm between their sons, Ye Xing and Ye Qiansheng? Even more absurd was their prior belief that Ye Xing was superior to Ye Qiansheng. Now, witnessing this predicament, they were left aghast. Yet, regardless of the circumstances, Ye Xing remained their flesh and blood. As they beheld him facing execution, their hearts ached. Approaching Ye Qiansheng, Jiang Suqing implored, "Qiansheng, please save your brother. In the past, we were wrong. We apologize. We beseech you, save our Ye Xing." If anyone could defy the emperor's decree and rescue Ye Xing, it would be none other than Ye Qiansheng himself. It must be understood that Ye Xing had committed treason against the crown. His actions had brought the Great Zhou to its current plight. The death sentence was already lenient, considering Ye Qiansheng's standing. Otherwise, he would have faced more brutal punishments, such as being torn apart by horses. As she spoke, Jiang Suqing unexpectedly knelt before him. The surrounding populace was taken aback. Had Jiang Suqing truly knelt before her own son? In an era that revered hierarchy above all, parents would rather perish than bow before their offspring. And yet, here she was on her knees. While pleading, Jiang Suqing also sought to atone for her debts to Ye Qiansheng. The weight of her obligations was far too great to ever fully repay. Before anyone could react, Ye Qing too knelt down. This left the crowd in utter astonishment. Ye Qing was the head of the family, the deputy captain of the demon-slaying division, a man whose word was law within his household. How could he kneel before his own son? What grave transgression could warrant such an act? Though Ye Xing was far from exemplary, he was still a member of the Ye family, my son, your brother. For the sake of the life that I and your mother bestowed upon you, please, save your brother one last time. Witnessing this, Ye Xing suddenly saw a glimmer of hope for survival and shouted with all his might, "Brother, save me. I am your brother. Can you bear to see our parents kneeling for so long?" The time for execution had arrived, yet Huang Ren hesitated to issue the command, for it was evident that, given the current momentum, Ye Xing would not meet his end today. As soon as Ye Qiansheng spoke, he would undoubtedly secure Ye Xing's release. As for the negotiations regarding Ye Qiansheng's deployment to the front lines to guard Shanyang City, that matter was not under his purview. It was the responsibility of Zhou Tianche himself, observing the scene unfolding on Fusho Street from the palace's upper levels. Zhou Tianche's lips curled into a slight smirk. Indeed, this is a scheme devised against Ye Qiansheng, a calculated act of retribution following his machinations against him the previous day. This stratagem not only addresses the issues on the front lines, but also allows him to gain an upper hand in the intangible contest with Ye Qiansheng, marking a meticulous plan devoid of any flaws. Can it be that Ye Qiansheng can endure even the sight of his own parents kneeling in supplication? I find that hard to believe. Fusho Street. Just as the populace anticipated that Ye Qiansheng would elevate Ye Qing and Jiang Suqing, reluctantly acquiescing to their demands and rescuing Ye Xing, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. To everyone's astonishment, 3 breaths passed, and Ye Qiansheng remained utterly still. Amidst the puzzled gazes of the crowd, he spoke slowly. "Let us set aside the matter of Ye Xing for the moment. Shouldn't the 2 of you be imprisoned in the dungeon? By all accounts, your transgressions are no less severe than Ye Xing's. Did you somehow escape?" With a wave of his hand, Huang Ren, a convict from the dungeon, emerged. "Why are you not hastening to apprehend them?" Chapter 67, Upside Down. Is Ye Qiansheng truly the villain? Ye Qiansheng's words left everyone present utterly speechless, while Zhou Tianche, perched in the palace loft, furrowed his brow in disbelief. How could one individual be so heartless to disregard his own parents? Even going so far as to summon Huang Ren to apprehend them was utterly inhumane. Regardless of their past misdeeds, they remained his parents. How could a son turn his back on them so mercilessly? It was a complete absence of moral compass and filial piety. What? What did you say? You beast! Your parents are on their knees for you. What more do you want? Jiang Suqing was on the verge of collapse. In her mind, she had already knelt before Ye Qiansheng, hoping to atone while also saving Ye Xing. Though reluctant, saving Ye Xing's life seemed to outweigh her own discomfort. Yet, to her astonishment, Ye Qiansheng showed no gratitude, and instead, he openly commanded others to seize them. Is there truly such a son in this world? Qiansheng, regardless of your parents' past errors, the moment we kneel, their debts should be settled. Please, help your brother, Ye Qing implored gently. Having experienced the fickle nature of human kindness, he understood that Ye Xing was a hopeless case. But he could not bear the thought of any misfortune befalling his son. The onlookers could no longer contain their outrage. Ye Qiansheng's earlier actions had already incited their anger, and witnessing his utter neglect of his own parents ignited a complete uproar. Are you even human, Ye Qiansheng? As the guardian of the great Zhou, you abandon your people. As a son, you forsake your parents. As a brother, you watch your own sibling face execution without a shred of compassion. You are nothing but a selfish wretch, an unfilial son. You are unworthy to be among the people of great Zhou, no matter the transgressions of his parents. A son should exhibit tolerance, for they are the ones who nurtured him. To so readily forget the years of care bestowed upon him is simply inhumane. While Ye Qiansheng possessed undeniable strength, his character was woefully deficient. The crowd had long harbored grievances against him, and though they had knelt in supplication moments earlier, it was merely a response to circumstance. Now, their frustrations erupted, hurling harsh words at Ye Qiansheng, rendering his earlier apologies mere farce in their minds. Even Ye Xing, who faced severe punishment, had transformed into a pitiable victim of Ye Qiansheng's cruelty in their eyes. Amidst the cacophony of accusations, Ye Qiansheng calmly sipped his tea and addressed Huang Ren from a distance. The time for execution has arrived. What are we waiting for? Engaging in conversation with these people would be a waste of breath. He had no interest in such trivialities. Huang Ren found himself in a dilemma. Logically, Ye Xing should not be executed today. Given the circumstances, one would expect Ye Qiansheng to demand his brother's release. Now that matters had escalated to this point, what should be done? Ye Qiansheng, you beast. That is your brother. Why are you so heartless? Why do you want him to die? You unfilial son. Jiang Suqing was utterly distraught, clutching at Ye Qiansheng's garment and pulling desperately. Knight Qiansheng released a breath that shook the air, coldly stating, "Remember, there will be no next time." His voice was chillingly indifferent, rendering Jiang Suqing motionless, paralyzed by fear. As Knight Qiansheng inhaled deeply, he recalled his previous life, how his so-called mother, Jiang Suqing, had forced his hand with threats of death, leading him to relinquish his Dao bone to Knight Xing. The promises of care and companionship had been mere empty words. Since parting with the Dao bone, he had not seen Jiang Suqing again, left to die slowly in a cave. During the month of torment before his demise, he pondered endlessly. Given a second chance, he resolved never to show weakness again, no matter the circumstances. Amid the astonished gazes of the onlookers, Knight Qiansheng slammed his teacup onto the small table beside him, his tone frigid as he commanded. "Did you not hear me? Execute the sentence." Huang Ren found himself at a loss. Before the execution, Zhou Tianche had given him no directives. Everything was mere conjecture on his part. With Knight Qiansheng's decree now issued, he dared not disobey, yet he lacked any justifiable excuse. Execute. After much hesitation, Huang Ren ultimately relented to the order. The burly executioner took a swig of liquor, not swallowing, as he approached Knight Xing with a large blade in hand. He extracted the death token from Knight Xing's neck and then spat strong liquor onto the blade. "Mother, save me. I don't want to die." Knight Xing was overwhelmed with terror, tears and snot streaming down his face, having thought he was safe only to face the grim reality of death. The feeling of hope followed by despair deepened his fear of mortality. "Xinger," Jiang Suqing wept inconsolably, her hatred for Knight Qiansheng palpable. He possessed the power to save Knight Xing, yet chose inaction, standing idly by to witness the execution. Knight Xing cast a glance away, unwilling to witness his son's impending demise. Just as the executioner raised the blade, Knight Xing, paralyzed by fear, lost control of his bladder. Suddenly, an incongruous voice interrupted, "Wait." Huang Ren, sensing an unexpected turn of events, immediately commanded the executioner to halt. Though he held the position of overseeing the execution, he was merely a pawn in the power struggle between Zhou Tianche and Knight Qiansheng. With an outsider intervening, he dared not proceed. The citizens of the Great Zhou, including Jiang Suqing and Knight Xing, turned their gazes toward the source of the voice. Who could it be? Emerging from the crowd was a man clad in splendid robes, accompanied by a young girl resembling a servant. His demeanor was outstanding, yet the arrogance on his face suggested that none present were worthy of even tying his shoelaces. Noticing the executioner had paused, the man smirked with satisfaction, folding his fan as he approached Knight Qiansheng. "Young Master Huang has graced us with his presence. Why are you still seated? Stand up at once." The accompanying girl spoke with disdain, clearly accustomed to wielding her influence over others. Knight Qiansheng did not even spare a glance at the so-called young Master Huang. Instead, he coldly addressed Huang Ren in the distance. "Who commanded you to stop?" Huang Ren found himself flustered, unsure how to respond. Knight Qiansheng, not wishing to burden an innocent bystander, spoke in a low tone. Continue with the execution. Huh? Do you think he dares? As the fierce gaze of Huang Long met Ye Qiansheng's, he felt an undeniable anger simmering within him, for he was accustomed to being treated with utmost respect wherever he went. To encounter such an insolent youth today was utterly unexpected. And who might you be? Ye Qiansheng Sokolfut Distainfui. Preposterous. Young Master Huang's cousin is none other than the illustrious heir of the Huang family, who commands respect across the land. How dare you speak to young Master Huang in such a manner? Are you courting death? The maid retorted, her tone brimming with arrogance. This proclamation sent ripples of astonishment through the gathered crowd. Huang Long reveled in this moment, elevated above the masses, for his cousin was none other than Huang Wujie, the esteemed heir of the Huang clan. Even in a world dominated by power, his lineage commanded respect, particularly in this remote and insignificant locale. Simply revealing his identity could instill fear in the hearts of many. He anticipated that Ye Qiansheng would cower in fear and plead for mercy, but to his astonishment, Ye Qiansheng remained seated, his expression unchanged. So, you have come seeking death? Ye Qiansheng inquired with a hint of perplexity, as if genuinely pondering the notion. Seeking death? I am here to uphold justice. You oppress the common folk, and even force your own parents to kneel. It is your brother who is facing execution, is it not? I am curious. What deep-seated grudge could compel you to treat your own blood with such cruelty? Huang Long continued. There is no need for deceit. I witnessed the unfolding events from above with perfect clarity. Chapter 68. The helpless Luoka, Xian, the death-seeking ability of the wild dragon, is unparalleled. The words of the wild dragon left an unsettling impression on the others present. However, with someone standing up for them, they were naturally pleased and chose to remain silent. I have little respect for those who abuse their strength to act lawlessly, the wild dragon declared, fixing his gaze on Ye Qiansheng with an air of arrogance. Lawless? Are you referring to me? Ye Qiansheng inquired, his expression unyielding. Aren't you the one who coerces the common people into submission, even forcing your own parents to kneel? The wild dragon retorted angrily, as he helped the still kneeling Ye Xing and Jiang Suqing to their feet. Thank you, young master. Jiang Suqing sobbed, appearing utterly powerless and pitiable in that moment. Thank you, Ye Qing rasped, his voice hoarse. Fear not, as long as I, the wild dragon, am here today, he would not dare harm you, the wild dragon assured, thumping his chest with confidence. Jiang Suqing hastened her bow, as if truly believing that Ye Qiansheng was a villain beyond redemption, and that the wild dragon had indeed come to her rescue. Nodding, the wild dragon addressed the people of the great Zhou. What has happened today will not be overlooked. I shall ensure justice is served for all. At his proclamation, a wave of cheers erupted, fervent and spirited. A swell of pride surged within the wild dragon. His enjoyment of such moments was not merely rooted in kindness, but rather in the exhilarating sense of dominion afforded by his reputation. The nearby maidservant mirrored his confidence, standing tall and proud. Young master, be cautious. That fellow is not to be trifled with. He possesses formidable strength. Indeed, exercise caution. Ye Qiansheng is ruthless and merciless, a dangerous adversary. Young master, the front lines of the great Zhou are on the verge of being breached by the demon tribe. Can you intervene to resolve this matter? Upon learning of the wild dragon's prowess, the crowd began to flatter him, believing he could not only administer justice to Ye Qiansheng, but also address the looming demon threat. The issue of the demon tribe's aggression? The wild dragon scoffed, nonchalant. None of these matters concern me. Leave them to me. In his eyes, both the strength of Ye Qiansheng and the impending demon invasion were trivial challenges, for he prided himself on being a figure of significant renown, possessing a broader perspective. The people of the great Zhou, in his view, lacked vision, mistaking their perceived strongmen for true power, while the so-called demon threat was merely child's play. Not far away, Luoka Xian, who had been seeking an opportunity to approach Ye Qiansheng, pressed her forehead in contemplation, momentarily at a loss for words. In the realm of dominance, the wild family wielded unparalleled strength, having control over the very sources of life. As the son of the family head, The prowess of Huang Wujia was surpassed only by the genius daughter of the city, lord among the younger generation, making him one of the elite in the world. Yet, the wild dragon remained a complete failure, often relying on the prestige of Huang Wujia's name, and while others might yield to him, his true worth was negligible. Yet the person before him is Ye Qiansheng, who shows no mercy to anyone. He is utterly foolish. Let's hope he does not continue to court his own demise. Based on the observations of Luo Keshuan over the past few days, Ye Qiansheng possesses an extraordinarily resilient spirit, seldom taking words to heart. However, should one go too far or resort to violence, he will certainly strike with lethal intent. Unfortunately, the wild dragon is currently riding high. How could he possibly relent? Boy, why not kneel before your parents and then apologize to everyone? Complete these acts, and perhaps I shall consider sparing you, declared the wild dragon, arrogantly unfurling his folding fan. The onlookers remained silent, even Jiang Suqing and Ye Xing, as they harbored significant grievances against Ye Qiansheng. If someone could deliver a lesson to Ye Qiansheng, it would be most welcome. Surely, even Ye Qiansheng, with all his audacity, would not dare to confront someone of such stature under the weight of the crowd's gaze. Ye Qiansheng sighed and gently set his teacup upon the small table. The tea had grown lukewarm. What? The tea is cold. How many eyes are now fixated on him with accusatory stares, while Ye Qiansheng seems preoccupied solely with the temperature of his tea. He shows utter disregard for their grievances, remaining as arrogant as ever, particularly the wild dragon, who was nearly driven to fury. He had assumed that once he revealed his identity, Ye Qiansheng would not dare offend him and would obey his commands like those before him. To his astonishment, he was met with blatant disregard. This was a profound humiliation. Luo Keshuan, watching anxiously, realized that this was the final opportunity. If the wild dragon continued to provoke, it would lead to a dead end. This was the outcome she least wished to witness, for Ye Qiansheng was destined to rise to prominence. Offending the foremost family of the realm, the Huang family, before embarking on his journey was certainly an undesirable scenario. Just as the wild dragon was about to speak, he was struck by a wave of sword energy from behind, rendering him momentarily speechless. However, given the multitude of people present and his earlier bravado, he bore the pain in silence, unwilling to reveal his distress. Others assumed he was merely suppressing his anger. The attendants within the room refilled the cups with hot tea. Ye Qiansheng took a sip and then turned to Huang Ruan, stating, "I shall grant you one more chance. Act before the tea cools. Otherwise, I will take matters into my own hands, and I cannot guarantee the integrity of your remains." Since this matter bore no relation to Huang Ruan, he would not impose difficulties upon him, even though engaging in battle would mean forfeiting today's rewards. Yet, seeking vengeance was evidently of greater importance. Huang Ruan stood there in shock, initially believing Ye Qiansheng meant that if he did not act before the tea cooled, he would be killed alongside him. Indeed, those who have faced injustice themselves will resist it, striving to prevent others from suffering the same fate. The wild dragon was utterly incensed. Not only was he ignored, resulting in a loss of face, but now he was subjected to covert attacks. This was tantamount to courting death. Having spoken, it struck swiftly and decisively towards Ye Qiansheng's face with the intent to kill. The onlookers were filled with delight, believing that Ye Qiansheng would finally receive a lesson. Meanwhile, Luo Keshuan, who had been observing from the attic, was left in shock, helplessly covering her forehead. This was disastrous. That fellow, the wild dragon, was doomed. Chapter 69. To kill or not to kill. The terrifying power of the Huang family. Huang Long possessed immense confidence in his own prowess, having reached the third realm at a remarkably young age, as he navigated through the realms of boundless opportunities. While his strength may not have been extraordinary on a grand scale, he felt assured when faced with a youth from a mere speck of land. Particularly, he could not sense any aura emanating from Ye Qiansheng, leading him to believe that the latter was still struggling in the first realm. Tremble before me. Allow me to demonstrate the chasm that lies between us. This is an innate divide. I'm the celestial dome that you shall forever gaze up at in awe. As the anticipation of the crowd reached its zenith, Huang Long's fist, poised to strike Ye Qiansheng's visage, suddenly froze mid-air, unable to advance further. What was happening? It seemed as though his fist had encountered an unseen yet impenetrable barrier, halting its progress and preventing it from reaching Ye Qiansheng. The spectators' hearts began to race, for they were aware of Ye Qiansheng's formidable strength. No, it was more accurate to say he was exceedingly powerful. Even the most formidable of fox demons could not match him. Initially, they had believed that Huanglong, being a figure of great renown, would possess absolute strength and surely could not be bested by Ye Qiansheng. Yet now it appeared he truly could not prevail. After several attempts to break through the invisible barrier, Huanglong realized his predicament. Retreat was no longer an option, as his hand had become ensnared within the very air itself. "What have you done to me? Release me at once," Huanglong shouted in desperation, his usual arrogance crumbling as he faced someone truly formidable. Ye Qiansheng cast a calm glance at Huanglong, his tone unwavering as he replied, "Do you know? Among all the words you just uttered, only one was accurate." "What words?" Huanglong asked, bewildered. Ye Qiansheng's lips curled into a slight smile. "Insolence. What does that mean?" Huanglong, gripped by profound fear, failed to comprehend Ye Qiansheng's implication until a searing pain shot through his arm. "Ah, my hand! My hand!" The agony rendered Huanglong pale as he gasped. Unbeknownst to him, Ye Qiansheng had grasped a long sword, its blade entwined with wind and thunder, adorned with the four symbols and stained with droplets of blood. On the ground lay a severed, bloodied arm, shocking all who witnessed. The crowd was astounded. Even a person of Huanglong's stature could not stand against Ye Qiansheng. Could it be that he was truly a reincarnation of some ancient monstrosity? Yet what astonished the onlookers even more was not merely Ye Qiansheng's strength, but his audacity to sever the arm of someone like Huanglong, fully aware of his esteemed status. What remarkable courage! Though the crowd may not have favored Ye Qiansheng, wishing for him to receive a lesson, there were moments when they genuinely admired him, even feeling a sense of pride that he hailed from the great Zhou. The maid, witnessing her young master being disarmed by a mere local, took a moment to regain her composure before casting a furious gaze upon Ye Qiansheng. "How dare you? Do you not recognize the identity of young Master Huanglong? To sever his arm is to invite your own demise." With a sharp slap, Ye Qiansheng sent the chattering maid flying, leaving her unconscious upon the ground. The onlookers covered their mouths, relieved that, although their tempers flared with murderous intent, they had refrained from acting, lest they find themselves in her position. Ye Qiansheng looked down at Huanglong, now crumpled and vulnerable. "I am a man of peace. Yet fools like you insist on provoking me. You seek death. Why must you pursue it? To die? So, severing an arm is merely the beginning? Will Huanglong face further doom?" The thought sent chills down the spines of those present. "You dare to kill me. My cousin will surely avenge me, slaughtering your entire family, flaying your skin, and turning you into a wretched creature." Huanglong gasped for breath, his bloodshot eyes glaring at Ye Qiansheng. He could not fathom that Ye Qiansheng would dare take his life, for he belonged to the Huang family, and his cousin, Huang Wuji, was a true paragon of nobility. "Threaten me?" Ye Qiansheng pressed his foot upon Huanglong's head, forcing him to gaze upon the distant figure of Ye Xing, who was about to face execution. He too had once issued threats against me, and now his end was imminent. "Ha ha! What good are your words? If you possess the courage, then kill me. Do not cower, or I shall hold you in contempt." Huanglong, undeterred, continued to provoke, firmly believing that Ye Qiansheng would not dare to take his life. He envisioned that once he escaped, he would summon his cousin to exact a brutal vengeance for this dismemberment. Many citizens around them had lowered their heads in silence. To claim one could best Ye Qiansheng was one thing, but to taunt him while powerless was tantamount to courting death. Before the Dragon Emperor, Ye Qiansheng was bold enough to slay demons. What could possibly intimidate him? Murder was merely a commonplace affair for him, and he would not yield to threats. Yet, none dared to warn Huanglong, for provoking Ye Qiansheng was a path to ruin, as evidenced by the cultivators from the arena the previous day. As expected, Ye Qiansheng chuckled, a hint of exasperation in his tone. "In all my years, I have yet to encounter such a request. It would be remiss of me not to oblige you." With the reward already breached, he cared little for the consequences. He swung the four symbols sword towards Huanglong's neck. At that moment, a melodious female voice rang out. "Hold your hand." The speaker seemed aware that her words might carry little weight, and soon after, a delicate flying sword soared towards Ye Qiansheng's weapon. With a sharp clash, the four symbols sword was deflected, embedding itself into the stone before Huanglong. Ye Qiansheng slowly lifted his gaze, and before him stood a breathtaking maiden clad in a purple gown. She exuded an ethereal grace, each movement suggesting a nobility that felt out of place in the bustling streets of Fuzhou. However, he remained utterly indifferent, coldly inquiring, "You had better provide me with a flawless justification." The implication was unmistakable. Luo Kequan summoned her personal flying sword to her hand, only to be astonished to discover a chink in its blade. One could only imagine the extraordinary quality of Ye Qiansheng's sword. Yet, this was not the moment for astonishment. Luo Kequan stowed away her damaged sword and earnestly advised Ye Qiansheng, "Spare him. Though he may be foolish, his background is anything but fabricated. If you were to kill him, it would lead you into considerable trouble." Ye Qiansheng had a vague recollection of the woman before him, who had seemingly expressed a desire to take him to traverse the world yesterday. "How troublesome?" he inquired. "The Huang family boasts over a dozen offerings above the 8th realm, not to mention the head of the family. While the Huang family would not go to great lengths over a mere waste, dealing with you does not necessitate such exertion," Luo Kequan stated seriously. The reason she spoke so harshly was to dissuade Ye Qiansheng from pursuing a confrontation and to spare Huanglong. Provoking the Huang family was indeed unwise, especially since their enmity was not one of life and death. After hearing her words, Ye Qiansheng should have considered the possibility of letting Huanglong off the hook. A flicker of emotion crossed Ye Qiansheng's face. Chapter 70. Personally sending you to your doom. Upon hearing this, everyone was struck with astonishment, covering their mouths in disbelief. Their faces were etched with incredulity. Over a dozen guardians of the 8th realm? It is worth noting that the emperor of our great Zhou Tianche, does not even possess an 8th realm expert. Yet, within the Huanglong family, there are as many as a dozen guardians of the 8th realm. This is utterly terrifying, not to mention the recently thwarted Huang Wuji, whose strength is likely even greater. However, what is more frightening than these individuals is the head of the Huang family. If those beneath him are so formidable, then surely the patriarch's power must exceed the 10th realm. It is common knowledge that cultivators above the 10th realm are referred to as immortals, having achieved a state of returning to one's true essence. While the notion of plucking the sun and moon may be exaggerated, cleaving mountains and parting seas is well within their capabilities. Does Knight Qiansheng, a mere 4th realm cultivator, truly dare to provoke such beings? The trembling Huanglong glared fiercely at Knight Qiansheng, realizing the gravity of the situation. "Are you afraid now? Let me tell you, it's too late. Once I return to the realm of dominance, you will be the first to perish. I will flay your skin before he could finish." Rotten vegetable leaves from the execution ground were forcefully compressed by internal energy and stuffed into his mouth, causing him to feel nauseous. Spitting out the putrid leaves, he angrily exclaimed to Luo Kequan, "What do you think you're doing? Don't think I fear you just because you are from the Heavenly Sword sect. Your senior brother is no match for my cousin." Silence. Luo Kequan was exasperated. Although she had made Knight Qiansheng aware of the situation's severity, her observations over time had shown that Knight Qiansheng was nothing short of a madman. He acted on impulse, completely disregarding the identity of others. What if Knight Qiansheng had intended to relent, but Huanglong's words reignited his murderous intent? She believed he was fully capable of such recklessness. "Bah, what are you afraid of? Even if he had 100 times the courage, he wouldn't dare to touch me. Your cowardly demeanor, groveling to outsiders, is nothing short of a disgrace to the Heavenly Sword sect," Huanglong boasted. He could not fathom that Knight Qiansheng would still dare to act after hearing Luo Kequan's words. For anyone with a modicum of sense understood that laying a hand on him would lead to certain death, perhaps even a gruesome demise. A dozen guardians of the 8th realm, even without appearing, could instill terror simply by their reputation. What audacity did Knight Qiansheng possess to challenge him? Luo Kequan held her forehead in frustration. The members of the Huang family were so shrewd. Why was this so-called distant cousin so foolish? Did he not understand the principle that distant water cannot quench a near thirst? No matter how strong the backing, one must remain humble under a shared roof. If confronted by an unyielding madman, especially by Knight Qiansheng, the odds of being slain were significantly high. However, Luo Kequan had appeared precisely to prevent such an incident from occurring. Seeing that Knight Qiansheng showed no intention of striking, she thought it best to swiftly remove Huanglong from the situation to avoid further provoking him. Even if Knight Qiansheng reached the realm of dominance and Huanglong sought trouble, she still had her master to rely on. After all, no blood had been shed, and Huang Taidu would surely give her master some face. After all, her master is the second elder of the Heavenly Sword sect and also the elder of the sword, possessing formidable strength. I apologize for today's incident. I can take him away now and ensure that we will not trouble you again, Luo Kequan said apologetically to Ye Qiansheng. When she first arrived in the Great Zhou, she shared a similar mindset with the savage dragon, believing in her own noble status and immense power. However, after witnessing Ye Qiansheng's strength, her perspective underwent a profound transformation. She even found herself harboring inexplicable feelings that made her exceedingly cautious in Ye Qiansheng's presence. After a prolonged silence, Ye Qiansheng showed no intention of moving his foot. Luo Kequan intended to say more, but Ye Qiansheng interrupted, saying, "No need. I will personally see him off," as a way to apologize for my actions today. I truly had no idea I had provoked such a significant figure. His words were succinct, and his tone was relaxed, yet they left those present perplexed. When had Ye Qiansheng become so accommodating? Was he truly willing to let it go? Was he perhaps intimidated by the savage dragon's background? Indeed, Ye Qiansheng was human, and like any human, he could feel fear. It was impossible for him to be entirely unyielding in the face of power. "Kid, considering your timely awareness, I will ensure you remain whole," the savage dragon remarked, seemingly indifferent to being under Ye Qiansheng's foot, as if he had grown accustomed to it. Ye Qiansheng chuckled softly, refraining from saying more. Yet, the crowd gradually realized that if Ye Qiansheng genuinely intended to spare the savage dragon out of fear, why then did he continue to keep his foot upon the latter's head? Confusion enveloped everyone present, except for Luo Kequan, who felt as though she had fallen into an icy abyss. To personally see the savage dragon off? How would that transpire? Without needing to ponder further, the answer became evident. Realizing Ye Qiansheng's intentions, Luo Kequan immediately positioned herself in front of him, intent on blocking his path. Ye Qiansheng gazed at her coldly and stated, "Step aside or perish." Boom! Everyone, including the savage dragon, suddenly understood that when Ye Qiansheng spoke of seeing him off, he meant sending the savage dragon to the underworld. They were utterly astonished. Had he truly become lawless? "You dare to kill me? You dare. If you take my life, your entire family will suffer the same fate." "No, the entire populace of the Great Zhou will perish alongside me." The savage dragon, realizing the peril of his situation, struggled to escape, but it was futile. Luo Kequan felt a chill in her heart once more. Ye Qiansheng clearly did not care for her family or the citizens of the Great Zhou. Using such threats against him was merely one of the motivations for his potential violence. "Calm down. He has not caused you any substantial harm. Please do not plunge yourself into a vortex of death," Luo Kequan implored earnestly. Ye Qiansheng fixed a steely gaze on Luo Kequan and coldly replied, "Considering your intentions are for my sake, I will grant you one more opportunity. Step aside. You need not bear the responsibility for whatever transpires. The savage clan is not a force you can contend with. Why must you invite such immense trouble upon yourself? Do you not realize that this trouble could very well cost you your life?" Luo Kequan exclaimed vehemently. "No one capable of vanquishing me, Ye Qiansheng, has yet to be born. Yesterday, on the arena, you must have thought the same. Have I perished? Only my enemies shall meet their demise," Ye Qiansheng replied. "But that is different." Luo Kequan felt a twinge of self-doubt, for although Yen Ryu's strength did not compare to that of the Huang family, The challenges faced by Ye Qiansheng were quite similar. Ye Qiansheng slowly rose, choosing not to utter another word. Yet the aura of the Fenglei Sijiao sword in his hand surged dramatically. Observing the increasingly frigid gaze of Ye Qiansheng, Luo Kequan realized her defeat. With a sigh, she gradually withdrew, pondering her next course of action in uncertainty. Once Luo Kequan had departed, Ye Qiansheng's icy eyes turned towards the fallen Huanglong. At that moment, Huanglong comprehended that Ye Qiansheng was indeed intent on ending his life, and the arrogance he had previously exhibited evaporated entirely. Chapter 71. Humanity needs you. Ye Qiansheng, you dare not. You dare not kill me. My cousin is Huang Wu. In the astonished gazes of the crowd, Ye Qiansheng struck with his sword, and in an instant, the atmosphere transformed. Tempestuous winds and raging storms illuminated the scene in stark monochrome, reminiscent of a violent lightning bolt striking at dawn. When the onlookers reopened their eyes, the once arrogant and invincible Huanglong had been decapitated, his blood splattering the ground. Dead? The formidable figure who had roamed the world was indeed dead. A profound silence enveloped the gathering. Huanglong's formidable lineage failed to intimidate Ye Qiansheng in the least. With numerous offerings from the Huang family's 8 realms, and even a patriarch of the 10 realms present, how could a mere 4th realm cultivator like Ye Qiansheng possess the audacity to act so? What had emboldened him? Ye Qiansheng and Jiang Suqing were equally stunned. They had initially believed that not only would Ye Qiansheng face retribution, but their own son, Ye Xing, might also be rescued. Yet, it was the one who came to assist who ended up dead. However, this was not the gravest concern. The most dire implication was that if collateral damage ensued, Ye Qiansheng would face certain death, yet they too would not escape their fate. Within the lofty chambers of the imperial city, Zhou Tianche observed the unfolding scene. His previously furrowed brow now slightly relaxed. Ye Qiansheng had provoked a behemoth, and he would ultimately pay the price for his youthful recklessness, which conveniently saved the emperor much effort. Zhou Tianche scoffed derisively. His stance towards Ye Qiansheng had always been one of immediate elimination when he could not be exploited. Now, with Ye Qiansheng harboring deep animosity towards the great Zhou, any thought of utilizing him was futile. Thus, Ye Qiansheng's demise was, to him, a source of delight. He turned away, indifferent to Ye Xing's fate, and strolled towards the lower levels of the tower. At the end of Fusho Street, amidst Ye Xing's agonizing cries and the desperate pleas of Ye Qiansheng and Jiang Suqing, Huang Ren remained paralyzed, awaiting new orders. Just as the tea was about to cool, he finally steeled himself and issued the command. Execute. The executioner, having received the order, raised the prepared great blade and swung it down with fervor, thereby ending the life of Ye Xing, who had aspired to seize Ye Qiansheng's accomplishments to ascend to the pinnacle of success. The severed head rolled away, still bearing a visage of sheer terror. As the anguished wails of Ye Qiansheng and Jiang Suqing filled the air, Ye Qiansheng made his way home, with not a single citizen daring to meet his gaze, instinctively parting to create a path leading to the Ye residence. Despair etched upon the faces of some townsfolk. For if Ye Qiansheng did not intervene, the situation for the great Zhou would be dire. It would not be long before it transformed into a hell on earth. Ye Qiansheng and Jiang Suqing clutched the lifeless body of Ye Xing, their cries heart-wrenching, invoking a sense of profound sorrow. During the journey home, Ye Qiansheng encountered the familiares. Zhao Ji, the former village chief of the Demon Suppression Pass, who had once led the charge to accept bribes from Ye Qiansheng, providing false testimony to declare Ye Xing as the heroic youth, thus framing Ye Qiansheng. Now, Zhao Ji, along with a group of gaunt villagers, donned tattered garments and huddled in a corner, resembling beggars. Upon encountering Ye Qiansheng's gaze, Zhao Jiqiang managed to force a smile, though it was marred by an unmistakable pain and regret that seemed almost palpable. Everything could have unfolded favorably, yet every choice made by everyone was lamentably erroneous. Ye Qiansheng sighed, quickening his pace back to the Ye residence. Upon returning, he was met by Zhou Xuao, who inquired, "My lord, has Ye Xing perished?" Ye Qiansheng replied, "Indeed, He has met his demise. His head has been severed. Chana nodded, having always believed that her esteemed brother-in-law's accomplishments should not be attributed to another, especially not to someone masquerading as a heroic youth, a title that bestows numerous advantages. Now, justice had finally been served. At that moment, a woman adorned in a purple gown gracefully entered, causing Zhou Xiao, who was about to prepare tea for Ye Qiansheng, to pause in confusion regarding the stranger's identity. However, the woman's beauty was striking, possessing an ethereal quality that even Zhou Xiao found hard to resist, leading her to wonder if her husband thus. Zhou Xiao's gaze towards Luo Qiang turned somewhat hostile. Yet, as the mistress of the house, she refrained from expressing her displeasure, not wishing to appear petty. In contrast, Chana seemed unfazed by such considerations, and upon seeing the enchanting woman in her home, she crossed her arms and demanded, "Who are you? What brings you to the Yi residence?" Luo Qiang, though elegant and composed, exuded an air of aloofness, making her seem rather unapproachable, perhaps even disdainful of the two women present. "I am Luo Qiang, a friend of Ye Qiansheng, merely an acquaintance." Ye Qiansheng, avoiding any glance towards Luo Qiang, directed Chana, "Prepare the tea, and use the inferior leaves." Chana was taken aback, for the only tea available was named pear blossom fragrance. Why would her brother-in-law request the lesser quality? Yet, as she pondered, she resigned herself to his command. Luo Qiang offered a gentle smile, addressing Ye Qiansheng, "I harbor no ill will. There is no need for intimidation." Ye Qiansheng resumed his fishing endeavors, responding to Luo Qiang, "If your purpose pertains to the earlier fool, spare me. If it concerns other matters, do not squander time." Zhou Xiao, witnessing her husband's indifferent demeanor towards such a beautiful woman, felt a flicker of joy, but her expression abruptly shifted. "I shall check on Chana," she declared, swiftly departing the courtyard under Ye Qiansheng's puzzled gaze. In her chamber, seated before a bronze mirror, Zhou Xiao's countenance darkened as she felt a wave of discomfort in her stomach. Yet, as one who had refined the primal essence of all things and attained the fourth realm, she should not experience any physical ailment. Before she could contemplate further, she was seized by a wave of dry heaving. In the courtyard, Luo Qiang earnestly inquired of Ye Qiansheng, "Are you aware of the 17 wagers between the human and demon races?" It was indeed for this matter that she had come. Ye Qiansheng nonchalantly replied, "I am not." Luo Qiang began to elucidate that the 17th Grand Tournament is a pact established between the human race and the demonic race. Should the human race emerge victorious, they would be granted a century of tranquility. Conversely, if the demonic race prevails, they would seize the entire river of realms. Thus, this wager holds immense significance for the human race. She endeavored to convey the gravity of the situation, hoping that Ye Qiansheng would grasp its seriousness. However, Ye Qiansheng remained indifferent, dismissively replying, "What does it have to do with me?" Luo Qiang furrowed her brow and continued to explain. "The rules of the wager stipulate that the top 3 combatants from both the human race and the demonic race shall not participate, and the age limit for the first 3 matches is capped at 30. When the foremost powers of both sides clash, the outcome remains uncertain. Yet the youthful cultivators of the human race are no match for their demonic counterparts. The human race needs you, Ye Qiansheng." After a lengthy pause, Ye Qiansheng responded with a smile, "You truly deserve only to sip inferior tea, as your words echo those of the beast from a decade ago." Chapter 72. Zhou Xiao is pregnant, persuading Ye Qiansheng to go to Zhongzhong Tiantian. 10 years ago, Ye Qiansheng was stirred to the core by this very phrase, charging forth towards the demon-suppressing pass with unyielding fervor. What did he ultimately gain from it? Luo Qiang couldn't help but furrow her brow. She had anticipated that Ye Qiansheng would not readily acquiesce, yet the reasons he presented left her at a loss for words. In the span of a day or two, she had conjured numerous arguments to persuade him to join her in Zhongzhong Tiantian, but she never expected to encounter such a dilemma. Ye Qiansheng had witnessed the betrayal of the people of the great Zhou. Not only had his identity been usurped without a care, but even the childhood companion, the crown princess, had married another, and he had endured moral coercion on several occasions. Luo Qiang could only muster her resolve and state, There are no foolish individuals in Zhongzhong Tiantian. If you are willing to assist, I believe everyone would be immensely grateful. At that moment, Chanterelle brought in the tea, and it was evident that Luo Kechuan's cup contained leaves from a tree. Ye Qiansheng took a sip and replied, "It no longer matters. I care little for such hollow accolades. Besides, as a mere fourth realm cultivator, what aid could I possibly offer you?" At present, he was utterly indifferent to the concept of heroic renown, and whether others would appreciate his efforts was of no concern to him, for he had long ceased to care about anyone else's opinion. Luo Kechuan glanced at the tea before her, refraining from drinking, and reiterated, "Your cultivation may not rank among the elite in Zhongzhong Tiantian, yet your capabilities are undeniably exceptional. I refuse to believe my master would send me to seek you without reason." "Your master?" Ye Qiansheng's interest was piqued slightly. "Indeed, my master is the second elder of the Heavenly Sword Sect and the chief sword elder, Luo Yuxian, whose cultivation is profound and unfathomable." Seemingly struck by an idea, Luo Kechuan excitedly added, "Moreover, if you participate in the 17 gambling matches at Zhongzhong Tiantian, my master will protect you from the vengeance of the Huang family." "Your master is formidable?" Ye Qiansheng continued to inquire. One of the pinnacle figures of the apex of Zhongzhong Tiantian, Luo Kechuan replied with great pride. Suddenly, Ye Qiansheng shifted the conversation, casting his fishing rod into the water, and responded, "I have no interest. Besides, as I mentioned, I am merely a fourth realm cultivator. I cannot best others. While your cultivation may indeed fall short compared to the younger cultivators of Zhongzhong Tiantian, your other attributes are unmatched by anyone else combined. You ought not to belittle yourself." Luo Kechuan countered, "Ha, what use is that? Combat relies on strength, not on any other attribute." Ye Qiansheng retorted dismissively. In truth, for one who possessed imperial blood like Ye Qiansheng, he could effortlessly dominate anyone before him, even unleashing his imperial bloodline to slay beings beyond the 10th realm. However, as previously stated, Ye Qiansheng's heart had long been shattered by the people of the great Zhou and his parents. Now, he simply wished to steadily enhance his own power, harboring no desire to contribute to humanity. Luo Kechuan leaned forward, earnestly imploring, "As long as you are willing to join me in traversing the world, all your concerns shall be rendered insignificant, for my master has explicitly stated that you hold the key to humanity's victory." Previously, she had struggled to comprehend why her master, a person of great renown, would place such unwavering faith in someone so obscure. However, after spending some time with Ye Qiansheng, she had come to believe her master was indeed correct. It was not merely strength that set him apart, but an unparalleled ability to turn the tide even in the face of adversity or despair, an ability that most do not possess. "I'm sorry, but I have no desire to go." Ye Qiansheng yawned, still resolute in his refusal. What did the future of humanity have to do with him? As long as he could live comfortably, that sufficed, though his past experiences had undoubtedly led him to these extreme views. He saw no reason not to prioritize his own safety. Luo Kechuan felt helpless, her anger simmering, yet she found herself at a loss against Ye Qiansheng. In her eyes, someone who would voluntarily defend the demon suppression pass for a decade must possess a profound sense of patriotism. With a wager concerning the future of humanity at stake, she believed Ye Qiansheng would ultimately agree, even if the path ahead might be fraught with difficulties. She was certain he would relent. However, she was taken aback by his unwavering resolve, offering no room for negotiation. Just as Luo Kechuan found herself at an impasse, a figure clad in white emerged from within the room, her steps light and her complexion considerably improved. "Are you feeling better?" Ye Qiansheng inquired with genuine concern, exhibiting a rare tenderness reserved only for Zhou Shuiyao. "Thank you for your concern, my husband. I am feeling much better," Zhou Shuiyao replied, her voice gentle as she sat beside him. "That's good to hear. What happened earlier? Were you unwell?" Ye Qiansheng asked, his concern evident. "No," Zhou Shuiyao interjected before he could continue. "I overheard your conversation with this young lady." Ye Qiansheng's eyes flickered, puzzled as to why Zhou Shuiyao would suddenly bring up such a topic. Was she apprehensive about his potential agreement? He gently stroked her hair, assuring her, "Do not worry. I shall not go anywhere during this time." Luo Kechuan sighed, feeling somewhat helpless. Yet, To the surprise of both present, Zhou Huanling shook her head and said, "My husband should indeed agree with this young lady. A man's ambitions lie beyond the confines of romantic attachments." "What did you say?" Ye Qiansheng expressed astonishment, utterly unprepared for Zhou Huangling's words. Beside him, Luo Keshuan was equally baffled in her understanding. It was already commendable that Zhou Huanling did not oppose Ye Qiansheng leaving with her. Yet now she was actively encouraging him to agree. What was happening? Zhou Huanling embraced Ye Qiansheng with enthusiasm, her face radiant with a smile as she remarked, "My dear husband, have you forgotten the words spoken by that woman clad in red armor yesterday? Do not let the actions of a few disillusion you with the world." It was Wu Mingwei who had uttered those words. Ye Qiansheng, with a serious demeanor, pressed further, "Do you truly wish for me to go?" Zhou Huanling nodded, though her heart was tinged with bitterness. Naturally, she did not desire Ye Qiansheng's departure. However, her recent bout of nausea prompted her to examine her own body, leading to the astonishment of discovering her pregnancy. This should have been a cause for celebration. Yet upon overhearing Ye Qiansheng's conversation with Luo Keshuan in the courtyard, she realized a remarkable opportunity had arisen. What opportunity? The chance to enter the imperial city and seize the true dragon's fortune, which had long been her aspiration. Thus, if she were to reveal her pregnancy to Ye Qiansheng, he would undoubtedly choose to stay, while she desperately needed this chance for him to be absent from Dezhou. If she could infiltrate the imperial city during this time and obtain the true dragon's fortune, when Ye Qiansheng returned, she could then disclose her pregnancy to him, rendering everything so exquisitely perfect. Thereafter, she would no longer need to constantly fear the revelation of her demonic identity. Her cultivation would flourish, and she could even protect Ye Qiansheng in return. They could enjoy a life of togetherness. Chapter 73. If I have not returned by the hour of the rat, you must seek out Ye Qiansheng. My dear husband, true indifference lies in letting go, not in avoidance. The defeat of the human race would greatly affect you as well. Zhou Huanling spoke earnestly, despite her personal motives. She wished to prevent Ye Qiansheng from plunging from one extreme to another, for excess in either direction leads to downfall. Ye Qiansheng gazed at his wife for a long while, then set down the fishing rod in his hands. "You too?" He sighed, feeling somewhat helpless. Yet, he could not deny that both his wife and Wu Mingwei were correct. The conflict between humans and demons was not merely a matter affecting a few individuals. This wager was significant. If the human race triumphed, peace would reign. But should the demons prevail, the humans would face dire straits, their existence further threatened until total annihilation. My husband Zhou Huanling, seeing the expression on Ye Qiansheng's face, felt a pang of sympathy. Ye Qiansheng waved his hand dismissively. "Very well, you are right. While I may choose to ignore the affairs of others, my own space for existence shall not be trampled upon. Consider it a means of self-preservation." After spending so many years at the Demon Suppression Pass, he harbored a deep-seated hatred for the demon race. Now that matters had reached this point, he felt compelled to venture forth, if only for the sake of the fallen cultivators who had fought alongside General Wang Yang. "Do you agree?" Luo Keshuan inquired with a mix of joy and excitement. Zhou Huanling looked at her husband, filled with anticipation. In truth, if not for the immense importance of the true dragoness fortune to her, she would be reluctant to let him take such risks. However, had she not held immense trust in Ye Qiansheng's abilities, she would not have permitted his departure. At worst, they could proceed in secrecy, finally. Ye Qiansheng sighed and stated earnestly, "Let it be known that although I embark on this journey for my own sake, I shall extend no favors to anyone." Luo Keshuan immediately understood, exclaiming, "Rest assured, my master and the others will surely provide you with ample benefits." "Let us hope so," Ye Qiansheng replied, somewhat skeptical. In truth, he had intended to traverse the world anyway, to recruit the nascent talents of Si Jiangsha. Thus, embarking on this journey was feasible, but he would not settle for anything less than significant rewards. Strangely, just moments ago, Zhou Huanling had encouraged Ye Qiansheng to explore the world, yet now, as she witnessed her husband preparing to depart, she felt a wave of melancholy. Nevertheless, she reassured herself that it was but a fleeting separation. Once everything was in order, they would surely be together for a long time. Her hand instinctively rested on her abdomen, a gentle smile gracing her lips. What would Ye Qiansheng think if he knew they were expecting a child? Would he be overjoyed or apprehensive? Did he prefer a boy or a girl? Would he relish the role of father? What name would they choose for their child? The time for departure was set for the following morning. At dawn, Luo Kashuan eagerly awaited outside the gates of the Yi residence, unable to contain her excitement to present Ye Qiansheng to her master. The mere thought of her master's astonished expression caused a smile to involuntarily grace her lips. However, as noon approached, there was still no sign of Ye Qiansheng. "Sister, why hasn't he, the big brother, arrived yet? I'm so hungry," complained Li Xiao, who had been hiding in the inn for many days, her gaze fixed on the gates of the Yi residence with evident dissatisfaction. "Let's wait a bit longer. If he doesn't come out soon, we shall go in and find him," said Luo Qiang, her patience wearing thin, yet still willing to afford Ye Qiansheng a measure of leniency. After waiting for another half an hour, just as the two could no longer contain themselves and were about to knock on the door, it swung open of its own accord. They both stared as a strikingly handsome man clad in a black robe adorned with golden borders emerged. "So handsome," Li Xiao exclaimed, somewhat entranced. "Weren't we supposed to set off at dawn?" "It's already noon," Luo Qiang remarked with a hint of irritation. Ye Qiansheng cast a fleeting glance her way and replied nonchalantly, "It's clear you've never sought a partner. Those with a partner seldom rise early." Luo Qiang felt a rebuttal bubbling within her, yet she found herself at a loss for words, for she indeed had never sought a companion. Although many scions of noble families and prodigies of great sex had pursued her during her travels, she had turned them all down. Thus, she was curious as to why having a partner would lead one to wake late. However, Ye Qiansheng had no intention of elaborating. He slowly inquired, "What else with the carriage behind? Do you intend to travel with that to traverse the world? Don't you have your own flying sword?" Luo Qiang explained, "There are restrictions in the realm of traversing the world. Ordinary folk are not permitted to use flying swords due to the high number of celestial beings who would not allow anyone to soar above them. Hence, we must rely on the carriage." She felt somewhat helpless, for traveling by sword would be significantly faster, while the carriage would take 2 to 3 days. Celestial beings? Just a bunch of self-righteous fools. Ye Qiansheng scoffed derisively. Luo Qiang waved her hand in agreement. "Whatever issues you encounter at home, do not concern yourself with them. Everything will be resolved upon my return, understood?" In truth, Ye Qiansheng was most worried about Zhou Huanling, yet since she was a demon herself, as long as her true identity remained undiscovered, she was largely safe. With a smile, Zhou Huanling nodded, feeling a warmth from the concern directed towards her, almost becoming enamored with the feeling. After bidding farewell, Ye Qiansheng joined Luo Qiang in the carriage, departing from the Yi residence. Zhou Huanling watched them leave until the carriage vanished from sight, her smile gradually fading as she needed to attend to her own matters. In the afternoon, upon hearing news of Ye Qiansheng's departure, the citizens of the great Zhou hurried to the Yi residence to confirm the rumor. Once they received a definitive answer, panic ensued. They had hoped that as long as Ye Qiansheng remained in the great Zhou, he would once again eliminate the invading demon tribes, ensuring their safety. Now, with his sudden departure, they were left utterly stunned. Upon receiving the news, Zhou Huanling hurried to the night manor, scouring every nook and cranny before departing in a state of utter despair. However, few paid heed to Zhou Huanling, as they deemed her merely a pitiable soul abandoned by Ye Qiansheng. Before long, evening descended, and Zhou Huanling donned her night attire, preparing to infiltrate the imperial city and seize the true dragon's fortune. Prior to her undertaking, she entrusted Chanter a spatial contraction talisman. "Miss, what is this for?" Chanter inquired, perplexed. "If I do not return by the hour of the rat, you must traverse the world in search of Ye Qiansheng," Zhou Huanling earnestly instructed. Chapter 74. Because there is a child of Ye Qiansheng within recently, due to the formidable incursions of the demon clan, Zhou Tianche would likely be preoccupied and thus indifferent to the movements of the national treasury. Nevertheless, Zhou Huanling resolved to prepare for contingencies, should anything befall her. She hoped her demise would not cast a shadow upon Ye Qiansheng. After all, Marrying a woman of the demon clan would inevitably lead to Ye Qiansheng being ostracized by all of humanity, perhaps even losing their trust entirely. That was not a fate she wished to witness. Chana gazed at Zhou Xiao, her eyes brimming with concern, yet she acquiesced. Chana understands. Zhou Xiao smiled, gently ruffling Chana's hair, offering reassurance. Do not worry. If all goes well, I shall return within the hour. In truth, she harbored her own doubts. After all, trespassing into the imperial city was fraught with peril. While Zhou Tianche may have had no means to contend with Ye Qiansheng, he could effortlessly handle her. In comforting Chana, she was, in essence, also comforting herself. As the moon ascended the night sky, it was unfortunate that it coincided with a full moon. The luminous glow bathed the earth in a silvery sheen, complicating Zhou Xiao's impending actions. It was time to commence her endeavor. Observing that the hour had grown late, she hesitated no longer and stealthily entered the imperial city from the familiar rear mountain. Her destination was the national treasury, located at the heart of the city, where she sought the fabled dragon Qi. At this moment, 2 Imperial Guard sentinels stood vigil at the treasury entrance, their vigilance unwavering as they scanned for any suspicious individuals. However, unbeknownst to them, tendrils of blood-red vines stealthily approached their feet, adorned with alluring yet bloodthirsty blossoms. In the blink of an eye, the guard on the left found his feet ensnared and was dragged away, while the other, realizing something was amiss and hastily drawing his weapon, met a similar fate. In an instant, both sentinels vanished without a trace, as if they had been erased from existence. Zhou Xiao, perched on the beam across, did not rush into action. Instead, she continued to observe, ensuring that no one had noticed the unfolding scene below. After a considerable interval, although the great halls around remained brightly illuminated, the area beneath the treasury remained eerily silent. This silence caused Zhou Xiao to furrow her brow, a sense of foreboding rising within her. The esteemed national treasury of the great Zhou was guarded with such ease. Could it be a ruse? Zhou Xiao rested her chin on her hand, musing aloud. She was uncertain of the circumstances in the past, yet now, surrendering felt like a bitter pill to swallow. After all, she had come this far, and perhaps today presented a splendid opportunity. If she were to miss it, after much contemplation, Zhou Xiao resolved to delve deeper into the matter. Moreover, with the great Zhou facing both internal strife and external threats, it was likely that the demon clan would soon return, leaving little to no one to safeguard the treasury. Nodding slightly, Zhou Xiao leaped down from the beam. Due to her pregnancy, her footsteps were remarkably light. However, it was the dead of night, and even the slightest sound echoed through the imperial city as if a needle had dropped. The surroundings remained eerily quiet. Zhou Xiao did not wish to frighten herself further, so she extended her hand towards the treasury's grand door, from which a blood-red vine emerged from her sleeve. Upon contact with the crimson tendril, the treasury door was instantly corroded, peeling away layer by layer, ultimately forming a passage large enough for a single person to traverse. Without hesitation, Zhou Xiao entered, her gaze urgently scanning the various items within. There were numerous precious treasures, yet she remained indifferent to them all. In her eyes, the only thing of significance was the true dragon's fortune that could eradicate her own fatal karma. With the true dragon's fortune, the characteristics of the demon clan within her could be suppressed, allowing her to live without the constant dread she had previously endured while alongside Ye Qiansheng. The thought of a blissful future with Ye Qiansheng intensified her eagerness to obtain the true dragon's fortune. However, after a thorough search, she found not a trace of its essence. Could it be that it was never stored here? Yet she had distinctly heard that all fortunes derived from the dragon vein were housed within the treasury. Why, then, was it absent? Unyielding, she meticulously searched once more, but still found no sign of the true dragon's fortune. Perhaps it had been relocated. It was no wonder the guards appeared so lax. Although disappointed, Zhou Xiao inferred that this outcome was somewhat expected given the guards' demeanor. With a sigh, she reassured herself that she still had time, as Ye Qiansheng would not return for another fortnight. Just as she prepared to return home, an incongruous voice interrupted her thoughts. "Is this the item you seek?" Zhou Xuyao's pupils constricted sharply. Instantly, she assumed a combat stance and turned, only to discover Zhou Tianche sitting outside the treasury's entrance, casually toying with a small vial. The vial seemed to be enveloped in a spectral dragon's energy, highly distinctive. Moreover, an unknown number of imperial guards, each holding torches, stood poised behind Zhou Tianche, as if they had been prepared for this moment. "How did you discover this?" Zhou Xueyao inquired, her expression darkening. At this point, defending herself was futile. Zhou Tianche's elaborate setup for capturing her signified that he was already aware of her true identity. Zhou Tianche let out a cold laugh, tightening his grip on the vial as he disdainfully addressed Zhou Xuyao. "I always suspected you were not my daughter. Now your true form is revealed, a wildflower from who knows where. What do you intend to do?" Zhou Xuyao asked, her face pale. Alone. She was no match for Zhou Tianche, let alone the imperial guards behind him. Fear coursed through her, not from the prospect of death, but from a multitude of reasons. With Ye Qiansheng away from the great Zhou for half a month, what if she were to perish and never see him again? And there was also the matter of the child she carried within her. If captured by Zhou Tianche, one would not only suffer, but also endure severe consequences. She could bear it, but how could she endure the plight of the child within her? The worst outcome would be the demise of the fetus. "What do I intend to do?" Zhou Tianche suddenly rose from his seat and addressed Zhou Xuyao. "You have slain my daughter. Thus, your life must be forfeited." Zhou Tianche was already filled with immense rage, especially considering that Zhou Xuyao was the wife of Ye Qiansheng. Rumors even suggested that they shared a deep affection. Unable to confront Ye Qiansheng directly, he decided to unleash his fury upon Zhou Xuyao instead. With this thought, a cruel smile spread across Zhou Tianche's face. "Should you dare to resist, I shall personally ensure your annihilation," he declared, then commanded the imperial guards behind him. Zhou Xuyao clenched her jaw tightly, her delicate brow furrowing as she retorted, "You may certainly attempt it. Should you lay a finger on me when my husband returns, the streets of Chang'an will run red with blood." Zhou Tianche's hand, raised in threat, froze in midair. Chapter 75, Forbidden Level Techniques on the Winding Path. The sandstorm obscured the sun, rendering visibility a mere 5 feet ahead. Yet, amidst the swirling sands, a gilded carriage traversed the terrain, drawn by 2 extraordinary steeds that galloped through the desert as if it were solid ground, never straying from their path. Within the carriage, Ye Qiansheng occupied the driver's seat, unaccompanied by a groom, as these were no ordinary horses. How much longer? Ye Qiansheng yawned, boredom creeping in. They had traveled for roughly a day, and beyond the borders of the Great Zhou, they were engulfed in a sea of yellow sand, rendering cultivation impossible and the desire for scenic beauty a mere fantasy. Yet this day was inevitable, all for the sake of Si Jiangsha, and perhaps it was a way to acclimatize. Luo Keshuan, emerging from her meditation, glanced outside and remarked, "We should have about a day's journey left. But we are soon to enter the realm of Zongheng Tiantian, where the sands will lighten considerably." Ye Qiansheng, opting for idleness over cultivation, found the monotony unbearable. The surrounding yellow sands further obscured any distant vistas, amplifying his ennui. At this moment, Li Xiao also returned from her contemplative state. Or perhaps she had been secretly observing Ye Qiansheng, never truly engrossed in her practice. Initially, she had perceived Ye Qiansheng as aloof and unapproachable. But upon witnessing him initiate conversation, she recognized her opportunity. With a cautious yet eager demeanor, she shifted beside him, her enthusiasm palpable as if at last meeting her idol. "Big brother, I saw your magnificent performance in the arena. You were truly incredible, even more so than our senior brother." Li Xiao beamed, her eyes sparkling with admiration. "Is that so? What level of cultivation does your senior brother possess?" Ye Qiansheng inquired, seeking to glean more about Zongheng Tiantian during this idle moment. I'm not quite sure," Li Xiao feigned innocence. "Fifth realm, peak of the 5th realm," Luo Keshuan interjected with her eyes closed, her tone grave and serious. "Peak of the 5th realm." Ye Qiansheng could not help but acknowledge a truth. The practitioners of Zongheng Tiantian were indeed beyond comparison to ordinary folk. The senior brother of a sect possessed cultivation surpassing that of Wu Mingyue. In his past life, he had toiled for decades, and even upon discovering the existence of Dao bones, he had only attained mid-stage of the second realm. However, for him now, the fifth realm posed no threat. After all, Yin Ruyu, who had lost 7 tails to him, was also at the fifth realm, and the strength of demonic beings at the same level far surpassed that of the human race. Noticing Ye Qiansheng's lack of engagement, Li Xiao pouted and tugged at his sleeve. "Big brother, look at me." At that moment, the scenery before them transformed dramatically, revealing a breathtaking vista of verdant mountains and flowing waters, imbued with a luminescence that felt akin to stepping into an ancient secret realm, leaving one utterly enchanted. Luo Kashuan gradually opened her eyes, stepping cautiously into a world where every action requires prudence. Even a mere stone on the ground could be the incarnation of an immortal. One must embody humility. The landscape before her was indeed a stark contrast to the outside world. Ye Qiansheng could not help but develop a keen interest in this legendary land of unparalleled fortune, which he had only heard of in his previous life. Radiant hues and resplendent clouds filled the sky, requiring no elaborate introduction. As he gently closed his eyes, he could sense the faintest essence of the great Tao with each breath. It was no wonder the demon race coveted this land. Now, it all seemed quite understandable. Li Xiao, noticing the unusual expression on Ye Qiansheng's face, spoke with a hint of pride. "Big brother, this is merely the beginning. Within Linjiang City, there exists a true immortal mountain. A single day of cultivation there is equivalent to a year outside. Linjiang City, situated at the heart of this vast realm, serves as a stronghold for all cultivators. It is said that the city was established by the Lord, Lu Linjiang, with a single stroke of his sword." "True immortal mountain?" Ye Qiansheng inquired with a hint of confusion. "Whose does it belong to?" Seeing Ye Qiansheng's interest, Li Xiao replied eagerly, "The immortal mountain belongs to no one. Lord Lu Linjiang established a grand palace upon it, named Baiyu Jing. Initially, everyone assumed it would be the Lord's residence. However, he deemed it unfair and chose to reside in the nearby Wenjian Villa instead. Now, only the most formidable cultivators are permitted to enter Baiyu Jing." Ye Qiansheng's brow furrowed slightly as he asked, "So, according to you, the Lord of Linjiang City is indeed a gentleman?" Luo Kashuan affirmed, "Certainly. The people across this realm hold the Lord in high esteem, not only for his unparalleled strength, but also for his impeccable character." Ye Qiansheng nodded, observing a young boy reading atop a passing green ox beside the carriage. His curiosity about the immortal mountain was piqued, not solely because a day of cultivation there equated to a year elsewhere, but rather due to the treasures hidden within that could produce such miraculous effects. Logically, mountains should possess little spiritual essence. Typically, blessed lands are remnants of immortals. If an entire mountain were a blessed land, it must conceal some extraordinary treasure. Seemingly perceiving Ye Qiansheng's thoughts, Luo Kashuan remarked, "My master holds you in high regard, and it is likely the Lord does as well. Thus, you may indeed have the opportunity to enter Baiyu Jing for cultivation." Li Xiao chimed in, "Exactly. Big brother, considering your remarkable cultivation attained in the spiritually barren land of the great Zhou, the Lord will surely allow you to practice in Baiyu Jing." Ye Qiansheng chose not to respond, preferring to avoid this topic and conceal his thoughts about the immortal mountain. Instead, he redirected the conversation. "You mentioned that Lu Linjiang established Linjiang City. He must possess immense strength?" Luo Kashuan replied, "Indeed. The Lord is renowned as the most powerful cultivator among the human race, and no one has ever witnessed his defeat. Moreover, he has a daughter whose talents are unparalleled in the world. Her cultivation is even comparable to that of some venerable elders." However, Luo Kashuan continued, "The personality of the city lord's daughter is rather peculiar. She is not fond of conversation and prefers solitude." "Oh," Ye Qiansheng inquired, "do you happen to know the extent of the city lord and his daughter's cultivation level?" The two exchanged glances, both shaking their heads in unison. Ye Qiansheng felt a twinge of disappointment, as he had hoped to at least discern the cultivation level of the city lord's daughter. Upon realizing this, an inexplicable sense of urgency washed over him. He recognized the necessity of hastening his own cultivation progress. At that moment, a mechanical notification echoed in his ear. Ding! Host detected entering the realm of Zongheng Tianxia, entering a pivotal stage of life events, special reward. Forbidden book. Ye Qiansheng had received numerous rewards from various systems, including those of celestial and imperial tiers. Yet this forbidden designation was entirely new to him. Moreover, he pondered the meaning of the system's reference to a significant life event. Chapter 76. The terrifying nature of forbidden techniques. Upon arriving at Linjiang City, Knight Qiansheng encountered an enigma with a tome known as Wushu. Unlike other martial arts manuals that impart their wisdom instantaneously upon acquisition, this particular volume exhibited no such response. Instinctively, Knight Qiansheng extracted the Wushu from his spatial storage and opened the first page, which bore but a single line. Your eyes remain too clear. What could this possibly signify? He furrowed his brow, perplexed by the cryptic message that seemed unrelated to any martial cultivation. Too clear? He pondered. Did clarity of vision obstruct comprehension of the text? What manner of eyes would lack clarity? Disappointment washed over him as he realized that a tome of forbidden caliber offered no means of cultivation. He turned a few more pages, only to find them barren, devoid of even a single word. What are you looking at, big brother? In that moment, Li Xiao, who had been ignored for quite some time, approached curiously. Knight Qiansheng, intrigued to see if others might perceive the content, did not shy away and allowed Li Xiao to observe. Luo Kechuan, equally curious, was drawn to Knight Qiansheng's treasures, whether it be the heavenly grade weapon he wielded against demons or the sword he had revealed the other day. Thus, when she noticed Knight Qiansheng had produced yet another item, her interest was piqued. After perusing the book in Knight Qiansheng's hands, both were left with expressions of bewilderment, simultaneously exclaiming, "This book feels so strange, almost ethereal, as though it does not belong to this realm, and yet it contains not a single word." Li Xiao added, "I can't shake the feeling that this book is alive." Seeing that neither could discern the book's contents, Knight Qiansheng began to seriously question whether there was any real substance within the pages or if it was merely a trick of the system. He stowed the Wushu away, intending to find a suitable place to examine it further. Despite its apparent emptiness, he remained convinced of its extraordinary nature, not solely due to its forbidden classification, but rather an inexplicable intuition. As the hours passed and dusk approached, the trio showed no signs of halting their journey. The gallant steeds that traversed the land were undeterred by the encroaching darkness, as they could be seen galloping through both sand and shadow. Knight Qiansheng gazed at the darkening sky and mused whether those who roamed the world possessed broader insights, perhaps knowledge of the forbidden techniques. He turned to Luo Kechuan and inquired, "Are you familiar with forbidden techniques?" Luo Kechuan, feeling somewhat fatigued and resting against him, replied in astonishment, "Forbidden techniques? I have never heard of such a thing. My master mentioned that the highest tier of techniques is the emperor level, and even the Tianjin sect possesses but one." Li Xiao leaned against Luo Kechuan, lacking energy, and remarked, "Forbidden techniques? If they truly exist, they must be immensely powerful." Knight Qiansheng nodded, realizing that the concept of forbidden techniques was shrouded in mystery, even to the core disciples who traverse the world. He harbored doubts about whether there existed more than this singular volume. At that moment, the carriage abruptly halted, prompting the trio to gaze forward in confusion, discovering an elderly man with a hunched back standing in their path. Ye Qiansheng and Luo Kechuan possessed considerable cultivation, and with the brightness of the moonlight, the old man's appearance was distinctly visible. Leaning on a stick scavenged from who knows where, his hair and beard were disheveled white, presenting a visage akin to that of a beggar. At this moment, he was smiling amiably at the three individuals within the carriage. "Young folk, might you grant this old man a ride?" The young ones remained silent. It was the old man who broke the quiet, his tone surprisingly pleasant. Without a moment's hesitation, Luo Kechuan acquiesced. After all, in a world as vast as theirs, even an inconspicuous stone by the roadside could be an incarnation of an immortal. One should not be dismissive. Furthermore, it was simply a matter of offering a ride, hardly a significant affair. However, the instant the scruffy old man boarded the carriage, Ye Qiansheng was met with a pungent scent of blood. I shall sit in the corner. So as not to disturb your youthful flirtations, the untidy old man declared, settling in the corner with a jovial demeanor reminiscent of a streetwise pimp. There is no need for such formality, Senior, Luo Qiang replied, at a loss for words. The carriage continued its journey, yet after the old man's arrival, Ye Qiansheng largely fell silent, and Luo Qiang's inquiries were met with perfunctory responses. The disheveled elder cast a meaningful glance at Ye Qiansheng before resuming his conversation with Li Xiao. About an hour later, Li Xiao suddenly recalled Ye Qiansheng's earlier question. Driven by curiosity, she inquired of the old man, "You claim to be well-versed. Do you know what forbidden techniques are?" Forbidden techniques? The old man's expression shifted to one of seriousness, starkly contrasting his previous nonchalance. With a tone tinged with urgency, he questioned, "Where did you hear about forbidden techniques? Little girl?" "I." Li Xiao turned helplessly to Ye Qiansheng, having intended merely to assist him with his inquiry, but the old man's reaction left her momentarily flustered. At that moment, Luo Qiang interjected, "My master informed me about them." The old man's eyes narrowed. "Your master is Luo Yuxian?" "Indeed." The old man chuckled dryly and shook his head. "That girl cannot possibly know about forbidden techniques. But do not be alarmed. Such techniques are exceedingly rare in this world, and most people never encounter them." Li Xiao's curiosity dapanat. Are there really such formidable forbidden techniques? Are they more powerful than imperial-level techniques? Formidable? The old man replied with gravity, "Forbidden techniques, as their name suggests, are to be avoided." Would you describe something deemed forbidden as merely powerful? Under the inquisitive gazes of the two young women, the old man continued, "Forbidden techniques are like demons. They possess their own consciousness and can lead one into the abyss. In short, even if you encounter them, never engage with them." As he emphasized this point, the old man's gaze remained fixed on Ye Qiansheng, never wavering. Ye Qiansheng sat at the front, his expression still placid, yet internally, waves of turmoil began to stir. Moments prior, when the system issued its rewards, it had explained that he was at a pivotal juncture in his life. Does this imply that he must choose whether or not to cultivate the forbidden techniques? What consequences would ensue from practicing them? Conversely, what repercussions would arise from abstaining? However, it seems that now is not the time for such concerns. For even if he wished to cultivate, he is utterly incapable of doing so, aside from a peculiar line of text that has appeared in the book. There is nothing else. At least, it remains invisible to him at this moment. On the 24th of July, the carriage departing from the Great Zhou finally arrived at the heart of the vast world, Linjiang City, a city named after its lord, which has stood for several centuries. As the carriage came to a halt, the disheveled old man vanished without a trace, yet the others were hardly surprised, judging by his eloquence the previous day. It was evident that he was no ordinary individual. Just as Luo Qiang stepped down from the carriage, a proud and resolute young man eagerly approached her. "Junior sister, why have you taken so long? You didn't even send a letter to senior brother along the way. Do you not realize how much I have worried about you?" Chapter 77. The arrogant Chun Beixian faces the prominent figures of the human race Luo Qiang upon seeing her elder brother Chun Beixian waiting at the city gate. Was taken aback. With a furrowed brow, she inquired, "How did you know I was returning today?" Initially, she had intended to return to the world after a day. But after witnessing the prowess of Ye Qiansheng, she realized she could not act rashly. Thus, she sought opportunities to linger for a few more days. Logically, Chun Beixian should have been unaware of her whereabouts. With a hearty smile, Chun Beixian approached and explained, "During your absence, I have missed you dearly. So I have come to the city gate each morning, eagerly awaiting your return." The intensity of his gaze made Luo Qiang feel somewhat uneasy. In truth, she was not particularly close to Chun Beixian, for he was the direct disciple of the Grand Elder, making him the elder brother of the entire Tianjin sect. However, this so-called elder brother had always been exceptionally attentive to her. Previously, she had chosen to ignore it, but with Ye Qiansheng present, she felt an inexplicable fear of him misunderstanding their relationship. "Your thoughtfulness is appreciated." Luo Qiang managed to muster a forced smile. In response to her smile, Chun Beixian's expression brightened even more. His daily wait had finally borne fruit. Luo Kequan rarely smiled at him, and when she did, it was mostly out of courtesy. Then, recalling the purpose of Luo Kequan's journey, Chen Beixian shifted the conversation, asking dismissively, "Where's the person you brought back? Let him come forth, so I can assess whether he is truly worth your long journey." Luo Kequan frowned, somewhat displeased, and replied, "Do not be so rude. He is exceptionally powerful." What was intended as a benign warning transformed in Chen Beixian's ears into a provocation, leading him to question whether his sister had been deceived. How could a stranger possibly be strong? This is preposterous. Sister, have you lost your senses after just 2 days? You claim someone from outside is strong? How can that be? Chen Beixian clearly expressed his disbelief. Luo Kequan, feeling somewhat helpless, recognized that the stereotypes surrounding those from outside the world were too deeply ingrained to clarify. She could only say, "In any case, do not provoke him. I cannot predict what might happen." Though her interactions with Ye Qiansheng had been limited, she had discerned that he was a person who cherished solitude. If others did not bother him, he would generally ignore them. However, should anyone dare to provoke him, he would retaliate fiercely. While Ye Qiansheng might not be among the most elite in the realm, the fact that he had slain a figure as formidable as Yin Ruyu did not lead her to believe that her so-called elder brother could withstand him. Most importantly, Ye Qiansheng showed no regard for his opponent's status, even daring to kill members of the Huang family. If Chen Beixian chose to provoke him, the consequences would be dire. Yet, evidently, Luo Kequan's goodwill was once again misconstrued as a challenge in Chen Beixian's perception. Chen Beixian could hardly bear to hear Luo Kequan praise others, especially men, as it drove him to madness. Oh, if he is indeed so formidable, why remain hidden within a carriage? Let him emerge, that I may witness his prowess. Chen Beixian was wholly unconvinced by his junior sister's words. How strong could an obscure individual from a distant land truly be? Anyone who dared deceive his junior sister would certainly face his wrath. As their conversation unfolded, Li Xiao's anxious voice broke in. "Senior sister, the big brother is leaving. Hurry and catch up." Upon hearing Li Xiao's words, Luo Kequan realized that Ye Qiansheng had already entered Linjiang City without waiting for her, offering only a brief farewell to Chen Beixian before she hurried after him. "Damn!" Chen Beixian cursed, following suit. After laboriously sacrificing his cultivation time to await Luo Kequan, he was met with this infuriating scene. He had never before witnessed his elegant junior sister chase after someone. Though anger coursed through him, it was overshadowed by envy towards Ye Qiansheng. As Ye Qiansheng strolled through the streets of Linjiang City, he noted that, aside from being far more spacious than those of the Great Zhou, the surroundings were largely similar, save for the numerous towering mountains. A mere glance upward bestowed upon one a sense of being in a celestial realm, truly wondrous. He had not forgotten the purpose of his visit to Linjiang City, to find Si Jiangsha, who bore the cursed poison body. This was likely her most trying moment. Opportunities like this were rare. Generally speaking, the warmth of timely assistance is unforgettable, especially when one is as despised as Si Jiangsha. Just then Li Xiao caught up, breathless. "Big brother, please slow down. Senior sister can't keep up." To her surprise, Ye Qiansheng actually came to a halt. Could it be that he found her endearing and had developed feelings for her? As she daydreamed, Ye Qiansheng smiled gently and inquired Li Xiao, "Do you know of any little girls who are despised?" "Despised little girls?" Li Xiao did not hesitate long before responding. "There seems to indeed be such a person." "Where?" Ye Qiansheng's eyes sparkled with interest, the information coming effortlessly. Li Xiao shook her head. "I'm not certain of the exact location. But if that little girl is still alive, she would definitely be at the South Gate, a place teeming with all sorts of strange individuals, even including half-human, half-demon beings. Half-demons, as the name suggests, are offspring of both humans and demons." Ye Qiansheng rested his chin on his hand, pondering for a moment before saying, "It should be in the place you mentioned. Let me there." "Delighted to assist Ye Qiansheng," Li Xiao exclaimed, "Alvicht." Just as they were about to set off, Luo Kequan caught up with them and said to Ye Qiansheng, "Master said that as soon as you arrive, you must see her. Any matters can wait." "See me?" "When the time for our wager arrives, you can simply come and find me." "Must it be so complicated?" Ye Qiansheng replied. According to his understanding, He merely intended to follow Luo Qiang to navigate through the world, believing that when the wager commenced, he could simply step in for a match, as time was ostensibly at his disposal. Luo Qiang, however, explained with a hint of exasperation that is absolutely out of the question. A wager is not a trifling matter. It is not solely my master who will be present. The city lord and various formidable figures of the human race will be in attendance, including the patriarch of the Huang family, Huang Taidu, and his son, Huang Wuji. Her choice of words was already quite gentle, but what did it matter who would attend? The truth was that the gathering was to assess whether Ye Qiansheng possessed the qualifications to represent humanity in the initial battle. One must recognize that those present were the pillars of the human race, including the renowned Lu Linjiang, who was hailed as the strongest among them. Such a grand affair would render most individuals too intimidated to speak, let alone pass the examination. Yet, this was not her greatest concern. Her foremost worry lay in the possibility of the Huang family seeking revenge against Ye Qiansheng. Should Huang Taidu employ any underhanded tactics to ensure that Ye Qiansheng failed the examination and thus forfeited his opportunity to compete, then no one would care about Ye Qiansheng's fate. This would imply that the Huang family could exact whatever retribution they desired upon him. Chapter 78. Luo Qiang and Ye Qiansheng are indeed too close, while Luo Qiang is indifferent to most matters. This particular situation is one her master had cautioned her about early on. Thus, it is imperative to escort Ye Qiansheng to the Heavenly Sword sect. After a moment of contemplation, Ye Qiansheng eventually nodded. After all, in the realm of the world, the Heavenly Sword sect might offer him some assistance. Most importantly, Luo Qiang's promise of high-level treasures and techniques remains unconfirmed. What if he were to renege on the deal later? Indeed, it is prudent to inquire about the compensation as well, since Si Jiangsha is currently at the forefront, now knowing her whereabouts at the southern gate. Others would likely keep their distance, so he need not rush. Compensation? Luo Qiang was momentarily taken aback. Discussing compensation? Shouldn't one typically focus on enhancing their likability in the eyes of others, leaving a favorable impression? What peculiar logic does Ye Qiansheng possess? It is essential to note that he is soon to face the pillars of humanity, truly significant figures. Nevertheless, Luo Qiang refrained from further comment. Assuming that once Ye Qiansheng encounters those prominent individuals, he would likely behave himself and refrain from making overly bold statements. At that moment, Chen Beixian rushed over. His fury ignited upon seeing his junior sister standing with Ye Qiansheng. Get away from her! His heart brimmed with admiration for his junior sister, who he believed should be pure and unblemished. How could he tolerate her proximity to a man? He immediately dashed forward to place himself between them. Luo Qiang felt a surge of irritation. She was not well acquainted with this so-called senior brother, and now he had emerged to confront Ye Qiansheng, even speaking disrespectfully. It was a struggle to persuade Ye Qiansheng to visit the Heavenly Sword sect. However, considering that Chen Beixian is her senior brother, she could not express her annoyance and could only watch Ye Qiansheng with concern. Ye Qiansheng slightly furrowed his brow. What fool had emerged now? Do you have something to say? He inquired. Do you realize that Luo Qiang is my junior sister? Who permitted you to stand so close to her? Chen Beixian demanded aggressively, as if ready to pounce and rip Ye Qiansheng apart. So, he is merely an admirer of Luo Qiang. Ye Qiansheng thought with a cold smirk, glancing at the stunningly beautiful Luo Qiang. No wonder she attracted admirers of significant capability. At this moment, a crowd of cultivators gathered to witness the unfolding conflict, quickly recognizing Chen Beixian, the senior brother of the Heavenly Sword sect. The cultivator opposing him seemed rather unfamiliar. Could he be the naive youth from the valley who had dared to provoke Luo Qiang? What unfortunate circumstances! This is troublesome. Although Chen Beixian may not be the pinnacle of the younger generation in the realm, he certainly ranks among the notable. The young man in black attire, while commendable in his own right, would undoubtedly be no match for Chen Beixian. A splendid spectacle awaits, allowing outsiders to witness the disparity between them and ourselves. Observing that no one intervened and instead incited the situation, Luo Qiang felt a surge of anxiety. She was acutely aware of Ye Qiansheng's temperament. If her senior brother continued his tirade, physical confrontation would be the least of their troubles. The real fear was that he might resort to lethal violence. In such a scenario, Ye Qiansheng would undoubtedly become a target of collective ire, leaving no chance for survival, a sight she fervently wished to avoid. Li Xiao, quickly return to the Tianjin sect and fetch our master. Be swift. Luo Kequan urged the nearby Li Xiao, her voice tinged with urgency. Li Xiao appeared somewhat reluctant. She had hoped to witness Ye Qiansheng deliver a thorough thrashing to Qin Beixian. Nevertheless, she could not disregard her senior sister's request. So she summoned her inner strength and swiftly departed the scene, racing towards the Tianjin sect. The crowd around them grew increasingly dense, with most gathered for a singular purpose, to witness how Qin Beixian would mercilessly assault Ye Qiansheng. Many among the onlookers were individuals of lesser prowess, who struggled to make their mark in the world. Yet, deep down, they harbored a sense of superiority over outsiders. Thus, witnessing the humiliation of an outsider provided them with a peculiar satisfaction. Qin Beixian advanced menacingly towards Ye Qiansheng, veins visibly throbbing on his forehead. He was genuinely enraged. As the radiant jewel of the Tianjin sect, Luo Kequan garnered countless admirers, yet she had never been particularly close to that man. While she might be infuriated by such treatment, her inability to approach Luo Kequan would at least offer him some semblance of balance. Yet now, Luo Kequan was inexplicably close to another man, a man he deemed beneath contempt, driving him to the brink of madness. Speak. What trickery did you employ to beguile my junior sister? Reveal it, and I shall spare your life. Qin Beixian bellowed at Ye Qiansheng, his fury palpable. Ha! Ye Qiansheng, Sokolfut Softi. Were it not for your junior sister's desperate pleas, do you think I would have come? Yet, it appears that Luo Kequan has deceived me in at least one regard. Luo Kequan was rendered speechless, staring blankly at Ye Qiansheng, her expression betraying confusion. How had she misled him? Why was she unaware of it? Upon my arrival in Linjiang City, I encountered a complete fool who claimed that those who traverse the world are unlike the people of the great Zhou, Ye Qiansheng remarked, arching an eyebrow nonchalantly. Thankfully, he had never held any expectations, for foolishness knows no regional boundaries. Luo Kequan lowered her head, feeling embarrassed. She had indeed told Ye Qiansheng that those who traverse the world differ from the people of the great Zhou, only for him to encounter such a situation upon his arrival. Trouble instigated by members of the Tianjin sect, no less. This made her feel humiliated, and she feared that Ye Qiansheng might come to despise her. In contrast to Luo Kequan's concerns, Qin Beixian's fury escalated to new heights. How could he not perceive the sarcasm in Ye Qiansheng's words? This insignificant outsider dared to label him a fool? It was nothing short of a death wish. The onlookers, filled with indignation, boasted that while Luo Kequan's pleas could be overlooked since no one had witnessed them, the audacity to compare an obscure dynasty with a mighty power that commands the world was utterly outrageous. How presumptuous! Some cultivators, unable to contain their vexation, shouted for retribution. Qin Beixian's fury had reached its zenith as he glared at Ye Qiansheng, proclaiming, "Let me first teach you what decorum entails." Aware that Ye Qiansheng was the individual sought by the elder wielding the sword, Qin Beixian, despite his anger, dared not to slay him outright. Instead, he aimed a slap, laden with profound insult, swiftly towards Ye Qiansheng. For a man to receive such a slap, the repercussions on a woman's perception of him would undoubtedly be severe. After this, his junior sister would likely lose all trust in him. The surrounding ordinary cultivators began to cheer, reveling in the downfall of someone who dared to provoke those who traverse the world with authority. Yet at that critical moment, Qin Beixian's lightning-fast hand was effortlessly seized by Ye Qiansheng. What was happening? As the crowd stood in bewilderment, a resounding slap echoed, scattering the onlookers. Chapter 79. Whom is Luo Kequan truly assisting? Luo Yuxian aroused confusion, doubt, and shock engulfed the onlookers as they gazed at the two individuals in the center of the scene. The sound of a slap had indeed resonated. Yet it was none other than Qin Beixian, the senior disciple of the Tianjin sect, who had been struck. What audacity did this outsider possess to dare lay a hand on Chun Beixian? Had they lost their senses? Chun Beixian stood frozen, utterly oblivious to the passage of time, with only the stinging pain on his face serving as a reminder of the recent events. Had he truly been struck, and in front of his beloved junior sister? Luo Kequan, no less. Rage boiled within him, and in his fury, he disregarded whether Ye Qiansheng was indeed the person Luo Yuxian sought. With one hand restrained, he intended to draw his sword and slay Ye Qiansheng. At that moment, another, albeit damaged, flying sword forcefully pressed down on the blade Chun Beixian had just unsheathed. How dare anyone impede him? His anger intensified as he yearned to restore his dignity before his junior sister. Did they seek death? As he spoke, his fierce gaze turned towards the obstructing figure, and he was immediately rendered motionless. The one who had thwarted him was none other than his admired junior sister, Luo Kequan. Luo Kequan's expression was far from pleasant. She was acutely aware that if Chun Beixian dared to draw his sword against Ye Qiansheng, regardless of whether it was a mere threat or an actual intent to harm, given Ye Qiansheng's temperament, Chun Beixian would undoubtedly meet his demise. And it was evident that Ye Qiansheng possessed the capability to do so. Junior sister, why are you protecting him? Did you not see what he just did? If I do not teach him a lesson, how can I ever establish myself in this world? Chun Beixian was desperate to reclaim his honor. And even with Luo Kequan's intervention, he refused to relent, primarily due to the sheer embarrassment he felt. Most importantly, if he did not act now, in a day's time, the entire city would be abuzz with the news of Chun Beixian being struck by an outsider. This was a humiliation he could not bear. Luo Kequan felt a surge of frustration. While she appeared to be preventing Chun Beixian from exacting revenge on Ye Qiansheng, the reality was quite the opposite. Had she not intervened and retracted Chun Beixian's sword, he would likely have become a lifeless corpse by now. Enough. The unacknowledged grievances within her stirred a sense of anger, and she coldly declared, Ye Qiansheng is my esteemed guest. While you may choose to disregard him, do not actively seek trouble. Do you not hold my master in regard? Luo Yuxian, the sword elder of the Tianjin sect, was unmatched in strength. Even among the myriad of immortals traversing the world, ranking among the top 5 in prowess. Thus, many sought to befriend Luo Kequan, primarily for the sake of Luo Yuxian. Chun Beixian was momentarily taken aback, not due to Luo Yuxian's reputation, but because of the way Luo Kequan defended an outsider, which pained him deeply, especially as memories of their earlier intimacy flooded his mind, further igniting his anger. He glared at Luo Kequan, enunciating each word with a heavy heart. I've just been struck by him, and you, junior sister, still side with him? Do you not see me, your senior brother, in your eyes? It is truly lamentable. If it were not for your provocation, would he have dared to strike you? The mere thought of Chun Beixian, that fool who instigated trouble, ignited her ire, especially considering the unjust portrayal of her own grievances. One might mistakenly believe that Ye Qiansheng was the aggressor, an utterly bewildering notion. Chun Beixian was at a loss for words. He had never anticipated that his junior sister would support an outsider to such an extent, a situation that could only be described as unreasonable. The onlooking cultivators were equally displeased with Luo Kequan's actions. In their eyes, as formidable cultivators traversing the world, there should be no need for justification when confronting a foreigner. The mere desire to act sufficed. They had valiantly defended against the demon clan for countless years, earning unparalleled accolades that no outsider could ever hope to rival. The very notion of being struck by another was unheard of. What enchantment has he cast upon you? You, a direct disciple of a prestigious sect, would assist him in opposing your own senior brother? It is laughable beyond measure. Are you not aware of the countless favors we have extended to outsiders? Even if Beixian initiated the conflict, would it not suffice for him to endure a single blow? After the altercation, Beixian's anger would surely dissipate, and he would not pursue further grievances. To neglect your own senior brother in favor of an outsider is an unprecedented absurdity. Luo Kequan's hand, wielding the flying sword, trembled slightly as the intolerable, unreasonable words penetrated her ears, fueling her indignation. She even considered allowing Chun Beixian to demonstrate the consequences of provoking Ye Qiansheng. Yet, ultimately, reason triumphed over impulse. She realized that should she fail to intervene, the outcome for those present could be fatal. A loss of life would be trivial, but the impression left on Ye Qiansheng would be severely detrimental. Enough. We must depart swiftly. Otherwise, when my master arrives, you shall all face dire consequences. Luo Kuxian sought to deter further conversation by invoking her master as a threat. Chun Beixian remained unperturbed. He believed he had done no wrong. As the senior brother of the Tianjin sect, was it not justified to reclaim his dignity after being struck by a foreigner? The others, upon hearing Luo Kuxian's words, burst into laughter, incredulous that a celestial being like Luo Yuxian would concern herself with the affairs of a lowly street youth. They did not perceive any wrongdoing in their actions. What are you all doing? At that moment, a celestial voice approached from afar, imbued with a cold indifference coupled with an unassailable, awe-inspiring authority. It was melodious, akin to a gentle stream flowing through willow branches. Yet it commanded an audience to refrain from listening too closely, for the profundity of the Tao contained within was daunting. The crowd collectively raised their heads. For just a moment prior, the sky had been devoid of presence. As the voice drew nearer, a figure of pristine white, exquisite beyond measure, materialized in the air, astonishing all who beheld her. The delicate veil of pristine white fabric cascades down, shrouding her exquisite visage. Although her breathtaking beauty remains obscured, the ethereal quality of the translucent veil evokes a certain charm. The immaculate white gown, akin to a lotus that rises unsullied from the mire, captivates the gaze, causing one to lose track of time. Upon seeing the arrival of an individual, Chun Beixian's heart swelled with joy. He swallowed hard and respectfully replied, "This person, without discernment of right or wrong, has taken it upon himself to confront me. I wish to retaliate, yet my junior sister vehemently opposed it. I beseech the elder with the sword to adjudicate this matter." Oh! The sound of Luo Yuxian's voice wafted through the air, enigmatic and inscrutable, rendering her emotions indistinguishable. Just as Luo Kuxian prepared to clarify the situation, the onlookers began to voice their opinions. It was astonishing that an outsider would dare to bully the esteemed senior brother of their sect. Had it not been for the fear of harming the esteemed Kuxian, they would have swiftly intervened. Seeing this, others, unwilling to let the opportunity slip away, chimed in their agreement. Unsurprisingly, the aura of Luo Yuxian grew increasingly frigid. Chapter 80. Knight Qiansheng is a distinguished guest. Self-disembowelment to atonement. The attendees vociferously condemned Knight Qiansheng, believing that Luo Yuxian, as a formidable figure in the world, would undoubtedly discipline him, regardless of the fact that Knight Qiansheng was summoned by her. They thought it prudent to reprimand him now, so that he would be more compliant in the future. Luo Kuxian felt a sudden pang of anxiety, inexplicably worried that her once astute master might commit an exceedingly foolish act. She was eager to reveal Knight Qiansheng's true strength and his inferiority to the demon clan of Chang'an, yet found herself without a suitable opportunity. What if her master's ignorance led to her uttering something detrimental? "Master, it is not as they claim." Before she could finish her thought, Luo Yuxian's aura abruptly turned terrifying. She cast a glance at the indifferent Knight Qiansheng, her eyes momentarily reflecting a trace of astonishment, before shifting her gaze to Chun Beixian and the others. Her voice instantly cooled. "It is utterly outrageous. Do you not understand that Knight Qiansheng is a distinguished guest of the realm? Even the city lord must show him deference. Who do you think you are?" Luo Yuxian's words struck the hearts of the group like a thunderclap. Knight Qiansheng is a distinguished guest of the realm. Chun Beixian and the others stood frozen, while Luo Kuxian looked at her master in disbelief. She was well aware of Knight Qiansheng's strength and potential. But what of city Lord Lu Linjiang, who was renowned as the most powerful cultivator of the human race? For him to show deference to Knight Qiansheng was simply preposterous. Knight Qiansheng himself felt a sense of surprise, unable to comprehend why these individuals held him in such high regard, though he was aware that, given time, He could potentially transcend to realms unknown. He questioned why Luo Yuxian, an outsider, understood him so well. Chen Beixian could not accept this reality. His face contorted in despair as he addressed Luo Yuxian. Elder, have you mistaken him for someone else? He is merely an outsider, a waste. Even if he possesses some ability, it is insufficient in the grand scheme of things, especially in Linjiang City. The others chimed in. Indeed, he is an inconspicuous individual, utterly overlooked in a crowd. How could the city lord possibly take notice of him? Luo Yuxian's exquisite countenance remained unchanged, her poise unwavering as she regarded them with increasingly frigid eyes. Though Ye Qiansheng's apparent strength may not have been remarkable, the ease with which he had caught Chen Beixian's peak fifth realm strike revealed the true extent of his power. Most crucially, Ye Qiansheng was specifically named by the Sage of Ink as a key figure capable of saving humanity, a pivotal player in the current wager that could determine humanity's victory. Given these factors, Luo Yuxian could never underestimate Ye Qiansheng. You are blind to the bigger picture, Chen Beixian. As the senior disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect, your jealousy and attempts to undermine a distinguished guest will result in the forfeiture of your entire annual stipend. Luo Yuxian declared in a tone that brooked no dissent. What? Chen Beixian was utterly stunned. He never anticipated that his intention to teach a lesson to those who were overly familiar with the junior sister would result in the confiscation of his annual stipend. It is crucial to note that he was currently in a critical phase of his cultivation. If he were to be deprived of elixirs and spiritual herbs at this juncture, it would spell disaster for him. Luo Qiang was equally astonished, her mouth agape. From her master's tone, she discerned that Chen Beixian was likely to face punishment. Yet she never expected it to be so cruel. If he were to be deprived of the nourishment from elixirs and spiritual energy, he would fall significantly behind his peers. Such a severe penalty. This realization made Luo Qiang comprehend her master's evident desire to ingratiate herself with Ye Qiansheng, providing her with a sense of relief. As she genuinely feared her master might further test Ye Qiansheng, Chen Beixian clutched his head in anguish and shouted, "You are not my master. You have no right to dictate my stipend. You have no right." The thought of his cultivation stagnating for an entire year drove him to the brink of despair. He felt extraordinarily unfortunate, questioning why all misfortunes converged upon him today. Luo Yuxian scoffed, "By all means, feel free to test that. In the Tianjin sect, my words are beyond reproach." Her arrogance was indeed justified, for she possessed the highest level of cultivation. Chen Beixian collapsed to the ground, his earlier bravado evaporated, as if his very soul had been stripped away. The mere thought of losing his stipend for a year made him wish to end it all right there. Luo Yuxian cast a glance at Ye Qiansheng before turning her gaze upon those who had just mocked him. "You shall atone with your lives. Do not hesitate to take your own." Her words carried an undeniable, oppressive authority. The mockers immediately fell to their knees. Even Luo Qiang found this excessive. She could not fathom why her master chose such a path. Why not simply expel them after the punishment? Why not spare anyone and resort to execution? These individuals repeatedly bowed their heads in supplication, hoping for Ye Qiansheng's forgiveness, for they could not endure another wave of pressure. Their desire to survive caused them to abandon their sense of dignity, kneeling before someone they looked down upon. Without seeking Ye Qiansheng's consent, Luo Yuxian raised her jade-like hand gently, and the group suddenly felt an overwhelming pressure. They all picked up the iron swords from the ground and pressed them against their own necks. "I was wrong. I was wrong. I beg you, fairy, spare me." Yet, under the influence of a mysterious force, they each took their own lives on the spot. Their expressions revealed none were willing, and their deaths were exceedingly tragic, instilling fear in all who witnessed. Even Chen Beixian, who stood nearby, felt himself to be rather fortunate. After all, it was merely a year's salary, and at least his life was spared. Luo Qiang gazed in astonishment at the unfolding scene. Initially, she had presumed that her master would side with Chen Beixian. Yet to her surprise, her master not only aligned with Ye Qiansheng, but also employed ruthlessly severe measures. Not only did he withhold Chen Beixian's annual stipend, who was also a senior brother within the Tianjin sect, but he also executed the cultivator who dared to mock Ye Qiansheng on the spot. How unfamiliar. Throughout the entire ordeal, Ye Qiansheng remained a mere observer, refraining from expressing any opinions or uttering a single word, his countenance betraying little change. However, it must be said that he held a remarkably favorable view of Luo Yuxian, to the extent that his perception of the formidable powers dominating the world improved considerably. Chapter 81. Reporting the situation to Luo Yuxian, Chun Beixian stood frozen in place, not due to the demise of a few ordinary cultivators, but rather because Luo Yuxian had the audacity to take lives within the city. It is well known that Lu Linjiang had explicitly stated that while competitions were permissible, murder was not. Over the years, few dared to transgress this rule, particularly the prominent figures of various factions. On one hand, the mighty looked down upon engaging with mere cultivators. On the other, even if one were to commit murder, it could be orchestrated in such a way that the victim's death remained shrouded in mystery. At the very least, no one would publicly defy Lu Linjiang's established regulations. Yet today, for the sake of Ye Qiansheng, Luo Yuxian brazenly slaughtered several cultivators. Given her composed and reserved nature, it was clear she had premeditated this act, confident that she would not face repercussions from Lu Linjiang. This was the source of Chun Beishuan's greatest fear. What could Ye Qiansheng possibly possess that led Luo Yuxian to believe that her actions would not incite Lu Linjiang's wrath? Adding to his frustration was the realization that his resources for cultivation had likely been irrevocably depleted. After completing her tasks, Luo Yuxian gracefully waved her flowing sleeves, uttering nothing, and departed. However, before leaving, she cast a lingering glance at Ye Qiansheng before soaring into the air. "Let us go," said Luo Qiansheng, who had just regained her composure from shock, addressing Ye Qiansheng. He remained silent, walking alongside her in the direction of the Heavenly Sword sect. Once the crowd had dispersed, Chun Beixian finally allowed his anger to surface, striking the ground with his fist. The stone pavement cracked instantly, the fissures extending 7 feet before coming to a halt. He glared at Ye Qiansheng, roaring, "I will not let you escape." In his eyes, Ye Qiansheng was merely a swindler who had deceived Luo Qiansheng into trusting him, possessing no real strength. He vowed to exact revenge in a secluded location. At the mountainside, the terrain was remarkably grand, dominated by a towering mountain that pierced the clouds, encircled by countless other peaks. The height of the mountains was indicative of the prosperity of the forces that resided within. Many summits paled in comparison to the altitude of the mountainside where Ye Qiansheng stood, and the structures there were far more rudimentary. The central mountain, requiring no introduction, was undoubtedly the celestial peak that Li Shao had described with such awe before their arrival. It soared into the heavens, and atop it, a vast and ethereal palace could be discerned, the delicate silk curtains swaying enchantingly in the breeze, creating a breathtaking spectacle. In this region, the Heavenly Sword Sect's mountain was the third tallest. The highest was the celestial peak, the most abundant in spiritual energy, while the second highest was pointed out by Luo Qiansheng, who gestured towards another magnificent mountain not far away. This was the residence of the city lord, the Sword Inquiry Manor, formerly a place of sword forging. For reasons unknown, its previous inhabitants had perished, leaving only the city lord and his daughter to dwell there now. Ye Qiansheng cast a glance, and indeed found it to be an impressive sight. Unlike other mountains, the summit of Wanjin Mountain Villa is distinguished by a colossal stone sword, which stands out prominently. Although the surrounding peaks bear a striking resemblance to one another, Wanjin Mountain Villa possesses a unique identity. Luo Qiansheng joyfully introduced the various wonders of the world to Ye Qiansheng as they walked, chatting amiably, ascending an indeterminate number of azure stone steps. They eventually arrived at a place shrouded in mist, where 4 grand characters came into view: Heavenly Sword Sect. Ye Qiansheng read them aloud. Luo Qiansheng, filled with exhilaration, having been away from the Heavenly Sword Sect for quite some time, eagerly took Ye Qiansheng's hand and began to run ahead. Her hand was smooth and warm, and Ye Qiansheng made no attempt to withdraw it. The Heavenly Sword Sect is akin to other ordinary sects, with the lowest ranks consisting of the labor disciples, who spend their days chopping wood, boiling water, and cultivating vegetables, lacking the demeanor expected of true cultivators. The resources available for cultivation each month are pitifully scarce. When the ragged laborers caught sight of Luo Qiang, the celestial beauty revered among the disciples of the heavenly sword sect, appearing in their humble abode, all eyes turned towards her. Though the conditions here were far from ideal, they were still a marked improvement compared to other sects, as Luo Qiang explained to Ye Qiansheng. Previously, she would fly directly to her own peak, but today, motivated by Ye Qiansheng's presence, she felt an inexplicable desire to linger and revel in the pleasure of introducing him to her surroundings. Ye Qiansheng nodded in response, his demeanor indifferent. Luo Qiang felt a twinge of disappointment and remarked, "Do not underestimate the labor disciples. Those who serve in the heavenly sword sect possess talent that could elevate them to greatness even in dynasties like the Great Zhou." "What do you believe my standing in the heavenly sword sect is?" Ye Qiansheng asked unexpectedly. After a moment as contemplation, Luo Qiang replied, "It is not particularly high, but your cultivation speaks volumes. Slaying a 5th realm demon at the 4th realm is simply unprecedented." It was evident that the incident where Ye Qiansheng had vanquished Yan Ruyu still lingered vividly in Luo Qiang's mind. The surrounding labor disciples, astonished to see their goddess holding hands with a man unknown to them, were nearly driven to madness. The aloof beauty was a figure of fantasy. Even their senior brother, renowned as one of the 5 talents of Linjiang City, Chun Beixian, could barely elicit a response from Luo Qiang. Who was this man suddenly grasping her hand? If not for their own lack of strength, they would undoubtedly confront Ye Qiansheng. Sensing their scrutiny, Ye Qiansheng chuckled derisively and teased, "You certainly have many admirers. If gazes could kill, I'd have died several times over." Luo Qiang paused for a moment, then glanced around, noticing that the previously fierce labor disciples now wore bashful and harmonious expressions. "Humph," she declared with a hint of pride, "do not be deceived by my current modest cultivation. My master is formidable, and she will undoubtedly train me to become the most powerful cultivator." Knight Qiansheng, in a moment of silent contemplation, remarked, "It is precisely due to your exceptional talent that your master chose to take you as a disciple, is it not? Now, let us not linger and depart swiftly." The two of them wasted no further time and hastened their way to the desolate Qingfeng, the abode of the illustrious Luo Yuxian, which felt particularly sparse given that she had only 2 disciples. At that moment, Li Xiao was perched on the railing, eagerly anticipating the arrival of the two. Upon spotting her senior sister, her face lit up with joy, and she promptly vaulted over the railing. Addressing Luo Qiang, "Sister, hurry. Master has requested your immediate presence." "I have already finished my inquiries." Luo Qiang, perplexed, inquired, "Inquiries regarding what?" Li Xiao's gaze remained fixated on Knight Qiansheng as she impatiently responded, "Naturally. It concerns everything that transpired during your descent from the mountain. Be swift. We are to set off for Baiyujing shortly." Nodding in understanding, Luo Qiang surmised that their master wished to ascertain the circumstances surrounding Knight Qiansheng, and without further hesitation, she made her way into the dwelling. Chapter 82. Late arriving maternal love. After Luo Qiang departed, Ye Qiansheng disregarded Li Xiao and instead took a seat in a nearby pavilion to rest. From Li Xiao's words, it was evident that Luo Yuxian would soon escort him to Baiyujing, where he would face the scrutiny of the crowd. The so-called head of the Huang family, Huang Taidu, would undoubtedly be present, intent on making things difficult for him. It was clear that he must navigate this challenge to ensure a peaceful existence in the world of Zongheng Tianxia, though unafraid. The potential disruption to his plans was a considerable concern. His purpose for coming here was deeply tied to Si Jiangsha, whose remarkable ability to revive the dead was of paramount importance. Even the mightiest cultivators could find themselves vulnerable. Having a loyal blood vessel by his side during battles would alleviate some of his concerns. Furthermore, Si Jiangsha's cursed poison body made her exceptionally skilled in the art of poisoning, capable of annihilating entire cities in her previous life. Her prowess could only be described as terrifying. If utilized wisely, she would undoubtedly become a formidable asset. Thus, he resolved to handle matters concerning Si Jiangsha with utmost caution. striving to earn her trust without unforeseen complications. Having been away for 2 to 3 days, he found himself preoccupied with thoughts of Zhou Huanling. Despite his belief that Zhou Huanling would remain safe as long as she refrained from revealing herself, he could not shake his worry. Additionally, Zhou Qiansheng now regarded him with trepidation, which should mitigate any significant issues. Yet, the simultaneous fear and hatred Zhou Qiansheng harbored could lead him to exploit any weakness should he seize an opportunity against Zhou Huanling. Ye Qiansheng furrowed his brow slightly. Regretting not having Zhou Huanling by his side, he reassured himself that there was likely no major problem. Zhou Qiansheng would hesitate to provoke Zhou Huanling, and she herself, being a demon, was not easily intimidated by the actions of her kin. Thus, he convinced himself that all would be well. Approximately 3 incense sticks later, Luo Kequan emerged from her room, her expression somewhat unnatural. Li Xiao immediately approached her. "Senior sister, what did Master say? Please tell me." Luo Kequan gently patted Li Xiao's head, but offered no reply, instead directing her words to Ye Qiansheng. "Master is looking for you." Ye Qiansheng, as if anticipating this moment, did not hesitate or waver. He stood up promptly and strode confidently towards the room. The interior decor was modest, imbued with rich spiritual energy, yet upon first glance, one might mistake it for the dwelling of a rural family at the foot of the mountain. Inside, it appeared to be either Luo Kequan's or Li Xiao's chamber, filled with numerous feminine items, including a set of purple disciple robes. The ethereal figure of Luo Yuxian stood within. "Have you offended the Huang family?" Her tone was gentle, lacking the severity she had displayed when reprimanding Chun Beixian. It was true. He had indeed killed someone of the Huang clan. Ye Qiansheng neither confirmed nor denied this, for he understood that the softer her demeanor, the more vigilant he must be. He believed there was no such thing as unmerited kindness in this world. Luo Yuxian chuckled lightly, her laughter reminiscent of melting ice and snow, creating a refreshing and pleasant atmosphere akin to a gentle spring breeze. Every glance and smile of the celestial maiden is a treasure of the world. Indeed, as I witness now, I am not your enemy, so there is no need for you to regard me with suspicion. Luo Yuxian slowly removed her hood, revealing a visage akin to that of a heavenly being. "Forgive my lack of introduction. I am Luo Yuxian, the Sword Elder of the Heavenly Sword Sect." Even Knight Qiansheng, who had faced death once and whose demeanor had hardened to near indifference, was rendered speechless upon beholding Luo Yuxian's true form. Can such beauty truly exist in this world? Luo Yuxian appeared almost ethereal, as if she radiated light, and the divine aura surrounding her made Knight Qiansheng's heart tremble with awe. Pinching himself sharply, Knight Qiansheng maintained his composure and inquired, "What is it you seek?" His tone bore a hint of impatience and urgency, a typical response when confronted with the unknown, especially as Luo Yuxian's presence felt beyond his control. Noticing his demeanor, Luo Yuxian sighed and explained, "Do you know why I had Kuxian go to such lengths to bring you from the great Zhou to the world of Zhonghen?" Knight Qiansheng, still cautious, asked why. "Because you are extraordinary. The Taoist patriarch, Mu Qiang, risked his own lifespan to probe the secrets of the heavens. You are the key to the victory of humanity against the demon race," Luo Yuxian revealed candidly. Knight Qiansheng's confusion began to unravel. Despite his decade-long vigilance at the Demon Suppression Pass, he had felt insignificant in the grand scheme of Zhonghen. Why would they go to such lengths to involve him in this wager? Now, the answer lay before him. Yet, was the Taoist patriarch truly that formidable? Could his own strength, derived from the system, be counted among their ranks? With a slight relaxation of his vigilance, Knight Qiansheng asked, "Why share this with me?" Luo Yuxian replied, "Both the city lord and I are unwavering in our belief that you are pivotal to this wager. However, others do not share this faith in a youth from a humble alley being able to turn the tide. So you will need to demonstrate your true strength to silence those who doubt you." After pondering for a moment, Knight Qiansheng responded, "That will depend on the richness of the reward offered. Having been let down in his previous life, he had become a man who would not rise without incentive. If he could not secure a substantial reward, he would prefer to wait for the system's rewards at night." Luo Yuxian's exquisite brows furrowed slightly, followed by a wry smile. It would be best not to bring this up at this moment. Matters can be discussed privately. Ye Qiansheng neither acquiesced nor declined, but instead asked, "Is there anything else?" Luo Yuxian instilled in him a sense of temptation, prompting his desire to depart. He had assumed that his rudeness might provoke anger from this formidable cultivator, ranked among the top 5 in the realm. Yet, contrary to his expectations, Luo Yuxian's expression softened. She approached him and, to Ye Qiansheng's astonishment, took his hand. In a flash of white light, the blood marks from his earlier self-inflicted pain vanished, leaving no trace behind. Even Ye Qiansheng noticed that Luo Yuxian's gaze towards him was quite peculiar, resembling that of a loving mother looking at her child, filled with affection and tenderness. Reluctantly, Luo Yuxian released Ye Qiansheng's hand and, with a gentle smile, spoke, "I have just learned about your experiences from Kuxian. If you do not mind, you may consider me as your mother from now on. I shall endeavor to compensate for all that you have lost."